Introduction. Global job change, instant kill, skill points allocation, thrilling novel. The era of global job change has arrived. The genius, Su Xing, abandoned 3 top-tier SSS-level professions, Voidwalker, Anti-Magic Twin Eyes, and Shadow Lord, instead choosing 2 seemingly insignificant D-level professions. Everyone mocked him, thinking he was utterly foolish. Even his brothers and the fake-carrying green teas asterisk left him one by one. The military completely cut off his path to promotion, thoroughly blacklisting him. But Su Xing possessed the ability to see through the weaknesses of monsters, enabling him to activate instant kill mode and seize the upper hand. Defeating monsters also granted him free attribute points, a privilege no one else had, allowing him to easily surpass all SSS-level professions. Moreover, his professions could continuously evolve. Weakness Insight, Lawful Gaze, Eye of Causality, Spacetime Eye of Truth. Su Xing unlocked an infinite rapid leveling mode. My god, we've just started leveling up, and he's already taking down bosses in seconds? We're still analyzing bosses, and he's already changing professions? While the top-tier professionals of other nations ascended to godhood, monsters breached the walls, and Long Nation faced utter destruction, with its professionals plunged into despair. At that moment, who says Long Nation has no gods? Su Xing transformed into the godly tree of creation, crushing enemy divine professions with a single blow, shocking the entire world. The once blacklisted Su Xing became the world's one and only true god. Everyone regretted their mockery and insults toward him. Asterisk note, green tea is a slang term often used to describe someone who appears innocent or caring but has ulterior motives. The intense light from the awakening platform was so blinding that no one could keep their eyes open, while a cold electronic voice echoed monotonously through the loudspeakers, mechanically announcing merciless evaluations. Subject 0731, Su Xing. Talent Assessment, Grade D. Talent Name, Observer. The plaza fell silent, as though it had died, and only the cold, emotionless voice repeated those words again and again. After a brief moment of silence, an uproar of mocking laughter and heated discussions erupted like a storm. The chaotic crowd nearly drowned Su Xing, who stood at the center of the platform. What the hell is that? Observer? Isn't that the useless class that can only see a monster's health bar and description? Haha, so this is the so-called genius we've been hyping up for 3 years at First High? Claimed to be number 1 in every subject? I thought at least it'd be an A-grade combat class. A pathetic class that can't survive a minute in battle. Observer? By the time he figures out what kind of monster it is, his head will already be chewed to pieces. Amidst the crowd, a tall boy wore an expression of disbelief, which quickly turned into blatant contempt. His name was Li Wei, someone who had once shared a dorm room and instant noodles with Su Xing, an old friend. Xingzi, no, Su Xing, Li Wei's voice was not loud, but it carried clearly. This, forget it. Once we leave the sanctuary, we'll no longer be on the same path. Take care of yourself. Beside Li Wei stood a slender girl, Lin Xingya. She was the figure Su Xing had envisioned countless nights, the one fighting alongside him in his dreams as he trained tirelessly. At this moment, her usual faint smile was as cold as an ice cellar. She didn't even glance at Su Xing, instead taking out a handkerchief to wipe her hands disdainfully, as though standing next to Su Xing had somehow contaminated her. Li Wei, let's go. There's no need to waste time speaking with someone of a D-grade profession. Her voice was icy, colder than the harshest curse, chilling to the bone. Su Xing remained where he stood, his body trembling slightly as he swayed. He didn't look at the mocking faces, nor did he react to the jeering voices. It was as if the entire world had been muted, leaving only a buzzing sound in his ears. The so-called genius aura shattered completely in the face of the words Grade D, leaving not even a trace. In this world, ever since the invasion of the alien beasts a century ago, life had become brutally harsh and unforgiving. Humanity lived within massive cities known as sanctuaries, struggling to survive. Strength and talent were the only passports to success. Without strength, titles like genius or academic prodigy were nothing but worthless paper, even becoming a joke. In the VIP section, a middle-aged man in a suit with slick-back hair abruptly stood up, his face pale with fury. He didn't even glance at Su Xing on the platform. Instead, he turned angrily toward Su Xing's homeroom teacher, Yun Shang, a young and graceful woman, and roared in rage. Yun Shang, is this the so-called once-in-a-century genius you guaranteed me? A useless observer who can only serve as a target. Trash. A fraud who only knows how to brag. Do you have any idea how many resources our school invested in advance for him? All wasted. Yun Shang's face instantly turned ashen. She was wearing a neatly pressed teacher's suit but now looked helpless. Her lips quivered as she tried to defend Su Xing. Director Zhang, Su Xing, he's always worked very hard. Perhaps there was an error with the awakening PLA. Shut up! Director Zhang harshly interrupted her, his eyes blazing with disappointment and fury, as though he were about to erupt. Don't give me excuses. From this day forward, all privileges for him at Nanjiang First High are revoked. I don't want to see his name again. With that, he stormed off without looking back, leaving Yunsheng standing there stiffly, facing countless gloating gazes. Su Xing saw it all. He saw Director Shang's lips twitch with anger as he gritted his teeth. He saw the tears Yunshan was desperately holding back in her eyes. He saw Li Wei's sense of relief and ease as he turned away. He saw Lin Xingya's cold indifference as she raised her eyebrows, severing their connection. He saw the entire world forsake him. An indescribable weariness surged up from the depths of his heart, but what followed wasn't despair. It was a strange sense of calm. Being controlled, being labeled, being looked down upon. He loathed it all. To hell with being a genius. To hell with expectations. To hell with grade D. Su Xing took a deep breath, his chest heaving violently. He ignored everything happening below the platform and instead made a move that left everyone baffled. He activated his profession talent once again. Observer. But this time, his target wasn't anyone else, it was the cold, ancient awakening platform beneath his feet. Buzz. In an instant, Su Xing's view of the world completely changed. No longer was it the brightly lit venue, no longer the dense crowd of people. The entire world shattered like a broken mirror. Strange scenes, sounds, and sensations poured into his mind like a flood. He saw chaos and heard the first roar of creation when heaven and earth were formed. He saw a god emerge from the sea of stars, whose scattered radiance transformed into countless lives. He saw ancient times of primordial chaos, where gods and demons clashed, and shattered divinity streaked through the river of time like meteors. These were fragments of time and space, collected by the awakening platform over countless eons. The true ability of observer wasn't merely to view monster stats. It was to observe the essence of all things, peer into their histories, and capture fleeting miracles. His consciousness desperately searched through the endless fragments of time, like a drowning man grasping for the last straw. The pain made his soul tremble, but he gritted his teeth and persevered, fueled by his unyielding determination. Finally, within a fragment of the ancient past that was nearly dissipated, he found traces of golden light thinner than strands of hair. It was the final divine essence emitted by an indescribable ancient god upon its fall. That was it. Almost acting on instinct, Su Xing poured every ounce of his mental strength into seizing that faint divine essence. Come to me! He roared in his heart. In the next moment, reality erupted with an unprecedented anomaly. The awakening platform, long dormant, suddenly began to quake violently. The ancient runes on the pedestal seemed to come alive, lighting up one after another, radiating dazzling brilliance. Boom! A thick golden beam of light shot straight into the sky, piercing through the dome of the venue and illuminating the night sky of the entire Nanjiang sanctuary. The people below were dumbfounded, their mocking and disdainful expressions instantly replaced by awkwardness and shock. Before they could recover. Boom! A second pillar of light surged upward. Boom! The third one. 3 beams of light, symbolizing the pinnacle of human profession's SSS level, stood side by side like 3 divine swords that could split the heavens and the earth. The aura they emanated was so overwhelming that everyone's legs turned to jelly, nearly collapsing to the ground. The venue fell into a deathly silence. At the center of the light pillars, the boy whom everyone had looked down upon, slowly stood up from the ground. His face was pale, his body drenched in sweat, but in those pitch-black eyes, the reflection of the 3 sacred light beams burned brightly. A brand new talent panel began to unfold slowly in his mind. Damn it! Look over there! What the hell is that? Oh my god! Golden pillars of light. 1, 2, 3. My eyes are going blind. 3 beams. 3 SSS-class beams of light. Since the founding of the sanctuary of Nanjiang, even producing 1 S-class was considered a miracle, and now, there are 3 SSS-class? The electronic voice in the loudspeaker stuttered, unable to produce a sound. The tsunami-like jeers that had filled the air were instantly silenced under the presence of these 3 divine beams piercing the heavens and earth. Those who had been laughing the loudest moments ago were now frozen in place, their mouths agape wide enough to fit an egg. Hoarse, wheezing sounds escaped their throats like deflating bellows. The oppressive force emanating from the light pillars was like an invisible giant hand, gripping everyone's necks and pinning them in place, immobilized. Fear and awe overcame some of the weaker-willed individuals, causing their legs to give way. They collapsed onto the ground as an unpleasant odor spread in the air around them. At the center of the beams, Su Xing slowly stood upright. He paid no attention to their pitiful states. At this moment, his consciousness had entered an entirely new universe. Three indescribable forces of immense power were gradually forming within his mental realm. On the left was a realm of pure nothingness. It wasn't darkness, nor was it void. It was a place where even the concept of existence had been erased. With just a thought, he could pull anything from reality into this nothingness, erasing it completely. Void Walker. This was not a profession but a divine authority. On the right were two floating eyeballs, resembling black holes, but within them, countless runes flickered into existence and faded away. When his consciousness connected to them, all energy-based constructs, formations, and abilities in the world appeared like a child's scribbles before his eyes, full of flaws, fragile, and laughably incomplete. With just one glance, he could unravel them. Eyes of Lawbreaker. The ultimate nemesis of all spellcasters, the ender of all rules. At the center lay a boundless shadowy realm. Countless twisted and terrifying shadow creatures roared, crawled, and writhed within it, awaiting commands from their sole master. He felt he could open a door at will and unleash this undead army from the imaginary dimension. Lord of Shadows. A single person, an entire nation. The massive surge of power struck his nearly exhausted spirit like long-parched land receiving sweet rain, invigorating every cell in his body. A newfound, unprecedented sense of strength welled up from the depths of his soul. This was power. No. Impossible. In the crowd, Li Wei's face turned ashen, pale as paper. He stared intently at the figure on the platform he had once looked down upon. His throat convulsed violently as he struggled to speak, but no words came out. Regret? No, that word couldn't even begin to describe his feelings. It was a mixture of jealousy, fear, and bitter anguish. Why? Why him? He would rather Su Xing remain a useless nobody than witness him ascend to godhood. He didn't want to see a genius grow stronger, much less see a genius possess godlike talents. What he wanted was to see a genius fall to mediocrity. Beside him, Lin Qingya's body trembled slightly. Her always cold and haughty face had lost all its color. Her fingers, clutching a silk handkerchief, were so tightly clenched they turned white, as if she might crush the fabric at any moment. She finally looked at Su Xing, but her gaze no longer held disdain or arrogance. Instead, it was filled with shock and a trace of regret she refused to acknowledge. Qingya. Li Wei's voice was hoarse, as if it had been scraped against sandpaper. Lin Qingya didn't answer. She merely bit her lower lip, almost drawing blood. Teacher Yunshine could no longer maintain her poise as an educator. Gripping the railing, her chest heaved violently, the elegant curves of her tailored suit highlighting her figure. Tears rolled down her cheeks, not of sorrow, but of intense joy. She looked at Su Xing on the platform, this boy abandoned by everyone, who tore through despair to pierce the heavens, her eyes shining with brilliance. Magnificent. Su Xing. My student. She didn't care about the so-called elites around her, now stunned like statues, nor did she care what Director Zhang, who had stormed off moments ago, might think. At this moment, she only wanted to cheer wholeheartedly for her student. Just then, the previously calm sanctuary of Nanjiang was once again swept by an invisible ripple. In the distant wilderness outside the sanctuary, several SSS-class beasts, feasting on the carcass of a giant creature, abruptly lifted their heads. Their crimson eyes turned toward the sanctuary, emitting uneasy growls. In the capital, within the military's highest command center, piercing alarms blared incessantly. Report! The World Tree Energy Monitoring System has overloaded. Unidentifiable energy source detected. Coordinates, Sanctuary of Nanjiang. What? An elderly man with the insignia of a general slammed the table. His murky eyes shone with sharp light. Immediately contact the Nanjiang Military District. At all costs, locate the energy source. If it's a profession holder, grant them the highest authority. S-class. No, SSS-class permissions. Inform them China may have just gained the strongest guardian in its history. And yet, the protagonist of all this, Su Xing, was not reveling in the joy of obtaining godlike talents. His brows furrowed deeply. Because behind those three dazzling divine beams, hidden within the shadow of those three immense talents, he saw a dot. A speck smaller than dust, dimmer than starlight. It floated silently. Without the extreme perceptiveness granted by observer, no one would have noticed it. This was a fourth talent? Su Xing's heart raced as he instinctively used observer to focus on the faint speck of light. Buzz. No interface. No explanation. Su Xing's mind felt as though it had been struck by a supernova. His consciousness was instantly dragged into a chaotic expanse. There, time did not exist. Space did not exist. Rules did not exist. Only boundless, violent forces clashed, tangled, and annihilated one another. The energy contained within that realm, just the faintest trace that leaked out, was millions of times stronger than the combined might of the 3 SSS-class talents he had just acquired. Put! Su Xing suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His body swayed, and golden stars danced before his eyes. He felt as though his very soul was being torn apart by that chaotic realm. It was a place his current mental strength could not withstand. A tidal wave of dizziness and excruciating pain washed over him. Unable to hold on any longer, his body went limp, collapsing onto the icy awakening platform. Before his consciousness completely faded into darkness, only one thought remained in his mind. That chaotic, violent realm, brimming with destruction, yet seemingly harboring infinite possibilities. A gentle touch accompanied by a faint orchid fragrance brought Su Xing back to his senses from the chaotic sensation of tearing apart. He struggled to open his eyes, his vision gradually clearing. The first thing he saw was teacher Yunshan's anxious yet concerned face. She was half squatting on the ground, one hand gently supporting Su Xing's shoulder. She wore a well-tailored suit, and this posture accentuated the curves of her chest, which rose and fell slightly with her rapid breathing. Su Xing, are you okay? Don't scare me. Her voice trembled slightly, and the tear stains at the corners of her eyes had not yet dried, now once again tinged with worry. Su Xing shook his head, his throat dry as though it were on fire. He propped himself up against the cold tabletop, staggering as he tried to stand. The 3 sacred beams of light that had pierced the sky were already gone without a trace. In his mind, the 3 towering, godlike talents, Voidwalker, Breaking Eyes of Law, and Shadow Lord, had also vanished like bubbles, completely gone. In their place was a new, solitary talent panel. Talent, Seed of Slumber. Grade, D. Description, an unknown seed that seems to remain in eternal slumber, completely useless. Ha 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 ha, I'm about to die laughing. So the awakening platform was broken after all. Double D grade. My god, a D grade, observer, and now a D grade, Seed of Slumber, to top it off? A waste among wastes, this is truly a miracle in the history of talents. After a brief silence, the crowd in the square erupted with laughter 10 times louder than before. Those sharp, undisguised malicious words stabbed at the 2 figures standing on the platform like countless poisonous needles. Li Wei slapped his thigh exaggeratedly, laughing so hard that tears nearly streamed down his face. He exhaled long and deeply, stepping closer to Lin Qingya, his voice full of schadenfreude and contempt. Qingya, I told you, right? How could a waste possibly awaken an SSS-grade talent? Obviously, the awakening platform's energy core malfunctioned. It scared the hell out of me. Lin Qingya's tense body relaxed as well. She raised her proud chin, her face revealing a near-cruel sense of glee. She stared at Su Xing, who was being supported by Yunshan, her gaze filled with utter disgust, as though looking at a pile of trampled garbage. Li Wei, let's go. Don't mention that name again, it dirties my lips. From her bag, she pulled out a fresh handkerchief, meticulously wiping her fingers. Yunshan's face turned pale, her lips trembling as though she wanted to reprimand the students, but the thunderous waves of laughter drowned out her voice. She could only slightly position herself in front of Su Xing, like a mother hen protecting her chick, a futile gesture nonetheless. Su Xing, don't listen to them. Talent isn't everything. I believe in you. She tried to console him, but her voice was so dry that even she found it hard to believe herself. At that moment, the sound of hurried, heavy footsteps came from a distance. Several soldiers clad in black combat uniforms, their chests adorned with insignias of a sword and eagle, surrounded a middle-aged man with 2 golden stars on his shoulders as they strode forward. The man was approximately 50 years old, his face chiseled as if carved from stone, his gaze sharp like an eagle's. He exuded a blood-soaked, iron resolve from years on the battlefield, instantly silencing the chaotic noise on the square. General Lei. Someone recognized him and exclaimed in awe. Lei Zhinshan, the highest commander of the Nanjiang Sanctuary Military Division. He ignored everyone, walking directly to the platform, his torch-like eyes locking onto Su Xing. Before arriving, he had already learned from the interim report about the 3 beams of SSS-grade light. At this moment, his heartbeat was still racing, a reflection of his immense hope for humanity's future. Child, let me see your talent. Lei Zhinshan's voice was deep and powerful, the blazing intensity in his eyes seemingly capable of melting Su Xing. Su Xing didn't speak, merely sharing his talent panel in silence. Lei Zhinshan's expression froze the instant he saw the panel. The blazing hope in his heart was doused as though drenched by a bucket of icy water, chilling him to the core. Observer, Grade D. Seed of Slumber, Grade D. The square fell into a deathly silence. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the reaction of this general. 1 second. 2 seconds. Ha! Ha ha ha! Lei Zhinshan suddenly laughed, but his laughter carried no joy, only coldness and disappointment. He lifted his gaze, his expression transforming from anticipation to pity and rage, as though looking at a dead man and a fool. Trash! His furious roar reverberated so loudly it made everyone's eardrums buzz. Idiot! Moron! Lei Jinshan jabbed a finger at Su Xing's nose, trembling with rage, spittle flying as he shouted. The awakening platform recorded everything. 3 choices. Those were 3 bright paths to godhood. Voidwalker, Breaking Eyes of Law, Shadow Lord. Any one of them would have been enough to elevate Huaxia to the pinnacle of the world. And you fool, you abandoned it all and chose a D-grade piece of garbage? Do you think this is a joke? Do you think you're mocking us? Mocking the heroes who died defending the sanctuary beyond the city walls? Answer me. His words exploded like bombs among the crowd. So it was true. The awakening platform wasn't broken. 3 SSS-grade talents had genuinely appeared. And this so-called waste, mocked by everyone, had personally rejected them. My God! Is he an idiot? I feel like killing him. Those were SSS-grade talents. Yun Shang stood completely stunned, staring at Su Xing in disbelief, then at the furious Lei Jinshan, her mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. Lei Jinshan took a deep breath, the flames of anger in his eyes gradually extinguishing, replaced by a deathly cold indifference. He turned to face the entire crowd, issuing a decree in his capacity as a general. Transmit this order. From this moment forward, Nanjiang First High School student Su Xing, due to his foolish choice and waste of humanity's most precious miracle, shall have his actions considered an act of treason. Permanently revoke his eligibility to enter any higher institutions, military divisions, or official organizations. Permanently block all his resources and support channels. I never want to see this ridiculous name on any official document again. He's nothing but a disgrace to the sanctuary of Nanjiang. Admiral Lei Jinshan finished speaking, turned around without a second glance, and left, his silhouette cold and resolute. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. All the mockery, contempt, anger, and pity in the air seemed to form an invisible net, trapping Su Xing tightly. Yet, Su Xing remained exceptionally calm. He paid no attention to teacher Yin Shan's pale face, nor to the schadenfreude expressions of Li Wei and Lin Xingya. His consciousness lingered in that chaotic storm. That was no ordinary D-grade talent. Voidwalker, Eye of Spellbreaker, Shadow Lord, those so-called SSS-grade talents were merely 3 small ripples on the surface of that chaotic sea. What he had obtained was the entire ocean. However, that ocean was still in slumber. Su Xing slowly raised his head, his pitch-black eyes as calm as a deep well. He looked past everyone, fixing his gaze on the dark archway at the end of the plaza, which led to the newcomer trial grounds. Initial Forest. Amid the mocking, pitying, and gloating gazes, Su Xing brushed aside teacher Yin Shang's outstretched hand and stepped off the platform, 1 step at a time. He did not look at anyone, heading straight toward that forest. The moment Su Xing stepped into the teleportation gate, the scene before him was violently crushed, torn apart, and pieced back together by an unseen giant hand. Colors twisted into bizarre chaos before dimming. A damp, earthy smell mixed with the stench of rotting plants assaulted his senses. Towering ancient trees blocked out the sky, leaving only scattered points of light casting tranquil shadows in the dim forest. The pitch-black archway behind him had not fully disappeared when mocking voices caught up to him. Look, that double D-grade loser actually went in. Does he think the trial grounds are some kind of amusement park? He couldn't even warm his hands on boar dung. Ha, I bet 5 copper coins he won't last 10 minutes. The shrill laughter buzzed like irritating flies. Su Xing seemed not to hear them, not even turning his head, as though those voices came from another world, unrelated to him. To him, the noise and malice outside were far less important than adapting to the forest's light. Swiftly, he concealed himself behind a massive ancient tree, blending into the shadows. Pressing against the rough bark, he took a deep breath, exhaling the last trace of plaza air tainted with jealousy and stupidity. Then, he called up his attribute panel. Su Xing. Class, Observer D-grade. Level, 1. Constitution, 10, Strength, 10. Agility, 10, Spirit, 10. HP, 200, Mana, 100. Attack, 40, Defense, 40. Initial skills, Weakness Analysis, Energy Scan, Passive Energy Absorption. Hidden class, Seat of Slumber D-grade, 0%. The panel looked so simple it was almost pitiful, yet Su Xing's gaze lingered on the 4 basic attributes, and his previously heavy heart inexplicably calmed. A double D-grade class, yet his starting attributes weren't ordinary D-grade, they were the sum of 2 classes. Constitution, Strength, Agility, Spirit. Each baseline was 5 points, adding up to 10. This equaled the starting point of a standard C-grade class. While his growth per level was only 0.5x, he had two 0.5x bonuses to combine. His starting line wasn't as bad as he had thought. Sliding his finger across the panel, he examined the details of his three skills one by one. Weakness analysis and energy scan were the core skills of the observer class, one for insight, the other for tracking, complementing each other seamlessly. As for the passive skill energy absorption, the system provided no explanation of its origin. Su Xing's mind raced. The only variable on the panel was the percentage displayed next to the hidden class seed of slumber. 0%? Absorbing energy, was it to evolve the seed? This bold yet reasonable conjecture quietly took root in his heart. Clutching the rusty novice iron sword in his hand, the cold hilt cleared his mind further. Novice iron sword, black iron grade. Attribute, strength +10. Description, a blacksmith's half-hearted creation, barely usable. Equipped, strength, 10-20. Attack, 40-80. Each point of strength corresponded to 4 points of attack. Not bad, his attack had risen to 80 points. Adjusting his breathing, Su Xing began moving silently and stealthily toward the deeper parts of the forest, like a ghost. He hadn't gone far when heavy breathing and the sound of earth being churned reached his ears. A large, muscular Tuscan wild boar LV.1 black iron grade, with filthy black bristles came into view. This one would do. Su Xing's eyes sharpened as he silently chanted, weakness analysis. In an instant, the world seemed to lose its color, turning into a gray-white space composed of countless streams of data. The wild boar, busy munching on food, suddenly had several red-highlighted regions appear on its body, varying in intensity. Spine, strong defense, non-lethal. Lower abdomen, weak point, medium damage zone. Rear, fatal weak point. During the first 3 seconds of a charge, the boar's anal sphincter temporarily relaxes, reducing defense by 90%. Upon seeing this glaring line of red-highlighted data, Su Xing's mouth twitched involuntarily. A crazy yet highly efficient plan quickly took shape in his mind. Without hesitation, he deliberately stepped on a dead branch. Crack! The crisp snapping sound was exceptionally sharp in the quiet forest. Roar! The Tuscan wild boar abruptly raised its head, its small eyes locking onto Su Xing, a savage red glow flashing within. It pawed the ground, and with a furious snarl, charged forward like an out-of-control pickup truck. Now! Instead of retreating, Su Xing advanced, rushing toward the boar against its foul wind. When the distance between them shrank to less than 3 meters and the boar's curved tusks were nearly upon him, Su Xing's body suddenly dropped low. Executing a textbook slide tackle, he skimmed the ground with precision and speed, shooting forward. Time seemed to slow. Su Xing clearly saw the boar's enraged, contorted face and the white mist puffing from its nostrils. His iron sword in hand drew an icy arc upward, exploiting that fleeting defensive gap to pierce directly into its marked fatal weak point. Squish! A dull, muted sound of something piercing through flesh echoed. Above the wild boar's head, a massive blood-red critical hit number shot up. 500. Its charge came to an abrupt halt. The massive body stiffened, followed by a heart-wrenching, piercing scream that seemed to shatter the skies before it collapsed to the ground with a thunderous thud. Its forelimbs twitched twice before it lay completely still. Killed Tuscan wild boar LV1, gained 100 experience points. Loot obtained, boar hide ×1, tusks ×2, copper coins ×5. A pile of loot appeared beside the corpse. Simultaneously, a gentle golden light emerged from Su Xing's body, quickly melding into him. Warm and comforting, it felt immensely soothing. Level increased to level 2. Su Xing exhaled deeply, stood up from the ground, and without sparing the loot a glance, immediately opened his status panel. Constitution, 13, Strength, 22, Agility, 12, Spirit, 13. Though his attributes had increased, Su Xing instantly calculated in his mind. Each level up grants 10 attribute points. Based on his talent coefficient of 1, combined with his class bonuses, the distribution made sense. But at this growth rate, let alone catching up with the terrifying SSS rank 10x coefficient, he couldn't even compare to the S rank 3x multiplier. The higher the level, the greater the gap would become, eventually forming an insurmountable barrier. A wave of tension surged in his heart. Just as he was about to close the panel, his pupils suddenly contracted, and his gaze fixated on the bottom of the status panel. Below the rows of familiar data, there was a new line, a property he had never seen or heard of before. Free attribute point, 1. Free attribute point? Su Xing's heart skipped a beat, almost missing an entire rhythm. Wasn't this something only granted upon completing significant quests or succeeding in a class advancement? And all he did was kill a low-level mob in a trial dungeon. A shocking idea flashed through his mind like lightning, tearing apart the fog clouding his thoughts. His golden finger, the true hidden power behind Observer and Seat of Slumber, could very well be the unique ability granted by these two classes. As long as he killed monsters, he could gain free attribute points. He instantly understood what this meant. Others might grow fast, gaining 30 or even 100 points per level up, but while he only got 10 points per level, he could earn an additional point with every monster he killed. Kill 20 monsters, and he'd catch up with S-rank players. Kill 90 monsters, and he'd rival top-tier SSS ranks. As long as he killed enough, his attributes would have no upper limit. What was SSS rank, anyway? A wave of ecstasy surged through him like a volcanic eruption, nearly making him shout out loud. But he restrained himself. Without hesitation, he allocated that precious one free attribute point to agility. Agility, 12-13. The lightness brought by the single point of agility felt like a gentle stream flowing through his limbs, quietly spreading across his body. A faint, almost imperceptible sense of swiftness emerged in his legs. Higher agility meant faster running speed and fewer errors during sliding maneuvers. Time was of the essence, the tasks were urgent. For the first time, Su Xing's previously calm eyes burned with a fiery passion for slaying monsters. Just as he was preparing to locate his next target and push his divine sliding combat strategy to its limits, his footsteps suddenly halted. A faint but tangible warmth emanated from the icy corpse of the Tuscan wild boar, flowing through the broken iron sword he still gripped, and slowly seeped into his body. This sensation? An idea struck him, and he immediately opened his status panel. After scanning through the other stats, his gaze locked onto the inconspicuous gray text at the very bottom. Hidden class, Seat of Slumber, D rank, 0.1%. The progress bar had shifted from 0% to 0.1%. So that was it. Energy Drain was a passive skill that automatically absorbed the residual energy cores of the creatures he killed. Not only could killing monsters grant him experience and precious free attribute points, but it could also charge the Seat of Slumber, allowing this mysterious hidden class to evolve continuously. This was his foundation. A win-win scenario. A surge of ecstatic joy almost shattered his composure. Su Xing took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the grin threatening to spread across his face, and his eyes burned with unprecedented intensity. These monsters, in his eyes, were now nothing more than stepping stones to rapid growth. He swiftly picked up the boar hide, tusks, and a few unremarkable copper coins from the ground, stuffing them into his backpack without a second glance. Then, he activated Energy Scan. Buzz. The world before him suddenly gained a new layer of perception. Centered around himself, within a 50-meter radius, trees appeared as green glowing dots, while living entities took the form of energy clusters with varying brightness. Front left, 7 o'clock, similar energy signature, solitary wild boar. His brain, now functioning like the most precise biological radar, instantly locked onto his next target. Su Xing's figure transformed into a ghostly shadow, weaving through the forest. He was no longer the novice who had first entered the woods but had turned into the most efficient, ruthless hunter. His combat routine was refined to perfection. Using Energy Scan for pinpoint accuracy, he effortlessly evaded groups of 2 or more wild boars and exclusively targeted lone prey. The entire process was seamless, less than 10 seconds. Lure. Predict. Slide. Critical hit. Sheath. Loot. Then immediately locate the next target. In the outer forest, the short, despairing wails of Tuscan wild boars echoed constantly. The system's cold notifications became the sweetest melody to his ears. Killed Tuscan wild boar, experience plus 200, free attribute point plus 1, Seat of Slumber progress plus 0.2%. Killed Tuscan wild boar, experience plus 400, free attribute point plus 1, Seat of Slumber progress plus 0.4%. Level increased to level 3. Level increased to level 4. An hour later, when another Tuscan wild boar collapsed in unwilling defeat, Su Xing's level had already climbed to level 5. The boar hide and tusks in his backpack had long exceeded 99, and dozens of black iron-grade iron swords, leather armor, and shoes had even dropped. The progress of the Seat of Slumber had steadily risen to 25%. Only 75% left, and the evolution of the dormant seed will be revealed. Su Xing was filled with anticipation. Killing 100 wild boars in 1 hour, the speed was astonishing. Even a top-tier SSS-class professional would struggle to match it. Most of Su Xing's time had been spent searching for the wild boars. If not for that, he could have been even faster. That precious 100 points of free attribute allocation? He had unhesitatingly placed them all into agility. Agility, 19,119. At this moment, he was so fast that he left behind after images. Just then, a flash of light appeared at the teleportation entrance to the primordial forest. The first wave of well-prepared freshmen, brimming with confidence, entered the land in teams. Ha ha ha, make way. The Gale Squad is here. Are you ready? Today, you'll witness the power of my A-class profession, Child of the Wind. I heard there are plenty of wild boars in the primordial domain. Perfect for the captain to practice on. Fully equipped and full of spirit, they seem to already envision themselves slaughtering monsters and leveling up rapidly. However, the moment they stepped into the forest, they were dumbfounded. The imagined scene of wild boars running around and squealing everywhere? Not a single one was in sight. Instead, there was an eerie silence and a ground littered with wild boar corpses. Each corpse had died in the exact same manner, as if the work of a deranged serial killer. Their backsides were mangled, their innards crudely torn apart by some sharp weapon, a grotesque and horrifying sight. What the hell? Where are the monsters? One team member rubbed his eyes, unable to believe the macabre scene before him. Who's the heartless bastard that wiped out all the monsters in the starter zone? The captain, an A-class professional with a fiery temper, exploded in anger upon seeing the empty forest. This is cutting off everyone's luck, damn it! Unwilling to give up, they mustered their courage and ventured several hundred meters deeper into the forest. And then, they came face to face with a level 4, frenzied wild boar, its muscular frame exuding savage ferocity. Roar! The moment the wild boar saw them, its eyes turned blood red, and it charged without hesitation. Run! Why is this wild boar's level so high? Is this boar insane? Why is it suddenly berserk? Ah! Amidst their screams, the well-equipped team of geniuses was thrown into complete disarray by the wild boar's charge. Before they could even unleash a single effective skill, they were knocked down and scattered, turning into streaks of white light as they were forcibly teleported out. The most precious time for beginners to explore had been humiliatingly and helplessly wasted. Meanwhile, outside the primordial forest, on a massive screen, the status of all the freshmen was clearly displayed. How strange. Why have the monster energy signals in the outer region disappeared so drastically in such a short time? A teacher monitoring the screen frowned deeply as they observed the large swathe of extinguished red dots. Could a high-level monster have appeared in the outer region? The principal and senior staff watched the screen, where the flickering and vanishing white lights, each representing an eliminated freshman, caused their expressions to grow heavy. This time, the unexpected changes in the initial trial were far too severe. Among the crowd, only Yun Shang remained calm. Her lips pressed tightly together, her gaze not lingering on the so-called geniuses who had been eliminated. Her eyes were locked onto the boundary between the outer and mid-regions of the map, where a single, steadily moving light dot stood out. That light dot was Su Xing's. If someone wasn't paying special attention, they wouldn't even notice it. She could clearly see that the monster energy signals in the outer region were being devoured one by him. Then, she saw his level soar rapidly, from level 1 to level 2, and then to level 5. This leveling speed far outpaced all the A-class and S-class geniuses. Yun Shang silently clenched her fists, her eyes filled not only with deep concern but also with a trace of pride and anticipation she herself hadn't realized she was feeling. The anomaly in this forest was undoubtedly related to him. At this moment, the blood stench in the outer primordial forest was growing stronger, almost impossible to dissipate. The air carried a bizarre, oppressive stillness. The wind no longer rustled the treetops with its usual pleasant sound but instead brought with it a sticky, nauseating stench of blood. Su Xing came to a halt. Not because he was tired, but because his keen senses detected something unusual. It was too quiet. Even the chirping of insects and the calls of birds had vanished, as if all life in the forest were holding its breath in fear of something. He had just allocated another point to agility. Agility, 119-120. Now, with a mere thought, his body could react with superhuman precision. This extreme control over his body granted him an extraordinary sensitivity to his surroundings. Something's off. Su Xing crouched down, placing a hand lightly on the ground. Energy scan had already been activated, and a radar-like map with a 50-meter radius appeared clearly in his mind. But this time, apart from the faint green glow of a few trees, there were no red dots representing life energy. This wasn't normal. Even if he had cleared out the wild boars in the outer region, there should still be squirrels, birds, something. They weren't just gone. They had fled. No, they had escaped. Suddenly, he felt an almost imperceptible tremor under his palm. Once. Then again. It was like a giant beast, stirring from its slumber. A suffocating, overwhelming pressure began spreading from the forest's mid-region towards the outer area. Su Xing's pupils constricted sharply. At the edge of his energy scan, deep underground, a massive energy source that had previously been dormant was now surging like a volcano injected with molten lava, violently restless. This energy was hundreds of times stronger than any fanged wild boar he had encountered before. A boss? Rather than fear, a blazing excitement ignited in Su Xing's heart. He quickly concealed his presence, silently climbing a towering tree over 10 meters high. Hidden within its dense canopy, he gazed in the direction of the erupting energy. Damn it, are all the wild boars in this forest dead? We've been walking for half an hour and haven't even seen a single boar hair. Relax. According to the family map, if we make it past the outer region, there are stronger, silver wolves in the mid-region. That's our real target. But without leveling up first, running into silver wolves will be tough. What are you afraid of? You didn't awaken some trash D-rank class like Su Xing. Even at level 1, you could crush him. With the equipment prepared by the family, you're scared of a silver wolf? Not far from where Su Xing was hiding, a 5-person squad trudged through the forest, cursing along the way. They were well equipped, each possessing at least 2 pieces of black iron-grade gear. The leader, a young man, held a large shield gleaming with a bronze sheen, his expression arrogant. He was wielding a bronze-grade weapon. Stay sharp. Don't let the screams of those useless freshmen scare you. The young man with the giant shield was Wang Tao, an A-rank talent of Nanjing Sanctuary this year, with the class of Holy Knight. Hearing the occasional screams in the distance from freshmen being eliminated by frenzied wild boars, his lips curled into a sneer. A bunch of trash who can't even handle black iron-grade boars, and they think they can compete with us for the final reward? That's right. With Brother Wang taking action, no elite monsters could stand a chance. Once we kill the silver wolf and loot its gear, we'll be number 1. The flattery from his teammates only made Wang Tao more conceited. They were completely unaware they were walking toward their demise. Roar! A deafening roar erupted suddenly from the dense forest ahead of them. The sound was unlike any beast's cry. It was more like a mountain roaring in rage, causing the ground to tremble. The faces of everyone in Wang Tao's team turned pale in an instant. Under the impact of this terrifying roar, they felt their organs shift, their minds go blank, and they couldn't even stand properly. What is that? One of the team members stammered, trembling. Wang Tao gripped his shield tightly, forcing himself to remain calm as he roared, "Don't panic. Hold your positions. Prepare for battle like we practiced." His words had barely left his mouth. Boom! 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 Heavy footsteps, like war drums, grew louder and closer. The ground shook more violently with each step. One massive tree after another was smashed aside by the approaching monstrosity, crashing to the ground with thunderous noise. Finally, the colossal beast broke through the last layer of forest and revealed itself. It was a gigantic wild boar, 3 to 4 times the size of a normal one. Its fur was no longer the typical black of ordinary wild boars but gleamed with a metallic silver luster. Its tusks were as thick as a knight's lance, adorned with fearsome barbs. Its eyes no longer resembled those of a simple animal, they burned with flames of crimson rage. Tusked Wild Boar King LV.5, Silver Grade Boss. Health, 10,200, Attack, 880, Defense, 880. Skills, Asterisk. Savage Charge, lets out a low roar before performing a devastating linear charge, dealing 200% of attack damage to all enemies in its path, with a high chance of knockback and stun. Frenzied Bite, locks onto a target and inflicts 220 damage per second until the target escapes or the boar is significantly injured. Boar King's Blood Fury, activates when health falls below 10%, entering a berserk state that increases attack by 30%, speed by 20%, and reduces defense by 40%. Attacks inflict a bleed effect, 50 damage per second for 5 seconds. Silver Iron Armor, passive. Its body is covered with silver skin enhanced by underground energy, providing extremely high physical defense and reducing incoming damage by 30%. Description, Asterisk. This wild boar king is the true overlord of the outer perimeter of the primeval forest, the king of the tusked wild boar species. It has slumbered deep underground for years, absorbing the earth's energy. The brutal deaths of its kin and the overwhelming scent of blood have awakened it. Enraged, it vows to tear apart any intruders in its domain. A support class girl at the back of Wang Tao's team took one look at the boss's information and collapsed to the ground, her legs giving out. Silver Grade Boss. Run for your lives. Are you kidding? Another team member's voice trembled, almost breaking into sobs. 880 defense, plus 30% damage reduction. We can't even break through its defense. There's no way to hurt it. Over 10,000 health. Even if it stood still, we wouldn't be able to make a dent. Despair crashed over the team like a tidal wave, drowning them instantly. The equipment they had been so proud of felt as fragile as paper against this monster. A rank, Holy Knight, Wang Tao's face turned ashen, disbelief and shock written all over it. But he couldn't back down. He was an A rank. He was a chosen one. He couldn't show even the slightest weakness in the face of a boss in a beginner's dungeon. Shut up, all of you! Wang Tao roared, forcibly suppressing his fear, his face twisting into a deranged grimace. It's just a pig. I am an A-rank Holy Knight. Hold your ground. Attack with everything you've got. He raised his bronze shield high, staking the last shred of his pride and dignity as an A-rank genius on this single stand. The tusked wild boar king locked its blood-red eyes onto them immediately. Savage charge. In the next moment, its massive body moved like an out-of-control silver war chariot, hurtling toward Wang Tao. Come on! Wang Tao's eyes turned bloodshot as he poured all his strength into bracing his shield against the charge. The next second. Boom! A crash louder and more terrifying than any before echoed through the forest. Under the overwhelming strength of the tusked wild boar king, Wang Tao's prized bronze shield shattered like glass, exploding into fragments in an instant. His weapon was destroyed. And right after, so was Wang Tao. The confidence and ferocity on his face froze forever in that moment. 1600. The colossal impact sent him flying, streaking through the air as a beam of white light, humiliatingly transported out of the dungeon. The damage far exceeded his health. He was killed in one hit. An A-rank, Holy Knight, eliminated in a single blow. The remaining team members were utterly paralyzed by the hellish spectacle before them. They forgot to even run, staring in horror as the massive shadow loomed over them. Ah! Screams rang out one after another, abruptly cutting off. Tusked fangs tore, iron hooves trampled. 1700. 1700. In mere seconds, this once proud team of so-called geniuses was wiped out like ants under a juggernaut's wheels. Only a few pieces of dropped black iron equipment lay scattered on the ground, pitiful and insignificant. The entire scene was witnessed clearly by Su Xing from up in the treetops. He felt no pity or sympathy, no emotion at all. In the vision activated by his energy scan, everything that just happened was nothing more than a few faint green light dots being effortlessly struck and swallowed by a massive, blinding, and violently charged red energy mass. He was not watching a massacre. He was analyzing the movement patterns of the wild boar king. Extremely fast ramming speed, strength capable of crushing everything. Skin defense is astonishing, black iron weapons can't even scratch it. Low intelligence, simple actions, only attracted to nearby living creatures. Su Xing analyzed calmly, his brain functioning like the most precise computer, furiously processing the data he had collected. In his eyes, the tusked wild boar king, which brought despair to all rookies, was not an invincible monster. It was a massive trove of experience and loot boxes to be claimed. Deep in the dense forest, the boar king's slaughter continued. Like a king patrolling its territory, it mercilessly crushed all rookies daring to intrude, sending them out of the trial grounds. Screams, cries for help, and despairing wails rang out one after another, turning this place into a death zone for beginners. And Su Xing, the one who initiated all this chaos, adjusted his breathing amidst the turmoil. He retrieved every broken black iron sword he had accumulated earlier from his backpack. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. Su Xing's body moved silently and lightly, descending from the treetop dozens of meters high like a falling leaf. In the energy scan vision, the tusked wild boar king below became a constantly expanding red energy sphere. Violent, chaotic, and brimming with a destructive aura. He seized the brief stiffness of the boar king after its charge, accelerating his figure. Like a streak of black lightning skimming the ground, he slid instantly beneath the boar king's massive body. A perfect sliding slash. The broken iron sword pierced directly at the weakest defense line marked by weakness analysis, stabbing into the soft underside of the boar king. This was his repeatedly tested finishing move. However, clang! A piercing metallic collision sound exploded. The anticipated sensation of the blade sinking into flesh didn't come. Instead, a powerful countershock surged back. Su Xing's palm throbbed with pain, and the iron sword nearly flew out of his grasp. A vivid red number floated above the boar king's head. 1. A trivial amount of forced damage. It was as if it had merely been lightly scratched. The boar king, stung by the pain, grew even more furious. Without bothering to turn around, its massive body slammed sideways with immense force. Boom! Su Xing's pupils contracted sharply as he twisted his torso with all his might, narrowly avoiding the hit by rolling along the boar king's tough hide, though his arms were left numb and trembling. Its hide was as hard as a tortoise shell. He quickly retreated, pulling back a dozen meters, his gaze growing ever more composed. Data flashed rapidly through his mind. a silver tier boss. The power gap was immense. His attacks, against its 880 defense and 30% damage reduction, were like a tickle. A head-on fight was a dead end. But Su Xing's gaze fell upon the Boar King's rear, where its angry weak point kept swaying. He glanced at his backpack, where dozens of broken black iron swords, looted from ordinary wild boars, lay neatly arranged, their attributes utterly mediocre. A bold and reckless idea flashed through his mind. Roar! The tusked wild Boar King let out a furious roar upon seeing this little creature still alive. Its forehooves pounded the ground as it transformed into a silver war chariot, charging madly forward. This time, Su Xing didn't engage head-on. Utilizing his agility, his figure blurred as he sidestepped like a phantom, narrowly avoiding the Boar King's savage charge. As the Boar King's massive body brushed past him, Su Xing struck. This time, instead of sliding, he adopted an extremely tricky posture, lowering his center of gravity to the minimum. Swiftly pulling a new broken iron sword from his backpack, he thrust it with all his might into the Boar King's weakest defense at its back. Squish! This time, the blade plunged directly into flesh. 2-5. A damage number, seemingly insignificant but lethally critical, suddenly appeared. The Boar King let out a shrill, agonized scream, its voice sharp and distorted. It thrashed its massive body wildly, trying to shake off the fly clinging to its back. But Su Xing, having landed a blow, immediately darted away, not giving it any chance to counterattack. Roar! Roar! The Boar King had completely lost control. It no longer thought, only charging madly at Su Xing. However, with Su Xing's agility far surpassing ordinary humans and his precise predictions of the Boar King's movements, every savage charge only resulted in shattered trees and clouds of dust. Each time they narrowly missed, Su Xing repeated the same action. Draw sword. Thrust. Another sword plunged into the same wound. Squish. 2-5. Squish. 2-5. Squish. 2-5. Thus, in the depths of the forest, a scene both absurd and tragic unfolded. A massive silver Boar King, looking like a walking sword sheath, with over a dozen black iron swords of varying lengths embedded in its back, sprinted wildly while blood gushed from its back, leaving a glaring trail of red on the ground. Meanwhile, the seemingly insignificant human in the Boar King's eyes left wound after wound in the most humiliating manner, right at its back. As the health bar gradually dwindled, the Boar King's life points finally dropped below the critical 10% threshold. Suddenly, an anomaly erupted. A whoa! A heart-wrenching, agonized roar filled with fury burst from the Boar King's throat. Its massive body abruptly halted as a red mist erupted from its pores. The once silver-white fur quickly turned an ominous blood red. Its eyes, already ablaze like flames, now resembled two blazing searchlights, with the blood glow almost becoming tangible. The Boar King's blood fury ability activated. Su Xing's heart tightened. Just as he prepared to unleash his next scraping move, the Boar King's figure blurred before his eyes. Its speed was unimaginably fast. His pupils contracted sharply as he instinctively leaned back, narrowly dodging the blood-red tusk shadow that grazed past his face. Rip! A gust of wind swept across his cheek, the sharp, blood-stained tusks brushing past painfully. Before he could stabilize himself, the Boar King, now unnaturally nimble, turned and charged again with its blood-soaked aura for a second assault. Its speed was at least 20% faster than before. Relying on his exceptionally high agility, Su Xing swiftly evaded, maintaining a safe distance. This was the advantage of allocating all his points to agility. His weakness analysis revealed that the Pig King's defense value was plummeting at an alarming rate. The once impenetrable silver iron armor now seemed as fragile as tin foil. Danger also signified the only opportunity. Dragging this out would only result in being fatally struck by the Pig King. Come on, you beast! Su Xing let out a thunderous shout. Instead of retreating, he advanced, charging directly toward the Pig King. He pushed his agility to its absolute limit, not just dodging, but dancing on the edge of a knife. The Pig King's frenzied attacks brushed past him time and again. Its tusks tore through the air, its iron hooves crushed the earth, and the violent gusts it generated created massive resistance to Su Xing's movements. But in every gap between its attacks, Su Xing accurately drove his iron sword into the rear vulnerability that had already been pierced countless times. PSSH-195. PSSH-200. With the defense reduced by 40%, every strike of his sword became a fatal blow. In just 4 strikes, the Pig King's health bar plummeted at a terrifying rate. Though it was only 4 attacks, Su Xing was dancing on a knife's edge each time. He was nearly flung out of the initial forest. Finally, after narrowly sidestepping yet another attack, Su Xing seized the moment when the Pig King's old strength was spent, and its new strength had yet to gather. With all his might, he hurled his last iron sword like a spear. Die! The iron sword transformed into a streak of black light, carrying all of Su Xing's strength and willpower. It pierced precisely into the Pig King's bloodied rear vulnerability, embedding itself all the way to the hilt. 220. Successfully killed Silver Tier boss Razortusk Pig King LV5. Gained 7,500 experience points, plus 15 free attribute points, and plus 7.5% progress on the Seat of Slumber. Rewards obtained: Pig King Armor, Skill Book, Silver Armor, 750 copper coins. This was the final and decisive strike. The massive body of the Pig King suddenly froze mid-charge. The violent gleam in its blood-red eyes quickly faded, replaced by boundless confusion and unwillingness. Its colossal frame collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash, raising a cloud of dust. The earth trembled in its wake. Standing not far away, Su Xing's chest heaved violently. His entire body was drenched in blood, reeking of the Pig King's rancid and metallic stench. Yet, his gaze was incomparably bright. It was over. He had accomplished an almost impossible execution while the boss was in berserk mode. Just as he was about to step forward and claim his spoils, a dazzling golden announcement streaked across the sky, appearing like a divine miracle in every country and every new player's initial dungeon. Global announcement: congratulations to the Dragon Nation's D-tier player observer for achieving the world's first kill of the Silver Tier boss, Razortusk Pig King. Reward: plus 100 free attribute points, 1 silver treasure chest. Meanwhile, in the M Nation's initial dungeon, a young man surrounded by golden lightning, wielding a warhammer, was locked in a fierce battle with a massive Silver Tier boss, Thunder Swamp Python. He was none other than the brightest talent of this generation from the M Nation SSS tier player, Thunder God, Kane. Damn you, you oversized worm. Die already! He roared as he prepared to bring down his warhammer. At that moment, the golden global announcement flashed before his eyes. Kane's entire body of crackling lightning faltered. D-tier? First kill of a Silver Tier boss? A Dragon Nation player? What kind of joke is this? Bang! His brief distraction allowed the massive serpent's tail, as hard as a steel whip, to lash him fiercely. The self-proclaimed Thunder God was sent flying, crashing into and snapping several large trees. In the European Union's initial dungeon, a young girl dressed in a priestess's robe, her eyes closed, was meditating cross-legged. The air around her rippled constantly, a sign of her SS tier class, Prophet, Anna. When the announcement rang out, Anna's eyes snapped open. Her beautiful face was filled with shock, and she suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. The threads of fate have been disrupted by an unseen force. In Sakura Nation, Northern Bear Nation, and Bharat Nation. This is impossible. How could a D-tier be so strong? There must be a system error. The Dragon Nation player must have cheated, used some underhanded method. Investigate. Find out who this observer is right away. Shock, suspicion, jealousy, tension. A whirlwind of emotions surged through the hearts of the world's top talents. Being surpassed by someone with a D-tier talent was simply unacceptable. An unprecedented pressure weighed on them like a mountain, suffocating them. And the one who started all of this, Su Xing, remained utterly unaware of the global uproar. He calmly walked up to the fallen Pig King's corpse. The massive body sparkled with light, which was absorbed into his own. Thanks to the substantial experience points from killing the boss, his level skyrocketed from 5 to 7. At the same time, an even purer and stronger energy surged through his body. The progress of the Seat of Slumber had climbed to 32.5%. The moment of evolution was drawing near. Beside the Pig King's corpse lay a heavy silver armor gleaming with metallic luster, a skill book, and a heap of copper coins, quietly waiting. Su Xing picked them up. Pig King Armor, Silver Tier. Attributes: Constitution plus 105, Strength plus 105. Description: forged from the core of the Razortusk Pig King's silver iron armor, possessing immense defensive capabilities. A direct plus 105 to both Constitution and Strength. This was simply a godsend. A total of 210 attribute points equivalent to the stat gains from 2 level-ups of an SSS tier player. It seemed that to bridge the gap in class talent, aside from earning free attribute points by defeating monsters, top-tier equipment was also key. With high enough gear levels, even SSS tier players could be easily crushed. If silver wasn't enough, he'd use gold. If gold wasn't enough, he'd equip platinum. As long as his equipment stayed ahead, victory was guaranteed. Without hesitation, Su Xing donned the armor. The moment he put on the heavy, Pig King armor, he instantly felt the surge in constitution and strength, bringing an overwhelming sense of security. His aura grew exponentially stronger. Su Xing's gaze fell upon the skill book, its silver inlaid cover adorned with flowing patterns resembling armor. Silver armor, silver tier. Effect: consumes 40 mana points to boost Constitution plus 150 and Strength plus 150 for 30 minutes. Description: allows the user to condense energy into armor upon learning. The skill's enhancement surpassed even the Boar King armor. It truly was a treasure, although it consumed a lot of mana. Su Xing decisively learned it, and knowledge about forming energy armor instantly flooded into his mind. Next, he opened the silver treasure chest rewarded by the system in his backpack, full of anticipation to find more valuable items. The chest opened, and silver light burst forth. Rewards: Swift Shadow Silver Bow, Skill Book, Windstride, free attribute points times 10. Su Xing checked the details of his newly acquired items. Swift Shadow Silver Bow, Silver Grade. Attributes: Agility plus 105, Strength plus 105. Description: the bowstring is woven from wind silkworm silk, emitting a buzzing sound when drawn. Arrow initial velocity increases by 20% and critical strike. Chances boosted by an additional 5% when hitting weak points. The bow is engraved with a falcon design, and its wielder's accuracy doesn't drop during moving shots. With this silver bow, combined with his talents, weak point analysis, and energy scan, along with his excellent agility, Su Xing could now kite opponents from a distance, no longer needing to engage in close combat every time. This was an exceptional weapon. Su Xing immediately replaced his worn-out iron sword with the silver bow, significantly boosting his agility and strength. Another item, an aged parchment scroll, bore an illustration of a blurred silhouette running at high speed. This was the skill book. Windstride, Silver Grade. Effect: consumes 30 mana points. For 60 seconds, agility plus 150, evasion rate plus 15%, and the first attack during the duration is guaranteed to critically strike. Description: learning this skill grants the ability to achieve an explosive burst of mobility for a short time, suitable for chasing enemies or retreating from battle. Note: only those with at least 60 agility points can fully utilize its effects. This skill perfectly matched his attribute allocation. Whether for pursuing foes or making a quick escape, it was incredibly useful. If he were to face the Boar King again, he definitely wouldn't be as embarrassed as last time. Su Xing didn't hesitate to learn the skill. Any moment of hesitation would be disrespectful to such a valuable skill book. The knowledge of Windstride immediately imprinted itself into his mind. Su Xing noticed that his free attribute points had accumulated to 125. He checked his stats and found that his spirit was somewhat lacking. However, his mana pool and natural recovery rate were enough to sustain him in continuous combat for 10 minutes, which was sufficient. The most mana-intensive skill was Windstride, and unless he ran into another boss like the Boar King, no ordinary monsters would force him to use it frequently. For quickly farming monsters and clearing the wilderness, strength remained the most crucial attribute. In the battle with the Boar King, failing to break through its defense had indeed wasted a lot of time. Still, without his high agility, he would have been sent flying the moment the Boar King went berserk. Moreover, the silver-grade weapon and skill book dropped by the Boar King were incredibly rare, resulting in a massive leap in Su Xing's power, a significant gain. Weighing the pros and cons, Su Xing ultimately decided to allocate all 125 free attribute points to strength. His strength skyrocketed to an unprecedented level. Opening his character panel, the astonishing stats left Su Xing awestruck. Su Xing. Class: Observer, D rank. Level: 7. Constitution: 133, Strength: 357. Agility: 229, Spirit: 28. HP: 2660, MP: 280. Attack: 1428, Defense: 532. Class talents: Weak point analysis, energy scan, energy absorption, passive. Skills: Silver armor, Silver grade, Windstride, Silver grade. Equipment: Boar King armor, Silver grade, Swift Shadow Silver Bow, Silver grade. Hidden class: Seat of Slumber, D rank, 32.5%. Aside from slightly weaker spirit, his constitution, strength, and agility far surpassed those of SSS-ranked professionals of the same level. And this didn't even account for the attribute boosts granted by his skills. Under those effects, the stats would be even more terrifying. If he were to battle the Boar King again, he'd easily and swiftly eliminate it using kiting tactics. In just a few short hours, his power had grown exponentially. This was true strength. The overwhelming sense of power coursed through every cell of Su Xing's body, invigorating him. He didn't stop moving, his gaze fixed on the deeper parts of the forest. The outer area had been thoroughly cleared. It was now time to explore the middle zone. That was the territory of at least level 8 silver wolves. In the middle zone of the forest, the light noticeably dimmed. Towering trees with interlocking branches fragmented the sunlight into scattered beams. The air was thick with a wild, predatory aura far more dangerous than the wild boars he had encountered earlier. Su Xing's figure moved like a blue specter, silently weaving through the forest. With 229 agility points, he was on par with top-tier professionals of the same level who specialized in speed-oriented classes. His speed was so astonishing that his movements left faint afterimages in the air. Before long, a fast-moving red dot appeared within the range of his energy scan. It was here. Almost simultaneously, a silver shadow burst out from the nearby underbrush, moving as fast as lightning. It was a silver wolf over 2 meters long, its entire body covered in fur that stood upright like steel needles, gleaming with a metallic sheen. Its razor-sharp claws slashed through the dim forest, leaving 5 cold, glimmering trails aimed straight at Su Xing's throat. In the past, faced with such an ambush, Su Xing could only desperately evade. But now, he didn't even bat an eye. He merely shifted his body slightly and consumed 40 mana points to activate the skill, Silver Armor. Constitution plus 150, Strength plus 150. Constitution, 133-283, Strength, 357-507. Attack, 1428-2028, Defense, 532-1132. Defense exceeded 1,000 effortlessly? Clang! A piercing metallic clash echoed through the air. The wolf's claws struck the Boar King armor on his shoulder, sparking brightly. The armor bore only faint, shallow scratches. A tiny damage number floated above Su Xing's head. -1. The damage was so negligible it was forcibly deducted. Su Xing remained utterly unfazed. The silver wolf's eyes flashed with a trace of disbelief, as if unable to comprehend how this two-legged creature's body could be harder than steel. But Su Xing wasn't about to give it a second chance. He didn't even bother knocking an arrow. Taking advantage of the moment when the silver wolf had exhausted its old strength and had yet to exert its new force, Su Xing swung the swift shadow silver bow in. His hand in a reverse grip, wielding it like a warhammer. Enhanced by the powerful attack boost from the silver armor, he smashed it fiercely against the wolf's waist. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. The crisp sound of bones shattering echoed. The arrogant silver wolf couldn't even let out a cry. Its body flew out like a broken sack, crashing heavily into a tree, its spine completely shattered. A terrifying damage number appeared above its head. -2000. Silver Wolf LV8 killed, gained 800 experience points. Loot obtained, Wolf Fang ×2, Wolf Claw ×4, Copper Coin ×40. A single arrow to kill. Su Xing finally experienced the thrill of being an SSS-class professional. He withdrew the silver bow and casually picked up the loot that had dropped. To test his skills, he consumed 30 points of mana and activated Gale Step. Although it lasted only 60 seconds, his agility increased by 150. Agility, 229-379. This agility value was beyond the reach of even other SSS-class professionals. Su Xing's speed elevated to yet another level, his movements becoming swift and elusive. With the solid defense of the Boar King armor as his foundation, coupled with the dual skill enhancements of Silver Armor and Gale Step, he had become a terrifying killing machine in this forest. While his defense gave him confidence, his real killer move was the swift shadow silver bow in his hands. Su Xing pulled the bowstring to full draw and notched an energy arrow automatically generated by the system. Weak spot analysis activated. In his field of vision, a startled silver wolf in the distance had its head and heart instantly marked as crimson critical points. The bowstring trembled gently. The arrow's speed increased by 20%, disappearing into the air as soon as it was released. 100 meters away, the silver wolf, just poking its head out, had a burst of blood bloom at its forehead. Its massive body collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. First shot, critical hit. -9999. Weak spot critical. A long range, precision headshot. Clean and efficient. Too overwhelming. Who could withstand even a casual shot from Su Xing? The talent weak spot analysis paired with the swift shadow silver bow was simply a monster-clearing artifact. Having tasted the sweetness of defeating a boss for the first time, Su Xing knew time was precious, every second counting. He no longer conserved his mana. Silver Armor stayed active at all times, and as soon as Gale Step ended, it was reactivated. He transformed into a whirlwind of death, harvesting lives within the forest. Every minute consumed 30 mana points. With 240 mana points, he could sustain this furious rampage for 8 minutes. But 8 minutes was enough. He lured monsters, grouped them together, and, from a safe position, took them down one by one. Each arrow caused a silver wolf to fall. His free attribute points increased at a crazy rate. Without hesitation, he invested all those points into his only shortcoming spirit. Increasing spirit meant a higher mana capacity and faster recovery. Mana was the only limitation to his sustained combat. 8 minutes later, when the last silver wolf, filled with unwillingness, fell, a golden light enveloped Su Xing. Level up to 9. Spirit, 95-98. Mana, 980. His mana capacity increased significantly, allowing him to use his skills even more recklessly. He didn't stop. He continued delving deeper into the forest, slaying monsters as he went. Another 8 minutes passed. When the golden light of leveling up shone once more, he had finally reached the current phase's highest level, 10. Level up to 10. Spirit, 162-165. Mana, 1650. He became the first player in the South River Sanctuary to reach the max transition level. At the same time as he reached level 10, the progress bar for Dormant Seed, which had been silently growing on his interface, reached its endpoint. Notice, energy for D-Class Hidden Profession Dormant Seed is full. Evolution begins. It was happening. Su Xing felt his heart pounding. An intense tremor erupted from the depths of his bloodline, from the essence of his soul. Before he could react, an irresistible surge of power erupted from within him, forcing him to his knees, his palms pressing heavily into the moist earth. The next second, he seemed to see it. Countless dark green roots glowing faintly with a ghostly light burst out from his palms, knees, and every part of his body that touched the ground. These roots, as if alive, madly burrowed into the earth, spreading, intertwining, and entangling in all directions. In just a few breaths, a massive energy network resembling a spider web spanned a 100-meter radius beneath the ground. Within this range, the heartbeat of every tree, the crawling of every insect, even the subtle movements of wind brushing against the grass, became vividly clear in his mind. At this moment, it was as if a whole new layer of perception had been added to the world. Ding! Profession evolution complete. The system interface refreshed. The previously gray text now emitted a profound and powerful blue-green glow. Hidden Profession, Abyssal Soul Harvester, C-Class. Additional Physique Bonus, plus 100. New Skill, Root Bind, immobilizes enemies. Evolution Trait, Root Systems penetrate the ground, forming a spiderweb-like energy network underground, capable of sensing all life movements within a 100-meter radius. Su Xing slowly stood up, clenching his fists. A surge of unprecedented power coursed through his body, every inch of his skin burning. He felt as though he was now firmly connected to the land beneath his feet, as if this dense forest had become an extension of his body. Finally broke through to C-Class. One of the 2 D-Class talents he possessed had finally achieved its first leap. Just as Su Xing was immersed in this newfound power, the communicator on his wrist vibrated lightly. It was a call from teacher Yun Shang. Answering it, Yun Shang's image appeared before him, her expression a mix of 3 parts urgency, 3 parts joy, and 4 parts disbelief. Su Xing, are you okay? Her first words were filled with genuine concern. She stared at the light dot representing Su Xing on the screen, the light dot that had fought its way into the mid-tier zone, leaving all other prodigies behind, and had reached level 10 first. Her heart was racing, almost bursting out of her chest. I saw your level, you did great. Her voice brimmed with heartfelt excitement. The topic shifted, and she spoke again, full of concern, but you must be careful and prioritize your safety. No matter how great the rewards of the trial are, they are not worth more than your life. While everyone outside doubted, gossiped, or even envied him, only this pure trust and concern felt like a warm current, gently melting Su Xing's heart, which had been hardened by revenge. He remained silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. Thank you, teacher. I understand. Ending the communication, Yun Shang's image gradually faded from the screen. Su Xing stood still, and for the first time in a while, the tension in his body, heightened by his recent upgrade, relaxed a little. In this cold and ruthless world, this kind of pure goodwill was more precious than any equipment or skill. He adjusted his mood, tucking this warmth deep into his heart. For now, the most important thing was to continue growing stronger. Closing his eyes, he no longer relied on sight but instead allowed his consciousness to delve into the earth beneath his feet. Buzz. The entire world seemed to change. He felt as though he had become the master of this land, with countless roots extending from his body, rapidly spreading through the underground within a 100-meter radius. He could sense the life energy flowing gently through every tree and the subtle movements of insects burrowing in the soil. It was an entirely new perspective, a feeling of omniscience over the rhythm of life itself. The skill, Earth Abyss Soul Drain, was not merely a control ability, it was more like a god-tier reconnaissance field. Su Xing began carefully sifting through the life signals in this area. Soon, his attention was drawn to an unusual point of light. Ahead, in the center of an area surrounded by several energy clusters radiating the ferocious aura of silver wolves, there was a life force that stood out. That energy wasn't wild, on the contrary, it was calm and pure, like a soft beam of moonlight quietly glowing in the dark night. Moonstar grass. It was undoubtedly an extremely rare alchemical material. Su Xing's heart stirred. He immediately suppressed his aura, his body moving like a silent shadow as he stealthily approached the area. Just as he was nearing the grassland guarded by the pack of silver wolves and preparing to enter, a commotion of footsteps and voices suddenly came from the other side of the forest. Hurry up, hurry up. The map shows it's right around here. I'm exhausted. Why is this damned place so huge? We find the Moonstar grass, and Wei says there'll be plenty of rewards for us. Su Xing paused his steps, turning slightly to glance in the direction of the noise. A group of people emerged from the forest, swaggering openly. Leading them were two individuals, Li Wei and Lin Xingya. Behind them followed three well-equipped team members, clearly elite soldiers from some family or faction, holding a simple beast-hide map and moving with clear intentions. It was obvious they were here for the Moonstar grass too. The two groups met on the clearing in the forest. The five newcomers immediately noticed Su Xing, who stood alone. Li Wei's expression shifted within a second, from wary to astonished, then to exaggerated mockery. Well, what do we have here? Isn't it our double D-ranked genius, Su Xing? He laughed loudly as if he had just witnessed the funniest thing in the world. Not bad, you've got a tough life. Didn't think you'd survive those wild boar's hooves. His gaze scanned Su Xing like a searchlight. When his eyes landed on the thick, silver-glinting Boar King armor Su Xing was wearing, a flash of intense jealousy appeared in his eyes. But that jealousy was quickly replaced by an even deeper disdain. Ha! Li Wei sneered, stepping forward, pointing his chin toward Su Xing's armor. Got lucky and picked up some scraps, huh? And now you think you're something special? He looked Su Xing up and down, his gaze full of derision, as if he were evaluating a clown wearing adult clothes. This is the mid-layer of the dense forest, not a place for trash like you. Be smart and get lost. He arrogantly pointed his battle axe at Su Xing, his tone unyielding. This Moonstar grass, and this entire area, belongs to our Thunder Squad. The air instantly grew tense. At this moment, Lin Xingya stepped forward slowly, her face adorned with her signature pitiful expression. She looked at Su Xing and spoke softly, her tone full of concern and worry. Su Xing, Li Wei just talks like that, don't take it to heart. We're doing this for your own good. It's too dangerous here, the silver wolves around aren't something you can handle. You'd better leave as soon as possible. But as she spoke, the corner of her eye discreetly signaled to Li Wei. The meaning behind that glance couldn't have been clearer. If he doesn't leave, take him out and seize that shiny silver armor he's wearing. She thought no one would notice this subtle move, but Su Xing, with his extraordinarily heightened mental acuity, caught everything. Su Xing watched this duo's clumsy yet coordinated act, feeling no emotional fluctuation at all. Instead, he found it rather amusing. There was absolutely no need to waste energy on people like this, getting angry wasn't worth it. Seeing through them was better than continuing to be their fool. He simply stood there quietly, not saying a word. Neither angry nor afraid. His silence was like completely ignoring them. This disregard was more infuriating to Li Wei's fragile ego than any heated rebuttal could ever be. Damn it! Are you deaf or mute? Li Wei, seeing no reaction from Su Xing, immediately erupted in fury, slamming his battle axe into the ground with force. I'm talking to you. You worthless piece of trash. Su Xing finally moved. He slowly lifted his eyelids, and for the first time, his calm, unruffled eyes directly met those of the posturing clowns in front of him. His face remained expressionless. But his gaze, it was as cold and detached as if he were looking at two corpses that were about to turn cold. Li Wei's shout still echoed through the forest. Worthless piece of trash. The words buzzed around like an annoying fly, clashing against the deathly silence of the surroundings. Su Xing's cold stare fixed on Li Wei and Lin Xingya, as if he were looking at lifeless objects, devoid of any emotion. This complete disregard made Li Wei feel as though he had punched a pillow, leaving his chest so tight with rage it felt like it might explode. He was about to hurl even more venomous insults, determined to tear off Su Xing's calm facade. ****. A piercing wolf howl suddenly echoed from the depths of the forest without warning. This was no ordinary beast's roar. It carried a powerful spiritual impact, like an invisible sledgehammer ruthlessly smashing into everyone's minds. The three team members behind Li Wei groaned simultaneously, their faces turning pale in an instant. Their bodies swayed uncontrollably, their eyes filled with confusion and pain. Even the S-class professionals, the berserker Li Wei and the healer Lin Xingya, felt a wave of dizziness, as if their very souls were trembling under the force of the roar. Only Su Xing remained standing quietly, unmoving. His mental attributes, far surpassing those of ordinary people and nearly as formidable as those of an SSS-class professional, rendered him completely immune to such spiritual pressure. He gently lifted his eyes, shifting his gaze away from Li Wei's terrified and contorted face, and looked towards the depths of the grassy field surrounded by silver wolves. Silence. A deathly silence. The wind had stopped, the chirping of insects was gone, and even the rustling of leaves seemed to have been paused. An icy, arrogant presence, laced with the scent of blood, swept over the area like a tidal wave. Tap, tap, thud. A steady, rhythmic sound of footsteps emerged slowly from the shadows within the grassy field. A colossal wolf, 7 to 8 times larger than an ordinary silver wolf, stepped forward with an elegance that was both graceful and deadly. Its entire body was covered in silvery white fur, which shimmered like flowing moonlight under the dappled forest shadows. The most striking feature, however, was the set of faint golden runes adorning its 4 paws and the center of its forehead, flickering with tiny arcs of electricity. Its golden, slit pupil eyes contained none of the usual ferocity or bloodlust of ordinary beasts. Instead, they exuded a cold indifference and arrogance, as though gazing down upon all creation. It simply stood there quietly, as if it were the sovereign of this forest, surveying its domain. One of Li Wei's team members, trembling, raised the communicator on his wrist and activated the detection function. The next second, a piercing scream shattered the frozen air. Holy crap! A gold-tier boss. It's the Silver Moon Wolf King. Silver Moon Wolf King LV-10, gold-tier boss. HP, 184,000, attack, 6,500, defense, 3,680. Skills, asterisk. Lunar Blade Frenzy harnesses the power of moonlight to summon multiple high-speed spinning energy blades, indiscriminately attacking all enemies within a fan-shaped area. Thunder Claw Strike channels the power of lightning into its claws, launching a rapid assault with a high chance to paralyze the target, significantly reducing their movement speed for a short time. King's Roar unleashes a roar imbued with regal dominance, causing brief stun or fear effects. Description: asterisk, a mutant variant of the Silver Wolf, born under the moonlight and wielding the power of lightning. It mercilessly tears apart any intruders and reigns as the absolute overlord of the midlayer of this forest. Seeing the despair-inducing stats on the panel, the legs of the team members behind Li Wei began to tremble uncontrollably. But after the initial shock, a fervent desire ignited in Li Wei's eyes. A gold-tier boss. A rare, top-class existence in the entire newcomer trial. If he could kill it, the rewards would be unimaginably rich. What's there to fear? It's just a beast. Li Wei shouted loudly, forcibly suppressing the fear in his heart and attempting to boost his own morale and his team's. In his eyes, this was the perfect opportunity for him, an S-class prodigy, to showcase his unparalleled strength in front of Lin Xingya and Su Xing. Prepare for battle. Let Team Thunderbolts show its true power. He roared as he activated the skills of his S-class profession, the Berserker. For glory. Li Wei's muscles tensed, and with a sudden motion, he tore the sleeves off his shirt. A strange, reddish flush spread across his skin, while a violent aura erupted from his body. Gripping his battle axe tightly, he stomped the ground with force, propelling himself like a cannonball straight towards the Silver Moon Wolf King. Xingya, prepare to buff me. His roar was brimming with confidence. However, the Silver Moon Wolf King merely cast him a cold glance. Its gaze carried the disdain one would reserve for an overconfident ant. As Li Wei's heavy axe swung downward, the wolf didn't even bother to dodge. Clang! A deafening metallic clash echoed through the air. Li Wei felt as though his battle axe had struck an indestructible piece of steel. A powerful counterforce surged along the axe handle, slamming into him. Crack! -2. A pitiful token damage. The recoil split the skin of his palm, sending blood dripping down. His entire arm went numb in an instant, and the axe was sent flying, spinning several times in the air before landing heavily on the distant grass. Meanwhile, the Silver Moon Wolf King's moonlit, flowing fur remained completely unmarred. The fervor and confidence on Li Wei's face froze in an instant, replaced by shock and terror. Impossible. His full-power strike couldn't even break through its defense? The Silver Moon Wolf King seemed to be angered by the insolence of this tiny ant. It disdainfully raised its right paw, which sparkled with faint golden lightning. The movement was lightning fast. A streak of silvery light sliced through the air like a bolt of electricity. -3000. Thud. Li Wei spat blood as he was sent flying backward. His bronze-tier equipment was nearly shattered by the force. Had it not been for the bronze gear and his maxed-out constitution stat, he would have been directly ejected from the initial dungeon by now. The Silver Moon Wolf King swiped its lightning-infused claws once more. Before the teammate next to Li Wei could even scream, he was sliced cleanly in two by the sharp claws. 5000. Blood and entrails splattered instantly. A flash of white light followed, teleporting the teammate out of the battlefield. A one-hit kill. The gap in strength was insurmountable, there was no hope of winning. Run! Just run! The remaining two teammates completely broke down, screaming as they turned to flee for their lives. The Silver Moon Wolf King lifted its head proudly, opening its blood-stained maw. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two crescent-shaped blades of luminous moonlight, carrying an ear-piercing whistle, shot out in pursuit of the fleeing duo. 5000. 5000. Two arcs of blood painted the air, followed by two flashes of white light. The pair was teleported away instantly. The entire sequence unfolded with the speed of lightning. Qingya! Heal me now! Heal me, quick! Li Wei shouted in terror, crawling and scrambling backward, desperately trying to retrieve his fallen battle axe. Lin Qingya's face turned pale as she hastily raised her staff, chanting an incantation under her breath. A pure, radiant healing light rapidly formed at the tip of the staff. Plus 1000. Her healing spell, however, seemed utterly powerless in the face of this overwhelming, one-hit kill damage. In the blink of an eye, the once arrogant Thunder Squad was reduced to only two survivors, Li Wei and Lin Qingya. Back to back, they watched as the Silver Moon Wolf King, elegant yet deadly like the god of death itself, approached with lethal grace. Their hearts were filled with unprecedented fear and despair. An S-class talent was utterly insignificant before a gold-tier boss. Li Wei's legs trembled uncontrollably as if weighed down by lead. Lin Qingya, whose pretty face usually carried a look of helpless innocence, was now frozen with terror, slumped to the ground in utter disarray. Howl! The Silver Moon Wolf King clearly had no patience left to toy with these two feeble creatures. With a low growl, it suddenly pushed off with its powerful hind legs, its massive body leaping into the air. The deadly, lightning-imbued claws swiped downward, straight at the two of them. It was over. This was the last thought in Li Wei and Lin Qingya's minds as the shadow of death enveloped them. At this critical moment, an unexpected twist occurred. Boom! Just as the Wolf King's claws were about to strike, the ground beneath them suddenly erupted without warning. Dozens of sturdy roots, as thick as a baby's arm and glowing faintly green, shot up into the sky like tendrils from the abyss. Instead of attacking Li Wei and Lin Qingya, they moved with astonishing speed and precision, entangling the Wolf King's limbs and torso. Root bind. The ferocious strike, carrying the force of a thunderstorm, was abruptly halted mid-air by the unexpected restraints. The massive body of the Silver Moon Wolf King was eerily suspended in mid-air, less than half a meter away from Li Wei and Lin Qingya. They could even smell the blood-soaked breath emanating from its mouth and feel the searing, ozone-tinged air from the electric glow on its claws. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Li Wei and Lin Qingya stiffly turned their eyes, witnessing the most unbelievable sight of their lives. Not far away stood Su Xing, whom they had always deemed worthless. He stood calmly, as if that earth-shattering strike just now was nothing more than flicking away a speck of ash. This is impossible. Li Wei's lips trembled, unable to even form complete sentences. How could a D-tier professional possibly restrain a gold-tier boss? Su Xing ignored their shock. The moment the roots entangled the Wolf King, a golden pattern flickered across his pupils. Weakness analysis. In Su Xing's vision, several bright red zones appeared on the bound Silver Moon Wolf King. The joints connecting its forelimbs, the weakest point of its defenses. Destroying them could restrict its movements. The center of its forehead, the core of its moonlight energy. Destroying it could inflict massive damage and cause temporary loss of control. And every detail was laid out clearly in his mind, as precise as a textbook. Now was the time. Without hesitation, Su Xing moved like the wind. Just as the Wolf King began to struggle violently and was about to break free from the roots, he swiftly closed the distance. In his hand, the silver-tier swift shadow bow was fully drawn in an instant. Gale step activated. Buzz. The bowstring vibrated, and a silver-glowing arrow shot forth with a shrill whistle, aimed directly at the glaring weak point on the Wolf King's forehead. Squelch. 4528. A bright red, massive number appeared above the Wolf King's head, a number so devastating it could drive anyone to despair. The first attack after Gale Step was guaranteed to be a critical hit, and combined with a weak point strike, the damage was maximized. The Silver Moon Wolf King let out a howl of immense pain. The golden rune on its forehead dimmed instantly, and its frenzied aura wavered. Li Wei's full-strength attack had only chipped away 2 points of health, yet Su Xing's single arrow dealt a staggering 4,500 damage. This was no longer a gap, it was a chasm. The difference between a mortal and a god. Li Wei and Lin Xingye stood dumbfounded, staring at the damage number as their worldview shattered into pieces, pulverized into dust. Awah! The searing pain enraged the Wolf King. It unleashed its full moonlight energy, snapping several roots in the process. Its blood-red eyes locked onto Su Xing in the distance. Abandoning the 2 ants before it, it charged forward in a frenzy, filled with murderous intent. Su Xing immediately retreated, but his arrows did not cease. One after another, they struck the weak points he had analyzed on the Wolf King's body. 424. 452. 438. The Wolf King moved with incredible speed, its silver figure leaving behind blurring afterimages as it dashed through the forest. But Su Xing's movements were even more elusive. With his extraordinary agility, he maintained a delicate distance, always just out of reach. Man and beast engaged in an intense chase through the forest. The Wolf King pursued relentlessly, each swipe of its claws tearing through the air with blazing electricity, leaving deep gashes in the ground. Su Xing remained calm as he retreated. His swift shadow bow was like the scythe of death itself. Every vibration of the bowstring caused another damage number to rise above the Wolf King's head. Within just 1 minute, the Silver Moon Wolf King's health bar visibly dropped by nearly 10%. From a distance, Li Wei and Lin Xingye, who had just barely escaped death, watched the scene unfold clearly. So powerful. Is he even human? Li Wei muttered in a trembling voice, off-the-charts damage, godlike speed. As the gap between them gradually closed, the Wolf King's claws were nearly brushing against Su Xing's back. At that moment, green light reappeared beneath Su Xing's feet. Several roots burst from the ground, entangling the Wolf King's ankles. Though it only stalled the Wolf King for less than half a second, it was enough for Su Xing to widen the distance once again. The timing was executed to perfection. Roar! Frustrated by repeated failed attacks and incessant bleeding, the Silver Moon Wolf King erupted in uncontrollable rage. It threw its head back and howled to the sky, summoning its wolf pack. From the depths of the forest, dozens of level 10 silver wolves charged out, fearlessly pouncing toward Su Xing from all directions. Faced with the encirclement of the wolf pack, Su Xing did not retreat an inch, nor did he even bother to glance at them. All his focus was locked on the distant Wolf King, enduring the bites of several silver wolves by sheer physical resilience. 1. 2. His formidable defense rendered the wolf pack's attacks almost futile, barely chipping away any health utterly negligible. While the pack's attacks caused only minor damage, the Wolf King's strikes were truly lethal. Su Xing moved leisurely amidst the horde of monsters, handling them with ease, leaving Li Wei and Lin Xingye utterly stunned and speechless. Holding his ground against a pack of elite monsters just to stall a golden tier boss? What kind of terrifying strength and combat awareness is this? This scene left the two completely shaken. Too fierce. Is that even human? His damage output was explosive, his movement speed defied logic, and his defense was absurdly high. Meanwhile, the golden tier boss, unable to catch or land a hit on Su Xing, grew increasingly enraged as it was continuously weakened. Its fury finally exploded, turning its attention toward the two onlookers who had been trembling in fear. It couldn't catch Su Xing, so it vented all its anger on the only targets within its reach. Not good, run. Li Wei, seeing the Wolf King charging at them, immediately abandoned Lin Xingye and ran for his life. He stumbled and scrambled, retreating desperately. But how could the Silver Moon Wolf King let him escape? Unable to catch Su Xing, it certainly wouldn't spare these two worthless individuals. With a violent swing of its tail, a crescent-shaped energy blade of moonlight, brimming with immense power, slashed ferociously toward the fleeing Li Wei. Splurt! Li Wei didn't even have time to cry out before the wrath-driven attack cleaved him in two, turning him into a streak of white light as he disappeared. In his final moments, his face was filled with disbelief and shock. Lin Xingye let out a piercing scream, but before she could react, the Wolf King stomped down with a claw, instantly turning her into light as well. In that fleeting moment before vanishing, she looked toward the figure effortlessly hunting the golden tier boss amidst the wolf pack. Her heart was filled with regret and terror. What kind of monster had they provoked? After Li Wei and Lin Xingye were instantly killed, the ground was littered with equipment and a few bottles of blue glowing potions. Su Xing glanced at the loot but didn't rush to pick it up. His priority now was to deal with these annoying wolf pups first. 3 minutes later, as the last silver wolf let out a despairing wail and collapsed, silence finally returned to the surroundings. Only the Silver Moon Wolf King's enraged panting and Su Xing's steady footsteps remained. Without the interference of the wolf pack, Su Xing's efficiency skyrocketed. Another 5 minutes of intense back-and-forth combat ensued. The Silver Moon Wolf King's health was forcibly whittled down to below half. Its once radiant silver fur had dulled, its body was covered in wounds, and its movements had noticeably slowed. But Su Xing frowned. His mana bar was completely depleted. Had it not been for clearing out those wolf pups earlier, the Wolf King would have been nearly dead by now. Just as Su Xing, drained of mana, could no longer use Wind Step, the Silver Moon Wolf King keenly detected the slight sluggishness in his movements. An opportunity had presented itself. Ahoo! The Wolf King let out a howl of savage joy and fury, its massive frame transforming into a streak of silver lightning as it lunged ferociously. Danger! At this critical moment, Su Xing's gaze locked onto the blue potions left behind by Li Wei and Lin Xingya after their deaths, not far away. He had to take a gamble. With a side roll, he narrowly dodged the lunge and instantly dashed toward the pile of loot without hesitation. The Wolf King's attack missed, and in its fury, it went berserk, turning and charging again. Su Xing could even feel the searing breath of the creature right behind him. Executing a risky slide, he evaded the Wolf King's deadly pounce. With his right hand, he precisely grabbed a few bottles of mana recovery potions from the ground. Gulp! Without looking back, he downed one of the potions in a single gulp. The cool liquid slid down his throat, and his drained mana bar surged back to life. Power returned to his body in an instant. The game ends now. A fierce glint flashed in Su Xing's eyes as he reactivated Wind Step, his speed skyrocketing as he widened the distance and resumed his relentless kiting. 4500. A critical hit on the first strike. 5 minutes later. Amid continuous root entanglements and precise strikes on its weak points, the Silver Moon Wolf King let out a despairing and unwilling howl before its massive body collapsed with a thunderous crash. Su Xing drew his bow, the final arrow carrying a will to kill, striking unerringly into the Wolf King's already mutilated forehead. 4500. A massive number indicating fatal damage floated into the air. You have slain the Golden Tier boss Silver Moon Wolf King LV.10, gaining 20,000 experience points, plus 40 free attribute points, and plus 10% progress in Abyssal Soul Drainnet. Rewards obtained: Silver Moon Chestplate, Golden Tier, Silver Moon Greaves, Golden Tier, Skill Book Moonlight, Golden Tier, Copper Coins times 2000. Almost at the exact moment the Wolf King fell, a radiant golden announcement, far more dazzling than when the Boar King was slain, lit up the skies across all countries and new player dungeons like a blazing sun. Global announcement: a miracle has occurred. Dragon Nation's D-Rank class observer has achieved the world's first kill of the Golden Tier boss Silver Moon Wolf King LV.10. Reward: plus 300 free attribute points, 1 golden treasure chest. Meanwhile, in M Nation, within the starting dungeon Storm Canyon, a young man wreathed in golden lightning, like a god descending to the mortal realm, wielded a thunder hammer and smashed it heavily against the head of a Golden Tier boss Storm Giant. He was M Nation's brightest genius, the SSS rank class holder Thunder God Kane. The Storm Giant's health was nearly depleted, and a victorious smile appeared on Kane's face. But at that moment, the blinding global announcement appeared out of nowhere. Kane's smile froze instantly. Damn it! That observer again? And it's Dragon Nation? Distracted for a moment, Kane was struck by the Storm Giant's dying punch, sending him flying like a cannonball and crashing into the ground, leaving a massive crater. How could someone be faster than me? Kane clutched his chest, filled with both rage and helplessness. No one would be willing to accept losing the first kill. Right now, he wanted nothing more than to fly to the Dragon Kingdom and kill that observer himself. Meanwhile, SSS-class professionals from all countries were in an uproar. This has to be fake. Absolutely fake. Request a thorough investigation. He must have exploited a game bug. Who is this observer? A hidden monster from the Dragon Kingdom? A D-class profession? The Dragon Kingdom must have bent over backward for this. How much did they pay to rig the system? At this moment, Su Xing was completely unaware of the storm brewing outside. He calmly extended his hand and opened the golden treasure chest that radiated a tempting golden glow. Amidst the dazzling golden light, several pieces of equipment emitting a silvery white brilliance quietly appeared before him. Silver Moon Bow, Golden Grade. Attributes: Strength plus 400, Agility plus 400. Description: this battle bow is forged from moonlight metal. The arrows it fires are silent and leave only a silver trail of death. Silver Moon Boots, Golden Grade. Attributes: Constitution plus 400, Agility plus 400. Description: the soles are etched with special moon patterns. Wearing them makes every step as light as moonlight, silent and leaving no trace. Silver Moon Helm, Golden Grade. Attributes: Constitution plus 400, Spirit plus 400. Description: the moonstone embedded in the helm calms and clarifies the mind. Under the protection of moonlight, no chaos or illusion can shake your will. Silver moon bracers, golden grade. Attributes: strength plus 400, spirit plus 400. Description: these bracers lock the cold energy of moonlight around your wrists, not only enhancing arm strength but also letting you feel the tidal flow of moon's power. All 4 pieces of equipment were golden grade. Su Xing glanced at the 2 silver grade pieces he was currently wearing and immediately felt they were lacking. Golden grade equipment was indeed superior. Just one piece provided more attribute bonuses than 2 silver grade pieces combined. If he equipped the entire set, would the Silver Moon Wolf King even have stood a chance? One arrow would have pinned it to the ground. Not to mention that the 2 golden pieces dropped by the boss were clearly part of a set. Silver Moon Breastplate, golden grade. Attributes: Constitution plus 400, Strength plus 400. Description: crafted from a special metal that condenses moonlight, this breastplate acts as an indestructible silver fortress, shielding your vital areas while continuously infusing your body with the power of moonlight. Silver Moon Greaves, golden grade. Attributes: Spirit plus 400, Agility plus 400. Description: the silver patterns on these greaves resemble a miniature moonlit path, guiding your steps into silent shadows while channeling collected moon energy into your spirit. 6 pieces of golden grade equipment. Without hesitation, Su Xing equipped them all. The synergy between the equipment immediately formed a complete 6-piece set. After donning the set, a surge of power far exceeding his previous strength erupted from his body. He had transformed from a small knife into a cannon. What surprised Su Xing even more was that the set came with additional bonuses. A delightful surprise. Silver Moon Set, June 6th. Set Effect 1, Moonlight Guardian, all attributes increased by 20%, effect doubled under moonlight. Set Effect 2, Moon Shadow Assault, 10% chance to trigger a free moon blade attack during any attack. The first bonus increased all attributes by a percentage, meaning the higher the base stats, the greater the boost. And with the effect doubling under moonlight, that translated to a direct 40% increase. Absolutely unbeatable. The second bonus was a minor skill, akin to a simplified version of the Wolf King's Moonblade Barrage. Every attack had a chance to trigger a free Moonblade attack without consuming resources. Essentially, for every 10 attacks, you'd get 1 free strike. By 10, get 1 free deal, super cost-effective. In summary, this golden set was extraordinarily valuable. Su Xing's strength had taken another massive leap. While he might not yet be able to instantly crush those SSS-class geniuses, catching up to them was now a certainty. He then turned his attention to the only skill book he had obtained. Moonlight, golden grade. Effect: consumes 800 mana, lasts for 30 minutes. Increases spirit by 400 and restores 15 mana per second. This effect does not stack with similar recovery effects. Effect doubles under moonlight. Description: bathed in gentle moonlight to continuously enhance spirit and mana recovery speed. As expected of a golden grade skill book, the effects were impressive despite the high mana cost. It boosted spirit by 400, and after 54 seconds, the mana would be fully replenished. Under moonlight, the effect doubled, spirit increased by 800, and mana restored at 30 points per second. Mana would never be a concern again. Sustained combat capabilities skyrocketed. Skills could be used freely without worrying about running out of mana. Activating moonlight would ensure a continuous flow of mana. Even the cost of mana recovery potions could be saved. Su Xing learned moonlight from the skill book. A surge of knowledge flooded his mind, and stars sparkled in his eyes. He tested the skill, consuming 800 mana to activate moonlight. Mana plus 30. Mana plus 30. Under the moonlight, his mana began recovering at a rate of 30 points per second. The mana he had exhausted during the earlier battle was steadily replenishing. The effect was incredibly powerful. Su Xing continued to check his free attribute points. He had earned 60 points for killing the Silver Wolves, 40 points for defeating the Wolf King, and 300 points as a first kill reward for the Golden Boss, totaling 400 points. Looking at his attribute panel, he decided to allocate all the points to strength after some thought. Agility had limited returns, and spirit was already sufficient. That left constitution and strength. A higher constitution meant a higher tolerance for damage, allowing him to take a few more hits in critical moments. The kind of high defense that forced enemies to chip away at his health while leaving them dumbfounded was particularly satisfying for Su Xing. The higher the strength, the higher the tolerance. If he could kill enemies with 1 arrow, they wouldn't even have the chance to retaliate, making tolerance naturally higher. Su Xing. Profession: Observer, D class. Level: 10. Constitution, 1337, Strength, 1753. Agility, 1330, Spirit, 2165, Moonlight Skill Bonus plus 800. Health, 26,740, Mana, 21,650. Attack, 7012, Defense, 5,348. Initial skills, Weakness Analysis, Energy Scan, Energy Siphon, Passive, Root Binding. Skills, Silver Armor, Silver Grade, Gale Step, Silver Grade, Moonlight, Gold Grade. Equipment, Silver Moon Bow, Silver Moon Boots, Silver Moon Helm, Silver Moon Bracers, Silver Moon Chestplate, Silver Moon Greaves. Hidden Class, Abyssal Soul Harvester, Grade C, 40%. Su Xing stared at the terrifying data panel, utterly satisfied. Feeling the unprecedented power surging within him, he let out a slow, steady breath. 26,000 health, 7,000 attack, 5,000 defense, and over 20,000 mana. This was the epitome of security. Who would believe these were the attributes of a mere level 10 rookie? And with just a D-grade talent. The moment these stats were revealed, even players with same level or higher SSS class professions would drool with envy. Even seasoned players at second or third class advancement would be left dumbfounded. Su Xing shifted his thoughts, dispersing the moonlight surrounding him, and turned his attention back to the spoils of battle. He walked to the spot where the Silver Moon Wolf King had fallen. Amid the chaos, a peculiar little plant glimmered faintly. Its leaves were as dark as ink, dotted with star-like points of light, as though a miniature night sky was hidden within. Moonstar Herb. Su Xing carefully uprooted it and placed it into his backpack. The moment he touched it, a line of information appeared before his eyes. Moonstar Herb, Gold Grade. Description: this plant only grows in ancient places that can simultaneously bask in moonlight and starlight. Its leaves seem to contain a miniature night sky, capable of transferring celestial power to its wielder, enhancing their class talent potential. Enhance class talent potential? Su Xing's eyes narrowed sharply. He immediately understood why Li Wei and his group had fought so desperately for this herb. This thing could actually directly upgrade class levels. If an A-grade talent used it, wouldn't they have a chance to break through to S-grade? Even his D-grade observer talent could level up because of this. No wonder. The value of this item far surpassed that of an entire set of gold-grade equipment. Su Xing carefully stowed the Moonstar grass, his gaze flicking once more to the equipment left behind by Li Wei and Lin Xingya, not far away. Most of it was bronze and silver-grade gear, dull and lackluster compared to the radiant glow of his golden set. It looked like worthless junk in contrast. But junk was still better than iron-grade. Selling it could fetch a decent amount of money. Consider it a small compensation for those two. After collecting the equipment, Su Xing turned his eyes toward the depths of the dense forest. Now, he was the only one left alive in the entire initial forest of the southern Jiang Sanctuary. Step by step, he headed into the forest's heart. Meanwhile, outside the initial forest, at the central plaza of the southern Jiang Sanctuary, the atmosphere was heavy and suffocating. On the enormous light screen, the glowing points representing new students dimmed one after another. Finally, all 5 points representing Li Wei's Thunder Team turned gray. A complete wipeout. The plaza filled with sighs of regret from over 1,000 students, hundreds of teachers, and representatives from various families. On the high platform, Lei Zhinshan, the highest commander of the military department of the southern Jiang Sanctuary, had a face like thunder as he pounded the armrest with a heavy fist. What a shame! He spoke in a deep voice, full of disappointment and anger. An S-rank paladin and an S-rank healer working together, yet they couldn't even take down a single golden boss. Absolutely disgraceful. The teachers nearby all nodded in agreement. Minister Lei is right. This cohort of new students is really subpar. Compared to the top sanctuaries in other countries, we're falling too far behind. Of all the students I've mentored, this cohort is the worst. It seems like no one will be able to claim the rewards for this final trial. As the murmurs of the surrounding teachers grew, Lei Zhinshan's expression turned even darker. He thought of that hopelessly useless D-rank failure, his teeth grinding with anger. The light from the teleportation array gradually dimmed, and Li Wei and Lin Xingya appeared disheveled in the center of the plaza. Li Wei kept his head down, his expression blank, as though all the strength had been drained from his body. The battle axe he had once been so proud of was nowhere to be seen. The pride of an S-rank berserker had been utterly shattered by an overwhelming force, leaving cracks in his very spirit. The surrounding noise seemed distant and muffled to him. What happened? How could Thunder Team suffer a total wipeout? Isn't Li Wei an S-rank? They're supposed to be the ace team of the southern Jiang Sanctuary. How did they fail without even reaching the final boss? Look at their expressions, it's like they've seen a ghost. The crowd began to stir, curious and puzzled gazes sizing up Li Wei and Lin Xingya. At this moment, a young teacher responsible for monitoring data stared at the screen as if he had seen a ghost, his eyes wide as saucers. He rubbed his eyes, confirmed the data, and then abruptly shot to his feet, his voice trembling with disbelief. Wait a minute. There's someone still inside. The sharp cry pierced the silence of the plaza, making it all the more jarring. Lei Zhinshan frowned, impatiently asking, "Who? Isn't everyone already?" Before he could finish, every eye in the plaza followed the trembling finger of the young teacher, focusing on the central, massive leaderboard on the light screen. The dim leaderboard suddenly lit up with golden brilliance. A single name leapt to the top with an unmatched, dominant presence. Rank 1, Su Xing, Level 10, Max Level. The entire plaza fell into an eerie, pin-drop silence. Everyone seemed utterly stunned, staring blankly at the name, their minds completely blank. Su Xing? Which Su Xing? Could it be that D-rank waste of a Su Xing? Impossible. Before anyone could process this, a string of golden kill records began to flash explosively on the leaderboard's right side, like bombs detonating one after another. Kill record. Fanged Boar King, Silver Level Boss. Silver Moon Wolf King, Gold Level Boss. Hiss. Gasps filled the air, followed by a chorus of exclamations. If being the top ranked could still be attributed to sheer luck or coincidence, then how could these two boss kill records be explained? These were golden level bosses that even elite S-rank teams had succumbed to. The combat prowess displayed was utterly mind-blowing. The entire plaza plunged into a deathly silence. On the high platform, the regret and fury on Lei Zhinshan's face froze, gradually replaced by a look of stunned disbelief. The harsh words he had just spoken about Su Xing felt like slaps echoing loud and clear across his own face. D-ranked talent, useless idiot. The disgrace of the Southern Jiang Sanctuary. The searing humiliation was impossible to ignore. An elite S-rank team had suffered a humiliating defeat, while a so-called D-rank waste had risen to the top, slaying two major bosses. The absurdity of this contrast was beyond comprehension for everyone. Li Wei, Lin Xingya, are your S-rank statuses even real? How could you be utterly crushed by a D-rank? Finally, someone couldn't hold back, their voice sharp with accusation. The question pierced Li Wei's numbed nerves like a needle. He suddenly looked up, his eyes bloodshot, but no words came out of his mouth. At that moment, Lin Xingya, who had remained silent all this time, finally moved. Her body seemed to give out, collapsing against Li Wei for support. Her previously delicate and fair face now looked as pale as paper, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears. Two streams of tears rolled down her cheeks, her voice trembling with grievance. "Commander Lei, esteemed teachers, you must help us." Her cry immediately drew the attention of everyone present, including the still stone-faced Lei Zhinshan. Lin Xingya's voice, tinged with anger and helplessness, carried a raw, emotional weight as she clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her palms. She choked out her words, each syllable dripping with agony. "Our team fought with everything we had, sacrificing 3 of our closest comrades, and we finally managed to bring that top-tier, Silver Moon Wolf King, to the brink of death." Her voice broke with sobs, every word laden with immense pain, her emotions so genuine they gripped the hearts of her audience. Just as we were about to deliver the final blow, Su Xing appeared. That shameless ambusher. He had been hiding nearby all along. Like a despicable rat, he watched us fight to the death with the Wolf King, then suddenly jumped out and used a skill with a tree branch rising from the ground to steal the final blow. Not only that, he snatched away all the rewards that should have been ours. As a result, the enraged Wolf King seized the opportunity to kill us instantly, and our entire team was eliminated just like that. She sobbed uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. 9 parts of her story were false, 1 part true. She told her fabricated lies so vividly, twisting right and wrong. The entire venue fell into a silence so profound that even a pin drop could be heard. A second later, the scene erupted like a spark igniting a barrel of gunpowder. "I knew it. A double D-ranked loser could never defeat a golden tier boss. So that's the truth. Absolutely shameless to the extreme. Stealing the victory fruits of his comrades, how is that any different from treason? He's a disgrace to South River Sanctuary. Strip him of his trial qualification immediately." The accusations came in wave after wave, and those who had already harbored jealousy and doubts about Su Xing now found the perfect outlet for their resentment. They hurled the vilest insults at this so-called thief and traitor in their eyes. On the high platform, Lei Zhinshan, whose earlier doubts and shame over Su Xing's achievements had just surfaced, was now completely overtaken by fury. What he despised most was this type of person, betraying comrades and resorting to cunning opportunism. Such morally corrupt individuals were the greatest threat within the army. Indeed, a man of despicable character. Lei Zhinshan's face darkened, his gaze as cold as a blade, and he made his decisive judgment. Such a person, no matter how occasional their capability, can never be trusted or relied upon. His authoritative declaration pushed the crowd's outcry to its peak. At this moment, a hero was transformed into a national traitor whom everyone condemned. Amidst the clamor and anger, only Yun Shang furrowed her brows. She neither looked at the weeping Lin Xingye nor paid any attention to the enraged Lei Zhinshan. Her gaze was fixed on the cold data displayed on the glowing screen. Su Xing's record, clean and filled solely with monster kills and level-ups, appeared exceptionally clear to her. She turned her head to the principal beside her, whose face was equally grave. Her tone was soft yet resolute. "Principal, I believe he is not that kind of person." Looking at the records, from his first kill of the Yufeng Boar King, to the first kill of the Silver Moon Wolf King, his level rose at an astonishing and consistent pace. He has been frantically hunting high-level monsters, he simply had no time to hide and wait to pick up scraps. Her voice was very low, nearly drowned out in the frenzy of condemnation. All eyes were focused on Lei Zhinshan, whose ironclad expression and mountainous authority dominated the scene. Lei Zhinshan's anger was fully ignited by Lin Xingye's tearful accusations. His eyes, cold as blades, and his words, each forced through clenched teeth, delivered a death sentence for Su Xing. "I hereby announce, Su Xing's trial qualification is immediately revoked. He is to be forcibly teleported out, detained, and thoroughly investigated." His words, like a judge's verdict, brought the atmosphere of the square to a fever pitch. Exactly. Punish the traitor severely. Scum like him doesn't deserve to be a professional. Li Wei's face twisted into a sinister grin. Beside him, Lin Xingye lowered her head discreetly, hiding the smug smile tugging at the corners of her lips. However, before Lei Zhinshan could finish his sentence, boom! A thunderous explosion erupted without warning from the massive screen. The entire glowing screen flickered violently, and the previously grayish secret realm image twisted and shattered. It was then entirely enveloped by a dense, ominous blood-red hue. An icy, emotionless mechanical voice resonated like a divine decree across the skies of every sanctuary in the world. Global announcement, initial trial data anomaly detected. Final phase commencing ahead of schedule. Trial mode altered to Purification Storm. All survivors survive until the end of the Purification Storm. The ultimate victor will receive the final reward. This sudden change left everyone in the square stunned. Lei Zhinshan's words caught in his throat, his expression shifting from fury to astonishment. The next second, as the blood-red screen clarified, the crowd erupted into an even louder, gloating uproar. The secret realm scenes could now be broadcast live. Inside the secret realm, Su Xing continued his killing spree, having just stepped into the heart of the dense forest. Suddenly, the ground beneath him began to tremble violently. He jerked his head up, only to see that the sky had already turned into a suffocating dark crimson. Immediately after, the ground around him, where the corpses of monsters, long dead and on the verge of disappearing, lay, began to undergo a horrifying transformation. Tendrils of ominous black mist rose from the remains, coalescing into flesh once more. Fanged wild boars, silver wolves, and even the recently slain, fanged wild boar king, and silver moon wolf king, began to slowly revive amidst the swirling black mist, rising to their feet. Their hollow eyes ignited with a crimson glow devoid of reason, and their levels all reset to LV.10. Roaring and howling, they surrounded Su Xing from all directions, leaving no escape. Ha ha ha! Retribution! This is retribution! On the plaza, Li Wei's lackey pointed at the glowing screen and laughed hysterically. Surrounded by all the monsters. Let's see how this shameless traitor dies. Divine punishment. This is divine punishment. Li Wei and Lin Xingye exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with smug satisfaction. To them, this was undoubtedly heaven's fair punishment for a thief like Su Xing. Lei Zhinshan snorted coldly, his gaze fixed on the screen. He was curious to see just how disgraceful Su Xing's death would be in such a desperate situation. However, within the secret realm, Su Xing, faced with an apocalyptic beast tide that would drive even the strongest elites to despair, showed not a trace of panic on his face. He merely frowned slightly. His expression was not one of facing death but rather of someone preparing to go home for dinner, only to find a group of annoying salespeople blocking the door. Tisk! He clicked his tongue softly and slowly took the golden longbow, radiating a moonlit glow, from his back. What a hassle, he muttered under his breath, his voice so low only he could hear. Not even giving me time to rest. Roar! As soon as he finished speaking, the two largest resurrected bosses, Fanged Wild Boar King and Silver Moon Wolf King, charged at him from the left and right with unstoppable momentum, kicking up clouds of dust. Their sheer force was enough to crush an entire army. Outside, the onlookers held their breath in tension, as if they could already see Su Xing being torn to shreds. But on the screen, Su Xing didn't even glance at them. He casually raised the silver moon bow in his hand. With a light pull of the bowstring, a silver arrow formed entirely of pure energy appeared instantly. The entire motion looked as effortless as practicing archery in his backyard. Whoosh! He released the string. A flash of silver streaked by, so fast it was almost invisible to the naked eye. In the next moment, the charging, fanged wild boar king suddenly halted its massive head. A small bullet hole appeared where its eyes were, its most vulnerable spot. A bright red number flashed above its head, silencing the entire plaza as if death itself had descended. 28888. Boom! The boar king's massive body tumbled forward due to inertia, carving a long trench in the ground before collapsing heavily, motionless. One arrow. Instant kill. The entire crowd fell into a stunned silence. All the jeers and mockery seemed to be choked off by an invisible hand, leaving them unable to utter a sound. Lei Jinshan's eyes narrowed sharply, his mouth opening instinctively. What did I just witness? This is insane. What kind of damage is that? A silver tier boss, taken down with over 50,000 damage in a single arrow. The Boar King, known for its defense, fell with one shot? This is unbelievable. Just how terrifying is his attack power? Meanwhile, in the secret realm, Su Xing merely blinked lightly and muttered under his breath. My damage right now is just too insane. I'm scaring even myself. At this moment, the Silver Moon Wolf King was already upon him, its bloodthirsty jaws wide open and its razor-sharp claws gleaming with a chilling light as it lunged at Su Xing. Finally, Su Xing made his move. His figure flickered, gliding backward over 10 meters like a ghost. The Wolf King's speed was nothing compared to his astonishing agility. At the same time, the bowstring in his hand vibrated continuously. Whoosh! 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 3 arrows flew out in a triangular formation, not aimed at the Wolf King's body but precisely striking its claws along its charging path. 11,000. 3 arrows hit their mark, instantly shaving off 1/6 of the Wolf King's health. Forced into an awkward turn to evade the uncanny attack, the Wolf King completely lost its offensive rhythm. In the next minute, everyone witnessed an unforgettable scene. The golden tier boss that had once brought despair and annihilation to Li Wei's squad now resembled a toy pet dog. No matter how it roared, charged, or unleashed its skills, the black-haired youth's arrows always sealed off its every move in advance with an incredibly precise angle. Each arrow seemed like a calculated prediction, mocking it with absolute confidence. Roar! After being toyed with for over 10 seconds, the Wolf King finally lost control in fury, exposing a fatal flaw. At that moment, Su Xing's eyes sharpened, and he no longer held back. A dazzling silver light pierced through the Wolf King's throat with precision. 20000. The proud golden tier boss let out a mournful cry of unwillingness before collapsing to the ground. Even in death, it couldn't comprehend why the weapon that killed it was a bow made from materials harvested from its own body. A tragic end. After dealing with 2 bosses, Su Xing didn't even pause to catch his breath. Standing his ground against the tide-like beast horde, he transformed into an unyielding firepower fortress. The bowstring was drawn to a full moon, and arrows shot out like meteors. The silver moon bow in his hand left only after images, while arrows rained down on the monsters like a torrential storm. Each arrow, aided by weakness analysis, struck the target's vital points with precision. 1 arrow. 1 kill. The entire process was devoid of unnecessary movements, resembling not a battle but a cold, efficient slaughter. 3 minutes. It took only 3 minutes. When the last resurrected silver wolf fell with a wail, the secret realm plunged back into a deathly silence. Under the blood-red sky, only the youth holding the bow remained, standing amidst the pile of monster corpses at his feet. 3 minutes. The entire world seemed to freeze in eerie suspension due to this one-sided massacre. In the square, there was dead silence. Those who had previously shouted the loudest and cursed the harshest now had stiff expressions, like frozen statues. Their mouths hung open, their eyes wide. Their throats felt as if filled with scalding molten iron, unable to produce a sound. Their minds were blank. Meanwhile, in the initial Secret realms across various countries worldwide, in M country. Boom! A thick bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking a resurrected abyssal hydra and leaving it battered and torn. A golden-haired youth, surrounded by golden electric currents and with an arrogant gaze, hovered in mid-air. He was M country's genius SSS tier professional thunder god Kane. A bunch of resurrected trash dares to block my path? Kane smirked arrogantly, feeling the surging power within him and already formulating his strategy. First, use high-frequency lightning strikes to paralyze these fools, then unleash the ultimate skill Thunder God's Wrath to clear the field in one go. As for that boss, he would wear it down slowly. He was confident he would survive until the end. The final reward was guaranteed. In the east, a youth, dressed in traditional samurai attire, holding a gleaming katana, stood with closed eyes before the resurrected Yamada no Orochi. He was the East's SSS tier sword saint. The violent serpent's breath whipped his robes into a frenzy, yet he remained motionless, his focus entirely on the blade's edge. He was waiting for that one-in-a-million moment of vulnerability. He intended to use the most perfect and glorious Ichino Tachi to sever the serpent's head and prove that Yamato swordsmanship was the strongest in the world. However, just as M country's Thunder God was about to unleash his ultimate destructive skill, just as the East's sword saint prepared to deliver his all-or-nothing killing strike, an anomaly occurred again. The imposing bosses, exuding an apocalyptic aura, suddenly flickered like machines losing power, and dissolved into countless points of light, vanishing into the air. Kane's thunderbolt, ready to be unleashed, was forcibly held back, nearly choking him. What? My unthinking blade. The sword saint abruptly opened his eyes, his face full of confusion. The next moment, before they could react, a gentle white light enveloped them, forcibly teleporting them. Swish! With a flash of light, all the transported geniuses found themselves back in their respective sanctuary squares, their faces filled with bewilderment. What happened? Did the system malfunction? What kind of joke is this? I've already taken off my pants, and this is what you show me? The trial. Is it really over? Just as people across the globe were discussing and chaos reigned, the sky suddenly changed. A golden list, indescribable in words, stretched across the entire planet's sky and slowly unfolded. Its radiance was sacred and solemn, causing everyone to instinctively hold their breath. The list contained no dense rankings or flowery language, only 3 simple yet shocking lines. Final trial concluded sole victor, Dragon Country Profession Observer Rewards distributed. Boom. At that moment, the entire world fell silent. Dragon Country, Sanctuary Square in Nanjiang. A deathly silence, like a graveyard. Li Wei's lackeys, who had been gloating moments ago, now had pale faces. Their legs gave out, and they collapsed to the ground. Li Wei's entire body trembled. Violently, not out of anger, but from an endless fear deep within his soul. His lies and slander seemed utterly ridiculous and laughable in the face of this divine-like global announcement. He turned to stare at Lin Xingya beside him. The delicate and lovely face he had once adored was now completely bloodless. The beautiful eyes that could easily shed tears had lost all pretense of grievance. All that remained was the purest, most genuine terror and despair after being thoroughly exposed. Traitor? Thief? Shameless scoundrel? Someone in the crowd murmured softly. These words were like invisible slaps, striking hard against the faces of Li Wei, Lin Xingya, and those who had echoed their sentiments earlier. Everyone felt the sting. On the high platform, Lei Jinshan's stern face underwent a series of changes. From green to white, then from white to red, and finally settling into an indescribable ashen gray. His pride in his judgment and unwavering authority was shattered in an instant by the ironclad truth. It was as if all his strength had been drained, his body swayed slightly, almost unable to stand. In the midst of the deathly silence, a sharp, piercing voice suddenly tore through the air. This must be a bug. He definitely exploited a bug. Everyone turned in shock to see Li Wei, eyes bloodshot, pointing at Su Xing on the light screen and shouting with all his might. Fear drives people to madness, especially when there's no way out. You've all been deceived by him. Lin Xingya, who had been sitting limply beside Li Wei, seemed to grasp at her last straw of hope. She suddenly raised her head, her pale face twisted with a sickly rage. Tears streamed down once more, her voice more shrill and inciting than ever before. Commander Lei. Teachers. Can't you see? She pointed at the light screen, trembling as she accused. The final trial, those were all resurrected monsters. Resurrected. Do you understand? They weren't real bosses. At all, just hollow shells spawned by a system bug. They didn't even have a tenth of their true strength. That's why he could easily kill them in seconds. He didn't rely on skill. He cheated. He tricked the entire system and stole the glory that should have belonged to all of us new students in Nanjing. This blatant distortion of the truth exploded like thunder in the silent crowd. Those who had just been ashamed of their foolishness froze for a moment, their eyes immediately lighting up with the hope of finding an escape. That's right. Bug. It must be a bug. How could a D rank? Nobody possibly kill a silver tier boss in one shot? Or slay a gold tier boss within a minute? It made no sense. So he must be a shameless cheater. I knew it. How could a D rank nobody be so strong? So it was a bug. Absolutely shameless. A despicable fraud. This kind of person is a disgrace to Nanjing, even worse than a traitor. He tricked the system and stole the final reward. That reward doesn't belong to him. It must be taken back. The anger that had just subsided reignited instantly, in an even more intense and uglier form. Human jealousy and ignorance were laid bare. At this moment, they didn't want to know the truth, they just wanted an excuse to continue hating others. On the high platform, Lei Jinshan steadied his previously trembling body. He recalled the terrifying damage numbers displayed on the light screen and listened to Lin Qingya's seemingly reasonable explanation. His shattered perception quickly found a new anchor. That's right. How could a mere freshman who had just reached level 10 deal such damage? Even the most top-tier genius couldn't achieve that. It was unreasonable. The only explanation was a bug. Those resurrected monsters were nothing more than empty shells. This Su Xing was indeed a despicable opportunist. At this thought, the last trace of guilt in Lei Jinshan's eyes vanished, replaced by a cold killing intent. The ultimate reward. The sole victor. He narrowed his eyes, a firm thought rising in his mind. Such a god-tier reward given to such a vile person is simply a waste. It's also a threat to Longhua. It must be taken back and handled by me personally. He suddenly waved his hand, his voice as cold as frost, issuing the order. Everyone, prepare. The moment he appears, capture him immediately. If he resists, kill him without mercy. The atmosphere in the square instantly shifted from fervent condemnation to tense anticipation. Meanwhile, the center of the storm had already expanded beyond Nanjing, Longhua, Kyoto Sanctuary. In a magnificent hall suspended in the clouds, 4 figures with unfathomable auras, like gods or demons, simultaneously stared at a newly received data report. The report's title contained only 3 words: Observer. 1 arrow to instantly kill an LV-10 silver tier boss. Cleared the final trial in 5 minutes. The sole global victor. An elderly man with white hair and beard spoke in a voice filled with shock. A D-tier profession? Such potential is unheard of. Investigate. His background. His family. Everything. A middle-aged man in military uniform commanded decisively. Those fools at the Nanjing Sanctuary are utterly unworthy of having such a genius. I've already sent someone. A shadowy figure spoke in a hoarse yet resolute voice. A 7th-tier, shadow assassin, is heading to Nanjing at top speed. We must secure him and protect him before other forces react. Exactly. At all costs. We must claim this genius. United States, Pentagon. A D-tier observer? And he's from Longhua. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed man stared at the red alert flashing on the screen, his expression dark enough to drip water. Longhua again. We absolutely cannot allow them to produce another martial god. Activate the Star Extinction Plan. Deploy the S-tier assassin squad to infiltrate Longhua. At all costs, locate the observer. Find him, and then eliminate him. Japan, Mount Fuji Secret Base. Damn it! Those cunning Longhua people. That observer must be utterly destroyed. Order the Anamuzu agents hidden in Longhua to go all out. Find him, and in the name of Amaterasu, eradicate him completely. The undercurrents of the world surged violently because of one name. At this moment, at the center of the storm, inside the initial secret realm, a beam of light descended from the heavens. It was neither golden nor silver but a chaotic light, imbued with the secrets of the universe's origin. It ignored all the external clamor and conspiracies, landing precisely and gently, merging into Su Xing's brow. Su Xing's body trembled slightly. He could clearly feel a small core, indescribable, in words and containing endless laws and secrets, completely fusing with his soul. Notification: you have obtained a unique reward, Genesis Core Fragment, 1/9, Genesis Core, contains secrets surpassing SSS-tier profession talents. Su Xing quietly felt the profound resonance brought by the Genesis core fragment in his brow. This is an indescribable sense of satisfaction, like finding the first crucial piece of a missing puzzle. At that moment, an invisible yet familiar and yearning call emanated from the deepest part of the primeval forest. It wasn't a sound, nor a spiritual wave, but a resonance from the depths of his bloodline, strongly connected to the essence of his abyssal soul harvester class. Su Xing's heart trembled. Without hesitation, his figure turned into a blur as he swiftly darted toward the forest's core. The deeper he went, the stronger the call became. Finally, he arrived at a clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a massive ancient tree. The tree was completely withered, its bark cracked like the wrinkles on an old man's face, its branches bare and lifeless, as if all vitality had been drained. Yet Su Xing could feel that behind this deathly stillness, there was an extremely faint spark of life, resonating with the power within him. He couldn't help but reach out, slowly pressing his hand against the rough, cold bark. Boom! The moment his palm made contact, a vast ocean-like surge of life energy erupted from within. Su Xing, pouring madly into the withered ancient tree through the roots of abyssal soul harvester. The tree trembled violently, and a vibrant green light, like a rushing river, spread rapidly from the point of contact to the entire tree. The cracked bark began to swell and smooth out. The bare branches sprouted tender buds at an astonishing speed, and green leaves blossomed. In just a few breaths, this divine tree, seemingly dead for millennia, was once again brimming with boundless vitality, its canopy vast enough to blot out the sky. At the same time, a stream of information was directly engraved into the depths of Su Xing's soul. Notification: you have awakened the world tree core of the primeval forest and are now deeply bound to it. You have obtained a unique authority, Mark of the World Tree. Mark of the World Tree. 1. Absolute Sanctuary. In the face of lethal danger, you can instantly teleport to the base of the World Tree to evade harm. 2. Life Revival. If you die in the outside world, your soul will be guided by the mark to perfectly resurrect at the base of the World Tree. Cooldown, 30 days. 3. Growth Sharing. From now on, you will gain 100% of the experience earned by all new players. Entering the primeval forest. Su Xing slowly withdrew his hand, feeling the bloodline connection with the World Tree, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. Resurrection, teleportation, passive leveling, this was a truly god-tier reward. With this trump card, the world was his to roam. It's time to go. He glanced at the equipment and materials piled up in his backpack. This trip to the primeval forest had been exceptionally fruitful. With a thought, he chose to leave. Outside, at the South River Sanctuary Square. Under Lei Jinshan's murderous orders, squads of sanctuary guards clad in fine armor had surrounded the teleportation array, their swords drawn, exuding a menacing aura. All eyes were fixed on the teleportation array, waiting for the shameless cheater to appear. Swish! A flash of white light, and Su Xing appeared at the center of the teleportation array. He's out. Catch him. Hand over the reward. The crowd erupted into chaos, shouts of greed and anger rising one after another. But among the guards shouting the loudest, not one dared to be the first to charge forward. They merely put on an intimidating front, encircling Su Xing. Behind them, Li Wei and Lin Xingya, who were being protected, retreated in fear. Others might not know, but they had witnessed Su Xing's terrifying power firsthand. The scene of him effortlessly taking down a gold-tier boss with just a few arrows was a nightmare they would never forget. They could only hide behind the crowd, using venomous glares to incite the foolish cannon fodder. At this tense moment, a slender figure resolutely stepped in front of Su Xing. It was Yun Shang. She spread her arms, using her not-so-strong body to form a barrier for Su Xing. Her delicate face was filled with urgency and determination. Su Xing, stand behind me. Commander Lei, esteemed teachers, the matter hasn't been fully investigated yet. You can't do this. Lei Jinshan's gaze grew colder. Yun Shang, are you trying to shield this disgrace of South River as well? Step aside. I won't. Yun Shang's voice was not loud, but it was exceptionally firm. Is it worth it for a useless person? Li Wei shrieked from the back of the crowd. Shut up. Su Xing finally spoke. He gently pulled Yun Shang behind him, his calm gaze sweeping over the ugly, greedy faces before him. Then, he smiled. That smile was filled with contempt and pity. How ridiculous. He shook his head, his voice soft yet echoing across the entire square. A bunch of fools being used by others, truly hopeless. His gaze passed over the crowd, locking precisely onto the two pale-faced culprits. Li Wei, Lin Xingya. His voice was icy, bone-chilling, like a judgment from hell. From today onward, I will make you understand what true despair is. I will ensure your levels remain forever at level 1. If you dare leave the Nanjiang Sanctuary, dare to enter a dungeon, I will kill you every time I see you. Until your will completely collapses and you become nothing but wrecks. This was not a threat, it was a declaration of judgment. Li Wei and Lin Xingya were struck as if by lightning, trembling all over, their eyes filled with a fear worse than death. How dare you! On the high platform, Lei Jinshan roared, his terrifying aura sweeping across the entire venue. You dare threaten an S-rank genius in front of me? No one can save you today. Seize him. Between an S-rank genius and a so-called waste, he did not hesitate to side with the S-rank genius. He was already too impatient to wait for his subordinates to act. The overwhelming aura of a fifth-turn powerhouse bore down on Su Xing like a massive mountain. He wanted to personally teach this insolent boy a lesson. Su Xing's eyes narrowed as he immediately activated the World Tree mark on his brow, preparing to teleport away with Yun Shang. But just as Lei Jinshan was about to strike, a shadow, moving at lightning speed, suddenly and without warning, appeared between Su Xing and Lei Jinshan. Clang! A crisp, deafening metallic collision erupted. Lei Jinshan's ferocious strike, powerful enough to shatter mountains, carrying the boundless fury and pressure of a fifth-turn powerhouse, was stopped just half a meter away from Su Xing by a single hand. That hand looked ordinary and unremarkable, yet it blocked all the force. A powerful energy shockwave radiated outward from the two as the center, spreading instantly. Boom! Cracks split across the ground of the entire square, countless fragments of stone flying into the air. Nearby guards were flung backward as if struck by an invisible beast, screaming as they spat blood and collapsed in heaps. As the dust settled, the man in black tight-fitting clothes, with an unremarkable appearance, still stood quietly. He hadn't taken a single step back. Lei Jinshan, however, had retreated 3 steps. Each step left deep imprints on the solid ground before he barely managed to steady himself. His face flushed red, filled with shock and disbelief. You! He stared at the man before him, his throat choking, unable to speak. 7 turn? You're a 7-turn powerhouse? Boom! Those 2 words were like a bomb dropped into a compot. Everyone still standing in the square instantly felt their minds go blank. 7 turn. What did that signify? To these novices still struggling to reach their 2nd turn, and even to everyone in the entire Nanjiang Sanctuary, it was nothing short of legend. A godlike existence, distant and unattainable. The strongest in the entire Nanjiang Sanctuary was the very man before them, General Lei Jinshan, a 5th-turn powerhouse. But now, a true 7-turn powerhouse had suddenly appeared before their eyes. May I ask who you are? Lei Jinshan suppressed the shock in his heart, his voice somewhat dry. The man ignored him, coldly uttering just 2 words. Feng. Shun. Those 2 words seemed to carry an irresistible force. Lei Jinshan, 7-turn, Shadow Kill, under orders to invite Su Xing to join the Dragon Nation's #1 guild, Fengshan. 4. You to lose your temper at a child like this, truly unbecoming of the highest-ranking officer in a low-level sanctuary. Shadow Kill deliberately emphasized low-level sanctuary, causing Lei Jinshan to grit his teeth in anger, but the overwhelming aura of the other left him powerless to retort. The originally silent square was now devoid of even the faintest heartbeat. Fengshan, the #1 guild in Longhua, a true powerhouse. It was said that even 5-turn experts were merely the lowest-ranking members within it, a truly god-tier guild. Everyone was dumbfounded, completely unable to comprehend why such a mysterious and powerful organization would suddenly descend upon their small place, Nanjiang Sanctuary. And to invite a seemingly useless D-rank rookie? Impossible. Could it be? Lei Jinshan's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and an excited thought popped into his mind, causing him to forget that he had just been stopped. He quickly stepped forward, forcing the most enthusiastic smile onto his face, and pointed at Li Wei and Lin Xingya behind him. So it's Fengshan Masters. My apologies. Masters, you must have mistaken the person. The ones you're looking for should be them. Our Nanjiang has produced several S-rank geniuses this year. Li Wei and Lin Xingya are the pride of Nanjiang, the perfect candidates for a top-tier guild like yours. Yes. Li Wei and Lin Xingya, as if grabbing onto a lifeline, hurriedly rushed forward, their faces filled with a sickly excitement. Masters, you must be here for us. Li Wei pointed at Su Xing, shouting viciously, don't be deceived by him. He's just a D-rank trash. Who stole our boss? His achievements are all thanks to bugs and cheating. He's a shameless scoundrel, completely unworthy of joining Function. Exactly. Lin. Qingya immediately chimed in, putting on a pitiful expression. Su Xing coldly watched the two of them making fools of themselves, his contempt deepening. They acted so convincingly that they even believed their own lies. It was truly disheartening. Shut up. The man referred to as Shadowkill finally frowned and spoke impatiently. The next moment, an icy, soul-freezing killing intent instantly enveloped the entire square. Thud. Thud. Li Wei and Lin Xingya felt as if an invisible hammer had struck their chests. Their eyes rolled back, and they foamed at the mouth, fainting on the spot. Everyone around felt as though a cold blade was pressed against their throats, stopping their breath entirely. Function's business, Shadowkill coldly swept his gaze over the pale-faced Lei Zhinshan, is not for you to interfere. Lei Zhinshan's entire body stiffened. Drenched in cold sweat, unable to utter a single word. He was both shocked and furious. What kind of luck did this Su Xing have? As everyone held their breath, the killing intent receded like a tide. Shadowkill turned to face Su Xing. The coldness on his face immediately dissipated, replaced by an assessing and polite smile. Young friend, are you an observer? Su Xing nodded calmly. My name is Shadowkill, from the Function Guild. Shadowkill introduced himself humbly before getting straight to the point. Would you be willing to join our function? A glimmer of light flashed in Su Xing's eyes. He didn't believe in free lunches. A 7-turn expert, the #1 guild in Longwei. If they valued him, a D-rank waste on the surface, they must have a significant motive. He looked directly at the other party and asked the critical question. Function? Could it be that you also want my final reward? Shadowkill was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter, his voice filled with admiration. Ha ha ha, how interesting. He waved his hand, his expression turning serious. Young friend, rest assured, the rewards from a beginner-level secret realm are insignificant to Function. What we value is you as a person, your potential as an observer. Su Xing understood and continued to ask, what do I need to give in return? You're quite clear-headed, not intimidated by Function's reputation. Shadowkill's eyes showed appreciation. It's simple. Before you reach 6 turns, the guild will provide all the resources you need for free equipment, skills, potions, intelligence, everything. What you need to do is, after reaching 6 turns, help the guild complete some tasks within your capabilities, and contribute to the guild. After all, we are a top-tier guild, and we value freedom quite highly. Strength below the 6th transition doesn't help us much. To truly make a difference, one must aim for the 7th or even 8th transition to bring significant benefits. As soon as these words were spoken, the people who had just recovered from the killing intent immediately began to breathe heavily. Their eyes turned red in an instant. Free resources provided. Up to the 6th transition? My goodness! The 6th transition! Even General Thunder, at the 5th transition, is already a top-tier powerhouse in the sanctuary of South River. The 6th transition is something they wouldn't even dare to dream of. And now, the Function Guild is actually willing to use unlimited resources to forcibly cultivate a 6th transition powerhouse? Jealousy. Endless jealousy, like a venomous snake, gnawed at everyone's hearts. And that's not all. The Function Guild isn't even satisfied with ordinary 6th transition powerhouses. Only the 7th transition is considered valuable, a successful investment. The 8th transition would bring enormous benefits and great returns to the guild. Who wouldn't want to join such a guild? Free resource support, up to the 6th transition? These few words were like a heavy hammer, fiercely striking the hearts of everyone in the square, then pulling them tight. Their hearts clenched, and jealousy spread like wildfire, burning in everyone's eyes. They couldn't understand it at all, nor could they accept it. Why? Why him, a double D-grade loser, a shameless scoundrel who rose through cheating and exploiting bugs, could enjoy a god-level treatment they wouldn't even dare to dream of? Lei Zhinshan's face turned ashen, filled with a sense of absurdity. The person he had just wanted to personally destroy was now being treated as a VIP by the Dragon Nation's #1 guild, Function, with a promise to pour all resources into supporting him. This was more humiliating than being slapped 100 times in public. Everyone thought that faced with this pie falling from the sky, Su Xing would immediately be overwhelmed with gratitude and bow down. But unexpectedly, Su Xing remained silent. He simply stood there quietly, his gaze calm as water. It was as if what Ing Sha had just said wasn't some life-changing opportunity but merely an irrelevant pleasantry. Seconds ticked by. The atmosphere in the square gradually shifted from extreme jealousy to something strange. Truly ignorant of the heights of heaven and the depths of earth. Does he really think he's so great? Daring to make Lord Ingxia wait for him? He deserves to die. At the back of the crowd, Li Wei watched the scene unfold, a cold sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. Lin Xingya's face was pale, but a trace of schadenfreude flickered across it. In her view, Su Xing's utterly foolish behavior was undoubtedly a challenge to the patience of a seventh transition powerhouse, and the outcome would surely be tragic. Lei Zhinshan frowned deeply. He already looked down on Su Xing, and now, seeing him act so arrogant, he felt even more disgusted. He was convinced that Su Xing was a fool, blinded by a bit of minor success and unable to see his own level clearly. But they had no idea that beneath Su Xing's calm exterior, a fierce internal struggle was raging. The benefits of joining Fengshen were obvious. First, protection. The fragment of the Genesis core, and the mark of the World Tree, either of these, if leaked, would make him the #1 target for assassins worldwide. Having just obtained the final reward from the initial dungeon, he was surely already being watched. Relying on himself alone, he wouldn't survive. The Fengshen Guild was undoubtedly the strongest shield available. Second, resources. Unlimited resource allocation before the 6th transition could save him countless time and effort, allowing him to focus on growing stronger. But there were also drawbacks. First, restrictions. Joining any organization inevitably meant losing some freedom. After the 6th transition, he would have to complete guild tasks, which meant serving the guild's interests. Second, risks. Fengshen's heavy emphasis on the observer profession, he had no idea of the true reason behind it. It could be an opportunity, or it could be a trap. Freedom was important, but the prerequisite was survival, and he needed to grow stronger as quickly as possible, to face any threat without fear. The answer was clear now. After soaring through these thoughts, Su Xing raised his head in meeting Sha's expectant gaze. He didn't agree directly but instead asked a key question to confirm the personal opportunities of guild members, such as dungeon rewards. The guild won't interfere with those, right? Shadowkill's eyes narrowed, then he burst into laughter, his gaze full of admiration. Of course. The rule of Fengshen is that personal gains belong to the individual. We would never seize anyone's opportunities. What we invest in is the person themselves. The ultimate goal is to become gods. That's the original intention behind the founding of Fengshen. Receiving a clear answer, Su Xing nodded without hesitation. All right, I agree to join. At this moment, the previously relaxed Shadowkill suddenly let out a breath of relief. He exhaled deeply, as if completing an important task. This detail sent a jolt through Lei Zhinshan, who was watching from afar. He was shocked to realize that he, and perhaps the entire Nanjiang sanctuary, had underestimated Su Xing's value from the very beginning. He wasn't some dispensable D-rank nobody. He was a true treasure, someone so valuable that a colossal entity like Fengshen would send a 7th-turn powerhouse to personally invite him back. Su Xing ignored the crowd's astonishment. He had always been pragmatic. Having made his decision, he immediately put forward his first request. I'm currently maxed out at first turn and urgently need to complete the 2nd turn quest. I wonder if the guild can provide resources and assistance. How greedy. You just agreed to join and already want to take advantage. Li Wei sneered sarcastically. But Shadowkill wasn't angry at all. Instead, he slapped his thigh and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Of course. A mere 2nd turn quest doesn't even require going through the guild's complex procedures. I'll provide the resources myself. Consider it a welcome gift for you, my young friend. As soon as he said this, the entire venue fell silent, as if a duck's neck had been squeezed. No one made a sound. To them, the 2nd turn quest was as difficult as ascending to the heavens, requiring the full support of their families to prepare. Yet the other party said it was just a casual gift. The disparity between people was laid bare at this moment. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Shadowkill performed an action that left everyone dumbfounded. With a wave of his hand, he slashed through the air. Rip! The space tore open like fragile fabric, revealing a dark, bottomless rift. Then, a piercing eagle cry echoed through the sky, as if calling from ancient times. The next second, a massive beast with a wingspan exceeding 100 meters, its entire body as black as ink, and every feather gleaming with a cold metallic luster, emerged from the spatial rift, its proud head held high. Sky-piercing rock. The oppressive aura of this terrifying SSS-grade beast swept across the entire plaza like a tidal wave. All the newcomers, even the top-tier S-grade geniuses, couldn't stand under this pressure. Their legs turned to jelly, their faces pale, and they collapsed to their knees. Even the fifth-turn expert Lei Jinshan felt chest tightness and palpitations, struggling to breathe. This was actually an SSS-grade mount. Was this the power of the Dragon Nation's number 1 guild? The strongest pet beast in Nanjiang was only S-grade. Shadowkill leaped lightly and landed steadily on the rock's back. He turned to look at Su Xing. Su Xing, however, didn't act immediately. He turned around to face the beautiful figure who had been silently supporting him all along, her eyes now filled with shock and relief. He extended his hand. "Teacher Yunshang, come with me." Su Xing couldn't bear to leave Yunshang, who had dared to stand against everyone for his sake, behind. Yunshang froze, looking at Su Xing's sincere gaze. Her nose tingled, and her eyes quickly grew moist. She nodded firmly. Under the envious, jealous, regretful, and fearful gazes of the crowd in the plaza, Su Xing took Yunshang and mounted the legendary beast. The giant rock flapped its wings, the wind howled, and in an instant, it soared into the sky, disappearing beyond the horizon in the blink of an eye. All that remained were Li Wei and Lin Xingya's pale faces, and Lei Jinshan's complex, unsettled gaze as he stared into the distance for a long time. At this moment, the entire world seemed to be clearly divided into two completely different levels. The Nanjiang Sanctuary Transferee Association wasn't far from the newcomer awakening plaza. Shadowkill circled the rock a few times before quietly returning. According to Shadowkill's idea, since everyone was preparing to leave, it would be unreasonable not to show off with a grand spectacle. With Dapeng being so dashing, this was the perfect opportunity to stir up envy in others and make them jealous of you. Su Xing found this kind of flaunting a bit childish, but he understood that Shadowkill was doing it to lift his spirits, and he felt grateful. Inside the Resource Exchange Hall, the decor here was understated yet luxurious, and everyone carried themselves with a calm demeanor, clearly all experts. Shadowkill led Su Xing and Yunshang to the exchange counter. The receptionist merely nodded politely, but there was a faint trace of disdain in his eyes, barely noticeable. He clearly thought Su Xing was just an amateur rookie who had gotten in through connections. Su Xing paid no mind to it, calmly stepped forward, opened his system backpack, and, under the impatient gaze of the receptionist, dumped out all his equipment in one go. The next moment, crash! Like a flash flood, like the Milky Way pouring out, a massive amount of equipment spilled forth. Black iron, bronze, silver, various grades of weapons and armor, mixed with glittering materials, gushed out from the void like a waterfall. The clanging sound of metal collisions echoed continuously, and everyone in the hall couldn't help but turn their heads to look. In just a few breaths, a dazzling mountain of equipment piled up in front of the sturdy alloy exchange counter, shining brightly and leaving everyone in awe. The hall instantly fell into an eerie silence. Then, deafening exclamations erupted. "Holy crap! What is that? Did someone raid a guild warehouse? It's all equipment. And so many silver-grade ones. My god! Could this really be something a rookie managed to gather?" The previously disdainful receptionist now had his mouth wide open, his eyes nearly popping out. He frantically called through the internal communicator, "Quick! Emergency inventory check at Station 3. Immediate support." Yunshang, standing nearby, was so shocked she covered her mouth, her eyes filled with disbelief. She couldn't help but ask, "Su Xing, did you clear out the entire initial forest?" Even Shadowkill, a seasoned expert with 7 career transitions, couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. Though he maintained a calm exterior, his inner thoughts were in turmoil. "When I transitioned back, then, I fought tooth and nail with others for a single silver-grade weapon. This kid is ridiculously wealthy. I was worried he might not have enough materials earlier. Turns out that's not a problem at all. Even the materials for his second transition gift seemed too few." Shadowkill hadn't anticipated that he himself would soon be on the verge of tears. While the staff busily inventoried the mountain of equipment, Su Xing nonchalantly pulled the still-dazed Yunshang toward the nearby treasure exchange area. The treasures here all gleamed brightly, clearly top-tier items. Without hesitation, Su Xing pointed to a necklace that seemed woven from moonlight and said to the staff, "I want this, tear of the moon goddess. Exchange it." "All right, that will require 100,000 copper coins." Before the sentence was finished, Su Xing had already confirmed the payment. He handed the rare gold-grade defensive accessory to Yunshang. Teacher, this is for you. No. It's too precious, I can't accept it. Yun Shan was both delighted and apprehensive, hurriedly refusing. Take it. Su Xing's tone was firm. Without you, I wouldn't have made it this far. Seeing Su Xing's sincere and resolute gaze, Yun Shan's eyes grew moist. She no longer refused and carefully put on the tear of the moon goddess around her snow-white neck. This scene made Shadowkill nod silently, further affirming his appreciation for Su Xing's character. Soon, the equipment inventory was completed, and an astronomical amount of copper coins was instantly credited to Su Xing's account. Shadowkill also fulfilled his promise, handing Su Xing a second transition scroll, imbued with faint spatial fluctuations. Su Xing took it without hesitation and crushed it on the spot. With a flash of light, he was transported to a grand and solemn career transition temple. At the center of the temple, a massive statue of the career transition goddess gazed downward, exuding both holiness and compassion. A gentle starlight radiated from the statue, enveloping Su Xing's second transition quest. Activated, the task panel slowly unfolded. Phase 1, reach level 10, October 10th, max level for the first transition, Phase 1 completed with ease. Next comes the material requirements for Phase 2. But when he saw the Phase 2 quest, he froze. Phase 2, submit the following 10 types of gold tier materials to prove your potential. 0/10. 1. Reverse scale of a gold tier dragon beast times 1 2. Complete tentacle of a gold tier deep sea demon anemone times 1 3. Heart of a gold tier storm giant times 1 4. Fragment of a gold tier star core times 1 5. Gold tier. A long list of rare gold tier materials, names alone enough to make one's scalp tingle, was clearly listed on the panel. A D tier observer actually needs so many materials? Su Xing had only killed a gold tier boss and claimed the first kill reward, which barely qualified him for a full set of gold equipment. If he didn't join a guild, where could he find so many gold tier materials? But it made sense. Although the observer was a D tier talent, its strength was no less than SSS tier. Not to mention, he had the help of the Shadowkill expert. With a flash of light, Su Xing returned to the exchange hall and immediately shared the task panel. Wow! Yun Shang gasped in surprise, unable to hold back her exclamation. How is this possible? SSS tier professions only need 3 gold tier materials for their second transition, and only 1 of each. Shadowkill was also stunned. He curiously leaned over to take a look, and the next second, the laughter on his face froze completely. His eyes locked onto the material list, his expression shifting from surprise to complexity, then to confusion. Instinctively, he turned to look at Su Xing's profession panel. The clear D tier observer seemed to be mocking him mercilessly, loudly refuting the bold claims he had just made. He had thought this was just a small favor, easy to handle. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a bottomless pit. The entire exchange hall instantly fell into a strange silence. The air seemed to solidify. The awkward atmosphere was almost tangible, as if it could be sliced with a knife. A deathly stillness. The entire hall was enveloped in a silence so profound it felt as though time had stopped. Yun Shang nervously clenched her fists, her palms damp with cold sweat. She feared that this 7-transition powerhouse might lose his temper and suddenly turn hostile. Meanwhile, Shadowkill's expression was nothing short of spectacular. First silence, then shock, and finally utter bewilderment. For decades, he had roamed the world, facing all kinds of storms and challenges. But today, he felt as though his worldview had been completely shattered by a D-tier profession's second transition quest. This was supposed to be a second transition quest? Even for several SSS tier professions combined, the total materials required for their second transitions wouldn't amount to the list in front of him. This wasn't a transition, it was outright robbery. Cough. Finally, it was Shadowkill himself who broke the eerie silence with a dry cough. He took a deep breath, as if trying to swallow all his frustration, then exhaled deeply. A trace of pain and helplessness flickered in his deep-set eyes. But in the end, he chose to embrace the situation with a decisive resolve. Fine. He gritted his teeth, as if making a monumental decision, his voice tinged with a tragic determination. I, Shadowkill, have always lived by the principle of a promise is worth 1,000 gold. Just 10 gold tier materials. He paused, each word seemingly squeezed out from between his teeth. I will provide them. As his words fell, he reached out and began pulling items one by one from his storage ring. His movements were filled with difficulty and reluctance. Sigh, this bottle of dragon blood, painstakingly stolen from the Abyssal Dragon King's lair. He took out a crystal bottle, stared at it longingly for a while, and then placed it on the table. Sigh, this fragment of star core, which I had prepared to upgrade my treasured dagger. He took out another piece of starlit metal, his face full of heartache. Yun Shang stared in shock as the legendary 7-turn powerhouse, like a father emptied of his savings by his children, muttered to himself while painfully gathering 10 golden-grade materials that would bankrupt any small guild. When he slapped the last item onto the table, he looked utterly drained of energy and spirit. "Take it! Advance!" he shouted at Su Xing in exasperation. Fortunately, he had only agreed to help with the second advancement, otherwise, he might have been heartbroken to death. Next time, he definitely wouldn't casually agree to help Su Xing with a class advancement. These advancement requirements were practically cheating. The material cost was outrageous. Su Xing returned to the class advancement temple and submitted the materials. Phase 2, please submit the following 10 golden grade materials to prove your potential. October 10th, Phase 2 complete. In an instant, the entire class advancement temple erupted in radiant light. A beam of starlight, 100 times brighter than ever before, enveloped Su Xing completely. An unprecedented, overwhelming power from the world's essence surged into his eyes. A sharp, searing pain struck, as if his eyeballs were being melted and reshaped entirely. At the same time, a barrage of system notifications flashed through his mind like a storm. But one critical message left Su Xing completely stunned. Warning: unknown class evolution path detected. The class system is undergoing data correction. Congratulations. Your class D rank observer has successfully absorbed the essence of the laws and achieved an unprecedented rank leap. Current class, C rank, Law Gazer. Additional mental bonus, plus 100 new skills, Law Analysis, Spatial Rift Evolution Trait. The whites of your eyes have transformed into transparent crystals, refracting multicolored law halos. You can gaze upon the contours of laws, symbolizing an initial understanding of the world's essence. So that's it. A storm raged in Su Xing's mind as he instantly understood everything. This wasn't an ordinary second advancement at all, it was a heaven-defying evolution, forcibly breaking through class rank limits using an immense amount of rare resources as fuel. The fact that a class could evolve completely overturned Su Xing's decades-long understanding. At this moment, the rules of the world were shattered by him, leaving a gaping hole. It was common knowledge that a class's rank was fixed. An S-rank class remained S-rank unless a class advancement book was used to ascend to a higher rank, such as SSS rank. But Su Xing could directly raise his class rank simply by completing advancement tasks. It was unbelievable. Outside, Shadow Kill and Yun Shang also saw the dazzling beam of light that nearly pierced through the temple's roof. The two were so shocked their jaws almost dropped. A D-rank class, causing such a commotion during a second advancement? As the light faded, Su Xing slowly opened his eyes. His level cap had already been raised to 40. But that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that the world in his eyes had completely changed. It was no longer a simple material world. He could clearly see countless faintly glowing elemental particles floating in the air. He could see the silver moonset he wore, radiating soft moonlight invisible to the naked eye. He could even see the immense energy of a class holder flowing slowly within his body. Instinctively, he turned his gaze to the center of the temple, at the massive statue of the class advancement goddess. Then, he activated his new class talent, Law Gaze. Buzz. In an instant, the statue's hard stone exterior became illusory and transparent in his eyes. His vision seemed to pierce through the boundaries of matter and reality, entering a sacred space composed of light and laws. There, he saw a faintly discernible, perfect female figure, woven from the pure laws of fate and fortune. She was holy and majestic, yet exuded an intense allure of life's essence, just as Su Xing was watching intently, even wanting to see more clearly. A grand and majestic thought, mixed with a trace of embarrassment, struck directly into the depths of his consciousness like a thunderbolt. How interesting! Your eyes can actually penetrate spatial barriers and directly see my true form? The next second, a system notification sound that made Su Xing's heart race suddenly rang out. You have discovered the secret of the goddess of luck. As the first mortal to dare to look directly at her, you have aroused her intense curiosity and approval. You have received a special gift from the goddess of luck, a god-level unique skill, Fortune Draw. Fortune Draw, god-level, unique. You can draw your fortune once a day. Fortune levels include minor luck, moderate luck, great luck, overwhelming fortune, and auspicious aura. Different levels of fortune will bring you varying degrees of absolute luck enhancement within 24 hours, which cannot be negated by any force. Su Xing was completely stunned. A god-level skill. Fortune draw. He stood there, dazed, for over 10 seconds, before snapping out of the miracle-like gift that had suddenly appeared. His heart was pounding wildly with extreme excitement. Second advancement. Career upgrade. Level cap increase. Mental power surge. But all of this seemed to pale in comparison to the god-level unique skill that had just appeared before him. He greedily read the skill description word by word, over and over again. You can draw once a day. Fortune levels include minor luck, moderate luck, great luck, overwhelming fortune, and auspicious aura. This luck enhancement is absolute and cannot be negated by any force. The lowest is minor luck? Su Xing's breathing instantly became rapid. What does this mean? It means that starting today, the word unlucky will completely disappear from his life. His life will only consist of good luck, better luck, explosive luck, and soaring luck. This is stronger than any attack or defense skill. He tried to suppress his inner excitement and decided to test it immediately. After all, only practice could prove whether this skill was truly god-level. He focused his thoughts and silently chanted, "Use fortune draw." Buzz. An ancient and mysterious lottery cylinder, like a phantom object made of bronze and starlight, quietly appeared in his consciousness. The cylinder was filled with densely packed bamboo sticks, each wrapped in chaotic energy, making it impossible to discern their specific contents. As his thoughts confirmed, the cylinder began to shake violently. The next second, a stick emitting dazzling golden light was selected by an invisible hand and shot out forcefully. Two large characters, shining brightly and written in a majestic style, were imprinted on the stick, "Great Luck." The stick paused in midair for a moment before transforming into a pure and mysterious warm current, instantly merging into Su Xing's entire body, even deep into his soul. There was no surge in power, nor any attribute enhancement. But Su Xing clearly felt that the entire world looked different to him. The air became fresher, the light softer. An indescribable feeling welled up in his heart, as if the entire world particularly liked him and took special care of him. He even had a crazy intuition: if he went out now and walked a few steps, he could find a wallet full of money on the roadside. Ah! Su Xing let out a long breath and walked out of the job advancement temple. Congratulations, Su Xing. Yun Shang immediately came up to him. Although Su Xing's level hadn't changed, she could clearly sense that his aura was several times stronger than before. His eyes were as deep as the stars, making it hard for anyone to look directly at him. Su Xing smiled and nodded, instinctively activating the newly acquired career talent Lawful Gaze to look at the nearby Shadow Kill. Instantly, the world in his eyes was overturned again. Shadow Kill was no longer an ordinary person. In his vision, Shadow Kill's exterior disappeared. Instead, what appeared was a humanoid star formed from endless terrifying energy. Within the energy body, unbreakable chains of laws exuding an eternal aura coiled around the core energy source like dragons, slowly rotating. Each rotation seemed to resonate with the pulse of the heavens and earth. Is this the true form of a seven-turn powerhouse? Su Xing was so shocked that he was speechless. Just as he was completely absorbed in watching, Shadow Kill, who had been smiling and nodding at Yun Shang like a kind elder, suddenly froze. A strange chill, as if he had been stripped bare and seen through from the inside out. From his energy core to the patterns of laws suddenly surged from the depths of his heart. In his decades of life, having experienced countless life and death situations, he had never felt anything like this before. Kid. Shadowkill abruptly turned his head, his sharp, eagle-like eyes locking onto Su Xing, his voice filled with suspicion. What did you just do? Su Xing's heart tightened as he immediately realized it was the effect of Lawful Gaze. He quickly restrained his aura, and that feeling of being completely seen through disappeared. Yun Shang, startled by the sudden tension, looked at them in confusion, not knowing what to do. Ahem, it's nothing, Su Xing said with a smile. I just thought Senior Shadowkill looked particularly radiant. Shadowkill stared at Su Xing suspiciously for a long moment. Finding no trace of hostility, he reluctantly let it go. However, his evaluation of Su Xing had already risen from top-tier genius to the level of an unfathomable monster. To ease the awkward atmosphere, Shadowkill cleared his throat and suggested, let's go. Now that the second turn is complete, I'll take you two youngsters to the trading hall for a look. There are plenty of good Things there, especially unidentified materials obtained from various dungeons. Before they're identified, no one knows if they're priceless treasures or worthless junk. It's like gambling, very exciting. The trading market in the Southern River Sanctuary was divided into 3 levels. The first level was for ordinary transactions, the second for treasure auctions, and the most chaotic and lively was the underground treasure hunting area. Shadowkill led the 2 of them underground, where the air was immediately filled with noise and commotion. Various stalls were cluttered with all sorts of strange items. There were broken sword hilts, dim magic orbs covered in cracks, and scales from unknown giant beasts. There were even lumps of mud wrapped in chaotic energy, their material indiscernible. These were all unidentified items, excavated from dangerous dungeons and ancient ruins. Another piece of scrap iron. Jackpot. I got a silver-grade bracer this time, definitely worth it. Professionals gathered around the stalls, sometimes sighing in frustration, other times erupting in cheers of excitement. The entire area was filled with the frenzy and thrill of gambling. Well, young friend, what do you think? Interesting, isn't it? Shadowkill introduced enthusiastically. Here, both sharp eyes and good luck are indispensable. Sometimes, a seemingly ordinary piece of junk might hide a legendary great item, other times, something that looks like a treasure with strong energy fluctuations might turn out to be worthless. Eager to show off his insight as a 7-turn powerhouse in front of Su Xing, Shadowkill stroked his chin, adopting the demeanor of a master, and personally took action. He approached a stall and picked up a seemingly unremarkable, unidentified beast claw, covered in scratches from a pile of junk. Closing his eyes, he tapped it lightly with his fingers, carefully sensing the residual energy fluctuations. After a moment, he opened his eyes, a confident expression on his face, and analyzed for Su Xing and Yun Shang. This item has dim surface energy, but there's a faint trace of draconic majesty within. Although it's been heavily corroded by chaotic energy, the core law imprint remains intact. I can confidently say it's at least gold grade. The surrounding professionals, hearing this, gathered around with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Shadowkill boldly purchased the beast claw and immediately invited an appraiser to identify it. As the seal was lifted, a dazzling golden light shot into the sky. It's gold grade. Unbelievable. Gold grade material, claw of an adult subdragon. The crowd erupted. Whoa! Truly an expert. Incredible insight. Master. This is a true treasure appraisal master. Countless admiring gazes instantly focused on Shadowkill. Yun Shang's eyes sparkled even brighter, her respect for this senior deepening further. Shadowkill basked in the adoration of the crowd, a confident smile on his face, feeling immensely proud. However, when he turned to see Su Xing's shocked and admiring expression, he found that Su Xing wasn't even looking at him. That guy was busy rummaging through a stall piled high with what seemed like genuine scrap metal, touching and inspecting items here and there. Shadowkill frowned slightly. What he didn't know was that the world Su Xing saw at this moment was entirely different from theirs. Under the influence of lawful gaze and great fortune, those seemingly chaotic and unremarkable unidentified items revealed their true essence to Su Xing. 99% of the items were shrouded in thick gray mist, indicating they were completely worthless, but a few emitted varying intensities of light. A palm-sized, unidentified scale hidden among the rubble radiated a dazzling golden light. A rusty, half-broken unidentified broken sword also shone with golden brilliance. What made his heart race the most was a mud-covered, partially exposed broken helmet, glowing like a miniature sun. Its light far surpassed gold, exuding a noble and resplendent platinum hue. Platinum grade. Su Xing's task was simple: pick up these glowing treasures. He casually swept aside the junk, pulling it toward himself, and said to the stall owner, who was grinning slyly and clearly thought Su Xing was clueless, "I'll take all of these." The stall owner, delighted, quickly quoted a price he thought was ridiculously low: 800 copper coins. The surrounding crowd whispered among themselves, thinking this young man was foolish for choosing nothing but discarded junk. Even Shadowkill was puzzled, unable to see anything special about these items. After paying, Su Xing grinned at Shadowkill. "Senior Shadowkill, may I borrow your appraiser?" The appraisal began. Amidst countless mocking and curious gazes, the appraiser picked up the first item, the unidentified scale. Rip! The seal was broken. A blinding golden light shot into the sky. Gold-grade material, reverse scale of an adult fire dragon. Value, 150,000. What? The stall owner's smile froze instantly. The surrounding laughter abruptly ceased. The appraiser's hands trembled slightly as he picked up the second item, the unidentified broken sword. Buzz! Another golden light erupted. Gold-grade weapon. Fragment Sword of Judgment of the Ancient Paladin. Value, 200,000. Another gold? The stall owner's face turned green. The crowd fell into dead silence, broken only by the sound of sharp intakes of breath. My God, discarded junk that no one wanted turned out to contain 2 gold-grade items. This is like gambling with fate. Impossible. It must be fake. I'm so jealous, 2 gold items in one go, that's insane. Shadowkill's jaw dropped as he stared fixedly at the last item, the mud-covered broken helmet. The appraiser's hands trembled uncontrollably as he mustered all his strength to slowly break the seal. Boom! A noble and majestic aura far surpassing gold suddenly erupted. An intensely radiant platinum light column pierced the sky, forcing everyone to squint as it transformed into a dragon of light soaring upward. Platinum! Platinum! Platinum-grade equipment! The appraiser shouted with all his might, delivering the most shocking appraisal result of his life. Platinum-grade crown, Starry Sky Kings. Crown. Value, 1,200,000. Thud. The stall owner blacked out, his legs giving way as he collapsed, foaming at the mouth. Shadowkill and Yun Shan were completely stunned. Their minds blank. Casually picking out a few materials and equipment, and one of them turned out to be platinum-grade? Is this even human? Boom! The platinum beam, soaring into the sky, like a sacred scepter, struck the hearts of everyone in the underground treasure market with a resounding blow. The entire world seemed to press the mute button. Time froze at that moment. Everyone's movements, the expressions on their faces, all came to a standstill. Some had their mouths open, too shocked to speak, some had their eyes wide, like bronze bells, others dropped what they were holding without even noticing. Their minds went blank, and all they could feel was the dazzling platinum light that made their hearts race. Platinum. Platinum grade. After a long while, someone finally managed to stammer out these 2 words in a dreamlike voice. Immediately, the previously silent square erupted like a barrel of gunpowder ignited, bursting into a frenzy of noise. Oh my God! What did I just see? Platinum-grade equipment. This is the first time I've ever seen platinum-grade equipment. Valued at 1.2 million? Even if I sold everything I own, I couldn't afford it. It came out of a pile of junk? That's simply impossible. A miracle. This is truly a miracle. Who is this young man? He's not human, he's a god. The eye of God. Countless gazes filled with awe, fear, greed, and fanaticism locked onto Su Xing at the center of the storm like spotlights. Su Xing, however, remained calm. He casually kicked the unconscious stall owner, lying on the ground. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, he left behind the reverse scale of the adult fire dragon and the judgment sword of the ancient paladin, taking only the dazzling crown of the starry sky. He didn't even bother to check the attributes of the platinum equipment. I'm selling these 2 items, he said calmly to the completely petrified Ing Sha and Yun Shang. As soon as he finished speaking, a chubby, extravagantly dressed middle-aged merchant, adorned with various magical trinkets, came rushing over, stumbling and crawling, his face plastered with a flattering smile. Young, no. Master. Esteemed master. These 2 golden-grade treasures, are Tian Bao. Pavilion will take them. 350,000. I'll offer 350,000. No, 360,000. Su Xing didn't even furrow his brow and agreed to the deal on the spot. Ding! A string of wealth numbers. That ordinary people couldn't even dream of instantly flowed into his account. From penniless to overnight riches. To him, it seemed like a trivial matter. His composure stood in stark contrast to the near-mad expressions in the eyes of the surrounding professionals. This platinum-blowing storm quickly swept through the entire Nanjing sanctuary main city at an astonishing speed. Naturally, the news reached Li Wei and Lin Xingya, who had just scraped together enough money to try their luck in a high-level dungeon. What? Impossible. Li Wei's first reaction upon hearing the news was an angry roar. He's just a double D trash. How could he possibly get platinum-grade equipment? This must be fake news. But as more and more detailed information came in, their disbelief quickly turned into jealousy and greed. Their eyes burned with flames, almost bursting out, consuming their reason. Luck. It must just be luck. Lin Xingya bit her lip tightly, her eyes flashing with madness. She grabbed Li Wei's hand and said sharply, Li Wei, listen to me. If a D-grade trash can get rich through luck, what about us? We're S-grade geniuses. We're destined to be the protagonists. How could our luck be worse than his? This is our best chance to turn the tables. We have to take back everything that belongs to us, with interest. This foolish yet tempting idea instantly struck Li Wei's jealousy-twisted heart. That's right. If he has good luck, we have even better luck. If he can do it, we definitely can too. The two pooled all their savings, filled with resentment and blind confidence, and stormed toward the already crowded underground treasure market. When they pushed through the crowd and reached the stall, they found that it had already become the focal point of the entire market. Everyone wore an expression of amusement, waiting for the next act. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li Wei and Lin Xingye held their heads high and began to ostentatiously select items, mimicking the grandiose demeanor of Shadowkill, which they had heard about. They occasionally picked up a stone to sense its energy or examined the patterns on a bone. Finally, after spending all their copper coins, they confidently chose a few items they believed to be highly energetic and of excellent quality from the pile of unidentified items. Just wait and see. The things we uncover will definitely be better than that cheating loser's, Li Wei loudly declared to the surrounding crowd. Amidst the jeers and laughter, the appraiser reluctantly began his work. The first item, a stone that Li Wei had confidently claimed contained the essence of the earth, flashed with a dull gray light. No grade, a completely worthless ordinary rock. The first wave of stifled laughter erupted from the crowd. The second item, a bone that Lin Xingye believed carried the remnants of an ancient beast's aura, also emitted a gray light. No grade, a wild boar's leg bone. Ha 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 ha. The laughter around them could no longer be contained, flooding over the two like a tidal wave. Li Wei and Lin Xingye's faces instantly turned bright red. Refusing to give up, they pushed their final item, the unidentified treasure chest, on which they had staked everything toward. The appraiser. Open it. Open it now. There must be a piece of gold-tier equipment inside. Li Wei shouted. Under the mocking gazes of the entire crowd, the appraiser unsealed the treasure chest. There was no golden light, nor white light. Only a bang sound. A foul stench wafted out of the chest, revealing nothing but a dried-up pile of unidentified animal feces. The moment the feces appeared, Li Wei and Lin Xingye's last shred of dignity and hope was utterly shattered. Their faces turned from bright red to ashen, and finally to a deathly pale. The entire crowd erupted into thunderous, unrestrained laughter. They had lost everything, their reputations in ruins, becoming the biggest and most foolish laughingstock of the Nanjiang Sanctuary. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind it all, Su Xing, was leisurely seated on a sofa in the VIP room at the top floor of the Job Changer Association, holding a cup of fragrant tea, and admiring the newly acquired, radiant platinum-tier equipment, Celestial Crown. The chaos and frenzy in the trading hall below seemed like a world away. Shadowkill, having dealt with some follow-up matters, entered the room. Kid, you've stirred up quite the commotion today. He glanced at the relaxed Su Xing and said with a smile, I need to handle the trouble caused by the sanctuaries from various countries who've caught wind of this, and I'll also arrange your second-tier advancement quest. He paused and added, tomorrow morning, I'll take you to a good place. I guarantee you'll reach max level for your second tier within a day. During this time, if you have any personal matters to settle in the Nanjiang Sanctuary, take care of them now. Afterward, we'll head straight to the Kyoto Sanctuary. That's where you truly belong. It'll be safer there. Su Xing nodded, fully aware. He indeed needed to bid farewell to teacher Yin Shang. And while he was at it, fulfill the promise he made to those two troublemakers. After giving his instructions, Shadowkill's figure flickered and disappeared silently, like ink dissolving into water. The room was left with only Su Xing. With a thought, the radiant, celestial crown floated quietly in his palm. Celestial Crown, Platinum Tier, Requirement, LV.40, Attributes, Spirit plus 800. Constitution plus 500, Agility plus 500, Description, legend has it that this crown was not crafted by ordinary artisans but was forged from a fallen star core intertwined with the solidified light of the galaxy. The wearer can hear whispers from the depths of the universe, their eyes as profound as the starry sky, capable of perceiving the trajectories of all things. Wow! Even the usually composed Su Xing couldn't help but gasp in amazement upon seeing the crown's attributes. These stats were simply overwhelming. The massive attribute boost perfectly aligned with the needs of his dual professions, observer, and soul harvester of the abyss. He couldn't wait to put it on and feel the power. But the line of text, requirement, LV.40, was like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing his excitement. Level, Su Xing clenched his fists, never before so eager to level up. The next day, at dawn, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, spilling into the room as Su Xing opened the door right on time. Outside, Shadowkill was leaning against the wall, looking bored, as if he'd been waiting for a long time. Seeing Su Xing come out, Shadowkill yawned and said casually, "Let's go, time to set off. Oh, by the way, last night I took care of a few rats who tried to sneak into the South River Sanctuary to cause you trouble. Their strength was average, nothing noteworthy among 7th-tier experts." Su Xing was about to step forward but suddenly froze. A cold sweat broke out on his back instantly. Assassins? He had just left the initial secret realm less than a day ago, and an assassination attempt had already come so quickly? Moreover, judging by Shadowkill's tone, there was more than one, and they were 7th-tier experts? A chilling sensation shot from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He instantly understood that if Shadowkill hadn't been there, if he hadn't chosen to join the Jifengxian Guild, he might not even have known the cause of his death last night. Even if he had managed to use the Mark of the World Tree to escape back to the initial secret realm, he would have been trapped in the novice village, forever unable to step into the real world. At this moment, Su Xing felt, for the first time, a genuine sense of belonging and gratitude toward the guild he had previously only joined in name. When he was at his weakest and most vulnerable, the guild had unconditionally shielded him from a deadly threat. "Senior Shadowkill," Su Xing said sincerely and solemnly for the first time, "thank you." Shadowkill waved his hand with a smile. "It's nothing. Protecting the future of the guild is my duty." He looked at the burning determination in Su Xing's eyes and nodded in satisfaction. Passively accepting protection would never make someone a true powerhouse. Only when this young man, from the depths of his heart, wanted to break free from the helplessness of having his life controlled by others, and ignited the strongest desire to grow stronger, would he truly begin his journey to ascend the divine throne. Outside the South River Sanctuary, in the Level 40 training zone, Wailing Canyon, the area was shrouded in dark clouds, and the howling wind echoed through the canyon like the cries of ghosts. On the ground, countless skeletal warriors and wraith mages, exuding an ominous aura, wandered aimlessly. For most newcomers, this place was an absolute forbidden zone. But today, this forbidden zone welcomed a god. Swish! Shadowkill brought Su Xing, appearing silently at the canyon entrance as if teleporting. To demonstrate the efficiency of a 7th-tier expert in front of Su Xing, he confidently activated team mode and patted his chest, guaranteeing, "Kid, stand firm. Watch and learn what efficiency looks like." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand casually. Facing the horde of over 100 monsters ahead, he unleashed a skill without hesitation. Domain, Shadow Realm Annihilation. Buzz! A massive dark domain, like an overturned bowl, instantly swallowed the light in the space ahead for hundreds of meters. Within the domain, the sound of wailing and howling ceased almost as soon as it began. Countless sharp shadow blades frantically slashed and cut through the darkness. 3 seconds later, the darkness dissipated, and sunlight shone once more. The horde of over 100 ferocious monsters had turned into scattered ashes, not even leaving behind bones. The entire process was both devastating and effortlessly elegant. Shadowkill stood with his hands behind his back, his robes fluttering, striking the pose of a master who had easily vanquished formidable foes. He turned around, ready to bask in Su Xing's admiration. However, what he saw was Su Xing's strange expression and an experience bar that had barely moved. Su Xing's level had only risen from 10 to 12. "Ha!" Shadowkill's masterful demeanor froze instantly. "What's going on?" He incredulously pulled up the system log to check carefully. Level difference too large, experience reduced by 99%, teammate killed monsters instantly, experience reduced by 99%, 1. System penalty after another slapped the 7th-tier expert in the face like a series of resounding slaps. He blushed, coughed twice, and awkwardly tried to cover it up. Ahem, a mistake, purely a mistake. Looks like I need to change tactics. He decisively left the team, waved to Su Xing, and said in an indisputable tone, "From now on, I'll handle weakening them, and you finish them off." As soon as he finished speaking, Shadowkill's figure transformed into a black shadow and instantly disappeared. The next second, he appeared in front of a 5-meter-tall, level 40 elite monster wielding a massive bone blade, Bone General. Facing a powerful strike capable of splitting rocks, Shadowkill neither dodged nor evaded. He simply extended a finger and lightly tapped the Bone General on its forehead. Buzz! The The white bone flames burning across the bone general's body instantly dimmed, like a candle about to go out. Its long health bar above its head plummeted like a waterfall, leaving only a sliver of health. Shadowkill waved his hand again, and a sturdy shadow chain suddenly appeared, firmly binding the stunned bone general, rendering it immobile. After finishing this, he tilted his chin towards Su Xing in the distance. The meaning was clear, it was his turn. Su Xing understood immediately, stepped forward, and with a light pull of his silver moonbow, shot an arrow that cleanly finished off the once imposing elite monster. A crisp notification sounded in his mind. Ping! You have killed LV.40 Bone General, Elite, EXP plus 8000, free attribute point plus 1, Abyssal Soul Drain. Progress plus 0.8%. Su Xing's eyes lit up instantly. This was amazing. As long as he delivered the finishing blow, he could claim all the experience and free attribute points. What followed was an unprecedented spectacle across the entire Wailing Canyon. A 7th-tier powerhouse capable of shaking the earth had now become the most efficient butcher and the most considerate babysitter. Like a ghost, he darted through the monster hordes, precisely reducing each level 40 monster to half health with a single tap. Then, he used shadow chains to bind them neatly and delivered them to Su Xing. And Su Xing? He was like the happiest customer in the world. All he had to do was stand there, draw his bow, charge his shots, and fire arrows. He could close his eyes and revel in the triple harvest of experience points, free attribute points, and career progress. Ping! You have killed Wraith Mage, EXP plus 4000. Ping! You have killed Bone Warrior, EXP plus 4000. Ping! You have killed the system. Notifications in his mind formed the most beautiful and melodious symphony. His level skyrocketed like a rocket. LV.15, LV.20, LV.30. LV.35. Shadowkill, standing nearby, watched as this junior's level soared in aura grew stronger. His initial feelings of reluctance and disappointment gradually turned into shock and anticipation. Everyone who joined the God Sealing Guild had at least SS-level talent. Yet this D-level professional had caught the attention of the guild's higher-ups. Who knew how far he could go in the future? Below the divine level, everyone else was just small fry. Becoming a god was the sole ultimate goal of every member of the God Sealing Guild. In just one day, as the sunset painted the canyon in golden hues, a crisp notification marked the perfect conclusion to this frenzied leveling session. Ping! Congratulations on reaching level 40, the current stage cap. Su Xing felt the surging power within him, like rivers rushing through his body, and was filled with emotion. The gains from this day were equivalent to what an ordinary genius could achieve in a month of relentless monster grinding. Having a divine-level babysitter carry him was simply outrageous. Not only had he reached the 2nd-tier max level, but he had also gained a large number of free attribute points. Throughout the leveling process, the only one who had been truly exhausted was Shadowkill. He had been hands-on the entire time, weakening every monster to low health and delivering them one by one to Su Xing's doorstep. For 8 consecutive hours, he repeated the two simplest actions, drawing the bow and shooting arrows. Even Su Xing, with his exceptionally strong will, felt a bit mentally exhausted at this point. He glanced to his side, Senior Shadowkill remained as calm as ever, as if casually brushing dust off his clothes, without even a furrow in his brow. A surge of indescribable gratitude and guilt welled up in Su Xing's heart. A 7th-turn powerhouse capable of shaking the earth was acting like the most dedicated nanny, personally reducing 8,000 monsters to near death and feeding them to him one by one. This kindness was too immense. However, when he opened his attribute panel, all his emotions were swept away by the overwhelming sense of achievement. Free attribute points, 8,000. A full 8,000 points. This was a number any professional could only dream of. More importantly, the progress bar for his hidden class had, after absorbing the energy of the final monster, firmly stopped at 100%. Ding! Hidden class Abyssal Soul Harvester energy is full. Would you like to advance? Yes. Su Xing confirmed without hesitation, silently voicing his agreement in his heart. Boom! A surge of life energy, 10 times stronger than his last evolution, erupted from the depths of his being like a dormant volcano. In his mental world, he seemed to see a seed rooted in the darkness. That tender sprout finally broke through the thick, dark soil that symbolized prejudice and ridicule. With an unyielding will, it grew wildly toward the sky. Mysterious, ancient runes appeared on the new leaves, greedily absorbing the cold moonlight from above. System. Notification, Hidden Class Second Advancement detected. Evolution path confirmed, survival and counterattack. Congratulations! Hidden Class successfully evolved into Unyielding Thorn, B rank. Additional Constitution bonus, plus 300 new passive skill, Life Drain, restores 5% of max HP per second, new active skill, Thorn Armor, covers the body with hardened bark, greatly increasing physical and magical defense. Evolution traits, Sprout breaks through the soil, runes appear on the leaves, capable of absorbing moonlight to enhance Constitution. B rank. Feeling the powerful life force surging endlessly within him, it was as if a layer of hardened bark had formed beneath his skin, giving him a sense of security. Su Xing's heart pounded wildly with excitement. Life Drain. This meant that as long as he wasn't instantly killed, he would have astonishing sustainability. Thorn Armor. This completely compensated for his greatest weakness as a D-rank talent, a fragile body. From an agile but fragile archer, he had transformed into a thorn warrior who could fight, endure, and regenerate. At this moment, the transformation was complete. He took a deep breath, his gaze locking onto the 8,000 free attribute points. Without hesitation. When it comes to strength, flashy tricks are useless. Maximizing output is the ultimate path. Strength, increase by 4,000 points. Agility, increase by 4,000 points. Boom! As his thoughts confirmed the allocation, an indescribable surge of explosive power instantly filled his entire body. He felt as though every muscle was infused with molten lava, a strength capable of tearing through anything. His neural response speed was so fast it was almost unbelievable. He slowly opened his final attribute panel. The terrifying string of numbers made his heart skip a beat. Su Xing Class, Lawgazer, C rank level, 40 Constitution, 1517, Strength, 5873 Agility, 5450, Spirit, 1645 HP, 30,340, MP, 16,450 Attack, 23,492, Defense. 6068 Initial Skills, Weakness Analysis, Energy Scan, Energy Absorption, Passive, Root Bind, Law Analysis, Spatial Rift, Life Drain, Thorn Armor Hidden Class, Unyielding Thorn, B rank, 0%. Attack power exceeding 20,000. HP surpassing 30,000. The attack power is almost catching up to the health. It's simply unbelievable. Is this the strength a level 40 professional should have? Absolutely not. He's more like a ferocious beast disguised in a level 40 shell. Su Xing was immersed in this explosive power. Beside him, Shadow Kill, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Those calm, well-like eyes instantly turned razor-sharp. His body tensed up in an instant, and his gaze, as sharp as a blade, locked onto Su Xing as he growled in a low voice, "You brat! There's something off about your aura." Shadow Kill's heart was in turmoil. Just now, in that fleeting moment, he had sensed a sharp aura emanating from this young man who had just reached his second-class advancement. This aura made even him, a seventh-class powerhouse, feel his heart race. It was like a seemingly docile rabbit suddenly awakening the spirit of an ancient tyrannosaurus within. His gaze completely changed from one of favoring a junior to one of viewing an equal, or even a more terrifying opponent. Su Xing merely gave an awkward smile and brushed it off. His profession panel had long been hidden, but the moment his hidden profession leveled up and his attributes skyrocketed, the keen 7th class expert had still caught a trace of anomaly. It seemed he would have to level up secretly in the future or find a skill to disguise his panel. If someone discovered the secret of his ability to advance or the large number of free attribute points he had hidden, it would undoubtedly attract assassins. Shadow Kill might have refrained from probing out of respect, but that didn't mean others would. 8th class or even higher level experts might be able to investigate directly. When Su Xing and Shadow Kill emerged from the gloomy exit of Wailing Canyon and took their first breath of fresh air, they ran into a group of weary, dust-covered people. Leading them was Li Wei, whose face was so dark it seemed like water might drip from it, and Lin Qingya, whose face was filled with resentment. Behind them were several middle-aged professionals, well-equipped and exuding powerful auras. Clearly, they were hired by their families at great expense to help level up. The air froze the moment the two sides met. Li Wei and Lin Qingya had just suffered the double blow of losing everything and public humiliation. They had barely managed to scrape together enough money to hire help and painstakingly level up to level 10. Their exhaustion and disheveled appearance stood in stark contrast to Su Xing's relaxed demeanor and restrained aura. When enemies meet, their eyes practically shoot fire. Li Wei's gaze swept over Su Xing's glaringly obvious, LV.40 level, and his eyes instantly turned blood red. Jealousy and rage surged from the depths of his heart like magma, burning away the last shred of reason. Su Xing! He roared hysterically, pointing at Su Xing and cursing, "You damned piece of trash! Shameless cheating dog! Leveling up to 40 in a single day? You must have exploited some shady loophole. I went bankrupt betting on materials, and it's all your fault. Today, I'll make you pay back double." He had completely lost his mind, failing to recognize Shadowkill, who had concealed his appearance and aura and looked like an ordinary old steward. In his eyes, Su Xing was just someone who had gotten lucky and climbed up by relying on a slightly powerful faction. He suddenly turned his head and shouted at a burly, steady-looking middle-aged man beside him. "Second uncle. It's him! This bastard! Cripple him! Reset his level to 0. No, send him back to level 1. That second uncle was a true third-class S-rank expert, with a level as high as 100. Hearing the command, he grinned maliciously. He glanced at Su Xing with disdain, thinking it would be a piece of cake to teach a mere second-class D-rank rookie a lesson. Venting his precious nephew's anger would even be enjoyable. In an instant, several vicious gazes focused on Su Xing. However, Su Xing's face showed no fear or panic. He didn't even spare a glance at the third-class, level 100 second uncle. His gaze was calm, passing over the crowd and landing on the now deranged Li Wei. That look carried a trace of pity, as if he were staring at a hopeless fool. Slowly, he began to speak, repeating the promise made at the South River Sanctuaries. "Job Transfer Plaza, I think I said it before. Whenever I encounter you in the wild, resetting your level, just wait for it." This statement was so composed it sent chills down people's spines, more intimidating than any furious roar. Li Wei's second uncle was completely enraged, feeling his authority had been challenged. "You still dare to act arrogant?" He swung his hand fiercely and shouted at the family enforcers behind him. "What are you standing there for? Go! Break this brat's limbs first." "Yes." Several level 40A rank professionals sneered viciously, charging at Su Xing like wolves pouncing on prey. In their eyes, dealing with a D-rank weakling was as easy as playing a game. However, what they were facing was a humanoid monster who had just undergone an epic transformation. Just as they were halfway through their charge, Su Xing moved. He didn't retreat even a single step. From behind, he drew the legendary Golden Grade, Silver Moon Bow, instantly ready for action. Bow bent, arrow knocked, energy. Arrows poised to strike. With over 5,000 points of agility boosting him, his movements were so fast they were impossible to see clearly. All that remained in the eyes of the crowd was a blurred shadow. The next second, whoosh, 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 whoosh. 5 silver arrows tore through the night sky with a piercing whistle, shooting out like meteors at an astonishing speed. 5 arrows in 1 second, unparalleled speed. Thud, 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 thud. The arrows struck precisely at the fatal weak points of each charging enemy. Those heavy armors were as fragile as paper before the arrows. A series of blood-splattering critical damage numbers floated madly into the air, enough to make any level 40 player despair. 83848, 84012, 93965. The sneers on the faces of those A-rank professionals vanished instantly. They didn't even have time to react, their skills left uncast, as their health bars were wiped out by the terrifying damage in an instant. Not even a scream escaped their lips. They turned into 5 dazzling beams of white light, forcibly teleported back to the city. Instant kill. A complete and overwhelming annihilation. The canyon's exit fell into a deathly silence. Only the boy slowly lowering his longbow remained, along with the stunned Li Wei, Lin Qingya, and the 100 level third turn second uncle, whose sneer froze completely. His pupils contracting violently. Dead silence. The kind of silence that felt like a graveyard. Even the wind in the canyon seemed to freeze at this moment. Li Wei and Lin Qingya stood like soulless wooden statues, staring blankly at the spot where the 5 beams of white light had disappeared. Their minds were completely short-circuited. Instant kill. Another instant kill. 5 genuine level 40A rank professionals hadn't even touched the opponent's ham before they were gone. And Su Xing, whom they had always mocked as a weakling and suspected of cheating, simply stood there quietly, lowering the longbow in his hand, his breathing steady and unperturbed. Fear. It was an indescribable fear, rising from the depths of their souls. Like an icy tide, it instantly engulfed their hearts. They finally understood that what they had provoked was not A lucky weakling, but a true monster. However, the second uncle, a 100-level third-turn powerhouse, quickly regained his composure after the initial shock. After all, he was an experienced S-rank professional, having seen far more than these sheltered flowers like Li Wei. He stared intently at Su Xing, whose aura remained steady and devoid of any energy fluctuations, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Then, the corner of his mouth curled into a disdainful sneer. He had seen through everything. Oof. With a cold snort in his heart, he quickly made a reasonable analysis. So that's it. He used some kind of instant burst technique or scroll with a heavy cost, trying to scare me off with one move? A bit clever, but ultimately just cleverness. This kind of burst can't be used a second time. Kid, you're too inexperienced. After that burst of energy, you must be completely drained, barely able to stand, right? This strong man's pride couldn't accept the fact that he had been intimidated by a mere second-tier rookie. So, he forced himself to come up with the most reasonable explanation for both himself and Su Xing. With this thought, his heart, which had been pounding wildly from shock, instantly calmed down. Kid, you've already used up all your trump cards. At the same time, Li Wei and Lin Xingya, who had been scared stiff earlier, heard their uncle's explanation and immediately snapped out of it. Their uncle, of course experienced and insightful, had instantly seen through Su Xing's flaws. They had almost been fooled by Su Xing. I knew it, Su Xing couldn't possibly be that strong. Exactly, it must be a life-saving skill given to him by the Gifengxian Guild. Foolish Su Xing, using forbidden techniques now. Let's see how he explains this to Shadowkill later. Hidden beside Su Xing, Shadowkill was so furious his teeth were grinding. These little brats were too rude. He'd make sure to reset their levels to 0 and send them back to the sanctuary later. At this moment, Li Wei's uncle straightened his back again, releasing the powerful aura of a third-tier expert, and declared from above, "Now, it's my turn to act." With a roar, as a level 100 expert equipped with platinum-grade gear, he prepared to use a single move to completely crush this pretentious kid and reclaim his dignity as a strong man. However, what responded to him was neither pleading nor fear, but Su Xing slowly drawing his golden longbow once more. Wind step, activated. First attack guaranteed to be a critical hit. This time, he didn't use rapid fire. His movements were slow and steady, as if he were not drawing a bowstring but harnessing the power of the entire universe. Buzz. The surrounding air began to vibrate. Countless dark green energy particles, representing life and thorns, emerged from the void, as if summoned by an emperor, frantically converging onto the arrow in his hand. Even the ground beneath his feet seemed to come alive, with pure earth energy surging from below into the arrow shaft. The originally ordinary energy arrow gradually deepened in color, resembling top-grade black jade. The arrowhead gleamed with a sharp light, growing brighter and brighter. A terrifying aura that made even a level 100 expert's scalp tingle and soul tremble was instantly unleashed. This is impossible. The sinister smile on Li Wei's uncle's face froze instantly. He felt a mortal threat. It was a pressure so terrifying it could annihilate him in an instant. No longer daring to be careless, he immediately unleashed his strongest move from his arsenal. Furious Lion Rampage. His eyes widened in fury, releasing boundless energy. In front of him, a lifelike energy lion over 10 meters tall materialized, roaring as it charged towards Su Xing. The strongest attack of a level 100 S-class professional, with power enough to move mountains and fill seas. But Su Xing, as the energy lion lunged toward him, merely narrowed his eyes. He released the bowstring. Whoosh! The dark green arrow shot forth. No earth-shattering explosion, no world-ending sound. Only an instant of dead silence. Only an arrow of absolute power and suppression. The dark green streak of light, like a beam of judgment piercing the night, struck with pinpoint accuracy into the energy lion's open mouth. Then, it passed straight through. In the next moment, Aru, the once dominant energy lion, let out a mournful cry. Its body began to crack from the core, with countless dark green fissures spreading like a spider web across its entire form. Boom! The massive energy lion exploded in mid-air, scattering into countless light particles. And the dark green arrow, its power undiminished, continued its deadly trajectory, heading straight for Li Wei's uncle's face. No! Li Wei's uncle let out the most horrifying scream he'd ever made in his life. In a panic, he desperately activated every life-saving skill and piece of equipment he had. Layer upon layer of shields unfolded before him like fragile eggshells. But none of it worked. Thud! The arrow effortlessly pierced through the first layer, the second layer, the third layer of shields. Finally, it struck his last line of defense with a resounding impact. Boom, 60,000. +1, at the critical moment, Li Wei's second uncle activated his powerful life-saving item. This item was worth 800,000. The second uncle was sent flying backward more than 10 meters by the intense impact. He rolled on the ground several times in a sorry state before barely coming to a stop. Put! A mouthful of scorching hot blood spurted out uncontrollably. He looked up, his face filled with the terror of narrowly escaping death and disbelief. On his chest, the originally fatal energy arrow was dissipating under the protective rules of the item. Not far away, the shadow assassin who had been watching the scene with arms crossed and a casual demeanor. The relaxed expression on his face had long disappeared. His eyes suddenly narrowed, as if he had seen a ghost, too shocked to speak. He muttered to himself, his voice trembling slightly, "One arrow? How could it cause such terrifying damage? How strong must the power be? How high the attack strength? Could it be imbued with some kind of law power? How is this possible? One arrow. Just one arrow. A level 103rd turn S-class powerhouse was severely injured on the spot by a level 40 newcomer. This scene, which overturned all understanding, was like a heavy hammer, fiercely striking the hearts of Li Wei and Lin Xingya. And the second uncle, who had been forced back by the arrow and whose blood was surging, felt waves of turmoil in his heart, more intense than anyone else. He clearly felt the bones in his chest cracking. The golden-grade chest armor he had spent a fortune on was now emitting a groan of unbearable strain, its spiritual essence greatly diminished. If it hadn't been for the armor, if it hadn't been for the expensive life-saving item, that arrow just now would have been enough to pierce his heart. He looked up, staring intently at the young man in the distance who was slowly lowering his bow, his expression still cold and indifferent. Fear. A fear unlike anything he had ever felt before, like facing a natural enemy, instantly consumed his entire mind. His brain worked rapidly, thoughts flooding in madly. Escape. He had to escape. It seemed he had misjudged. He was 100% certain that the terrifying amplification effect of the opponent hadn't disappeared at all. That arrow was definitely not the limit. His mind flashed to the platinum-grade weapon he carried, the rare materials he had painstakingly collected to attempt the fourth turn, and the level 100 he had worked hard to achieve over more than a year. If he died, all of this would be gone. His level would drop to 40? His equipment would be completely destroyed? No. He couldn't afford such a price. He couldn't bear it. In the face of the fear of death and the potential losses, what did so-called dignity as a strongman matter? Could it feed him? Could it bring him back to life? At that moment, this level 100 powerhouse who had just been imposing and murderous made a move that left Li Wei and Lin Xingya so shocked their eyes nearly popped out. Thud. A muffled sound. Without hesitation, he dropped heavily to his knees. The hard rocky ground was dented by the force of his kneeling. He looked up, forcing a smile uglier than crying, filled with flattery and fear, his voice trembling from extreme terror. "My lord, I was wrong. I misjudged. I was deceived by bad people and provoked you. You are magnanimous, please treat me as heir and spare me. I am willing to compensate. I will give all my savings to compensate for your mental distress. I only beg you to show mercy and spare my life." This scene was too shocking. Li Wei and Lin Xingya were completely dumbfounded. Their brains simply couldn't process the absurdity of what they were seeing. Their second uncle, the level 103rd turn powerhouse who was like a god in their eyes, had actually knelt down? And he knelt so decisively. So thoroughly. Second uncle. What are you doing? Have you gone mad? Li Wei snapped out of his shock, jumping in agitation and shouting loudly, "He definitely has no mana left this time. He's just bluffing you. A D-class trash, how could he possibly unleash such a big move consecutively? Second uncle, get up and kill him." He naively thought his second uncle had been deceived. But his reminder elicited a reaction from his second uncle. Smack! A crisp and resounding slap echoed through the canyon. Second uncle suddenly turned around and slapped Li Wei hard across the face. The force was immense, spinning Li Wei 1.5 times like a top before he fell to the ground. Half of his face immediately swelled up like a steamed bun. No mana, damn it, no mana. Ultimate skill, your ass. Forbidden technique, your ass. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. This level 100 powerhouse, eyes bloodshot, roared hysterically at his own nephew like a mad tiger. His fury and fear filled his shouts with curses. He knew the other party might be out of mana. He didn't need this little brat to remind him. If you die, you die. You're a pauper with nothing to lose. But he had equipment, materials. This was his life's work. He couldn't take the risk. That slap completely shattered the last shred of hope Li Wei and Lin Xingya had. They stared blankly at their second uncle, kneeling on the ground and howling like a mad dog. Then they looked toward Su Xing in the distance, who hadn't even raised an eyebrow the entire time, his gaze as indifferent as if he were watching a drama that had nothing to do with him. A chilling coldness surged from their feet straight to their heads. Their minds finally caught up, realizing a truth that made their souls tremble. The person they had provoked was not some ordinary loser. He was a being so incomprehensible, so invincible, that even they, and even their second uncle, couldn't hope to contend with him. Seeing their most trusted second uncle kneeling on the ground like a helpless dog, begging for mercy, Li Wei and Lin Xingya felt as if their entire world had collapsed. However, Su Xing's response completely extinguished the last glimmer of hope in the heart of the level 100 powerhouse kneeling before him. Compensation? Su Xing tilted his head slightly, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I'm not a fan of compensation. I prefer, once and for all. As soon as the words fell, the flattery and fear on Li Wei's second uncle's face instantly twisted into extreme ferocity and madness. He knew there was no room for negotiation today. You little bastard. Don't get cocky, he roared as he leapt to his feet. The Li family will never let you go. Just wait to be hunted down. While shouting, he frantically activated every life-saving item in his inventory: Absolute Defense Scroll, Earth Guardian Potion, Holy Light Protection Rune. One after another, colorful shields of light enveloped him like a massive rainbow shell. At the same time, a random teleportation scroll radiating intense spatial energy appeared in his hand, and he began casting it urgently. He needed to buy time. As long as he lasted a few seconds, he could escape alive. He didn't believe the other party could pierce through his defenses with a single arrow. Would Su Xing give him the chance? Of course not. Facing the absurdly thick protective shell, Su Xing didn't even bother to charge up. Calmly, he drew his silver moon bow. 5 arrows per second. 5 silver energy arrows instantly materialized. Whoosh! The bowstring vibrated lightly, and the 5 arrows shot out like beams of light, precisely striking the same point on the shield. Crack! The first layer of the holy light shield shattered. Crack! The second layer of the earth shield crumbled like glass. Crack! 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 Li Wei's second uncle was utterly terrified as all his defenses proved as fragile as paper before the light arrows. The final arrow pierced his chest without resistance. A blood-red number floated above his head: 22588. The casting of the teleportation scroll froze forever at the last moment. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but his body silently exploded. The death of a level 100 third-tier powerhouse triggered a dazzling rain of loot. Clang, clang, clang. Over a dozen pieces of equipment and materials, each radiating various glows, scattered to the ground like petals. Among them, a platinum-glowing chestplate and an unidentified platinum-grade material shone the brightest. Su Xing didn't even glance at the paralyzed Li Wei and Lin Xingya. Casually, he drew his bow and fired 2 unremarkable arrows. 2 flashes of white light streaked by. The 2 enemies, who had just reached level 10, were instantly knocked back to the familiar level 1. After finishing everything, Su Xing strolled forward leisurely, like a farmer taking a walk in his own yard. Without missing a single item, he collected all the spoils of war. Platinum-grade equipment and materials. What a profitable day. Resurrection point at the sanctuary of Nanjiang. A flash of light, and Li Wei's second uncle staggered into view. His level plummeted from an awe-inspiring LV.100 straight down to LV.40. The luxurious equipment on him was almost entirely gone, leaving only a few basic undergarments. He looked worse than a beggar. Staring blankly at his empty equipment slots, he felt the weakness coursing through his body. After a moment of dead silence, he let out a beast-like wail of despair. The next second, another flash of white light appeared. Li Wei, now showing a level of LV.1, appeared beside him, looking dazed. Second uncle. You little jinx. Seeing Li Wei, the rationality of the once mighty third-tier expert was instantly drowned in boundless rage and regret. He lunged at him like a madman, punching and kicking, each blow landing solidly. My platinum-grade weapon. I spent a full 8 million on it. The titanium divine iron I prepared for half a year to break through to the 4th tier. All gone. Why did I believe the nonsense you spouted? Why did I take your quest? As he beat him, he cried out in despair. Meanwhile, Li Wei, clutching his face swollen like a pig's head, wailed in resentment but was powerless to resist. Su Xing. Su Xing. This isn't over between us. Just wait, I'll make you pay. For this. Su Xing. My platinum-grade weapon and materials, I will take them back. This sudden brawl between uncle and nephew drew the attention of all the professionals at the resurrection point. Countless mocking and disdainful gazes pierced their hearts like needles. The Li family, uncle and nephew. Today, they had become the biggest laughingstock of the sanctuary of Nanjiang, and also the most pitiful pair. As the farce between the uncle and nephew ended with the flash of a teleportation light, the area outside the Wailing Canyon returned to calm. Shadowkill stood not far away, watching the young man slowly gathering the platinum and gold equipment scattered across the ground. Despite his decades of life, his heart was still pounding violently, and he couldn't calm the shock within him. Just moments ago, he had personally witnessed a miracle that completely overturned the understanding of the professional system, a feat that left everyone dumbfounded, a cross-dire instant kill. At this moment, he finally understood why the guild's upper echelons, those old men standing at the pinnacle of the Dragon Nation, valued this seemingly deranked newcomer at all costs. So that's why. Shadowkill sighed silently in his heart, filled with deep emotion. What they truly value isn't that D-rank observer at all. It's this monster, cloaked in a D-rank shell, yet possessing God-tier potential. He quickly replayed the details of the battle in his mind. 5 arrows. In 1 second. This isn't some forbidden technique, it's the astonishing attack speed achieved after pushing agility to its limits. And the power of each arrow is enough to severely injure an ordinary 3rd-tier expert. The damage from all 5 arrows hitting weak points has completely surpassed the defensive limits of most 3rd-tier professionals. This level of attack power and precision control is simply shocking. Shadowkill's gaze toward Su Xing had completely changed. From initial recognition and investment, it had transformed into a heavy and serious contemplation about the guild's future. No way. He immediately made up his mind. Before Su Xing fully matures, or before escorting him to the capital, I absolutely cannot let this guy out of my sight for even a moment. Any potential threats must be eliminated in their infancy. Su Xing was completely unaware of the complex changes in Shadowkill's mind. He also hadn't realized that his current explosive power had reached such a terrifying level. However, he quickly calmed down and analyzed the situation clearly. The reason was simple. The overwhelming strength and agility advantage brought by a full 8,000 free attribute points, coupled with the precise rule analysis provided by Law's Gaze, and the powerful bonus from the golden weapon, Silver Moon Bow. The combination of these 3 factors created an absolutely invincible formula for instant kills. Any enemy unable to withstand the first wave of his explosive attack would face only one outcome: instant annihilation. Phew! A fulfilling and thrilling day had finally come to an end. Watching the senior Shadow Slayer beside him, who had been dutiful and meticulous from start to finish, taking care of him like a nanny, Su Xing felt a bit embarrassed. He smiled and extended an invitation. Senior Shadow Slayer, you've worked hard all day. How about I take you to a nice place to relax? Facing Shadow Slayer's slightly puzzled gaze, Su Xing brought him to the most luxurious and expensive entertainment club in the South River Sanctuary, Listening Rain Pavilion. At first, Shadow Slayer kept a stern face, maintaining the demeanor of a 7th-tier powerhouse, muttering about how cultivators should remain pure and abstain from indulging in such extravagant pleasures. But when Su Xing half-pushed and half-persuaded him into the top-tier VIP lounge, where professional therapists began massaging his shoulders and neck that had been tense for decades, heavenly classical music played softly in the background, and an array of exquisite gourmet dishes he had never tasted before was laid out before him. The old veteran's defenses completely crumbled. From sitting upright and stiff at the beginning, he gradually relaxed, and eventually sank entirely into the plush sofa, humming a little tune with his eyes half-closed, muttering to himself in a daze, "Ah, this is really something, really something. Even cultivation requires a balance of work and rest to align with the true path. Ahem, I've decided. Before leaving South River, I'll enjoy myself here for a few more days." The next day, Su Xing, full of energy, found Shadow Slayer, who was still savoring the memories of last night's indulgence. As usual, he first drew a fortune slip. Minor luck. Not bad, not great, it meant no misfortune would befall him today. Senior. Shadow Slayer, Su Xing began casually, as if asking a neighbor to borrow something. Could I borrow a third-tier job advancement? Scroll? I'll have the guild reimburse it later. Shadow Slayer burst into hearty laughter and, without hesitation, took out a high-quality scroll emanating a strong spatial aura from his adventurer's bag and handed it to him. Taking the scroll, Su Xing headed straight to the familiar job advancement temple. Under the merciful gaze of the job advancement goddess, he crushed the scroll. Without hesitation. Boom! A starlight 10 times more dazzling than during his second-tier advancement poured down like a galaxy, instantly engulfing him. A brand new, majestic task panel slowly unfolded. Su Xing's third-tier task panel was even more imposing and grand than the second-tier one. Third-tier trial, the path of causality, first stage, reach level 40, completed, second stage. Foundation of causality, submit 20 specified gold-tier materials to prove your ability to touch higher-level laws. 0/20, third stage, proof of strength, independently kill a level 40 plus platinum tier boss. 0/1, the third-tier task consisted of 3 stages. The first stage, the level requirement, was already completed. The material submission requirement had doubled. Additionally, there was now a boss-killing task. Outside the job advancement temple. Looking at the list of rare gold-tier materials, including Tears of the Deep Sea Naga and Crystal of the Storm Titan, even Shadow Slayer, who was observing, couldn't help but nod in admiration. This difficulty is several times higher than the third-tier tasks of ordinary SSS-tier professions. It seems the system's evaluation of you far exceeds your current profession level. However, for Su Xing, who had just plundered a massive amount of resources from a level 100 third-tier powerhouse, this exorbitant list was hardly a challenge. Not to mention, he had the support of the Deification Guild. Su Xing could easily borrow materials from Shadow Slayer for now. He tallied the materials he lacked and borrowed a few items from Shadow Slayer. Once again, Shadow Slayer demonstrated his god-tier nanny professionalism, lending them to him without reservation. As for reimbursement, that would naturally be handled by the guild later. Though the guild's processing speed was slow, that was understandable. Returning to the job advancement temple, Su Xing calmly opened his system inventory. He began submitting the rare materials inherited from Uncle Li Wei, his own stockpile, and the items borrowed from Shadow Slayer, one by one. Ding! 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 The crisp notification sounds rang out continuously. In the blink of an eye, all 20 materials were submitted. Second stage, the foundation of cause and effect, submit 20 specified gold-tier materials. Completed. At this point, only the most difficult and critical stage of the third trial remained, dragon slaying. This step was something Shadowkill couldn't assist with. Su Xing had to do it himself. However, platinum tier bosses were extremely rare. Such creatures could destroy an entire small sanctuary, and no one ever knew when one might appear. Shadowkill took Su Xing and flew over various high-level training zones for an entire day without finding a single clue. Just as they were growing impatient and preparing to search elsewhere, a sudden surge of intense energy erupted from the volcanic region below. The two immediately stopped and looked down. There, they saw a gold-tier boss over 30 meters long, its entire body covered in lava-like scales, the lava monitor lizard rampaging destructively. Not far away, a team of 7 or 8 novices was desperately resisting, on the verge of collapse. Among the team, a familiar figure stood out. It was Lin Xingya. Clearly, after being mocked by the Li family uncle and nephew, she had quickly found new backers and formed another team. As she clumsily dodged the boss's fiery attacks, she suddenly looked up. When she saw the figure in the sky that haunted her dreams and whom she wished to eliminate, her face instantly turned pale. That deep-seated fear, like a cold, venomous snake, coiled tightly around her heart. It's him! Why is he here? Could it be, he's here to kill me again? But the terror only lasted a second. Her flawless green tea facade instinctively activated. She abruptly stopped the healing spell she was barely maintaining, as if she had completely given up resisting. Ignoring the gold-tier boss, she instead turned sharply toward Su Xing in the sky. Her dust-covered but still beautiful face instantly transformed into a tearful, fragile, and helpless expression. In a voice full of grievance and sorrow, she cried out loudly, "Su Xing! Why are you here again? Why are you so petty? What did I ever do to offend you? Why do you keep following me around like a madman? I've already been reset to 0 twice because of you. What more do you want? Please, I beg you, leave me alone. I just want to level up in peace. She cried her heart out, her acting so flawless it was almost otherworldly. Her teammates, overwhelmed by the pressure of the boss and not thinking clearly, immediately turned their confused gazes toward Su Xing in anger, as if he were the real villain here. But faced with this absurd one-woman show, Su Xing didn't even furrow his brow. His eyes were fixed on one target, the gold-tier boss lava monitor lizard. He focused on its health bar, weak points, and movement patterns. As for the woman shouting below, in his eyes, she was nothing more than an annoying fly buzzing between him and his prey. He slowly drew his silver moon bow, not to respond to anyone, nor to prove anything, but simply to restore peace to the world, to eliminate the obstacle between him and his prey. Whoosh! A silver arrow streaked through the sky like lightning. Before Lin Xingya could finish her cries, before her protectors could react, the arrow pierced her forehead with precision, freezing all her performance, malice, and unwillingness on her face forever. A flash of white light, and the world fell silent again. The explosion's aftermath even sent her protectors back to the respawn point. Su Xing didn't spare the white light a glance. His fingers danced on the bowstring, playing a melody of death. Arrow after arrow flew, tracing deadly arcs. In an instant, the gold-tier boss was riddled with arrows, like a porcupine. 60000, 45000, 48000. AOO. Defeated golden tier boss Lava Basilisk LV.10, gained 20,000 experience points, plus 40 free attribute points, Unyielding Thorns progress plus 5%. Obtained, Lava Chestplate, Golden Tier. Lava Greaves, Golden Tier, Reverse Scale of the Lava Dragon Lizard, Golden Tier, Copper Coins times 2000. The Lava Basilisk let out a mournful wail, its massive body collapsing to the ground with a thunderous crash, scattering a pile of glittering materials and equipment. Shadowkill stood to the side, dumbfounded, and floated forward curiously to ask, "That woman just now, was she talking to you?" Su Xing leisurely jumped down from the back of the rock, picking up the spoils on the ground. Hearing this, he paused for a moment, as if trying to recall, then asked, back with a hint of confusion, "Really? It did seem like there was a fly buzzing around, quite noisy, so I swatted it casually." "Oh, lucky break, the loot just happens to cover the debt. Ha ha." He handed a shimmering reverse scale of the Lava Dragon Lizard to Senior Shadowkill. This was one of the materials he had borrowed, and now he could repay it in advance. He wasn't the type to enjoy owing favors. At the same time, he opened his attribute panel and saw the newly added free attribute points, 1000 in Hidden Class, Unyielding Thorns, B tier, 10%, nodding in satisfaction. Although his level hadn't increased, the free attribute points and progress in his Hidden Class had both seen tangible improvements. Today wasn't wasted after all. The next morning, the sunlight was just right. Su Xing woke up in the top-tier suite Shadowkill had prepared for him, habitually murmuring in his heart, "Use luck draw." Buzz. In his sea of consciousness, the ancient lottery tube appeared once again. But this time, before it even began to shake, a slip of paper engulfed in golden flames, as if forged by the sun, with 2 vivid cloud dragon patterns carved on it, impatiently shot out with a swoosh. 2 dazzling characters were imprinted on it, "Great Fortune." Boom! A surge of warmth, 10 times stronger than before, instantly swept through Su Xing's entire body. This time, he didn't just feel the world being kind to him, he could even clearly sense an invisible thread of luck tightly connecting him to some distant place. A thought suddenly surfaced in his mind, go to Wailing Canyon. There, I'll find what I need. Su Xing's heart stirred, and he immediately understood, today, there will be a huge harvest. Sure enough, as soon as he pushed open the door, before he could even look for Shadowkill, the alarm system of the entire sanctuary city blared. A loud mechanical voice echoed through every corner of the city, "Emergency announcement! Emergency announcement! Detected massive energy fluctuations in Wailing Canyon. Estimated in 30 minutes, a level 40 platinum tier boss Abyssal Dark Knight will spawn. All adventurers, proceed with caution." When Su Xing and Shadowkill arrived unhurriedly at Wailing Canyon, the place was already packed with people, the factions clearly divided. In the sky, various rare flying mounts circled and screeched. On the ground, banners of major guilds fluttered, standing in clear opposition. Every notable guild and family from the South River Sanctuary had gathered here at this moment. On the eastern highlands, hundreds of members of the Blazing Sun Guild, clad in fiery red armor, exuded an imposing aura. At the Western Canyon entrance, members of the Wolf Alliance glared fiercely, like a pack of wolves ready to charge at any moment. Other smaller factions, like sharks smelling blood, prowled around the outskirts, looking for opportunities. Without exception, they had all sent their strongest third-tier experts, determined to claim this rare platinum-tier boss. As the bosses' spawn time drew closer, the already tense atmosphere between the major guilds grew even more strained, on the verge of erupting. The clearing phase had officially begun. A level 100 berserker from the Blazing Sun Guild, wielding a massive axe engulfed in flames. Without wasting any words, he unleashed a ferocious axe strike directly at the empty ground in front of him. Boom! The ground split open into a bottomless chasm, and the violent shockwave sent a group of scattered players who tried to approach tumbling in all directions. This area is claimed by Blazing Sun. The berserker pointed his axe at the scattered players and shouted as if swatting flies, "If you don't want to die, get lost now." Overbearing and arrogant. This was the style of the major guilds in the South River Sanctuary. As for Su Xing, being a lone wolf without any guild insignia, he was naturally swept to the outermost edge by the violent shockwave, ending up in a corner where he couldn't even see the central refresh point of the canyon. Shadow Kill, however, was completely indifferent, watching everything with great interest and not intervening at all. He was curious to see how Su Xing planned to turn the tables when all the guilds were targeting him. At that moment, Su Xing's gaze fell on a nearby team, spotting a few familiar faces. It was none other than the Li family. Leading the team was Li Jiang, the second uncle of Li Wei, who had been one-shot by Su Xing yesterday, losing all his equipment. Li Jiang was now clad in a brand new set of golden gear, clearly hastily provided by his family. Originally, Li Jiang had brought his team to level up and recover the levels Su Xing had wiped out. Coincidentally, they encountered the boss refresh and decided to take a shot at the boss to grab some equipment. Li Wei, meanwhile, followed closely behind like a lackey, clearly there to leech experience. They actually wanted a share of the boss loot. Almost simultaneously, Li Jiang also spotted the figure that made him grind his teeth in hatred, the one who had turned him into a laughingstock in South River. At that moment, Li Jiang rubbed his eyes, initially unable to believe it. After confirming it wasn't an illusion, his expression instantly twisted to the extreme. The fear of being one-shot in public. The humiliation of being forced to kneel and beg for mercy. The hatred of losing all his equipment. New and old grudges erupted like a volcano in his heart. All his rationality was instantly consumed by boundless rage and killing intent. Stop everything. He suddenly turned around, his voice hysterical, almost insane, as he roared at his family members, interrupting their plan to fight the boss. His voice was sharp and piercing, filled with fury. The platinum-level boss, forget it. Everyone. He pointed at Su Xing, who stood calmly in the distant corner, and roared like a mad tiger, "Surround that little bastard. Today, either he dies, or I perish." Everyone in the Li family, including another level 100 third-tier powerhouse, was stunned. They couldn't understand why Li Jiang would abandon the enormous benefits of the platinum-level boss for a seemingly ordinary young man. But Li Jiang's orders were absolute. In the next moment, under the bewildered, puzzled, and curious gazes of all the forces present, the Li family's team abandoned the advantageous position they had painstakingly secured and surged toward Su Xing's location like a tidal wave, encircling him completely. Instantly, Su Xing became the center of attention. The Li family, notorious in the South River Sanctuary for being mad dogs and local bullies, had gone all out, giving up an easy platinum-level boss just to attack an unknown young man? This dramatic turn of events immediately set the scene ablaze. The scattered players, who had been pushed to the outskirts by the major guilds and were feeling frustrated, suddenly perked up, craning their necks to watch the spectacle. Holy crap! This is going to be good. Who is this young man? He's got guts to provoke the Li family, those mad dogs. He's done for, completely done for. Li Jiang is a level 100 third-tier powerhouse, infamous for his ruthlessness. This kid is probably going to be beaten back to level 1. What a pity, his level isn't low. But he just doesn't know his place. A chorus of pity and schadenfreude echoed through the crowd. The leaders of other major guilds, such as the powerhouses from Blazing Sun and Azure Wolf, were more than happy to watch the drama unfold. With their arms crossed and mocking smiles on their faces, they watched this farce with great interest. The Li family was strong enough, why not let them fight to the death with this tough opponent who had appeared out of nowhere, and then reap the benefits as the fisherman? What was there to lose? Li Jiang, who had become the focus of thousands of gazes, felt as though the dignity pierced by Su Xing's arrow had been restored. Forcing down the fear deep in his heart, he kept giving himself mental cues. There's no way he still has that forbidden skill. Absolutely impossible. A move with such a huge cost can only be used once at most. He's definitely just an empty shell now, only trying to scare me. Pumping himself up, he felt his confidence return. Pointing a finger, he assumed a condescending posture, as if granting charity, and shouted sternly, "Kid, right now, kneel down immediately and kowtow to me 3 times. Hand over all the equipment and materials you stole from me. Maybe I'll be merciful enough to let you return to level 10. He acted as though he held Su Xing's life and death in his hands. However, in the face of this clownish rant, Su Xing simply smiled. His voice wasn't loud, but it was clear enough for everyone eavesdropping on the gossip to hear distinctly. He said calmly, "It seems the equipment you dropped in the wild the day before yesterday wasn't enough. That platinum-grade weapon, I find it quite handy. With such a poor memory, no wonder your level dropped so fast." Boom! The moment these words were spoken, the crowd erupted. All eyes instantly shifted from pitying Su Xing to focusing on Li Jiang, filled with shock, disbelief, and extreme ridicule. What? Li Jiang, a level 100 third-tier powerhouse, had actually been thoroughly defeated by this kid? And killed in the wild, losing all his equipment? Even a platinum-grade weapon had dropped? No wonder his level seemed so odd. No wonder he was going crazy, desperately causing trouble for this kid. So, he was just a defeated soldier seeking revenge. Feeling the undisguised mocking gazes around him, Li Jiang's face turned as red as a cooked liver. He felt as though the last shred of his dignity had been publicly torn to pieces by Su Xing. You're courting death. Furious and humiliated, he could no longer keep up the act. He roared madly at his younger brother, who was also a level 100 third-tier powerhouse. "Third brother, take him down for me. Tear him to pieces." Roar! His younger brother, hot-tempered as he was, let out a furious roar. The battle blade in his hand instantly gleamed with a blinding light, and a powerful raging wave slash came crashing down. The blade's light surged like ocean waves toward Su Xing's head. But this time, Su Xing didn't even bother to fully draw his bowstring. Too slow. He shook his head lightly. With a flicker of his figure, he activated the skill Gale Step, utilizing the rhythm of the wind. In an instant, he transformed into a green afterimage so fast it was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Just as the ferocious blade light was about to strike him, he ghosted to the opponent's side in a flash. So fast that no one could react. Su Xing's speed was astonishing. The sinister grin on the third-tier powerhouse's face hadn't even had time to turn into surprise. "Are you looking for me?" The swift shadow silver bow in Su Xing's hand was already fully drawn. The miraculous power of great fortune and the guaranteed critical hit of Gale Step's first attack imbued this arrow with a terrifying attack power exceeding 20,000 points. All the power, in this instant, was concentrated on the silver glowing arrow. Whoosh! The arrow was loosed. A silver streak of light, almost invisible to the naked eye, streaked through the air. Thud! A soft sound. Li Jiang's younger brother didn't even have time to activate his life-saving skill. The arrow pierced cleanly through his chest and into his heart. All the third-tier powerhouses present felt a chill run down their spines. On the screen, a shocking number slowly appeared, 80000. Weak point critical hit. Instant kill. Even more astonishing was that this damage was the result of a critical hit combined with a weak point bonus. The scene was deathly silent. No one had seen clearly what had happened. A level 100, third advancement powerhouse was just gone? This tank class, known for its defense, had its health bar wiped out with a single arrow by what appeared to be a first advancement archer. A flash of white light, and Li He's burly figure dissolved into specks of light, vanishing on the spot. 2 pieces of platinum-blowing equipment dropped to the ground. Time seemed to freeze. Everyone stared, dumbfounded, at the young man slowly lowering his longbow, their minds blank. You actually have a forbidden skill? How is this possible? Li Jiang stared at his younger brother, who had turned into white light and disappeared, his level reset to 0, and his equipment scattered all over the ground. His face turned pale, and his voice trembled. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Behind him, Li Wei was already quietly taking steps to escape. "To kill you, I don't need a forbidden skill." The cold voice, like the judgment of death, rang in Li Jiang's ears. "No, you're not even worthy." Su Xing sneered, slowly drawing his bowstring. That smile, in Li Jiang's eyes, was more terrifying than a demon's. His fingers gently plucked the bowstring, as if playing a symphony of death. The bowstring vibrated continuously. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 5 arrows in a second. 44078. Weak point hit. 44201. Weak point hit. 93996. Critical weak point. Hit. The arrows, like scythes of death from hell, carried a chilling killing intent, instantly wiping out the remaining members of the Lee family squad. Screams echoed one after another. Those second advancement elites, who were untouchable in the eyes of ordinary players, now fell like harvested wheat, turning into white light and being sent back to the respawn point. In just a few seconds, the so-called elite squad brought by. Li Jian was completely annihilated. Only he and the stunned Li Wei were left standing alone. Under the blessing of great luck, the ground was littered with gold coins, materials, and equipment. The dazzling golden light was so bright it was blinding. Do you still think I need to use a forbidden skill now? Su Xing stepped over the battlefield full of loot, slowly walking toward the pale-faced Li Jiang. Sanctuary of Nanjiang, respawn point. White light flashed continuously. Li Jiang, Li He, and dozens of Li family members appeared there with ashen faces. My platinum-grade dragon scale blade. My earth boots. Li He looked at his empty equipment bar and let out a pig-like scream. Those were top-tier items he had saved up for half a year to buy. Li Jian looked like he had been struck by lightning, completely dumbfounded. Again, reset to 0. For 2 consecutive days, his level was reset to 0, and all his equipment was lost. He could even feel the mocking gazes of other respawning players in the sanctuary. It was over. His reputation was utterly ruined. Beside him, the level 1 Li Wei collapsed to the ground, his eyes lifeless, muttering to himself, "It's over. It's all over." Second and third uncle, both level 103rd advancement, taken down with 1 arrow each. Is this even humanly possible? What kind of monster have I provoked? This is like running into a god. The relentless waves of revenge had completely terrified the 3 Li family uncles and nephews. The surrounding respawning newbies pointed at Li Wei with looks of admiration. Look, it's him again. Nanjiang's lowest-ranked newcomer, with an S-grade talent. He's back again. Amazing. 3 days since awakening, and still level 1. Such perseverance. I've already reached second advancement, and he's still at level 1. Unbelievable. Did he run into a god? He keeps getting sent back to level 1. A deathly silence. The Wailing Canyon seemed to have been drained of all sound. Only the wind and Su Xing's unhurried footsteps remained. Su Xing walked to the pile of glittering loot, calmly bent down, and began picking it up. His movements were light and casual. Ding! Obtained platinum-grade equipment earth boots. Ding! Obtained platinum-grade equipment dragon scale blade. Ding! Obtained gold-grade material molten heart ×3. One after another. The glowing items scattered across the ground were collected by him piece by piece. The drop rate boosted by his incredible luck was unimaginably terrifying. The dozens of elites from the Li family were almost completely looted by him. Just platinum equipment alone, there were 2 pieces. Gold tier equipment? Dozens. Not bad. Su Xing weighed the platinum battle blade in his hand, still carrying Li He's aura, and a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. This time, the cost of the materials for the third transition is almost recovered. His leisurely demeanor sent chills down the spines of the guild leaders watching from afar. The air seemed to freeze. That guy. What kind of monster is he? 1 arrow. Damn it, I didn't even see the shadow of the arrow, and Li He was gone? Li He was a level 103rd transition paladin. His indestructible body, life-saving skill, was it fake? That damage. Number 80,000? Are you kidding me? My health isn't even a fraction of that. The crowd murmured in low voices, but the sound was quickly suppressed. Everyone stared intently at the young man, afraid that even the slightest noise would draw the attention of this god of death. In their eyes, every strand of Su Xing's hair seemed to radiate extreme danger. After collecting all the spoils, Su Xing slowly stood up. His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept across the entire field. Finally, his eyes landed on the eastern highlands, where the fiery red camp of the Blazing Sun Guild was located. Without saying a word, he began to stride steadily in that direction. Thud, thud, thud. Each step seemed to stomp on everyone's hearts. The Blazing Sun Guild's camp instantly erupted into chaos. Captain! Captain! He's coming toward us! A member's voice trembled. Over 100 elite Members of the Blazing Sun Guild immediately tensed up, their hands gripping their swords slick with cold sweat. The horrific scene of the Lee family's dozens of members being instantly annihilated was still fresh in their minds. With their numbers, how many arrows would it take for him to wipe them out? The guild leader of the Blazing Sun Guild, a hot-tempered berserker, felt his blood boil as he saw Su Xing approaching. His face was filled with humiliation and rage. "Shut up! I'm not blind, don't remind me. Does this kid think we're pushovers? Does he really think the Blazing Sun Guild is easy to bully?" he roared, lifting his giant axe and charging forward, only to be held back tightly by his vice-captain. "Captain, calm down. Didn't you see how Lee died? If we go up now, we're just throwing our lives away." The vice-captain, drenched in sweat, lowered his voice to persuade him, "As long as the Green Hills remain, there's no fear of running out of firewood. Let's retreat. Don't drag the entire guild down because of that idiot from the Lee family." The berserker captain's chest heaved violently as he panted, his eyes fixed on the approaching figure, his expression shifting rapidly. In the end, all his anger and unwillingness turned into deep fear. He wasn't stupid, he knew the vice-captain was right. Retreat. That single word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. As soon as the words left his mouth, over 100 members of the Blazing Sun Guild fled the eastern highlands they had just occupied. As if they had been granted amnesty, they scrambled away, as pitiful as stray dogs. From start to finish, they didn't dare utter a single provocative word. On the western canyon side, the members of the Wolf Alliance collectively let out a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness. He didn't come for us. Damn, my legs almost gave out just now. Scared me to death. One person scaring off a top-tier guild in Nanjiang? That's insane." The Wolf Alliance captain frowned deeply, staring at Su Xing's retreating figure, his mind in turmoil. Something's not right. This is definitely not the strength of an ordinary newcomer. Instantly killing a third transition expert, intimidating a guild. When did such a terrifying figure emerge in Nanjiang Sanctuary? Could he be a top-tier scion from some hidden aristocratic family? Among the scattered solo players on the outskirts, there was already a wave of exclamations and admiration. "Oh my god! Who is this guy? He's incredible! A real man! One person against an entire guild. Wait, doesn't he look a bit familiar to you? Now that you mention it, I remember. Isn't he Su Xing, the one with double D-grade talents from the freshman awakening ceremony? That's right, it's him. Su Xing." This name instantly etched itself into everyone's minds. Amidst a mix of awe, fear, and admiration, Su Xing strolled up to the eastern high ground with the best view, as if taking a casual walk. Standing there, overlooking the entire canyon from above, he caused the entire area to fall into an eerie silence. Beside Su Xing, the veteran shadow killer stroked his beard, looking at the figure, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha, exhilarating. Absolutely exhilarating. This kid usually seems low-key, but when he shows off, he's got quite the style." In the midst of the deathly silence, boom! The ground suddenly shook violently without warning. Rocks tumbled down the cliff walls, and the entire canyon buzzed with vibrations. Everyone's expressions changed as they steadied themselves, their gazes simultaneously fixed on the massive cave at the deepest part of the canyon. "It's coming! The boss is about to spawn. The Platinum level boss, Abyssal Demon Knight LV.40, is about to appear." On the high ground, Su Xing squinted his eyes, feeling the tremors beneath his feet. Slowly, he raised his hand and placed the Silver Moon Bow on the string. He hadn't come here today just to clear out a few small mobs. The real prey was about to emerge. Roar! A deafening roar, as if from the depths of hell, erupted from the depths of Wailing Canyon. The ground trembled. Rocks tumbled. The massive cave at the canyon's deepest point, originally pitch black, now spewed forth a frenzied black mist mixed with the stench of sulfur and death. It was suffocating, oppressive. All the professionals present, whether second-tier or third-tier experts, felt as though a massive stone was pressing against their chests, making it hard to breathe. This was an instinctive fear. Step, step, step. Heavy, rhythmic footsteps echoed from the depths of the cave. Each step caused the canyon to quake. Finally, a towering, mountain-like shadow slowly emerged from the black mist. Its entire body was encased in menacing black heavy armor, seemingly forged from hell's cold iron. Crimson, sinister light flickered between the gaps in the armor. It wielded a black spear taller than a person, its tip gleaming with a soul-tearing cold light. Beneath the helmet were Scarlet eyes burning with hellfire, cold, brutal, devoid of any emotion. Just by standing there, it exuded a terrifying aura of dominance over everything. Everyone present turned pale, their hands and feet growing cold. A third-tier scout from the Wolf Alliance trembled as he activated a detection skill. The next second, a string of shocking data appeared before everyone's eyes. Abyssal Demon Knight LV.40, Platinum Level Boss, HP. 4,302,000/4,302,000, Attack Power, 29,280, Defense Power, 57,360, Skills, Abyssal Charge, locks onto a target and launches an unavoidable destructive charge, dealing massive physical damage and knocking the target back. Shadow Stomp, the skeletal warhorse stomps the ground, releasing a circular shadow wave that hits all enemies within range, dealing damage and reducing their movement speed. Death Gaze, randomly targets an enemy, causing them to fall into a state of fear for 3 seconds, during which they cannot move or use skills. Description: a fallen knight from the abyss, once a heroic guardian of the kingdom. Corrupted by darkness during a battle with demons, he has become a mindless killing machine, guarding treasures he has long forgotten. A deathly silence lingered for several seconds. **T. Suddenly, a desperate curse broke the oppressive atmosphere. 4,300,000 HP? 57,000 defense? Are you kidding me? I could attack with all my might and still not break through its defense. How are we supposed to fight this? Are we just supposed to stand here and let it slaughter us? Despair spread like a virus. Those guild leaders who had been arrogant and domineering moments ago now looked as pale as if they'd seen a ghost. Among their guild elites, ranging from level 40 to level 100, those with attack power exceeding 5,000 were few and far between. Against 57,000 defense, their attacks were practically like giving it a massage. Everyone, launch a remote probing attack. The president of the Tsunglong Alliance gritted his teeth and gave the order. He refused to believe this boss was truly invincible. Instantly, fireballs, ice arrows, wind blades, various skills rained down on the Abyssal Demon Knight like a storm. Boom! 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 The sound of skill explosions echoed continuously, and the light almost illuminated the entire canyon. But when the dust settled, the Abyssal Demon Knight still stood in place, unmoved. Bright red, glaring damage numbers slowly floated above its head. 1111. All were insignificant, forcibly deducted damage. Even the full force strikes of those third tier, level 100 captains could only leave a faint white scratch on its heavy armor, with damage numbers barely reaching single digits. It's over. Completely over. We can't break through this defense at all. 4,300,000 HP. Even if we deal 100 damage per second, it would take 12 hours of non-stop attacking. 12 hours? Dream on. Look at our mana bars, can we even last that long? Just as despair began to set in among the crowd, the captain of the Tsunglong Alliance had a cunning idea. His eyes gleamed as he cleared his throat and shouted loudly to the scattered players on the outskirts, freelancers. I know you're here for an opportunity. Well, here's your chance. If we all work together to drain the boss's HP, the final loot, our guild only wants the materials. All the equipment will go to you, split evenly. As soon as these words were spoken, the scattered players, who had been hesitant due to the boss's overwhelming strength, suddenly had greed ignite in their eyes. Platinum tier boss loot. Even a single piece could save them years of effort. On the high ground, Su Xing watched the scene unfold, a faint sneer appearing at the corner of his mouth. The same old trick. Using freelancers as cannon fodder to deplete the boss's HP and skills. Even without much thought, it was clear this plan was unreliable. However, under great rewards, there are always brave souls. Brothers, charge. Platinum tier equipment. Go for it. Fortune favors the bold. Let's risk it all. Hundreds of freelancers, as if injected with adrenaline, roared and charged at the Abyssal Demon Knight. The scene was spectacular. But what awaited them was the abyss's gaze of death. Abyssal charge. The Abyssal Demon Knight's scarlet eyes flashed with disdain. It didn't even bother to move its lance, its body sank slightly. In the next second, it transformed into a shadow so fast it was almost imperceptible, hurtling into the crowd of desperate attackers. Splat! 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 200002200021000 like a tiger pouncing on a flock of sheep. Wherever the shadow passed, blood splattered, and bodies were sent flying. Over 30 freelancers were instantly reduced to white light by a single charge skill, not even having time to scream. Shit! This damage is insane. Run! The surviving freelancers snapped out of their frenzy, terrified out of their wits, and fled in panic, crying and shouting. But it was too late. The Abyssal Demon Knight, like a merciless killing machine, unleashed consecutive area skills such as Shadow Stomp and Death Gaze. Within seconds, hundreds of freelancers were slaughtered cleanly. The entire process took less than 30 seconds. As the ground was littered with white light, the faces of the major guilds grew even darker. If even freelancer cannon fodder was useless, how could this boss be defeated? On the high slope, Su Xing watched silently, his expression unreadable. He didn't rush to act but instead observed patiently every movement, every preparatory action for an attack, and the intervals between skills. The weakness analysis talent allowed him to clearly see all the flaws on the Abyssal Demon Knight. After observing for a long time, he shook his head helplessly. At this rate, how long would it take to bring it down? He hadn't expected a level 40 platinum tier boss to be this difficult. If its level were higher, wouldn't it directly overrun the Nanjiang Sanctuary? No wonder the place was so heavily guarded. If it were a diamond tier or even an epic tier boss, how could the Nanjiang Sanctuary possibly hold? Wouldn't it be completely destroyed? Without a resurrection point for the professionals in the Nanjiang Sanctuary, they'd be doomed, with no chance of survival. At this moment, the senior Shadowkill beside him chuckled and explained, "Young friend Su Xing, don't be surprised. The essence of Nanjiang Sanctuary is just a beginner's village. In places like Kyoto or Magic City, those grand sanctuaries have diamond level or even epic level world bosses nearby. A platinum level boss like this one would only be considered a large elite monster in Kyoto. As soon as it appears, it gets taken down in one wave. Nanjiang Sanctuary is small, and there aren't any bosses that strong nearby. Even if there were, other large guilds would come to deal with them." Hearing this, Su Xing's heart tightened sharply. It seems he must grow stronger quickly. At a speed beyond everyone's imagination, he must become stronger. Otherwise, going to Kyoto without any strength would make it impossible to take even a single step. Su Xing took a deep breath and acted without hesitation. Silver armor, activate. Wind step, activate. Buzz. A layer of dazzling silver light instantly enveloped his entire body. His eyes filled with countless mysterious golden runes, flowing rapidly. Rule analysis. In his vision, the Abyssal Demon Knight's indestructible armor seemed to turn transparent. Su Xing could clearly see a fist-sized dark red glowing spot beneath the pitch-black chestplate, located at the heart. It pulsed violently like a branding iron, emitting intense heat. A fatal weakness. That was the spot. Su Xing slowly drew the silver moon bow in his hand. The bowstring was pulled taut, and the starlight condensed arrow radiated a silver-white glow. The bowstring hummed, exuding a terrifying energy that sent chills down one's spine. This arrow contained all his strength. Whoosh! A flash of silver light. The arrow seemed to tear through the air, directly ripping open space, leaving behind a straight, dazzling trajectory of death. It struck precisely at the dark red glowing spot on the Abyssal Demon Knight's chest. Weak point attack. Critical hit. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the canyon. The massive, mountain-like body of the Abyssal Demon Knight was forcefully pushed back several steps by the astonishing power of the arrow. A terrifying damage number that made everyone's eyes widen slowly floated above its head. 39008. The entire scene fell into dead silence. Everyone seemed frozen, staring blankly at the vivid, 5-digit damage number, their minds completely blank. 39,000? The president of the Wolf Alliance had his mouth wide open, enough to fit an egg, his voice trembling. I didn't see that wrong, did I? Is this even damage a human can deal? They had fought desperately, risking their lives, grinding for half an hour, and all their combined damage was still less than 1/10 of this boss's health. Yet this guy, with a single arrow, he matched all their efforts combined. The disparity was as vast as the difference between a firefly and a full moon. However, Su Xing, who had caused all this, merely frowned slightly. Nearly 40,000 damage looked impressive, but it was only achieved because of the weak point critical hit, with a fourfold damage multiplier. If it were just a weak point attack, it might not even penetrate the defense. In that case, he would have to rely on the critical hit bonus from Wind Step, which activates every minute. It seems that to easily solo platinum level bosses, he still needs to become stronger. Just then roar. The heavily injured Abyssal Demon Knight let out a sky-shattering roar. Its scarlet eyes, burning with hellfire, suddenly turned, locking onto the golden figure on the high slope. A surge of Icy and ferocious killing intent rose into the air. "You have angered me." A deep, thunderous voice echoed through the canyon. The abyssal demon knight abandoned all the ants before it, stomping heavily on the ground, causing the earth to quake, and charged straight toward Su Xing on the high slope. Faced with this earth-shattering momentum, Su Xing's lips curled into a smile. "Finally noticed me? Good. Let's see whose speed is greater, your iron hooves or my arrows." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flickered and instantly disappeared from where he stood. Boom! The abyssal demon knight's charge made the entire high ground tremble violently with every step. The giant spear engulfed in hellfire tore through the air with a sharp whistle, fiercely striking the spot where Su Xing had just been standing. The ground was forcibly split open, creating a massive crack over 10 meters long, with rubble flying and dust billowing everywhere. However, the strike missed. A second before the spear swung, Su Xing had already transformed into a faint green shadow, drifting to the side dozens of meters away. The fierce gust from the spear only scattered the black hair on his forehead. What kind of speed is this? In the distance, a third-tier assassin from the Sanlong Alliance was so shocked, his eyes nearly popped out. He prided himself on his speed, but now he couldn't even see Su Xing's movement trajectory. His actions didn't resemble running at all, more like a freely drifting breeze. The abyssal demon knight missed its strike, and the fury in its scarlet eyes intensified. It turned abruptly, its iron hooves stomping heavily on the ground, and charged at Su Xing once more. But Su Xing didn't retreat, instead, he advanced. Like a falcon gliding close to the ground, he moved in a seemingly impossible arc, circling the abyssal demon knight at high speed. The silver moon bow in his hand transformed into a silver blur. The bowstring vibrated so intensely it emitted a continuous sharp buzzing sound. Whoosh! 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 In less than a second, 5 starlight arrows were fired in rapid succession, turning into streaks of light. They struck precisely at the weak points of the abyssal demon knight's armor. Ding! 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 5 crisp sounds rang out. 5 small damage numbers floated up from the massive body of the boss. 4-5. Weak point. 4-8. Weak point. 5-1. Weak point. 4-7. Weak point. 5-2. Weak point. Seeing this, the spectators who had been terrified by Su Xing's speed earlier collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, scared me for a moment. I thought he was some kind of deity descending to Earth, but turns out he's just a scraping master. Yeah, his damage isn't even higher than my normal attacks. Looks like he put all his points into agility. What's the use of speed? If you can't penetrate the defense, you're just a sitting duck. Once his mana runs out, he's doomed. Some gloated, as if the earlier 40,000 critical hit was just an illusion. But the guild leaders of Sanlong Alliance, Liang, and others didn't relax at all. Instead, their expressions grew increasingly serious. No, something's off. But Sanlong Alliance leaders stared at the battlefield, calculating dryly. 5 arrows per second, that's 300 arrows per minute. Even if each arrow only deals 50 damage, the total damage in a minute exceeds 15,000. My god, he's single-handedly matching the sustained output of our entire guild's elite team. A berserker took a sharp breath, muttering under his breath, his eyes filled with shock. This speed, this mastery of distance and timing, this kid, is he really a rookie? He's practically a monster born for battle. On the battlefield, the chase between man and demon had reached its most intense phase. Su Xing's figure had transformed into a green tornado, continuously circling the abyssal demon knight. The relentless rain of arrows was like deadly blades flying out of the tornado. The abyssal demon knight was completely out of control, wildly swinging its spear, stomping the ground, and unleashing skill after skill without any regard for consumption. Shadow stomp. Abyssal charge. The entire highland was turned upside down, the ground crisscrossed with ravines and pits burning with demonic flames. But no matter how frenzied its attacks, Su Xing always seemed like a slippery fish, finding the perfect dodge route amidst its strikes. 60 seconds had passed since the battle began. 59 seconds. 60 seconds. A sharp glint flashed in Su Xing's eyes. Now's the moment. His figure, which had been moving at high speed, suddenly paused. As the abyssal demon knight swung its spear again, not only did Su Xing not retreat, but he stepped forward forcefully. His entire body nearly pressed against the flaming blade of the spear, performing an extreme backward lean to slide under the abyssal demon knight. Gale Step's cooldown was complete and activated again. An even stronger force erupted from beneath his feet. The silver moon bow in his hand instantly drew into a full moon shape, all strength, all focus, all timing, everything converged at this moment, gathered on the bowstring. Snap! A crisp, explosive sound echoed across the battlefield. A blood-red damage number, carrying a deadly aura, erupted like a volcano from the abyssal demon knight's head, shooting skyward. 39008. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Everyone's breath stopped. 39,000? A third-tier berserker stared in disbelief at his own maximum attack power of barely 5,000. This is damage that a second-tier class can deal? Monster! He's definitely a monster. Once every minute. 39,000 damage every minute. Is this boss, does he really plan to solo it? At most, it'll take 80 minutes, and the boss will be worn down to death. As everyone was still immersed in the shock of this devastating arrow, an even more furious, berserk roar shook the canyon. Roar! The abyssal demon knight had gone completely mad. As a high-level demon from the abyss, how could it endure such humiliation? Toyed with by a mere human as if it were a mouse. Its blood-red eyes no longer focused on Su Xing but swept toward the annoying ants spectating nearby. Endless rage demanded more blood to quell it. It raised its hooves high and stomped fiercely on the ground. Shadow stomp. Boom! A circle of black-red shockwaves spread outward from the abyssal demon knight as the center. Not good. Run quickly. It's an area attack. But it was too late. The shockwave was too fast, leaving no time to react. It instantly swept across the entire highland. Ah! Screams echoed one after another. Dozens of nearby players were hit by the shockwave, their health bars instantly emptied, turning into white light as they were sent back to the respawn point. The battlefield descended into chaos, a scene of devastation. Those lucky enough to survive were scattered, fleeing in panic to the distance. Only one figure stood out, completely out of place amidst the apocalyptic chaos. Su Xing. He remained calmly standing, thorn armor and his robust physique, allowing the terrifying shockwave to only take away a few drops of his health. It wasn't even faster than his passive life drain recovery. He glanced at the fleeing crowd, then at the temporarily immobilized abyssal demon knight after its ultimate move. His gaze was resolute. There was no time to wait. Yesterday and today, he had painstakingly saved up 1,200 free attribute points, and used until now. All for emergencies like this. Now was the time to reap the rewards. System. Allocate all free attribute points to strength. Without hesitation, he poured all 1,200 free attribute points into strength in one go. Boom! A golden pillar of light, visible only to him, descended from the sky and infused into his body. His attribute panel began to jump at an astonishing speed. Strength, 60237223. Attack power, 24092288892. An explosive surge of power coursed through his entire body. He could even hear his bones letting out excited creaks from the influx of strength. In the distance, Shadowkill's pupils contracted sharply. He keenly sensed Su Xing's aura skyrocketing in an instant. What trick did this kid use now? A new skill? He was utterly shocked. But Su Xing had already answered with action. He drew his bowstring. 5 arrows per second. A continuous rain of arrows poured down on the abyssal demon knight, which had just regained its movement. Thud. 5 arrows hit their mark. Blood-red damage numbers flew up. 424, 427, 430, 444, 434. No longer the forced damage of mere dozens. This was genuine armor-breaking damage. Although the damage per arrow wasn't high, its significance was immense. Su Xing's lips curled into a cold smile. 5 arrows per second, total damage exceeding 2,100 points. The boss has less than 4 million health left, which means I can solo it in under half an hour. This is the feeling of a power surge. A strange scene unfolded on the battlefield. The elite members of various guilds were still scrambling to reorganize their formations in the distance, and that mysterious expert had already begun suppressing the platinum-level boss on his own. Whoa! Look at the boss's health bar. A professional who was receiving treatment suddenly shouted. Everyone instinctively looked over, only to see the terrifying health bar of the abyssal demon knight. At this moment, the boss's health was steadily and visibly decreasing at an astonishing rate. What's going on? Who's dealing damage? The captain of the Blazing Sun Guild looked puzzled. This rate of health drop, something's off. It's way too fast. A strong player from the Wolf Alliance frowned. Soon, they pinpointed the source, the lone young man battling fiercely with the boss. A third-tier assassin quickly calculated, his voice trembling, filled with shock and fear. His damage per second exceeds 2,000. With critical hits reaching 40,000, that translates to nearly 160,000 damage to the boss per minute. 160,000. This number was like a heavy hammer, striking everyone's hearts hard. All of them combined had been fighting for half a day, yet their total output didn't even match his damage in 1 minute? What kind of monster was this? At that moment, the Abyssal Demon Knight, which had been under relentless attack, let out a thunderous roar. It abandoned physical attacks, and its scarlet eyes, burning with hellfire, suddenly lit up. Death Stare. An invisible force filled with the aura of death and fear instantly locked onto Su Xing. Su Xing's body stiffened abruptly. He couldn't move. For a full 3 seconds, the fear completely robbed him of control over his body. Not good. It's a control skill. Shadowkill's heart tightened. He immediately focused, preparing to save Su Xing at the critical moment. If Su Xing were killed, his level would reset to 0, and he'd have to start leveling up all over again, a huge hassle. That would mean Shadowkill had failed in his duty to protect Su Xing. Ha ha ha. Perfect. That kid is done for. The opposing guild members laughed gleefully. As long as Su Xing fell, the boss, whose health was nearly depleted, would be theirs. Everyone watched as the Abyssal Demon Knight, after controlling Su Xing, raised its heaven-splitting, earth-shattering demon spear high and began charging up. Abyssal charge. A fatal blow. The crowd held their breath, staring at the black shadow-carrying world-destroying power as it slammed into Su Xing's seemingly fragile body. It's over. The same thought flashed through everyone's mind simultaneously. However, a laughably ordinary damage number slowly floated above Su Xing's head. 433 immediately followed by, plus 433. 5% max HP recovery per second. Dead silence. The entire scene fell into an eternal-like stillness once again. Everyone's minds completely collapsed due to the unimaginable sight before them. 3 digits? Only 433 damage? Is the boss slacking off? No. Look. The boss's attack power hasn't changed. It's that guy's defense that's ridiculously high. No way. The boss finally managed to deal damage, and this kid instantly healed back to full health? When this closest to the truth guess was shouted out in a trembling voice, everyone completely broke down. An archer with world-destroying attack power. And he also had defense so terrifying that even shield warriors couldn't compare? How is anyone supposed to survive this? At this moment, everyone's preconceived notions about the profession system were utterly shattered by Su Xing in the most brutal and unreasonable way possible. Holy crap! What the hell is going on? On the outskirts of the canyon, dozens of professionals who had narrowly survived were preparing to watch an exciting life and death showdown. But when they saw the laughably ordinary damage number 433, every single one of them froze. Their eyes were practically bulging out of their sockets. So, it's not that the boss is too strong, but that we're too weak? A level 43rd tier shield warrior's voice trembled as he looked at his health bar, which barely exceeded 15,000, feeling his faith in his profession collapse on the spot. This Su Xing, his 2nd tier class is just absurd. High attack, high agility, and now even defense and health are off the charts. What kind of 2nd tier archer is this? He's clearly an all-around warrior disguised as an archer. The crowd erupted in a mix of disbelief and absurdity. Wait. I remember, wasn't he listed as having a D-rank talent on the South River Sanctuary Military's blacklist? A young mage swallowed hard, his voice sounding like a dreamlike murmur. D-rank? The berserker next to him burst into laughter as if he'd heard the funniest joke ever, and cursed loudly. D-rank, my ass. You call this D-rank? I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death. With this kind of monstrous performance, I'd believe you if you told me he was SSS rank. Yeah. With this kind of insane defense, why was he even showing off his dodging skills earlier? He might as well just stand there and take the boss head on. I don't get it at all. His moves, his stats, his class, none of it makes sense. As everyone was reeling from the collapse of their worldview due to Su Xing's terrifying defense, what happened next completely overturned their understanding. They saw Su Xing take a direct hit from the boss's abyssal charge without flinching. He stood there expressionless. The enraged Abyssal Knight swung its steel-piercing lance wildly at him. Boom! 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 Each strike carried a piercing sound that hurt the ears. Each strike could instantly kill any profession below the 4th tier. Yet, when the damage landed on Su Xing, only a string of numbers appeared that made everyone feel both despair and absurdity. 427, 335, 442, plus 1600. Su Xing, enduring the boss's frenzied attacks, held his silver moon bow without moving an inch, calmly, steadily, and efficiently dealing damage. 464, 421, 476, 39008. Holy crap! A third tier. Archer looked at his own stats panel, then at the damage numbers floating above Su Xing's head, and felt like his decades of life had been wasted. The boss's attack power isn't a joke, it's at least 20,000. And he's only losing around 300 HP? Look at his attacks. Normal hits are in the 4 or 500s, and critical hits are nearly 40,000. These stats are more ridiculous than us level 100 third-tier DPS players. Everyone stared at Su Xing as if they'd seen a ghost. Under the passive effect of life drain, Su Xing's health bar barely moved. Meanwhile, the once dominant platinum tier boss's health bar was plummeting at a speed visible to the naked eye. HP 200,000/4 302,000 HP 150,000/4 302,000 HP 100,000/4 302,000. When the boss's health finally dropped below 50,000, entering the execution range, someone in the crowd, driven mad by the prospect of immense wealth, lost all reason and shouted at the top of their lungs, "Snatch the boss!" That shout was like a spark thrown into a barrel of gunpowder, instantly igniting the crowd's frenzy. Charge! He's just one person. If we get it, we're set for life. Who cares who he is? There's strength in numbers. The loot from a platinum tier boss is enough to make us rich forever. Dozens of third-tier professionals, blinded by greed, their eyes bloodshot, charged at the nearly dead boss like rabid dogs from all directions. However, Su Xing's lips curled into a cold smile, as if he were watching a group of people walking into a trap. He had anticipated this long ago. Human nature, the easiest thing to collapse in this world. He didn't even bother to glance at the boss. Slowly turning around, the bowstring in his hand instantly tightened into a full moon shape. Whoosh! 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 5 silver arrows were fired almost simultaneously. They traced 5 perfect arcs of death. The next moment, 121847, 111963, 131254, 121576, 111887. 5 dazzling white lights lit up simultaneously at the front line of the charge. The 5 strongest third-tier experts at the forefront didn't even have time to react. Their health bars instantly dropped to 0, and they were teleported back to the resurrection point at the sanctuary of South River. The scene fell eerily silent. Everyone who was about to charge forward froze as if rooted in place, their faces pale, cold sweat soaking their backs. Su Xing's cold gaze swept over everyone, as if surveying his own territory. His voice was calm but carried an undeniable sense of intimidation. Who wants to die? Want me to send you off right now? A berserker, unwilling to believe in his power, with thick skin and a stubborn attitude, gritted his teeth and charged forward, hoping to land the final blow while Su Xing was speaking. I don't believe in this crap. Swish, an arrow, faster than any before, shot out. 104521. A flash of white light, and the berserker, along with his foolish confidence, vanished without a trace. The entire field fell into an even deeper silence. No one dared to take another step forward. Su Xing glanced at his skill cooldown timer. Gale step, 3 seconds remaining. He leisurely faced the boss's attacks, not even bothering to counter. For others, the remaining 40,000 HP might take a long time to chip away. For him, 1 arrow was enough. The moment Gale Step finished cooling down, Su Xing's figure flickered, instantly closing the distance and appearing right in front of the boss. His longbow was drawn to its full extent once more. Die! An arrow imbued with all his strength was released. 39847. Weak point critical. The massive figure of the Abyssal Demon Knight let out a wail and collapsed with a thunderous crash. Equipment and materials scattered across the ground like stars. The canyon returned to silence once again. You have slain the Platinum Tier boss Abyssal Demon Knight LV40, gaining 120,000 experience points, plus 60 free attribute points, and plus 10% progress in the Unyielding Thorn questline. You have obtained Abyssal Demon Armor, Platinum Tier, Abyssal Leggings, Platinum Tier, Abyssal Demon Spear, Platinum Tier, Abyssal Demon Boots, Platinum Tier, S-Rank Abyssal Demon Steed Pet *1, Copper Coins times 12,000. The dazzling platinum glow ignited the most primal greed in the hearts of all the players present. Just as Su Xing was about to collect the full set of abyssal demon armor and leave this troublesome place, a sudden change occurred. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 3 overwhelming auras, stronger than anyone present, descended without warning like 3 towering mountains. The air in the canyon instantly grew heavy. Ripples spread through the air, and 3 figures appeared out of nowhere. The one in the center, clad in fiery red armor and wielding a blazing longsword, was Blazing Sun Guild's leader, Lai Shan. To the right, draped in a wolfskin cloak with a sinister gaze, was Wolf Fong Alliance's leader, Wolf Fong. To the left, brandishing a thunderous warhammer, was Thunder Guild's leader, Thunderstorm. All 3 were top-tier 4th-tier level 200 experts from the sanctuary of South River. Their arrival sent a wave of instinctive fear through everyone present. What's going on? The guild leaders came. In person? My god. All 3 major guild leaders are here. This is serious trouble. Clearly, the news of Su Xing wiping out their elite teams and snatching the platinum tier boss had reached the guild headquarters. Immediately, Youth, Blazing Sun Guild's leader, Lai Shan, was the first to speak, his tone commanding and irrefutable. Don't be too greedy. This abyssal demon knight is a resource of the sanctuary of South River. You've taken the meat, can't you leave some soup for others? Exactly, Wolf Fong of the Wolf Fong Alliance sneered. Hand over that set of abyssal demon armor, and we'll pretend none of this ever happened. The aura of the 3 guild leaders surged toward Su Xing like a tidal wave. Any ordinary second-turn player would have already knelt down and begged for mercy by now. But there wasn't a trace of fear on Su Xing's face. He sneered inwardly. With Senior Shadowkill backing him up in the World Tree Mark as his trump card, he had nothing to fear. Moreover, as long as he wasn't instantly killed, he could return to the initial forest at any time. These people might seem powerful, but they couldn't do anything to him. Your resources? Su Xing raised his head, his gaze calm, as if looking at fools. I killed the boss, I picked up the equipment. What, did your names get engraved on them? Impudent! The 3 guild leaders were furious at being rebuked. Just as they were about to teach this insolent brat a lesson, a roar, even more venomous and frenzied than before, echoed. From afar, the head of the Li family, Li Hai, charged in with his 2 useless brothers, Li Jiang and Li He, along with his level 1 son, exuding an overwhelming presence. He was also a 4th turn, level 200 powerhouse. But, unlike the 3 guild leaders, his killing intent was undisguised, crashing down on Su Xing like a tangible demonic mountain. You little bastard! Li Hai's eyes were bloodshot, his voice icy cold. Su Xing instantly felt his body grow heavy, as if tons of cement had been poured over him. Every cell in his body was under immense pressure, making even the slightest movement of his fingers difficult. This was the level suppression of a 4th turn? The difference from a 3rd turn was like night and day. You little scum! You'll pay for my equipment with your blood! Li Jiang shouted maniacally. Li Hai stared coldly at Su Xing, as if looking at a dead man. Hand over everything you have. Then, end your own life to atone. I can make sure not even your bones remain. Arrogant! Overbearing! He didn't even bother to acknowledge the 3 guild leaders standing nearby. Just as Li Hai was about to make his move and completely crush Su Xing, a pitch-black, deep spatial rift silently opened above everyone's heads. A pair of perfect jade feet, wrapped in black stockings and stepping on crimson high heels, slowly emerged from the rift. Following that, a stunning woman appeared, wearing a tight-fitting professional skirt, her figure impossibly alluring, with gold-rimmed glasses and jet-black straight hair casually draped over her shoulders. She hovered quietly in mid-air, exuding an aura that was countless times stronger than everyone present combined. This aura, like a gentle spring breeze, instantly erased all the pressure Li Hai had just inflicted on Su Xing. Her gaze was cold and merciless as she swept over all the 4th turn powerhouses in the area. Her red lips parted slightly, her voice clear and icy, carrying an undeniable queenly authority. I dare any of you to touch him. Wailing Canyon instantly fell into a deathly silence, followed by a series of gasps filled with awe and fear, breaking the stillness completely. Everyone felt as if they were watching an absurd drama unfold. The dignified head of the Li family, the highest-ranking figure in the Nanjiang sanctuary, was actually rendered motionless by a single sentence from a mysterious woman? Li Hai's face turned as dark as it could get. He stared intently at the woman floating gracefully in mid-air, whose terrifying aura made his very soul tremble. Clenching his teeth, he forced out a few words, Yun Shan? He couldn't comprehend how the renowned beauty instructor of the sanctuary, known for her peaceful and scholarly demeanor, could possess such terrifying power. Both were 4th turn, level 200, but he could clearly sense that his so-called S-class, frenzied bloodlion, profession was like a house cat facing an ancient beast in front of her. This was a suppression rooted in the very essence of life and profession levels. SS-class. Or perhaps, even higher. Yun Shang. Lehigh suppressed his shock and hoarsely questioned, as a sanctuary instructor, "Are you really going to intervene in our family's affairs for the sake of an unknown rogue?" He attempted to use status and rules to exert pressure. However, Yun Shang merely adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses on her nose lightly, her phoenix eyes behind the lenses not even sparing him a glance. Her gaze remained gently fixed on Su Xing, as if ensuring he wasn't hurt. Then, in a cold and emotionless tone, she responded, "He is my student. If I don't protect him, who will?" A simple sentence, yet it brimmed with unshakable dominance and determination. Lehigh's face instantly turned as red as a pig's liver. He knew that with this woman here today, he wouldn't even get to touch a single hair on Su Xing's head. Fine. 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 He spat out the word fine 3 times, the hatred and murderous intent in his eyes almost materializing. He suddenly turned his head, glaring at Su Xing with a venomous, snake-like stare. "You little bastard. Consider yourself lucky. Today, I, Lehigh, swear, the moment you dare step out of the sanctuary, my Li family will hunt you to the ends of the earth, until death do us part." After delivering this vicious threat, he had no face to stay any longer. He grabbed the 2 useless brothers who had been scared stiff and fled, in disgrace like a stray dog, not daring to look back. He didn't even realize that today might very well be the only chance in his life to face Su Xing head-on. From this moment on, he wouldn't even have the qualification to look up at Su Xing's back. Watching the Li family's greatest enemy leave in such a sorry state, the remaining 3 guild leaders naturally wouldn't seek trouble for themselves. They weren't fools. Facing a newcomer fiercely protected by an unfathomably powerful SS-level mentor, it would be sheer madness to provoke such a colossal figure over a piece of platinum equipment they might not even get. Ahem, a misunderstanding, purely a misunderstanding. The Blazing Sun Guild leader, Lai Shan, chuckled awkwardly, cupped his fists in a gesture of goodwill, and quickly led his people away. The other 2 guilds followed suit, and in the blink of an eye, only Su Xing, Yun Shang, and the silent Shadow Kill remained in the canyon. Teacher. Looking at the graceful figure standing protectively in front of him, Su Xing felt a surge of warmth in his heart. "Are you all right?" Yun Shang turned around, scanning him up and down, her eyes full of concern. Su Xing smiled brightly. The feeling of being cared for was wonderful. He shrugged and joked, "I'm fine. If it weren't for you arriving in time, Lehigh would have had to return to the sanctuary to start leveling up all over again today." Such a glib tongue. Yun Shang rolled her eyes at him, but the weight in her heart finally lifted. She looked at Su Xing, her heart filled with emotion. With a top-tier expert like Shadow Kill guiding him in leveling, and the backing of the Deification Guild, this student, once looked down upon by everyone, had finally found a solid foothold. The 3 of them returned to the transfer shrine in the Nanjing Sanctuary. Standing before the goddess statue, Su Xing opened the quest panel and selected to submit the task. Ding! Platinum level boss Abyssal Demon Knight kill record detected. 3rd stage, proof of strength, defeat a platinum level boss above level 40 solo. Completed, conditions met. 3rd transfer trial completed. Boom! A radiance more dazzling and sacred than ever before enveloped Su Xing like a cascading galaxy. His body and soul underwent an earth-shattering transformation within this vast power. Warning! Observer class detected undergoing 2nd-tier level ascension. Evolution path confirmed, fate and causality. Congratulations! Class successfully evolved to Karmic Scales, B rank. Additional mental boost, plus 300 new skill, causal. Deduction, predict the probability of a specified event occurring within the next 10 minutes, new skill, causal chains, mark a target, causing them to suffer the karmic backlash of their actions for a period of time. Evolution trait, ancient bronze gear patterns appear around the eye sockets, granting the ability to perceive changes in the flow of time and the qualification to weigh causality and intervene in the trajectory of fate. Inside the job change temple, the starlight gradually dissipated. Su Xing slowly opened his eyes, feeling the new power within him, as if he could pluck the strings of fate. His primary profession had advanced to grade B, Karmic Scales. His gaze involuntarily fell once again on the solemn and sacred statue of the job change goddess. A bold thought, almost blasphemous, suddenly surged from the depths of his heart. Since lawful gaze can see through her true form, then karmic chains, could it also establish a small karmic connection with her? After all, I invested so many top-tier golden materials as capital for my advancement. Now, isn't it time to collect some returns as interest? Acting on his thoughts, Su Xing's lips curled into a mischievous grin. Without hesitation, he activated his new skill karmic chains toward the goddess statue. Buzz! A phantom chain composed of ancient bronze gears shot out from Su Xing's palm. It ignored spatial distance and precisely locked onto the goddess statue. Ding! Target successfully locked, analyzing karma, warning. Warning! You are attempting to establish a karmic connection with an unknown great entity. This action is extremely dangerous. Please cease immediately. However, not only did Su Xing not stop, but he also increased his energy output. The next moment, a grand and majestic divine will, tinged with a faint trace of shyness, thundered into his sea of consciousness. It's you again. You audacious mortal. You have offended her and angered the deity. You shall face, the system prompt suddenly froze. Moments later, a new message slowly appeared, its tone completely changed. The great goddess of fortune feels deeply helpless toward your persistent offense. To prevent you from doing something even more outrageous next time, she has decided to grant you Chaos's favor, completely blocking your prying. Congratulations on obtaining the unique God tier passive skill, Chaos's favor. Chaos's favor, God tier, unique. 1. Immunity to all. You will permanently be immune to any curses, poisons, fear, confusion, and other negative states. 2. Chaotic presence. No entity, including deities, can use any means to probe your true information. In their eyes, you are simultaneously a god, a mortal, and an indescribable chaos. Su Xing stared at this new god tier passive skill and couldn't help but laugh. Quite shy, huh? This isn't punishment, it's clearly embarrassment, gifting me another divine skill. Every time I take a look, I get a skill. This is starting to make me feel a bit guilty. But next time, I'll still dare to look. Satisfied, Su Xing exited the job change temple. Outside the temple, Yun Shang and Shadowkill were waiting for him. Su Xing, congratulations. Yun Shang's face showed genuine joy, but her eyes concealed a barely noticeable melancholy. Teacher, thank you. This time, Su Xing said sincerely. If Yun Shang hadn't appeared in time, although he wouldn't have been afraid, he might have had to use his trump card World Tree Mark. Unexpectedly, after hearing his thanks, Yun Shang gently shook her head. Her usually gentle phoenix eyes were now filled with an irreconcilable sorrow. Su Xing, She took a deep breath, as if summoning all her strength to softly say, I'm here to say goodbye to you. What? Su Xing's smile froze instantly. The family has issued a mandatory recall order. I must return. Yun Shang's voice carried a sense of helplessness, like an irresistible command. Too sudden. The news hit Su Xing's heart like a heavy hammer, leaving his mind blank and unable to speak. In the silence, Yun Shang suddenly stepped forward. She stood on tiptoe and, under Su Xing's stunned gaze, gently kissed his soft, cool lips, which carried a faint fragrance. The touch was fleeting, yet it carried an indescribable bitterness. Take care. Leaving those words behind, she turned away without hesitation. Her figure transformed into a streak of light, tearing through space and disappearing in an instant. A crystal clear teardrop fell from the sky, reflecting Su Xing's dazed figure. Sigh. A long sigh broke the silence. Shadowkill, at some unknown time, had covered his eyes with his weathered hands, muttering theatrically, Don't look at what you shouldn't, don't look at what you shouldn't. Yet the gaps between his fingers were wider than a city gate. Su Xing ignored him. He quietly stared in the direction where Yun Shang had disappeared, only withdrawing his gaze after a long while. His voice regained its calmness, but now carried a hint of determination. Senior Shadowkill, what is the background of teacher Yun Shang's family? Shadowkill's usually playful and cynical eyes turned heavy for the first time upon hearing this. He took a deep look at the spot where Yun Shang had vanished and sighed deeply, his voice tinged with an awe he himself hadn't noticed. The Yun family of the capital. In the Dragon Kingdom, apart from us, Fengshen, the most elite are the four great families, and the Yun family is one of them. Shadowkill spoke slowly. These four great families have deep foundations, are filled with powerful individuals, and have intricate relationships. Even Fengshen must show them respect. I should have realized earlier. He smiled bitterly, to have a fourth-tier cultivation at such a young age, with a professional level of at least SS. Who else but those ancient and formidable families could nurture such a genius? The Yun family of the capital. Su Xing's heart sank heavily. He finally understood the source of the lingering sorrow and helplessness in Yun Shang's eyes. She was facing a colossal entity. Will she be in danger when she returns? Su Xing's voice choked slightly. Shadowkill was silent for a moment, before shaking his head. Hard to say. Matters of great families are 100 times more complex than any dungeon monster. But judging by her demeanor, this forced recall is clearly not a good thing. Su Xing unconsciously clenched his fists. An unprecedented surge of intense impulse erupted wildly from deep within his heart. To the capital. He must go to the capital. No matter what lies ahead, this time, it's my turn to protect her. Late at night, Su Xing lay on the soft bed in the luxurious suite Shadowkill had prepared for him, unable to sleep. He tossed and turned, his mind restless. The steadfast figure of Yun Shang as she left and the teardrop that quietly slid down her face replayed endlessly in his mind. Just as he was feeling agitated, a faint, familiar fragrance wafted into his nose without warning. Then, he felt the covers being gently lifted by a force that was cool yet warm. Following that, a soft, smooth, unclothed body quietly slipped into his embrace. Su Xing's body instantly froze. He opened his eyes abruptly, about to speak, but a soft, cold little hand firmly covered his mouth, carrying an undeniable resolve. By the moonlight, streaming through the window, he saw who it was. Yun Shang. She had returned. At this moment, she was a stark contrast to the composed queen, who had commanded enemies during the day. Her jet-black, silky hair cascaded like a waterfall onto the white bedsheets. Her stunningly beautiful face was pale and bloodless, with 2 unstoppable streams of tears sliding down her cheeks. Her usually gentle and encouraging phoenix eyes were now filled with despair, sorrow, and a hint of frenzied determination that Su Xing had never seen before. She didn't speak, only let out a deeply suppressed whimper, like a wounded little beast. Then, with tears and a desperate madness that left no room for retreat, she clumsily yet resolutely entrusted herself entirely to the young man beneath her. Su Xing was utterly stunned. He could feel her delicate body trembling violently, could feel the cold yet burning tears dripping onto his face. He wanted to speak, wanted to know what had happened, but no words came out, because he understood everything from her gaze. It was a silent entrustment, the kind one makes when facing a tragic fate, wanting to give their most precious possession to the person they cherish most. Su Xing stopped resisting. He reached out and, with all his strength, held the trembling body tightly in his arms. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight entered the room, Su Xing suddenly woke from his dream. He instinctively reached for the pillow beside him. It was cold and empty there, with no one in sight. The air carried only a faint trace of a familiar fragrance, as if everything from last night had been a bittersweet dream, both real and sorrowful. But when his gaze fell upon the pristine white bedsheets, his pupils suddenly contracted. A glaring streak of crimson, like a plum blossom blooming silently in the snow, wordlessly revealed the truth of last night. Su Xing's mind went blank. His entire being felt numb. In the next moment, he leapt out of bed like a madman, barely managing to put on his clothes before rushing out of the room. He found Shadowkill and used all his permissions to track Yun Shang's whereabouts. The result left him feeling as though he'd fallen into an icy abyss. Yun Shang had already left. Early this morning, she had used the core teleportation array of the Nanjiang sanctuary to return to the capital. She had also severed all communication. Standing in the bustling job transfer hall, Su Xing felt as though the entire world had become hollow. At that moment, his heart, which had been restless due to his surge in power, turned completely cold. He finally understood that his attack power of 28,000 was utterly insignificant in the face of the true giants of the Yun family. He didn't even have the qualifications to make Yun Shang stand tall and refuse her family's arrangements. I must become stronger. I must grow stronger at an unprecedented speed. Strong enough to directly negotiate with the Yun family. Strong enough to crush the entire Yun family beneath my feet. Strong enough to ensure no one in this world would ever dare make her shed a single tear again. This thought, like a searing brand, was deeply etched into his soul. Returning to the suite, Su Xing forcibly suppressed the storm in his heart and began inventorying his recent spoils of war. He laid out the platinum-grade equipment dropped by the Abyssal Demon Knight, one by one in front of him. Abyssal Demon Armor, Platinum Grade. Required level, 40 attributes, Constitution plus 600, Strength plus 600, Spirit plus 600. Description: a chestplate forged from the bones of the Abyssal Demon Knight in dormant lava, burning with an eternal abyssal flame. Those who wear it can hear the whispers of the abyss. Those with weak wills will be consumed by the will of the demon god. Abyssal Leggings, Platinum Grade. Required level, 40 attributes, Constitution plus 600, Agility plus 600, Strength plus 600. Description: leg guards crafted from the scales of the abyssal demon steed, indestructible. Each scale contains the ferocious aura of a demon dragon, enabling the wearer to charge forward with dragon-like strides, unstoppable. Abyssal Demon Spear, Platinum Grade. Required level, 40 attributes, Strength plus 600, Agility plus 600, Spirit plus 600. Description: the spearhead is made from the purest dark crystal of the abyss, capable of easily tearing through light and order. When wielded, the spear's wind carries the demon god's roar, and the souls of those struck will be dragged into the endless abyss. Abyssal Demon Boots, Platinum Grade. Required level, 40 attributes, Constitution plus 600, Agility plus 600, Strength plus 600. Description: battle boots tanned from the spine leather of the abyssal demon steed and reinforced with abyssal cold iron. Wearing them allows silent movement in shadows, each step ghostly, deciding life and death before the enemy can react. Without hesitation, he donned the Platinum Grade Starry Crown, Abyssal Demon Armor, Abyssal Leggings, and Abyssal Demon Boots. As for the Abyssal Demon Spear, being a melee weapon, Su Xing felt that a bow suited him better, so he stored it in his backpack for now. Boom! The moment he equipped the 4 platinum items, a surge of power stronger and purer than ever before instantly filled his entire body. He opened his attribute panel. Su Xing Class. Scale of Karma, B grade level, 40 Constitution, 2917, Strength, 8473. Agility, 6550, Spirit, 2345. Health, 58340, Mana, 23450. Attack, 33892. Defense, 11668. Attack power, nearly 34,000. Health, nearly 60,000. Defense, over 10,000. For a level 40 professional, this was already very strong. But it was still far from enough. This level of strength, in the face of the entire Yin family, is like a small flame against the bright moon, utterly insignificant. Time did not allow him to waste even a second. A cold determination flashed in Su Xing's eyes. He pushed open the door and headed straight for the leveling zone outside the sanctuary. Having just reached level 40, he was about to go to the Kyoto sanctuary. Once there, he wouldn't even have the right to speak. He had to improve his strength as quickly as possible. At the moment he left the sanctuary, a shadowy figure quietly appeared in the darkness. It was Shadow Kill. Watching the hurried boy radiating an icy aura that kept others at bay, Shadow Kill nodded in satisfaction. It seems that last night's incident with that girl has had quite an impact on him. Indeed, instead of being crushed by emotional setbacks, he has turned them into motivation to grow stronger. This is what makes a person truly talented. It seems that falling in love does have its benefits, at least it keeps people vigilant. However, just as Su Xing stepped out of the South River Sanctuary's gates, deep within the Li family estate, a man meditating with closed eyes suddenly opened them. It was none other than the Li family patriarch, Li Hai. Patriarch. The scout reports that Su Xing has just left the sanctuary alone. Good. Li Hai stood up abruptly, a sinister smile spreading across his face as 2 days' worth of suppressed killing intent erupted instantly. Heaven has a path, yet you refuse to take it. Hell has no gate, yet you insist on barging in. Send the order. Summon the entire clan, all experts above the 3rd rank. Today, I will ensure this little brat dies without a burial place. Su Xing was completely unaware that the Li family patriarch's pursuit was closing in. Following the map's guidance, he quickly arrived at the entrance of a high-level dungeon controlled by the Li family, exclusively open to 3rd-rank professionals, fallen. Mine. 2 arrogant Li family members guarded the entrance. Seeing Su Xing alone, they immediately blocked his way. Stop. This is Li family territory. If you want to enter the dungeon, pay a 10,000 copper coin entry fee first, one of them said in a condescending tone. Su Xing didn't even glance at him. He simply raised the silver moon bow in his hand calmly. Whoosh! A streak of silver light flashed. The Li family member who had been demanding payment suddenly had a small blood hole appear in the center of his forehead, his arrogant expression forever frozen. 66000. A flash of white light, and he was teleported back to the sanctuary. Su Xing picked up a ticket engraved with "Fallen Mine" from the miscellaneous items he dropped. Then, under the terrified and incredulous gaze of the other guard, he stepped forward into the dungeon. The dungeon doors slowly closed behind him. Fallen Mine. This place was once an important strategic resource point for the South River Sanctuary, but after an abyssal invasion, the veins were polluted by demonic energy, turning it into a monster-infested forbidden zone. As soon as he entered, a cold, damp air, mixed with the smell of sulfur and decay, assaulted him. The mine tunnel was pitch black, with only crystals tainted by demonic energy emitting a faint purple glow on the walls. Cluck, cluck, cluck. A piercing, eerie laugh echoed from the depths of the darkness. Resentful Miner LV.80. Cave Lurker LV.90, Elite. Demonic Overseer LV.95, Elite. Dozens of monsters with various forms and glowing crimson eyes charged at Su Xing from all directions. Any normal third-rank team facing such a number and level of monsters would be flustered and on high alert. But Su Xing merely lifted his eyelids slightly. Rule analysis activated. In an instant, all the monsters' movements appeared in slow motion in his eyes. Every fatal weakness on their bodies was as clear as fireflies in the night. A bunch of rookies. He didn't even bother using wind step. He simply stood in place and drew his bowstring. 1 second, 5 arrows. A rain of arrows poured down. Thud, 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 thud. The ferocious monsters that ordinary people feared now seemed like wheat in a field waiting to be harvested. Each of Su Xing's arrows precisely struck the monster's fatal weaknesses. 55021. Critical hit. 54899. Critical hit. Ordinary monsters, 1 arrow to kill. Elite monsters, also 1 arrow to kill. He was like an unstoppable moving battle fortress. Wherever he went, monsters fell in droves, transforming into massive amounts of experience and free attribute points that surged wildly into his body. Killed LV.95 Demonized Overseer, Elite, Experience plus 190,000, free attribute points plus 1, Indomitable. Thorns Progress plus 1%. Killed LV.90 Cavern Lurker, Elite, Experience plus 180,000, free attribute points plus 1, Indomitable. Thorns Progress plus 1%. Level increased to LV.41. Level increased to LV.42. In just over 10 minutes, Su Xing bulldozed through the entire dungeon with overwhelming force. His level skyrocketed from 40 to 55. At the deepest part of the mine stood a massive throne piled high with bones. On the throne, the Abyssal Mine Lord LV.100 Gold Tier boss, over 5 meters tall and wielding a giant mining pick, suddenly opened its lava-like blazing eyes. "You lowly insect! How dare you intrude upon my resting place?" Its thunderous roar caused the mine to tremble violently. It wanted to say more intimidating words, but Su Xing coldly interrupted with a single sentence. "Too much nonsense." Whoosh! In the next second, an arrow imbued with terrifying power tore through the air, heading straight for its forehead. The boss hadn't even reacted before it was struck. 122110. Weak point critical hit. Then came the second arrow, the third, the fourth. 55000. 60000. 5 arrows per second. The furious barrage forced the gold tier boss to retreat continuously, letting out powerless roars. The truth was clear: against Su Xing's terrifying attack power, even a gold tier boss was no different from an ordinary monster. In less than 10 seconds, a scream filled with unwillingness and rage echoed as the once imposing gold tier boss collapsed to the ground, golden light spilling everywhere. Dazzling to the extreme. Killed gold tier boss Abyssal Mine Lord LV.100 gained 2 million experience points, free attribute points plus 400. Indomitable. Thorns Progress plus 15%. Your level has increased to LV.60. Obtained, Earthwalker Chestplate, Gold Tier, Earthwalker Leggards. Gold Tier, Mine Lord's Echoing Warhammer, Gold Tier, Copper Coins times 200,000. Su Xing casually picked up the equipment and materials. Gold Tier items weren't even worth a glance to him now. The biggest gain this time was the free attribute points. He had earned 600 points from farming small monsters and another 400 points from killing the gold tier boss, totaling 1,000 points. These were critical resources. Outside the dungeon, when Su Xing reappeared in front of the tremblingly family gatekeeper, he simply extended his hand indifferently. Another ticket. The gatekeeper didn't dare resist and could only hand over a ticket. With a tearful face, Su Xing's figure disappeared once again at the dungeon entrance. Less than a minute after he entered, a rumbling commotion arose as Li family head Li Hai finally arrived at the scene with dozens of third-turn experts in tow, exuding an imposing aura. Among them were his brothers, Li Jiang and Li He, who had suffered losses at Su Xing's hands multiple times before, as well as his disgraceful son Li Wei, who was still stuck at level 10, a shame to the Li family. Li Hai felt a wave of irritation and decided to use this opportunity to help Li Wei overcome his inner demons. Patriarch, you must help me. The gatekeeper, seeing his savior, crawled over and wailed. A bandit just came by. Not only did he kill Xiao Lu, but he also stole 2 tickets. What? Li Hai's face instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot. This Su Xing was simply outrageous. Did he really think that just because Yun Shan was protecting him, he could bully the Li family at will? Before Li Hai could even settle accounts with Su Xing, that brat had already made the first move and committed outright robbery. Li Hai was now certain that Yun Shan wasn't in the South River Sanctuary today. This time, he wanted to see who else could help him. He instinctively looked up at the dungeon entrance's clearance record monument, and what he saw left him stunned. Fallen Mine clearance records first place, Su Xing clearance time, 18 minutes 34 seconds. This time was several times faster than Li Hai's personal best record for clearing the dungeon. Impossible. Li Hai's first reaction was disbelief. This kid must have discovered a dungeon exploit that none of us know about. Otherwise, how could a second-tier waste like him clear it so quickly? A greedy glint flashed in his eyes. As long as he could capture this kid and force him to reveal the exploit, wouldn't the Li family make a fortune? Everyone, listen to my orders. Li Hai's face twisted into a sinister smile. Set up the heavenly net ceiling formation. Today, no one is leaving this place. I'll make sure this little bastard has no way out, only a dead end, inside the dungeon. Su Xing was completely unaware of what was happening outside. Relying on his previous experience, he was clearing monsters even faster this time. In less than 10 minutes, he was back at the boss's throne. As before, he wasted no time and sent it packing in 10 seconds. Your level has increased to LV.70. Since it wasn't his first time clearing the dungeon, the rewards were much less this time, yielding only a single piece of gold-tier equipment. Su Xing didn't mind, his main goal was leveling up. Clearing it another dozen times should get me to max level for the 3rd tier. The higher the level, the harder it was to level up, requiring more experience. Relying on his immense strength, Su Xing soloed the dungeon, monopolizing the experience and leveling up rapidly. Satisfied, he walked out of the dungeon. The moment he stepped out, he immediately sensed something was off. The air around him had become heavy and sticky, and the space was sealed by a powerful force. Even his connection to the World Tree Mark had become faint and unclear. Teleportation was still possible, but it was no longer instantaneous and would take time. He looked up. Li Hai, accompanied by dozens of Li family experts, stood at the dungeon exit, their faces twisted with cruel smiles, completely blocking the way out. Su Xing raised an eyebrow slightly, and only one thought crossed his mind: isn't this guy a bit too petty? All I did was use his dungeon twice. Did he really have to personally bring people to catch me? He had merely exploited a bug in someone else's dungeon twice, and yet they had gone to such lengths? Su Xing glanced at the massive heavily net ceiling formation that loomed over him, then at Li Hai's face, which looked like he wanted to dig up his ancestors' graves. All he felt was irritation. He had neither the time nor the interest to deal with this swarm of flies. Yun Shan was still waiting for him in the capital. Anyone who dared to block his path to leveling up, clearing dungeons, and growing stronger would have to die. You little bastard! How dare you show your face? Li Hai, seeing Su Xing's cold, indifferent expression that seemed to say, "Are you out of your mind?" was so furious that he trembled all over. Pointing at Su Xing, his tone was full of condescension and arrogance as he shouted, "I don't care what kind of sorcery you used. Hand over the bug you exploited in our dungeon, along with all your equipment and materials, right now. Then, cut off both your arms and kneel before me in repentance. Maybe then I'll consider not hunting you down." Behind him, Li Wei, emboldened by his father's presence and the dozens of family experts, had his earlier fear of Su Xing replaced by venomous hatred and arrogance. With Li Hai backing him, he jumped up and cursed viciously, "Su Xing, you bastard trash! Weren't you so arrogant before? Show me how arrogant you can be now. My dad is right here today. I want to see you torn to pieces, tortured to death. I'll make you realize that offending me, Li Wei, is the dumbest decision you'll ever make in your life. But the only response to his rabid barking was a single cold, emotionless sentence from Su Xing, "You're all talk." Boom! Those few words were like a spark igniting a barrel of gunpowder, instantly shattering Li Hai's composure. "You're courting death!" he roared in fury. "Attack!" He waved his hand fiercely. "Wear him down! Drown him in skills! Let's see how much mana he has left." With a single command, the dozens of third-turn powerhouses who had been prepared instantly launched their attack. Blades flashed, swords clashed, fireballs and ice spikes, a dazzling array of skills poured down like a tsunami. However, when the skills, powerful enough to destroy a small mountain, struck Su Xing and exploded like brilliant fireworks, everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. 2, 1, 1, 2. A string of red numbers floated mockingly above Su Xing's head. Not a single defense was broken. All the damage was forced deductions. The battlefield instantly fell into an eerie silence. Everyone was stunned. What's going on here? How did my flame slash only deal 1 point of damage? Me too. Single-digit damage? Are you kidding me? His defense, just how terrifying is his defense? And this is supposed to be a D-level talent? I get it now. This guy must be a coward, afraid of pain, so he put all his attribute points into defense. No, that's not it. Look at his level, it can't be checked. This guy is definitely third turn. His level must be close to 100, otherwise, there's no way he could solo this dungeon. Li Jiang, sharp-eyed, stared at the LD dot above Su Xing's head and shouted in horror. He was only level 40 yesterday, and now he's already succeeded in his third turn. This leveling speed was even more despair-inducing than his monstrous defense. Due to the passive skill Chaos Favor, Su Xing's level naturally couldn't be checked. Li Hai was also shocked, but even more so, he was filled with greed for Su Xing's equipment. It must be the equipment. This kid must have a set of ultra-high grade, diamond level or above armor. His eyes gleaming with fire, he issued another threat. "Kid, I'm giving you one last chance. Hand over the equipment. Let today's matter slide. Otherwise, you're so annoying." Su Xing impatiently interrupted him. "Do something already, instead of whining like a woman." For the first time, Li Hai was completely ignored by someone. Fine. He laughed in anger. "You're forcing me." He charged out of the crowd, his battle blade gleaming with a blood-red light. With the full force of a fourth-tier powerhouse, he unleashed a strike, Blood Lion earth-splitting slash, carrying the power to split mountains and shatter stones, slashing fiercely at Su Xing. However, a damage number that made his pupils contract and shattered his worldview floated up. 3,000. Before he could even react, a green stream of life energy rose from beneath Su Xing's feet. Plus 3,000. His health bar instantly returned to full. Li Hai stood frozen in place. A fourth tier versus a third tier. A massive level gap. An S-grade talent crushing a D-grade. And yet, this was all the damage he could do? And the opponent's healing was even faster than his damage? This can't be human. You're telling me this is a D-grade talent? This is more absurd than an SSS-grade talent. Li Hai refused to believe it. He roared again, swinging his blade down with all his might. 2999. Su Xing's health bar wavered slightly. Plus 2999. A second later, it was full again. Su Xing looked at Li Hai, who was performing like a clown in front of him, and finally raised his eyelids lazily. Had enough slashing? My turn now? At that moment, Li Hai's gaze was calm and indifferent, yet it felt like a bottomless black hole, exuding an overwhelming pressure. For the first time, this fourth-tier powerhouse, the true overlord of the Nanjian Sanctuary, felt fear. My turn now? The words were spoken lightly, as casually as asking a friend, "Have you eaten?" But in Li Hai's ears, they sounded like a death sentence, echoing from the abyss, shaking his very soul. Fear. An unprecedented fear instantly froze his soul and gripped his heart tightly. His pride as a fourth-tier powerhouse, his deeply ingrained belief that high-tier professionals can easily dominate low-tier ones, was utterly shattered by Su Xing's ridiculous damage numbers and even more absurd healing. Completely destroyed. His beliefs were in ruins. And it wasn't just him. The Li family members behind him, Li Jiang, Li He, who had been arrogantly shouting moments ago, and the already numb Li Wei all looked as pale as ghosts, trembling uncontrollably like chickens with their necks wrung. The family head. The invincible, 4th tier, level 200 powerhouse in their eyes. The pillar of the Li family's dominance over the Nanjiang sanctuary. He couldn't even break through the opponent's defense? What was happening to this world? Was the job system malfunctioning? Or had they, from the very beginning, provoked someone so powerful that even their family head couldn't contend with a true demon god? They would rather believe the world had gone mad than face this despairing truth. The scene was deathly silent. All the professionals who had been drawn over by the commotion from the Li family held their breath, not daring to make a sound. They feared that any slight movement might disturb the young man delivering judgment, bringing disaster upon themselves. But now, there didn't seem to be much left to say. Judging by the Li family's foolish behavior, they had clearly offended this master completely. Their only hope now was that this master would end the fight quickly, and hopefully, not drag them into it. Even Shadow Kill, hiding in the dark, was left speechless by Su Xing's monstrous defense. For the first time, his usually playful expression turned deadly serious. Taking a full force strike from a 4th tier, level 200 S-grade talent professional and only losing 3,000 health. This guy's physique and defense are completely beyond reason. To have grown this much in such a short time, if he trains a bit more, it's hard to say if even I could easily control him. Images of those old monsters from the Yun family in Kyoto flashed through Shadow Kill's mind. Suddenly, he felt a surge of anticipation. He wanted to see just how spectacular the battle would be when this little monster truly grew up, stormed into Kyoto, and confronted the Yun family. When the time comes, as someone from Fengshan, I'll have to call a few old friends to back him up. Li Hai's eyes were filled with fear, on the verge of collapse. He looked at Su Xing across from him, whose face still bore an expressionless, indifferent look. He thought Su Xing was angry. After all, his repeated provocations must have completely enraged the other party. In reality, Su Xing wasn't angry at all. Not even the slightest emotional fluctuation. He just felt annoyed. As his strength grew, Li Hai, in his eyes, was no different from a stone on the roadside. The only entity that could truly pressure him at the moment was the colossal Yun family in Kyoto. This Li Hai wasn't even qualified to carry Yun Shang's shoes, but Yun Shang was up against the entire Yun family. If he still kept Li Hai in mind, how could he face the entire Yun family in the future? So, he simply felt that this guy was wasting his time, hindering his leveling up and monster grinding to improve his strength. And those who stood in his way of finding Yun Shang were utterly unforgivable. Su Xing slowly raised the silver moon bow in his hand. Seeing this action, Li Hai's fear completely broke him. In a distorted, pleading voice, he instinctively screamed, "Wait! Misunderstanding? This is absolutely..." But Su Xing's arrow had already been released. 117880. Weak point critical hit, a massive blood-red number exploded above Li Hai's head. His words of begging for mercy were forever stuck in his throat. His body, along with the dignity of a max-level 4th turn powerhouse, turned into a dazzling white light and disappeared. Everyone in the Li family was dumbfounded. The family head, the strongest pillar of their Li family, had actually been one-shot killed by an arrow? Li Jiang and Li He were once again engulfed by endless fear, their legs giving out as they collapsed to the ground. Li Wei was completely numb. Dad was one-shot killed. What's the point of fighting anymore? Forget it, just give up. For the rest of his life, as long as Su Xing was around, he could forget about advancing to the second turn. Even Shadowkill was so shocked by the explosive damage that he almost jumped out of the shadows. 117,000? He quickly calculated. Li Hai, as an S-class 4th turn powerhouse, had a base defense of at least 16,000, with gear that was a mix of gold and platinum, pushing his defense well over 20,000. Yet this kid could deal over 117,000 damage with a single arrow? This was simply an attack power of at least 35,000, right? Was this the attack power a 3rd turn class should have? One arrow, instant kill. When Li Hai, the symbol of the strongest combat power in the Nanjiang Sanctuary, turned into a sky full of white light, the dozens of Li family elites behind him completely collapsed. Their faith, their support, the pillar of their family, just like that, disappeared? Fear, like an invisible virus, instantly spread to everyone's hearts. But Su Xing didn't give them any chance to recover. His face showed urgency because he wanted to see Yun Shang as soon as possible, but at this moment, only coldness and killing intent remained. He slowly drew the bowstring. On the bowstring, 5 silver energy arrows condensed once again. No, don't. This is a devil. He's simply a devil. The younger members of the Lee family let out desperate, helpless cries. They wanted to run, but their legs felt like they were filled with lead. Completely unresponsive. They could only watch helplessly as those 5 beams of death, like invitations from the Grim Reaper, flew toward them. Whoosh! The bowstring trembled lightly, followed by another gentle vibration. Su Xing's movements were astonishingly fast, elegant yet deadly. He seemed to be performing a death waltz. With each pull of the bowstring, 5 dazzling white beams shot simultaneously into the Lee family's ranks. 1 second, 5 kills. In just a few seconds, the once imposing, arrogant Lee family army outside the fallen mine was completely annihilated. All that remained was a dungeon gatekeeper who had been cowering in the corner the entire time, so terrified that he wet his pants and collapsed, powerless. Su Xing picked up all the equipment and materials scattered on the ground, including a few precious platinum-grade items. Then, he walked unhurriedly to the doorman, who was already petrified with fear. He extended his hand. The doorman trembled all over, tears streaming down his face, looking up in confusion, completely unable to comprehend what this man, who seemed like a demon god, intended to do. Su Xing frowned impatiently. The ticket. Oh. The doorman, as if grasping a lifeline, didn't even bother to wipe the dirt off his face. Scrambling and fumbling, he pulled out all the dungeon tickets from his backpack and handed them to Su Xing with trembling hands. Su Xing looked at this somewhat obedient young man and nodded in satisfaction. Worth cultivating. Then, he raised his bow and aimed at the doorman's forehead. Whoosh! Just as the doorman's eyes still carried confusion, puzzlement, and even a trace of gratitude, an arrow shot out, sending him directly back to the city. Can't play favorites, after all, Su Xing thought to himself. Otherwise, when Li Hai returned to the respawn point and found out that only this kid survived, he definitely wouldn't let him off. I actually did him a favor. Su Xing felt a sense of pride in his meticulous thinking and noble character. He picked up the mountain of loot and stepped into the dungeon gate once more. Nanjiang Sanctuary. Respawn point. A flash of light. Li Hai's figure staggered into view. His level had dropped from 200 directly to 100. Several key pieces of equipment on him had also been lost. Years of effort, gone in a single night. Su Xing. He let out a heart-wrenching roar toward the sky, filled with hatred and regret. But after the roar, what replaced it was deep fear. He was scared. Truly scared. That young man was too terrifying, completely beyond his imagination. This was not someone he, or even the entire Lee family, could afford to provoke. What to do? 2 paths lay before him. Either abandon the family's dignity, offer up all their wealth, and beg that demon god for forgiveness. Or go all out, mobilize the true assassins hidden in the shadows, and spare no cost to eliminate him completely. But, what if they failed to kill him? With that young man's talent, as long as he was given even a sliver of time to grow, the Lee family would face utter annihilation. No, the Lee family was already on the brink of destruction. He cursed inwardly, who on earth started this mess and provoked that kid? In a corner nearby, Li Wei trembled, not daring to make a sound. Li Hai was no fool. He knew that no matter which path he chose, the Li family's status in Nanjiang Sanctuary would plummet, becoming a thing of the past. Ugh, a mouthful of blood spurted out. The local tyrant of Nanjiang instantly seemed to age decades. His once jet-black hair visibly turned white at an alarming speed. Overnight, his hair turned completely white. Seal the news must be sealed. He ordered with trembling hands. But it was already too late. Today, outside the Howling Canyon, thousands of people had witnessed that miracle firsthand. The Li family, a behemoth that had dominated Nanjiang for decades, had, in a single day, its top-tier level 200 experts crippled and dozens of level 150 elites slaughtered. The news spread like a plague with wings, quickly reaching every corner of Nanjiang Sanctuary. Those who had been oppressed by the Li family all wore vicious smiles upon hearing the news, taking advantage of their misfortune to strike them down. A bloody wave of revenge against the Li family had already begun to unfold, and the mastermind behind it all was Su Xing. At this moment, he was in the fallen mine, enduring the monotonous yet highly efficient grind to level up. By the end of the day, when he stepped out of the dungeon once more, his level had already risen to 90. As expected, the higher the level, the more experience is required to level up. Su Xing clearly felt the slowing pace of his progress. Looks like tomorrow, I'll need to find a higher level dungeon to train in. The leveling process in the Fallen Mine was monotonous but exceptionally efficient. When Su Xing used up the last ticket in his backpack and exited the dungeon, the growth value of his hidden class, Unyielding Thorn, finally reached the pinnacle of 100% under the impact of the massive experience gain. Ding! The energy of the hidden class Unyielding Thorn has reached 100%. Would you like to advance? Yes. Su Xing's eyes burst with an unprecedented brilliance. Boom! A force of life and space, grander and more mysterious than ever before, erupted in his spiritual world, as shocking as the Big Bang. He saw that the tender sprout symbolizing the origin of his profession had broken through the surface and was growing wildly at an unimaginable speed, extending toward the sky in all directions, and even toward the invisible dimensional barriers. On the trunk, countless branches with a bronze sheen emerged. What shocked him the most was that the tip of each branch seemed to pierce through an invisible membrane, suspending tiny spatial rifts that emitted intense spatial fluctuations. The growth of this tree was clearly no longer confined to the material world, it sought to root itself in broader, more mysterious multidimensional spaces. System notification: your hidden profession is undergoing its third advancement. Evolution path confirmed: space and clones. Congratulations! Your hidden profession has successfully evolved into Universal Arbor, Grade A. Additional Constitution bonus, plus 2300 new active skill, Shadowwood clone, instantly creates 3 physical clones with 50% of the main body's attributes, capable of using all the main body's skills. Clones disappear upon death or after 30 minutes. New active skill, Spatial Vines, summons vines imbued with spatial power from any shadow, tearing through space for short-distance teleportation or to bind enemies. Evolution characteristics: the trunk has sprouted bronze branches, with miniature spatial rifts suspended at their tips. The branches extend into multidimensional spaces, marking the first true leap in symbolic power. Finally, the third advancement was complete. Grade A. Clones. Teleportation. Feeling the newfound, overwhelming power within him, as if he could control space itself, Su Xing's lips curled into a cold smile. With these two skills, his tactical and survival capabilities would reach a shocking new height. At the same time, Su Xing also gained an additional 2,300 points in Constitution. His Constitution broke through the 5,500 threshold. His health skyrocketed to an astonishing 110,000, and his defense reached 22,000. It was simply absurd. Now, even if Li Hai slashed him with a blade, he wouldn't be able to break through his defense. The gap between the two had become insurmountable with the hidden profession's latest advancement. The explosive boost in his attribute panel made Su Xing feel somewhat unreal, but he quickly calmed down. There was still a long way to go before he could truly confront the Yin family. With this level of strength, it was still not enough to stand up for Yin Shang. He had to continue growing stronger. Meanwhile, in the highest command room of the Southern Jiang Sanctuary's military headquarters, Lei Jinshan's face was grim as he tightly gripped the detailed report he had just received about the Howling Canyon and the Li family incident. Bang! He slammed his fist onto the alloy desk, producing a dull thud. Outrageous! Absolutely outrageous! His stern face was filled with fury. For personal grievances, he wiped out the entire elite force of the Li family, including a max-level 4th-turn powerhouse. Doesn't he realize what a blow this is to the overall defensive strength of our Southern Jiang Sanctuary? And then there's Li Wei, Lin Qingya. They are among the few S-class talents we have in Southern Jiang right now, the hope for the future. Just because of a minor dispute, he retaliated, completely disrupting their progression and making it impossible for them to even complete their second turn. This guy is narrow-minded, vengeful, and utterly disregards the bigger picture. The more Lei Jinshan thought about it, the angrier he became, his chest heaving violently. Although he also disliked Li Hai's arrogant and domineering personality, he couldn't deny that the Li family was still an indispensable force in the potential future war against the abyssal demons. But now, this force had been crippled by Su Xing in the most brutal and unreasonable way. The most infuriating thing is that he's now been deified in the capital. He just dusted himself off and went to the capital to enjoy the best resources. Do you think he'll care about the life and death of our Southern Jiang Sanctuary anymore? This kind of selfish yet powerful genius is not an opportunity for Nanjiang, but rather, a cancer. A glint of icy determination flashed in Lei Jinshan's eyes. He pulled out an order he had long prepared but had not yet officially issued, a highest level ban order, targeting Su Xing. Picking up the seal that represented the highest military authority in Nanjiang, he pressed it down without hesitation. The vermilion ink, like congealed blood, left a stark mark. Send the order. Effective immediately, Su Xing is to be listed as a permanently unwelcome individual in the Nanjiang Sanctuary. He is forbidden from stepping into the Nanjiang Sanctuary, not even half a step. Su Xing had no idea that he had been completely banished from his homeland. After finishing his final dungeon run and collecting all the spoils, he prepared, as usual, to return to the sanctuary for a good night's rest. However, as he approached the familiar and majestic gates of the sanctuary, 2 guards nervously crossed their halberds to block his path. A.P. Apologies, Lord Su Xing, one of the guards stammered, his voice trembling. By order of General Lei Jinshan, effective immediately. You are prohibited from entering the Nanjiang Sanctuary. Su Xing's steps came to an abrupt halt. The calm expression on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a chilling coldness. He didn't even bother to ask why. With a light sweep of his rule gaze, he gleaned the surface memories of the 2 guards and saw the ban order stamped with the blood-red seal. Ha! Su Xing couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Such short-sightedness, how utterly ridiculous. But fine. If the Nanjiang Sanctuary could no longer accommodate him, then, from this moment on, this land that had nurtured him would hold no ties for him. It was time to head to Kyoto, to a bigger stage, to meet the person who had been haunting his thoughts. However, before leaving, Su Xing glanced at his level panel, which displayed level 90, and a compulsive thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. He had to grind to level 100 and complete 3 full class advancements before anything else. That night, instead of returning to the Yifengxian base, he joined Senior Shadowkill and ventured to the swamp near the Nanjiang Sanctuary, a place feared by all professionals, perpetually shrouded in the mists of death, the Weeping Wraith Swamp. This was a haven for level 100 elite monsters. As soon as they stepped in, a cold, putrid stench assaulted their senses. The swamp was littered with countless white bones, and ghostly green flames flickered ominously in the darkness. Swamp Corroder LV.100, Elite. Elemental creatures formed from sludge and resentment, capable of spitting highly corrosive venom. Wraith Lurker LV.100, Elite, Undead. Creatures resembling crocodiles, adept at launching deadly ambushes from murky waters. Withered Treant LV.100, Elite, formed from dead, corrupted plants. These creatures boast high defense and can entangle enemies with their vines. To the professionals of Nanjiang, any one of these monsters was terrifying enough to warrant assembling an elite team to cautiously take them down. But in Su Xing's eyes, these monsters had only one thing in common: experience points. He slowly drew his bow. The hunting feast that belonged solely to him had officially begun. Ding! Killed LV.100 Swamp Corroder, Elite, EXP plus 200,000, free attribute point plus 1, Myriad Phenomena Progress, plus 0.1%, dash 128, 450. Critical hit to weak point, Squelch. A level 100 elite monster, Wraith Lurker, had just emerged from the murky swamp, preparing to ambush. Before it could open its massive jaws capable of crushing steel, a silver arrow descended like divine retribution, piercing its tough skull with pinpoint accuracy. The massive body collapsed with a thunderous crash, disintegrating into countless light particles without even a single cry of agony. This was only the beginning. Su Xing had transformed into a cold, emotionless battle machine driven solely by the desire for slaughter and power. 5 arrows per second, his figure moved as swiftly as a phantom, unleashing an unprecedented blood-soaked hunting spree in the Weeping Wraith Swamp, a place in the southern river region that all professionals avoided. His attack speed outpaced the respawn rate of the monsters. His movement speed surpassed the monsters' reaction time. He didn't even bother to pick up the glittering equipment and materials on the ground that were valuable enough to spark fierce competition. All his focus, willpower, rage, and defiance were poured into the silver moon bow in his hands. Yun Shang, the girl, who always stood unwaveringly in front of him during his most desperate and helpless moments. Her figure was etched into his mind like a brand, impossible to erase. In the job change plaza, amidst the ridicule of everyone, she stood firmly by his side. Outside the canyon. When faced with the combined coercion of the Li family and the three major guilds, she descended like a queen, forcing the enemies to retreat with just one sentence. Once, under her protection, Su Xing felt a sense of security for the first time. But now, under the pressure of her family, the woman who had always held up the sky for him could no longer bear it. How immense was that pressure? It had even made this cheerful girl cry, her tears falling like rain on pear blossoms. And he, the man who had vowed to protect her, could only watch helplessly as she, wounded and despairing, walked alone toward an unknown and cruel fate. Not enough. Far from enough. His current strength was utterly insufficient. Kill. 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 Su Xing's eyes were bloodshot. The silver moon bow in his hands was being drawn at an incredibly high frequency, with even wisps of smoke rising from the bowstring. The monsters in the Weeping Wraith swamp couldn't figure out, even in death, which damned lunatic they had provoked today. Normally, they were the nightmares of the Southern River professionals. But today, this human-shaped calamity made them experience despair for the first time. A swamp crocodile, newly respawned and as powerful as a gold-tier boss, didn't even have time to roar arrogantly before it was instantly pierced by over a dozen arrows, all striking its weak points. It didn't even last a minute. Damage per second, 500,000. Damage in 1 minute, 30 million. Tell me, who in this small swamp could withstand such earth-shattering damage? Su Xing's experience bar was rising rapidly, visibly climbing at an astonishing speed. LV.91, LV.92, LV.93, LV.95, LV.99. Shadow Kill, who was hiding in the dark as a bodyguard, was dumbfounded as he watched the scene of near total annihilation before him. His usually calm face was filled with shock and disbelief. Crazy, this kid has completely lost it. Is this what they call the legendary madness of love? Has he turned all his longing for his little lover into pure damage output? Su Xing was entirely immersed in the frenzy of slaughter and the ecstasy of leveling up. He didn't even notice that the scattered monster corpses behind him had already piled up into a mountain. The entire ecosystem of the Weeping Wraith Swamp had been utterly destroyed by him alone. Monsters died, respawned, and were instantly killed again. In just a few hours, the number of monster respawns and deaths here had already exceeded the total from the past several years combined. Some kind of extreme threshold, hidden deep within this forbidden zone, had been quietly triggered. The resentment of countless monsters, the wailing of lingering wraiths, began to coalesce into an invisible, terrifying force, making this already eerie swamp even more sinister and perilous. Defeated gold-tier boss, Withered Treant LV100, gained 2 million experience points, plus 400 free attribute points, and plus 5% progress in myriad phenomena evolution. Obtained, Withered Vine Armor, Gold Tier, Rotten Root Greaves, Gold Tier. Decayed Wood Staff, Gold Tier, Withered Core, Gold Tier Material, Withered Vine Cage, Gold Tier Skill Book, Trent's Annual. Ring Fragment, times 3, Copper Coins times 500,000. Your level has increased to LV.100. Congratulations on reaching level 100, the current level cap. Please proceed to change your class as soon as possible. As the massive body of the final golden tier boss, Withered Treant LV100, exploded under Su Xing's rain of arrows, a dazzling golden pillar of light descended from the sky, completely enveloping him. Power surged wildly. An unprecedented force, like rivers rushing into the sea, coursed madly through his entire body. Su Xing slowly lowered his bow, feeling the transformative power within him, a sense of disbelief welling up in his heart. Too fast. Everything had happened too fast, almost unreal. From awakening until now, it had only been a few days, yet he had already reached the 3rd tier max level, something ordinary professionals might never achieve in their lifetime. He could initiate the 4th tier trial at any moment. Of course, level had never been his greatest advantage. He opened the attribute panel, his gaze locking onto a number that would drive all professionals mad. Free attribute points, 10,000. A full 10,000 points. This number silently testified to the terrifying, one-sided massacre that had unfolded in the past few hours within this swamp, deemed a forbidden zone by the Southern River Sanctuary. Su Xing was no longer a newcomer. He had become a walking disaster upon the mortal world. In the shadows, Shadow Kill stared at the boy bathed in golden light, his aura skyrocketing. His usually calm face was filled with shock and numbness. One day, less than a day, and his level shot up from 90 to 100. This speed is simply unreasonable. He had seen countless geniuses, especially within the deification guild, where prodigies were abundant. But leveling up this fast was something he had rarely witnessed in his memory. Even the past few deification guild leaders, in their youth, were only about this fast, right? Just as Su Xing picked up all the dropped items and prepared to head to the Kyoto sanctuary with Shadowkill, a sudden mutation erupted. Ah! A scream filled with resentment and sorrow exploded without warning from the depths of the Weeping Wraith Swamp. The sound seemed to carry the grievances of all the creatures that had perished on this land over millennia. A visible black sound wave, like a destructive shockwave, spread madly in all directions from the center of the swamp. Su Xing bore the brunt of it. Ding! You have been attacked by the divine wail of God of Wailing Wraiths Xula and will enter a state of deep confusion for 30 seconds. However, before he could feel any discomfort, ding! The divine passive skill Chaos's Favor has been triggered, successfully immunizing you from the negative effect. Su Xing remained completely unharmed. But his companion, Shadowkill, was not so fortunate. The 7th-tier powerhouse suddenly froze. The deep, smiling eyes he usually carried instantly turned hollow and dazed. The terrifying aura around him showed signs of chaos for the first time. Even he had been affected. And this was only the beginning. The piercing wail ignored distance, instantly reaching the Southern River Sanctuary dozens of kilometers away. Buzz! The massive magical protective barrier of the Southern River Sanctuary was instantly activated. The semi-transparent shield rippled violently, like water struck by a heavy blow. But even with 99% of the power weakened, the wail still penetrated the barrier and entered the city. Boom! On the streets, countless professionals seemed to be struck by an invisible hammer, clutching their heads in pain and groaning. The weaker ones even rolled their eyes, foamed at the mouth, and staggered as they fell into chaos. Only 4th-tier and above powerhouses could barely resist the attack with their strong mental fortitude. Inside the military headquarters, Lei Jinshan and other high-ranking officials looked extremely grim. What happened? What's going on outside the city? What kind of monster is this? Just its voice, even after being weakened by the wall of size, still has such a terrifying effect? Just as the sanctuary of Nanjiang descended into chaos and panic, a cold and merciless system notification echoed in everyone's mind, regional warning. Due to the devastating slaughter of the Weeping Ghost Swamp ecosystem in an extremely short period, an immense accumulation of resentment has awakened the slumbering national-level boss god of wailing spirits, Xula. Warning! 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 A national-level disaster is imminent. All professionals must immediately head to the Weeping Ghost Swamp to prevent the awakening of the god. Otherwise, the god of wailing spirits will unleash endless and terrifying vengeance upon the nearby sanctuary. God of Wailing Spirits, Xula LV.100 Diamond Level World Boss, Status, First Form Resentment Entity HP, 10,000/10,000,000 Attack Power, 238,000 Defense Power, 120,000 Description. Long ago, a benevolent god fell here, and his divine kingdom turned into this swamp. Over the years, it absorbed the pain and sorrow of countless living beings, eventually transforming into a terrifying monster that knows only slaughter and wailing. Urgent reminder. Countdown to the god's awakening, 10 minutes. Immediate action required. When that cold, merciless system notification, carrying the weight of ultimate judgment, resounded through every corner of the sanctuary of Nanjiang, it was as if the entire world had suddenly hit the pause button. The city, which had been thrown into chaos by the sudden soundwave attack just moments before, now fell into an even more terrifying, deathly silence. Then, panic erupted like a volcanic explosion, spreading rapidly. Wah! What? A national-level boss? Oh my god! A level 100 diamond tier boss. 10 million HP? 238,000 attack power? 120,000 defense power? Can someone tell me, how are we supposed to fight this? Did I see it wrong? Are these stats real? It's over. It's all over. The Sanctuary of Nanjiang is doomed. Run! Run! Get to the teleportation array. Leave this place immediately. On the streets, every professional who could still move completely broke down after a brief moment of shock. They screamed, cried, and frantically rushed toward the teleportation hall at the center of the sanctuary. In an instant, all order within the sanctuary disintegrated. Inside the highest Command room of the Nanjiang Sanctuary Military Headquarters. Bang! Lei Zhinshan slammed his palm heavily onto the conference table. The surface, made of a special alloy, or a clear handprint from the impact. He stared intently at the terrifying data displayed on the screen in front of him, his face pale as a sheet. Who was it? He roared, his voice like that of a wounded lion, his bloodshot eyes filled with fury. Which bastard? Which idiot? Who dared to slaughter the weeping ghost swamp? Do they even know what they've done? They're dooming the entire sanctuary of Nanjiang. Lei Zhinshan trembled with rage, cursing repeatedly. What he didn't know was that anyone capable of slaughtering the forbidden zone of Nanjiang, the weeping ghost swamp, was no ordinary individual. Even he himself couldn't accomplish such a feat. If such a terrifying existence were to appear before him, he would never dare to curse like this. Beside him, the leaders of major guilds such as Blazing Sun and Sun Wolf had also just arrived urgently via the teleportation array. The head of the Li family, though not yet at max level, had been summoned as a fourth-tier powerhouse. Each of their faces was filled with anger and despair. Investigate. Find out who it is. Even if you have to turn the entire sanctuary of Nanjiang upside down, drag out the culprit, roared Lai Shan, the leader of Blazing Sun. I'll tear them to pieces. Investigate what? Didn't the system announcement make it clear? Slaughtering a forbidden zone. Slaughtering means wiping it out completely. Even when we hunt monsters, it doesn't count as slaughter. This guy has a death wish. He actually provoked a diamond tier boss. They could never have imagined that the culprit they cursed as a bastard and a fool was the very young man they had jointly forced into a corner. The head of the Li family, though of low rank and not daring to speak much, knew Su Xing the best and had the most authority to comment. Weeping Wraith Swamp. Unlucky. Shadowkill's figure froze for 3 seconds before jolting violently and regaining clarity. His usually playful face was now filled with fear and seriousness. This mental shock is terrifying, even I almost fell for it. He looked toward the depths of the swamp, where a massive shadow was slowly taking shape, formed from endless resentment and wraiths. His expression darkened. A diamond-level world boss, are you kidding me? A boss of this level, if I'm not fully prepared, there's no way I can take it on alone. Luckily, this thing's level isn't high, otherwise, we'd all die here today. Without hesitation, he grabbed Su Xing, who was unharmed and curiously staring at the boss. Kid, this place isn't safe. Let's go. We mustn't get involved in this mess. Getting dragged into it would be true misfortune. But it was already too late. An invisible domain filled with divine and regulatory power had sealed off the entire swamp and even the surrounding 100 miles. Divine domain. Until the god either awakened or was defeated, all teleportation was prohibited. This is the worst luck ever. Shadowkill shook his head helplessly. He had only come to watch the show, never expecting such bad luck. We can't wait any longer. Inside the military headquarters, Lei Zhinshan stared at the countdown on the screen, which showed less than 8 minutes remaining. A flash of mad determination crossed his eyes. He abruptly stood up and issued the highest level war command in an indisputable tone. Activate highest level war protocol. Maximize energy output for the wall of size defense system. All personnel above tier 4, immediately. Assemble at the southern city wall. Communications department. Immediately connect to the Kyoto Sanctuary's highest command center. Send an SSS level distress signal. With the orders given, the previously calm Nanjing Sanctuary instantly transformed into a high-speed war machine. Piercing alarms echoed through the skies. Powerful auras surged from all directions of the city toward the southern wall. The teleportation hall at the city center had already descended into chaos. Countless families and factions trying to flee the soon-to-be-destroyed city clashed violently with the military enforcing martial law. Get out of the way. Let us leave. Why won't you let us go? Do you want us to stay here and die? Martial law is in effect. Anyone attempting to breach the teleportation array will be executed on the spot. What? Space is already sealed, and the teleportation array can't be used? Lies. Absolute lies. Let us out. Blood stained the floor of the teleportation hall. The apocalypse had arrived. When Lei Zhinshan led all the Tier 4 combatants still capable of fighting from the Nanjing Sanctuary to the outskirts of Weeping Wraith Swamp, the scene before them was a hellish sight that would drive anyone to despair. The massive shadow formed from endless resentment was becoming clearer, its outline resembling a grim reaper. Holding a scythe and draped in a tattered cloak, slowly taking shape. The countdown had only 3 minutes left. We can't let it fully awaken. Lei Jinshan's eyes turned bloodshot as he roared in fury. Everyone, use your strongest skills. Attack with everything you've got. Boom, boom, boom. In the next second, dozens of attacks representing the pinnacle of Nanjing Sanctuary's combat power streaked across the night sky like brilliant meteors. Slamming into the shadow. Lei Bao's Hammer of Thor. Lai Shan's Blazing Sun Heaven-Searing Slash. Wolf Fong's Heavenly Wolf Howling Moonwave. However, when these supposedly earth-shattering skills struck the shadow, everyone's heart sank to the bottom. 111. It was still the same merciless damage numbers. For a boss with tens of millions of health points, such damage was nothing short of a joke. It's over. Lei Jinshan looked at the situation before him, feeling the increasingly terrifying divine power, his body trembling helplessly. Nanjiang is doomed, just as everyone fell into the deepest despair, awaiting the arrival of death. A golden light suddenly shot up into the sky from the direction of the Nanjiang Sanctuary, forming a line of words in midair that nearly brought them to tears of joy. These words not only reminded Lei Jinshan and the others but also calmed the hearts of everyone in the Nanjiang Sanctuary. Kyoto Sanctuary has received the SSS level distress signal. The highest level reinforcement troops have been dispatched. First Team, Fengshan, Special Operations Squad. Captain, 6th Tier, Dragon Knight. Members, 5 5th Tier SSS level gifted individuals. Second Team, Yun Family, Mage Corps. Leader, 6th Tier, Elemental Sovereign. Members, 5 5th Tier SSS level gifted individuals. Third Team, those few lines of golden support text, like a sun rising in the dark night, instantly lit up the eyes of every Nanjiang professional shrouded in despair. We're saved. It's the Kyoto Sanctuary. It's the Fengshan, Guild and the Yun family. The strongest forces in Longhua are here. Ha ha ha. We're saved. Inside the sanctuary, the previously chaotic professionals immediately quieted down. In an instant, they felt an unprecedented sense of security. After all, these were powerful 6th Tier SSS level gifted individuals leading the teams. The weakest members were 5th Tier SSS level gifted individuals, stronger than even the most powerful in Nanjiang. This was absolute assurance. Looking at those legendary forces and lineups that only existed in the news, Lei Jinshan cried. This iron-willed man was now weeping like a child. We're saved. The Nanjiang Sanctuary is saved. Brothers, hold on. Before the boss fully awakens, we must hold it off. Once the spatial blockade is lifted, those powerful squads will come to our aid. Just moments ago, Lei Jinshan had been disheartened by the forced health drain, but now his face lit up with a rebirth-like ecstasy. He turned sharply, using all his strength to shout at the equally tearful 4th Tier powerhouses behind him, pull yourselves together. Reinforcements. The strongest reinforcements in Longhua are on their way. Until they lift the spatial blockade, our only task is to hold off this beast. Even if it costs our lives, we must block it and not let it take a single step closer to the Nanjiang Sanctuary. Hope is the greatest motivator. The Nanjiang powerhouses, who had just been as hopeless as dying dogs, now seemed to be infused with new strength. However, asking them to hold off a diamond tier boss and not let it advance even a step was indeed a tall order. Charge! For Nanjiang! With bloodshot eyes, they unleashed their strongest skills with all their might, recklessly pouring them onto the slowly forming massive black shadow. Even though the damage they dealt was still a series of merciless ones, in their eyes, everyone represented a second of hope delayed. However, on this battlefield filled with both tragedy and hope, the head of the Li family, Li Hai, suddenly shuddered as if he had seen a ghost. His bloodshot eyes locked onto a solitary figure standing not far away. It was him, the demon who had pushed the Li family into the abyss. How could he be here? Following Li Hai's horrified gaze, Lei Jinshan also saw Su Xing. At that moment, the hope that had just ignited due to the arrival of reinforcements was instantly consumed by an uncontrollable fury. He didn't know that it was Su Xing's slaughter that had brought about this disaster. If he had known, he would have cursed Su Xing to no end. The sinner he had personally ordered to be expelled was now standing there as if nothing had happened, coldly watching their misery and struggle. Su Xing! Lei Jinshan roared, his voice full of questioning and disdain. Nanjiang Sanctuary does not welcome you. What are you doing here? Are you here to laugh at us? Come and see how this sacred place that drove you away is destroyed in the face of disaster? His furious roar immediately drew everyone's attention. Those professionals who were unaware of the truth cast hostile glances at Su Xing. Here, taking sides was crucial, and unconditional support for General Lei was mandatory. However, those professionals who had personally witnessed Su Xing's godlike combat power outside the fallen mine were now as silent as cicadas in winter, not even daring to breathe loudly. They would never forget how the head of the Li family, a max-level 4th-tier powerhouse, was effortlessly killed by Su Xing with a single arrow. Lei Jinshan dared to roar because of his stubborn temper and his pride as a 5th-tier powerhouse. But the others? They could only swallow their anger. Faced with Lei Jinshan's righteous questioning, Su Xing didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. A mere 5th tier? He didn't even deem it worth a glance. From the moment he rejected 3 SSS-level talents and chose the least favored D-level talent, Lei Jinshan, the stubborn old man, had always disliked him, and their enmity had long been established. To him, it was either roaring or suppression, living every day as if the world owed him money. Now, Su Xing couldn't even be bothered to argue with him. His gaze was fixed solely on the diamond-grade prey slowly taking shape in the distance. He wanted to test his current limits and see how far he was from the so-called gods. 10,000 free attribute points added. Strength plus 8,000. Constitution plus 2,000. Su Xing's attack power reached a terrifying 67,452. This was a shocking number. He slowly drew the silver moon bow. This action immediately captured everyone's attention. What is he trying to do? Is he crazy? We 4th-tier powerhouses can only force blood loss on the boss, and he, a 3rd tier, wants to break its defense? Everyone stared at him with puzzled and mocking eyes. At that moment, Su Xing released the bowstring. The first attack of Gale Step was guaranteed to be a critical hit. Whoosh! An arrow, brighter than any before, carrying gusts of wind, tore through the air and instantly flew over 100 meters. Boom! The arrow struck the massive shadow precisely. A bright red, enormous damage number silenced the entire scene in an instant. 29000. Weak point critical hit. A deathly silence. The entire battlefield froze in an instant. All the professionals who were scratching the boss with normal attacks stood motionless, as if petrified. They stared blankly at the absurd 5-digit damage number, their minds completely blank. 14,000. A 3rd-tier archer from the military stared at his own attack showing 1, then looked at the 29000, feeling his professional faith utterly shattered. When Li Hai saw this number, his already pale face from his level drop turned completely bloodless. His body began to tremble uncontrollably. This damage. He remembered it. The terrifying damage that had once killed him with a single arrow, dropping him from level 200 straight down to level 100. Although the numbers were different, the feeling, the sharp aura that seemed to pierce the soul, it was exactly the same. Lei Jinshan's always dignified face froze completely. His eyes widened like copper bells. 14,000? Far higher than the damage he could unleash at full power as a 5th-tier powerhouse. He couldn't even break the defense, so how did this D-level trash manage it? How was this possible? A D-level trash. When did he become this strong? Lei Jinshan's heart was in turmoil. He had always stubbornly believed that Li Hai's instant kill was due to the mysterious 7th-tier powerhouse, Shadow Kill, secretly helping, not Su Xing's own strength. But now, seeing this undeniable damage before his eyes, Lei Jinshan simply couldn't accept it. No! Absolutely impossible. He shook his head abruptly, suppressing the shock in his heart, and immediately found a reasonable excuse for himself and Su Xing props. It must be that Senior Shadow Kill gave him some kind of extremely powerful, one-time attack item. Yes, that must be it. Just as he was trying to comfort himself, Su Xing's 2nd arrow, 3rd arrow, and 4th arrow were fired in succession. But this time, the damage numbers that floated out made everyone breathe a long sigh of relief. 1-2. 1-0. 1-0. Once again, it was that familiar, pitiful 2-digit forced damage. Seeing this, the hearts of everyone, which had been scared out of their chests by the 29000, finally began to settle back down. Phew! Thank goodness, it turns out he can only deal that kind of damage once. Scared me to death. I thought he could keep dealing that kind of damage. This is more normal. If we, the veteran strongmen of Nanzhang, were surpassed by a newcomer by such a huge margin, that would be too absurd. Although these 4th-turn max level experts had already been overtaken by Su Xing, at least for now, it didn't seem like the gap was too large. After all, none of them could break through the boss's defense. Lei. Jinshan let out a deep sigh of relief. Looking at Su Xing in the distance, who was still scraping away, his face once again showed that high and mighty, contemptuous, mocking expression. Clearing his throat, he spoke loudly in a voice that everyone could hear. A D-rank waste is ultimately just a D-rank waste. Even if he happened to get help from Senior Shadowkill, so what? Even if he joined the Dragon Nation's top guild function, when facing a true world-class boss, the result would still be the same. These words made him feel as though the authority shaken by Su Xing's arrow had finally been restored. He seemed to have regained his confidence. But he was completely unaware that Su Xing's full attention, along with his law analysis, had long since locked onto the Diamond Tier boss slowly taking shape in the distance. In his vision, that massive shadow was in a very peculiar state. Divine Awakening. In this state, the boss gains a shield called Resentment Barrier, which forcibly reduces all damage by 99%. So that's it. It's not that the defense can't be broken, but that the damage is being forcibly suppressed by the power of the rules. He calculated quickly. My current normal attacks, even if they hit a weak spot and land a critical hit, can only barely exceed 10,000 damage. Against its massive 10 million HP, that's nowhere near enough. The only way is to wait. Wait for it to fully awaken, for the moment when the resentment barrier disappears. That will be the true hunting opportunity. Su Xing's eyes burned with intense light. This was a truly living, breathing Diamond Tier boss. The highest level boss he had ever encountered. He was about to head to the Kyoto Sanctuary. Whether he could significantly enhance his strength this time depended entirely on the gains from this encounter. Final warning. Divine Awakening countdown, 3 seconds. Please stop it immediately. The countdown reached 0. As the final second ticked away and stopped amidst everyone's terrified gazes, the entire world seemed to press the mute button. Then roar. This roar was no longer an ordinary scream, it was filled with endless majesty and divine power. Like an enraged howl capable of utterly crushing a person's soul. From the center of that massive shadow, it exploded with a thunderous boom. The enormous shadow, composed of endless resentment and wailing spirits, began to collapse inward and condense madly. A figure wielding a massive black scythe, draped in a cloak of shattered stars, with a blurred face but eyes burning with crimson flames capable of incinerating everything, fully emerged. God of Wailing Souls Cthulhu, fully awakened. Boom! At the same time, the divine domain that enveloped the entire swamp and sealed the space shattered like broken glass. Space was restored to normal. Great! The spatial lock has been lifted. Reinforcements will arrive soon. Upon seeing this scene, Lei Jinshan and the others were instantly overwhelmed with the ecstasy of surviving a disaster. However, the smiles on their faces lasted less than a second before freezing completely. Because the newly awakened god moved. It merely raised its head slowly and opened its abyssal maw, as if capable of devouring everything. God's Lament. Aha! A black sonic shockwave, more solid and 100 times more terrifying than any before, erupted like a destructive tsunami, spreading madly in all directions. Not good. Defend quickly. Lei Jinshan gritted his teeth and roared. But it was too late. Those standing in the front row, who had just been rejoicing over their narrow escape, were instantly obliterated the moment they touched the black sonic wave. 9999. 9999. 9999. Their bodies, along with their prized equipment, melted away like snow under the scorching sun, silently disintegrating into the most basic particles. Not even a glimmer of light remained. Completely annihilated. Slaughtered. This was a one-sided massacre without suspense. The black sonic wave's momentum remained unabated, spreading all the way to the walls of the sanctuary city of Nanjiang, tens of kilometers away, slamming violently into the shield of the Wall of Size. Boom! The indestructible wall shield trembled violently, emitting groans as if on the verge of collapse. No! Lei Jinshan's eyes turned blood-red as he looked at the vast, empty space behind him, where his comrades had vanished without leaving even a corpse. He immediately pulled up the boss's skill data. God of Wailing Souls Cthulhu LV.100. Diamond Tier World Boss, Status, First Form Aggregation of Resentment, HP, 10,000/10,000,000. Attack, 238,000, Defense, 120,000, God's Lament, Skill Description. Cthulhu unleashes the divine resentment accumulated over millennia, emitting a heaven-shaking wail. The sound waves materialize into black shockwaves, spreading madly. Within a 500-meter radius, causing massive mental damage and a high probability of inflicting the deep confusion status for 30 seconds. Grasp of resentment, skill. Description: Cthulhu manipulates the endless resentment of the swamp, summoning giant ghostly hands composed of wraiths and black sludge from the ground to randomly seize 3 to 5 enemies. Targets caught are inflicted with imprisonment, unable to move or cast skills, and have their life force continuously drained, taking true damage based on a percentage of their maximum HP per second. The ghostly hands have independent HP and must be focused down to rescue allies. Wraith Swamp, skill description: Cthulhu merges its divine domain with the swamp, creating a Wraith Swamp within a 1,000-meter radius. Enemies in the domain have their movement speed reduced by 50%, healing effectiveness decreased by 80%, and are continuously afflicted with the resentment corrosion debuff, reducing all attributes by 5% every 10 seconds. Elite monsters, LV.100, Swamp. Wraiths continuously spawn within the swamp to assist in battle. Final Whale God's demise, skill description: when HP falls below 20%, Cthulhu enters a berserk second form, gathering all resentment and divine power to chant for 10 seconds before unleashing a devastating soul shockwave on all enemies across the map. This attack ignores distance, cannot be dodged or mitigated, and deals massive true damage based on lost HP. For skills, each one despair-inducing. What made Lei Jinshan even more desperate was that after unleashing God's Lament, the god casually extended a massive hand formed of black mist toward the ground. Grasp of resentment. Boom! Boom! The swamp's surface suddenly erupted. Several colossal ghostly hands composed of wraiths and black sludge burst forth, locking onto multiple fourth-tier powerhouses from guilds like Blazing Sun and Azure Wolf, with unerring precision. Let me go! Guild leader, save me! The captured warriors roared in terror, desperately channeling their internal energy to break free. But it was futile. Their health bars were being drained at a speed visible to the naked eye. 25000. 25000. Focus fire. Attack that hand. Lei Jinshan roared, unleashing his most powerful skill onto one of the ghostly hands. Yet his attack, strong enough to cleave mountains, left only a shallow mark on the ghost hand. 112. In just a few seconds, those fourth-tier warriors who once dominated the Southern River Sanctuary were drained of all their life force in despair and rage, reduced to shriveled corpses that the ghost hands casually tossed into the swamp. Invincible. This was the power of a god. Completely irresistible. After finishing this, the howling god seemed to lose all interest in continuing to toy with these ants. Slowly, it raised its head, its scarlet eyes burning with the flames of hell, locking onto the brightly lit human city in the distance. It sensed that there were more, tastier souls there. It began to move. The earth rumbled, and the entire swamp trembled violently with its steps. It was about to begin a massacre. Stop it. We must not let it get near the Southern River Sanctuary. Lei Jinshan and the others completely lost control, their eyes bloodshot as they poured all their skills and trump cards into a frenzied assault on the god's back. But it was all in vain. The boss's defense, towering at 120,000, rendered their attacks as futile as stones thrown at an iron wall, showing only mocking 1 damage. They couldn't even delay it for a single second. They could only watch helplessly as the massive figure, representing death and doom, moved farther away from them and closer to the Southern River Sanctuary. Despair. A bottomless despair, like the darkness of night, enveloped everyone's hearts. Why? Lei Jinshan's body trembled weakly as he looked up at the golden distress signal still shining in the sky. His voice was hoarse, tinged with sobs, as he muttered to himself. The spatial lock, wasn't it already lifted? Why hasn't our reinforcements arrived yet? Meanwhile, in the Southern River Sanctuary's teleportation hall, an officer held a communicator, listening to the anxious inquiries from the Kyoto Sanctuary. Before him, the core teleportation array lay in ruins, destroyed during the earlier riots. Several formation masters were desperately trying to repair it, but sparks kept flying out. His face was pale, his voice trembling as he delivered the report that sentenced the city to death. Reporting to General Lei, the main teleportation array was destroyed during the earlier riots. The engineers say repairs will take at least 5 more minutes. The massive figure representing death and doom drew closer and closer to the Southern River Sanctuary. 100 meters. 50 meters. 10 meters. Boom. God of Wailing Souls Xura made no unnecessary movements. using only its massive, resentment-filled body to slam into the translucent wall of Psi's protective barrier. The earth shook, mountains trembled. The entire southern river sanctuary felt like it was experiencing an 18-magnitude earthquake. Countless buildings collapsed with a thunderous crash. The magical shield, once hailed as the strongest defense of Southern River, was instantly covered in spiderweb-like cracks, hideous and terrifying. The mage core on the city walls, responsible for maintaining the shield's energy, collectively spat out blood and collapsed to the ground. Alert! Alert! Wall of Psi's energy has dropped by 10% in an instant. With just one strike, the defensive shield crafted by high-level formation masters had lost a tenth of its energy. Could this shield hold out any longer? The boss's attacks followed in quick succession. 20%, 30%, 90%. The shield is down to its last 10%. It's about to shatter. As the shield's glow flickered like a candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing, Lei Jinshan and all the Southern River warriors on the city walls turned ashen-faced. Finished. Everything is over. Just as the god of wailing specters raised the massive scythe capable of tearing the sky apart, preparing to deliver the final blow to end everything, the sky split open. Rip! 3 enormous spatial rifts suddenly appeared above the Southern River sanctuary, so deep they seemed capable of swallowing all light. The next second, roar! A loud and majestic dragon's roar echoed. From the first rift, a colossal eastern divine dragon, over 100 meters long and covered in shimmering golden scales, roared as its imposing dragon head emerged. On the dragon's head stood a young man clad in golden dragon armor, holding a silver spear with an air of defiance. First Team, Deification, Special Operations Squad. Captain. 6th Tier, Dragon Knight. Immediately after, from the second rift, elemental energies of ice, fire, lightning, and wind surged violently, resembling an uncontrollable nebula. A woman dressed in a magnificent elemental robe, surrounded by 4 elemental spheres, stepped out slowly, her aura as commanding as a master of all magic. Second Team, Yun Family, Mage Core. Leader, 6th Tier, Elemental Sovereign. From the final rift came a deathly silence, filled only with coldness and killing intent. 5 Shadows appeared like phantoms, with the leader blending seamlessly into the darkness. Third Team, Zhao Family, Shadow Guards. Captain, 6th Tier, Shadow Sovereign. It's reinforcements. My god. It's the Dragon Knight from Deification. It's the Elemental Sovereign from the Yun family. We're saved. The survivors on the city walls, who had been shrouded in despair moments ago, now erupted in reborn joy as they saw these legendary teams descend like divine warriors. Lei Jinshan, the steadfast general who had never flinched even in the face of apocalypse, now trembled as he gazed at the reinforcements in the sky. His entire body swayed weakly. 2 streams of hot tears could no longer be held back, rolling down his face. Southern River is saved. It's saved. Above the sky, the 3 team captains exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with undisguised rivalry and arrogance. Humph, the Yun family woman, always showing off with those flashy elemental effects, sneered the Shadow Sovereign. At least it's better than you Zhao family rats who only dare to hide in the shadows, retorted the Elemental Sovereign, her cold and melodious voice dripping with disdain. Though they fought separately, their actions were astonishingly swift. Deification Squad. Charge with me. Yun family. Prepare the Elemental Torrent. Zhao family. Find the weak points and prepare for assassination. In an instant, the battlefield transformed dramatically. Dragon roars shook the heavens. Magic dazzled brilliantly. Killing intent spread invisibly. The 15 elite warriors, all at least 6th Tier SSS level talents, unleashed power that Lei Jinshan, a mere provincial saint, could never have imagined. The gap between them was as vast as heaven and earth. Warriors clashed. Magic erupted. Killing intent permeated. The 3 teams, representing the pinnacle of 6th Tier combat power, finally acted without hesitation under the hopeful gazes of everyone in the Southern River Sanctuary. Leading the charge were the 5 6th Tier SSS-level geniuses from the Deification Guild. Without hesitation, they unleashed their most powerful explosive skills. 5 attacks of different attributes, like 5 precision missiles, struck the massive body of the god of wailing specters, Kefsila, with devastating force. Next came the Yun family, Mage Core. 5 elegant female mages lightly waved their staffs, and the sky instantly coalesced into frost, flames, lightning, storms, and meteors. A magnificent torrent of pure elemental energy poured down, so dazzling it made all fireworks pale in comparison. The professionals on the city walls of Southern River erupted into cheers filled with a newfound sense of security, as if reborn after a calamity. So powerful. This is what true masters look like. Compared to them, General Lay of Southern River is utterly weak. We've won. We're definitely going to win. However, as the smoke and light gradually dissipated, and the damage numbers slowly floated up from the boss's head, all the cheers and joy instantly froze. 111212. It was still that familiar and pitifully weak damage, completely failing to cause any substantial harm. Is it over? Did I see that wrong? Such a grand display, and the result was like a gentle tap? No. Impossible. They're supposed to be SSS-level geniuses. The crowd on the city wall shifted from excitement to a deathly silence. At that moment, swoosh, 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 several nearly invisible shadows appeared like phantoms behind the boss. They were the assassins from the Zhao family. Seizing the moment when the boss was stiffened from enduring the attack, they launched a deadly backstab. 6666. Critical hit. 6543. Critical hit. Finally, a few blood-red and relatively significant damage numbers appeared. But for a boss with 10 million HP, this damage was still negligible. Roar! Provoked by a group of ants, Thora erupted in fury. Without even bothering to use skills, it casually swung its massive black scythe. Boom! A pitch-black, crescent-shaped slash swept out. The Zhao family assassins who had just landed their hits, along with several nearby Function warriors, were instantly struck. 175000. 175890. A string of terrifying damage numbers floated up. The HP bars of the 5-turn SSS-level geniuses instantly dropped by nearly 70%. Fortunately, though, the boss's attack was fierce, it wasn't quite fatal. The healers in the rear acted swiftly, casting several holy lights to barely stabilize their health. Phew! That was close. This guy's defense is ridiculously strong, but its attacks aren't as deadly. Looks like we'll have to rely on attrition, slowly wearing it down. Despite the words, everyone's faces were heavy with concern. 10 million HP, how long would it take to chip away at it with such weak damage? Would they have to rely on critical hits every time? Just as everyone was feeling powerless, the 3 6-turn captains who had been holding back finally made their move in the sky. Looks like it's up to us now. Dragon Knight Long Tian slowly raised his dragon silver spear, unleashing an even stronger dragon aura than before. The last hope of the Southern River Sanctuary rested on these 3 individuals. If even they couldn't break through the defense, this city would truly be doomed. Su Xing's gaze became unusually serious for the first time. He activated Lawful Gaze, focusing on the 3 figures in the sky. Long Tian class, Holy Dragon Knight, 6-turn, level. LV.600 HP, 699,600, MP, 259900 attack, 191920, defense, 139920 Yunexian class, Elemental Sovereign, 6-turn, level, LV.600 HP, 559,600, MP, 419900 attack, 155920, defense, 111920 Jiaqianian class, Shadow Sovereign, 6-turn, level, LV.600 HP, 359620, MP, 169900 attack, 215920, defense, 71924. Seeing these 3 sets of luxurious stats, even Su Xing couldn't help but feel envious. Truly worthy of being SSS level 6-turn powerhouses. Their attributes were far superior to his. If not for his hidden class allowing him to freely allocate attribute points by killing monsters, Su Xing's D-level class attributes wouldn't even come close to comparing with theirs. Then what about the 7-turn Shadow Kill seniors, the 8-turns, or even the legendary 9-turns? How exaggerated would their stats be? Still not enough. Su Xing clenched his fists. I'm still far from strong enough. I must keep striving, keep improving, to catch up to them. Only then will I be qualified to go to the Kyoto Sanctuary and confront the Yin family. Just as everyone in the sanctuary of Nanjian thought that this battle, which resembled a slow and grueling scraping session, would turn into an endless war of attrition, the 3 6th-tier powerhouses hovering in the sky like gods finally made their move. The first to act was Dragon Knight Long Tian. Damn you, prepare to die, he roared, and the silver spear in his hand erupted with dazzling golden light in an instant. Roar! A high-pitched and resounding dragon's roar thundered from the mouth of the golden divine dragon beneath him, shaking the heavens and the earth. In The next moment, man, dragon, and spear merged into one, transforming into a golden meteor that tore through the sky. Carrying the power to annihilate everything, it dove fiercely toward the wailing god below. The oppressive force and destructive momentum sent shivers down the spines of all the professionals watching from the city walls. Boom! The golden meteor struck Thulha's massive body with pinpoint accuracy. A massive crimson number instantly appeared, igniting the blood of every professional in Nanjiang. 72000. Amazing! As expected of the 6th tier Dragon Knight. What overwhelming power! Thunderous cheers erupted from the city walls. Immediately after, Elemental Sovereign, Yunexian also made her move. She gently raised her jade-like hand and clenched her fist toward the sky. Heaven's obstruction. Starquake. In an instant, the sky tore open. A massive meteor, over 100 meters in diameter and engulfed in roaring flames, descended from the dark rift with a blazing tail of fire. Boom! The meteor crashed down, shaking the entire sanctuary of Nanjiang violently. 56000. Although it was an area attack and slightly weaker in single target damage, the apocalyptic scene still left everyone spellbound. However, just as everyone was still immersed in the shock of these two visual spectacles, the most terrifying strike descended. The Shadow Sovereign, Zhao Qianying, who had been lurking in the shadows, made her move. No sound, no flashy effects. From the massive shadow behind Thulha, the space rippled gently, like water waves. A figure, blending seamlessly with the darkness, silently stepped out. She held a pitch-black dagger devoid of any luster. Then, as if casually swatting a fly in her backyard, she lightly stabbed. Squelch! The dagger pierced Thulha's back without any resistance. Immediately after, boom! A dull yet soul-shaking explosion echoed. A massive crimson critical damage number slowly floated up, like the cold laughter of a demon. 312-212. Critical hit. 312,000 damage. The entire battlefield fell silent in an instant. All the cheers and awe were completely overshadowed by this number. I can't believe it, 312,000? From a single strike? Is this assassin even human? Even Su Xing, who had always remained calm, had his pupils contract sharply. His heart, usually as still as water, was now in turmoil for the first time. Too powerful. That single strike completely shattered his understanding of damage. The extreme power of the laws unleashed in that instant, he knew even he wouldn't be able to withstand it. This woman was too formidable. And this was only their first clash. The Wailing God, who had just moments ago been exuding an overwhelming aura of despair over the entire sanctuary of Nanjiang, now had nearly 1/5 of its long health bar instantly wiped out. It seemed this boss was as good as doomed. A sharp glint flashed in Su Xing's eyes. His mind began racing. How could he land the final blow on this boss under the watchful eyes of these 3 6th-tier powerhouses? In the sky, Long Tian glanced at the crowd that had erupted in frenzy over Zhao Qianying's single strike. Then, he cast a glance at Zhao Qianying's cold, unyielding face. For the first time, a trace of displeasure appeared on his usually arrogant smile. He couldn't let her steal all the glory. Damn it, let me show you the true power of the Holy Dragon Knight, he roared, his mind perfectly synchronized with the golden divine dragon beneath him. The divine dragon opened its massive jaws, unleashing a dazzling golden dragon breath imbued with all its power, slashing forth like the sword of a god. 72322. 100000. The mount's charged strike caused an instant explosion of damage. Boom! 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 Yunexian's attacks never ceased. Freezing, thunderstorm, fire rain, wind blades. A barrage of dazzling and deadly magic, like an endless supply of ammunition, relentlessly bombarded the pitiful boss, forcing it into retreat. With no chance to counterattack. In just 2 minutes, Thulha's massive health bar of 10 million was forcibly reduced by 1/10. This astonishing rate of health depletion left the spectators from Nanjiang below speechless in shock. Was this still the same invincible iron wall that they had once been unable to scratch even with their combined efforts? How had it suddenly become so fragile? Could the gap between the 6th and 5th tiers really be this vast? Boom! 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 The sky transformed into a dazzling and deadly elemental feast. Each charge of the Dragon Knight seemed to tear the heavens apart. The Elemental Sovereign wielded their staff, each swing altering the very color of the world, with meteors raining down. The Shadow Sovereign's every backstab was silent yet lethally precise. Under the relentless assault of these 3 godlike 6th-tier powerhouses, god of wailing souls Thulha's massive health bar was visibly plummeting. 80%, 75%, 70%. Victory seemed within reach. On the city walls, the members of Nanjiang Sanctuary transformed from initial despair to fervent faith. However, just as the boss's health dropped below 70%, roar! A roar filled with resentment and divine madness erupted from Thulha's mouth. Its massive body trembled violently. The black mist of resentment surrounding it instantly solidified. For the first time, its hellfire-burning crimson eyes gleamed with intelligence and cruelty. Not good. Dragon Knight Long Tian's face changed drastically as he shouted a warning. But it was already too late. Bang! The wailing god casually swung its massive black scythe. A black slash, as if teleporting, struck directly at the heavily armored Long Tian. 90000. A massive damage number floated above Long Tian's head. Immediately after, another slash struck Elemental Sovereign Yun Xin. 120000. Yun Xian's frail body was sent flying dozens of meters. Fortunately, the 15 fifth-tier SSS-level geniuses in the rear were no mere decoration. Several holy healing beams, like precision missiles, instantly restored the two's health to safe levels. Ha ha ha, is that all you've got? Long Tian, relying on his absurd defense and health, withstood several hits and laughed wildly as he prepared to charge again. But the wailing god let out a low, mocking chuckle. It raised its scythe high and plunged it into the swamp corrupted by resentment. Summoning Spectral Swamp. Rumble. Centered on the boss, the weeping spectral swamp fully awakened. The ground turned into a black quagmire teeming with wailing souls. The sky was completely shrouded in thick resentment. A cold, viscous aura filled with negative energy instantly enveloped all living beings within a kilometer radius. Ding! You have entered the spectral swamp domain. Movement speed reduced by 50%. All healing effects reduced by 80%. Undergoing resentment corrosion, all attributes decrease by 5% every 10 seconds. A series of system notifications caused the faces of the three teams in the sky to change drastically. To make matters worse, from the black quagmire, countless LV.100 swamp wraiths, elite, with glowing red eyes began to crawl out. Damn it! Quickly clear the mobs. Healing. Team, focus. Increase healing output. For the first time, the formations of the three teams fell into disarray. Thulha seized this moment of chaos. Divine lamentation erupted once more. This time, the target is no longer everyone, but the one who is always hidden in the shadows and poses the greatest threat to it, Shadow Sovereign, Zhao Qianying. Ugh! The shadows around Zhao Qianying fluctuated violently. In the next second, she was forcibly pulled out of the alternate space by an invisible hand, her face showing astonishment. Deep chaos. A hard control lasting 30 seconds. Not good. Qianying is controlled. Quick! Protect her. But the boss's combo left no room for reaction. Grasp of resentment. Three massive ghostly hands formed entirely of resentment force burst out of the black swamp with a thunderous roar. With irresistible power, they firmly grabbed Long Tian, Yun Xian, and the still chaotic Zhao Qianying in the sky. 13992. 2% max HP, 9600. 2% max HP, 11000. 2% max HP, a series of continuous damage numbers frantically floated above the three's heads. After completing all this, Thulha's crimson, cruel eyes locked onto Zhao Qianying, who was tightly restrained and unable to dodge. It raised its scythe high. Slash! A pitch-black strike viciously slashed Zhao Qianying's fragile body. 160000. A massive, blood-red damage number soared into the sky. Zhao Qianying's already precarious health bar plummeted like a roller coaster, dropping from nearly full to dangerously below half in an instant. Captain! Quick! Break that ghostly hand. Healers! Hurry and restore her health. The Zhao family's fifth-turn team members were completely panicked. But the healer in the rear let out a desperate scream. No. Healing effects are suppressed by 80%. My holy light spell can only restore a few thousand health points. I can't save her. It's over. The same thought surged in everyone's minds simultaneously. If they couldn't break the ghostly hand or dispel Zhao Qianying's chaos before the boss's next attack, then she would become the first fallen sixth-turn powerhouse in this boss battle. 30 seconds. To ordinary people, this is just the blink of an eye. But to Zhao Qianying at this moment, it felt like 30 centuries long, and filled with despair. Deep chaos. imprisonment, resentment erosion, healing suppression. A series of negative statuses, like the most venomous chains, firmly locked the sixth turn, Shadow Sovereign, onto the cross of humiliation. She could only watch helplessly as her health bar steadily dropped under the grasp of resentment, her life being drained bit by bit. She could even clearly feel the wailing god, those crimson eyes burning with hellfire, locking onto her once again. It's over. On the city wall, everyone in the Nanjiang sanctuary felt their hearts sink to rock bottom. They had just witnessed this female-killing god's astonishing burst of power, and now, in the blink of an eye, she was about to become the first fallen sixth-turn powerhouse? However, the reason why Dragon Nation's top-tier genius team is called top-tier is not just because they possess world-shattering power. More importantly, their coordination is seamless. Roar! Just as the Thora was about to swing its second scythe, a deafening dragon roar suddenly erupted. Dragon Knight Long Tian, upon breaking free from the grasp of resentment, unhesitatingly urged the golden divine dragon beneath him to launch a frenzied charge. He was like a golden sun, crashing fiercely into the boss, forcibly drawing its aggro. Elemental Torrent. Focus fire on the ghostly hand. Elemental Sovereign, Yun Exayan's calm yet urgent voice echoed across the battlefield. In the rear, the few fifth-turn SSS-level geniuses immediately reacted. They held nothing back, unleashing their strongest single-target burst skills. In a relentless barrage against the massive ghostly hand restraining Zhao Qianying. Boom! After a few seconds of relentless bombardment, the massive ghostly hand finally exploded with an unwilling scream. Zhao Qianying was finally freed. Her figure flickered, instantly disappearing into the shadows, retreating several hundred meters away, her face already pale as paper. Just now, that was incredibly dangerous. For the first time, her heart, as calm as water and belonging to a top-tier assassin, was thrown into a massive storm. Humiliation. This was a humiliation she had never experienced before. She looked at her health bar, now less than two-thirds full, and then at the massive figure in the distance locked in fierce combat with Long Tian. In her eyes, always as cold as frost, an intense killing intent ignited. She would have her revenge. Seizing the moment when the boss was temporarily held off by Long Tian, she struck again. This time, she poured all her strength, all her anger, and all her humiliation into her dagger. Slash, 310000. Critical hit. This strike was the blade of vengeance. The edge that would cleanse her shame. Sura, whose health bar had already dropped below 70%, suffered this devastating blow and plummeted further. 45%. 35%. 25%. Good. The boss is about to enter the execution phase. Everyone, get ready. Long Tian hadn't even finished speaking when something unexpected happened. The wailing god suddenly stopped all its movements. The crimson health bar above its head, which had already dropped to the bottom, began to rise at an eerie and mocking speed under the shocked gazes of everyone, as if they had seen a ghost. 20%. 50%. 80%. 100%. A full 10 million health points were instantly restored. No, impossible. On the city wall, Lei Jinshan let out a roar of despair that didn't sound human. In the sky, the three teams that had just descended like gods were now completely silent. Roar! The wailing god let out a laugh filled with mockery and cruelty. Its massive body began to turn ethereal, as all its resentment and divinity frantically converged into the enormous scythe in its hand. A 10-second chant, brimming with apocalyptic energy, began. Final wail, divine fall. 10, 9, 8. Stop it. Stop it now. Long Tian, like a madman, threw punches wildly. But all the damage was like being thrown into the ocean, completely ineffective. 10 seconds was too short to deal any substantial damage. 3, 2, 1. The chant ended. A pitch-black soul shockwave, indescribable in words, carrying the power of death and annihilation, swept across the entire map in an instant, ignoring distance and defense, with the wailing god at its center. Slash, the female assassin Zhao Qianying, who had just dealt 300,000 damage to 07000, had her health bar pierced through by the shockwave in an instant, dropping to zero like a balloon being popped. Fortunately, at the moment her health bar emptied, a seemingly inconspicuous accessory on her body shattered, and a faint holy light enveloped her, locking her at one last drop of health. Divine grace forced survival. However, Sura's combo gave her no chance to catch her breath. Deep chaos. Grip of resentment. The same scenario played out again. She was controlled. Captain. Protect the captain. This time, Zhao's 5-turn team members went completely berserk. Instead of attacking the ghostly hand, they desperately used their bodies to shield Zhao Qianying from the boss, trying to block the deadly second scythe. //170000 180000. Everyone's health dropped to dangerous levels. Their healing abilities were also severely weakened. If the boss hit them again, the outcome was obvious. 2 flashes of white light streaked by, and 2 5-turn SSS-level geniuses fell instantly. It was over. This time, it was truly over. Not just Zhao's team. That soul shockwave, which declared the final judgment, indiscriminately covered the entire map, a death sentence under the domain of the gods. In the Function squad, the berserkers responsible for close combat had already been struggling to maintain their health while tanking the boss's normal attacks. When the shockwave hit, they didn't even have a chance to resist. They all disappeared in flashes of white light, sent back to Kyoto. Yun family's mage team fared even worse. Of the 5-turn mages, 3 were sent away. Mages were inherently fragile, and their health bars were instantly reduced by 2/3. One by one, their faces turned pale, their breaths weak, struggling even to stay afloat. Let alone cast spells. The omnipresent domain of the Phantom Swamp was like the cruelest curse. 50% movement speed, 80% healing effect, 5% all attributes, continuous health loss, endlessly respawning minions, and almost ineffective healing. For the first time, the once proud and revered chosen ones tasted the flavor of despair. Damn it! The healing can't keep up. Dragon Knight, Long Tian roared, thrusting his spear to fling away an approaching swamp wraith. But the steadily declining attributes and the health bar that couldn't be restored left him feeling utterly hopeless. My mana is almost depleted. Elemental Sovereign, Yun Xin, whose beautiful face always carried a hint of coldness and pride, now showed unprecedented exhaustion and helplessness. It's over. The same thought flashed through everyone's mind simultaneously. They had believed that with the strength of 6th-tier powerhouses, they could forcefully take down the boss. But now, the boss had entered its second phase, its health bar fully restored, its domain fully activated, and it unleashed a map-wide health-draining ultimate move. Only now did they realize how naive they had been. On the city walls, the people of the Southern River Sanctuary had already sunk into the deepest despair. Even the geniuses from the capital were at their wits' end. Southern River was truly doomed. Just as a trace of despair and unwillingness to accept death appeared in Zhao Qianying's cold, emotionless eyes, as she awaited the second death scythe to fall and end her completely, a sigh suddenly echoed in everyone's ears. It carried a tone of helplessness, impatience, and even a hint of "you all are just too weak." This sigh was completely out of place on a battlefield filled with despair and wailing. Then, a silver streak of light, as if shot from beyond the heavens, tore through space, ignoring distance, carrying a force utterly incompatible with this world, and arrived in an instant. Under the stunned gazes of everyone, as if they had seen a ghost, it struck fiercely against the descending death scythe. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, as if it would overturn the entire world. The massive scythe, formed entirely of death and resentment, was forcibly knocked off course by this single arrow. A bright red damage number, so massive it shocked all the 6th-tier powerhouses present, soared into the sky from above. Thora's head. -149880. Weak point critical. 150,000 damage. One arrow dealt more damage than the combined efforts of the 6th-tier powerhouses. Who shot that? Long Tian whipped his head around, his golden dragon eyes fixed on the direction the arrow had come from. Yun Xin, Zhao Qianying, and all the other survivors also turned their gazes in unison. They saw it. In the distance, on a hill that had been ravaged by the battle, a solitary figure stood quietly. He slowly lowered the longbow in his hand, which emitted a faint golden glow. It was none other than Su Xing. Who is that? Are there other powerhouses in Southern River? The arrogance on Long Tian's face froze instantly. How can he unleash such terrifying damage within the boss's domain? For the first time, Yun Xian's perpetually cold expression revealed an uncontrollable shock. As for Zhao Qianying, who had just been saved by his arrow, she stood completely frozen in place. Her cold eyes now reflected the figure of that young man, filled with an indescribable mix of emotions. On the city walls, Lei Zhinshan looked as if he had been struck by lightning, standing there dumbfounded. His mouth hung open, pointing at the distant figure, stammering incoherently, unable to form a single sentence. It was him? That boy he had mocked as a D-rank waste? The one he had long dismissed as useless? He One arrow dealt more damage than the combined efforts of the Dragon Knight and the Elemental. Sovereign? Who's mocking whom now? A deathly silence enveloped the battlefield. That lifeline, that silver streak of light that pierced through the despairing sky, slowly faded under everyone's gaze. But the shock it brought was, like a deep brand, etched into the souls of everyone present. On the city walls, Lei Zhinshan was utterly dumbfounded. His face, usually marked by authority and stubbornness, was now filled with nothing but confusion and despair. He had considered countless possibilities. He had imagined the six-turn powerhouses from Kyoto turning the tide, slaying the boss, and saving Nanjiang. He had also imagined the six-turn powerhouses failing, with all the professionals of the Nanjiang sanctuary and the city itself reduced to ashes under the wrath of the gods. But he had never imagined, at the moment when everyone was most desperate and helpless, when those geniuses from Kyoto were powerless and even struggling to protect themselves, it would be that boy, the one he had personally suppressed, insulted as trash and the disgrace of Nanjiang, who would step forward. It was him who saved a six-turn, Shadow Sovereign, with a single arrow. It was him who unleashed an arrow with astonishing damage, giving everyone a glimmer of hope. Lei Zhinshan's lips trembled violently. What have I done? He recalled the contempt and harsh words he had directed at that boy in the Awakening Square. He remembered his own biased and arrogant judgment. And he thought of the highest-level ban order he had personally signed not long ago, shutting the boy out completely. Regret. Endless regret gnawed at his heart like a venomous snake. He felt less than human. On the battlefield, Su Xing paid no attention to the shock of these insignificant figures. After saving Zhao Qianying, he coldly fixed his gaze on the LV.100 swamp wraiths that were continuously spawning in the spectral swamp domain. A bunch of small fry. He drew his bowstring. 7 arrows in 1 second. The bowstring became a blur, impossible to follow with the naked eye. 7 silver streaks of light, like invitations from the Grim Reaper, shot precisely into the chaotic mob of monsters. Splat! 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 Like cutting grass. In just a few seconds, the elite monsters that had given the Kyoto Genius team such a headache were completely wiped out by him alone. After finishing, he slowly raised his head and, in a calm and emotionless tone, issued an eviction order to the 3 teams in the sky, who were already stunned. Long Tian stays. The rest of you, leave the boss domain. As soon as the words fell, the crowd erupted. On what grounds? Elemental Sovereign, Yun Xian was the first to roar in anger. Her cold and proud, stunningly beautiful face was now filled with uncontrollable fury. This boss was one they had fought tooth and nail for, with some even sacrificing their lives, to push to its second form. And now, this mysterious guy suddenly appeared and wanted to take all the credit for himself? What a delusion! They were SSS-level geniuses, the pinnacle of power in the Dragon Kingdom. Did he think they had no pride? But Su Xing couldn't even be bothered to waste words. He had never had a good impression of the Yun family. He simply drew his bow again, aiming at the arrogant queen who was floating mid-air, preparing to cast a spell. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 arrows were fired almost simultaneously. One aimed at her full left chest, the other at her perky right chest. 48888. 49999. Splat! Yun Xian's magic shield, which could withstand the full-force attack of a 5-turn powerhouse, shattered like paper in an instant. 2 bursts of blood bloomed on her luxurious robe. The powerful impact sent her flying dozens of meters. Ugh! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Yun Xian clutched her chest, trembling all over, her body shaking with rage. Her stunningly beautiful face was filled with shock and fury, which eventually turned deathly pale. Too much. This was simply too much. He actually dared to do this. But she was powerless. She could clearly feel her health bar had dropped to an extremely dangerous level. If she stayed any longer, she would either be instantly killed by the boss or humiliated to death by this mysterious man. You just wait. She gritted her teeth and spat out the words, retreating in disgrace with the remaining members of her team. Ahem. In the distance, Long Tian watched the scene, trying to suppress his laughter, his face turning red from holding it in. On the other side, Shadow Sovereign, Zhao Qianying displayed an unusual sense of propriety. She cast a deep glance at the figure standing on the hillside with a bow in hand. Then, she slightly bowed, as if to repay the life-saving arrow. After that, she led the Zhao family squad into the shadows, disappearing completely. She relinquished this boss. Once the Yun family and Zhao family squads retreated in disarray like stray dogs that had lost their way, the battlefield instantly became desolate. Su Xing slowly turned around, his cold gaze locking onto the only figure still lingering in the sky, the Dragon Knight, Long Tian, who was watching him warily and with confusion. In an irrefutable tone, as if issuing an order, Su Xing calmly said, Long Tian, you hold off the boss's attacks with all your might. I'll handle the damage. Long Tian was dumbfounded. He was the top SSS-level genius of the Yi Fengshan Guild, a future 6-turn peak powerhouse. He even had the potential to reach 7 turns within 2 years. And now, he was being commanded by some wild player who had appeared out of nowhere, without even a guild emblem? Who the hell are you? Long Tian's arrogance erupted instantly. It's one thing to make me stay, but now you're trying to order me around? If it weren't for the fact that your arrows earlier were indeed impressive, I wouldn't even bother talking to you. Before he could finish, a lazy yet commanding voice sounded behind him. Little Long Tian. If you're told to stay and tank the boss, then just do it. Stop talking so much nonsense. Looks like you can't help yourself, can you? Long Tian's entire body stiffened. He whipped around, only to see an ordinary old man who had somehow appeared silently behind him. In an instant, the arrogance and disdain on his face vanished, replaced by extreme reverence and shock. Shadowkill Sr.? He quickly dismounted from his dragon and respectfully saluted. Why are you here? The strong fighters on the city wall of Nanzhang were all stunned. A 7-turn powerhouse? The old man who had been following Su Xing all along, assumed to be just an ordinary bodyguard, turned out to be the legendary 7-turn expert? This lineup was practically divine intervention. Only a few people, like Lei Zhinshan, knew Shadowkill's true identity. Later, to better protect Su Xing, Shadowkill had altered his appearance, to the point that even Lei Zhinshan couldn't recognize him. As a result, everyone assumed Shadowkill had returned to the Kyoto Sanctuary. Otherwise, Lei Zhinshan would never have dared to suppress Su Xing in front of Shadowkill. In the distant field, Yun Xian, who had just teleported out, saw the scene and was so furious her face twisted in anger. Fengshan, you despicable bunch, she gritted her teeth. We agreed on fair competition below 6 turns, and you secretly sent a 7-turn expert. Are you trying to unilaterally break the alliance? This isn't over. I'll make sure my family demands an explanation from your Fengshan. Shadowkill seemed to sense the distant fury. He glanced over indifferently, cleared his throat, and explained in a voice loud enough for everyone to hear, Ahem, I'm just passing by to watch the fun. Unless the monster goes completely out of control, I won't intervene. You all still have to rely on yourselves. The boss is strong, you'll have to hold your ground. Who would believe that? Everyone present, including Long Tian, was convinced that the earth-shattering damage Su Xing had dealt earlier was definitely Shadowkill secretly helping. After this brief interlude, the battle resumed. However, this time, the scene became simple yet incredibly shocking. The once proud Dragon Knight Long Tian had completely transformed into a dedicated tank. Relying on his formidable defense and SSS-level damage reduction skills, he firmly held all of Cthulhu's aggro. Meanwhile, Su Xing had turned into the most terrifying mobile artillery. 15021-14988. Each arrow precisely pierced through the boss's staggering 120,000 defense. Such damage was unbelievable to ordinary people. Although it couldn't compare to 6-turn powerhouses, for a D-level rookie, it was already extraordinarily terrifying. Even more terrifying was his attack speed. 7 arrows per second. Instant damage exceeding 100,000 per second. In just 1 minute, the damage reached over 6 million. The most frustrating thing for Long Tian was that, within the spectral swamp domain, all his attributes were continuously weakened, and his movement was as slow as a turtle. Yet Su Xing seemed completely unaffected. He was still at full capacity, darting around the battlefield like he had activated cheats. Little did Long Tian know, Su Xing's god-tier passive skill, Chaos's Favor, had long rendered him immune to all negative statuses. In this domain, it was utterly useless against Su Xing. Roar! Under Long Tian's impenetrable defense and Su Xing's relentless assault, Thulha's health bar plummeted at an astonishing rate. For the first time, it felt the threat of death. When its health dropped below 3 million, it fully awakened. It realized that these two humans before it were unkillable. A surge of boundless rage and madness filled its heart. Letting out an earth-shaking roar, it ignored Long Tian and Su Xing, turning its gaze toward the distant human city that was an eyesore. If I can't kill you too, then I'll destroy everything you wish to protect. Boom! It transformed into a black shadow, charging straight toward the sanctuary of Nanjiang. The already crumbling wall of Sai's defensive shield shattered like glass with a resounding crack, under its furious impact. The entire sanctuary of Nanjiang, home to millions of civilians and warriors, was left utterly defenseless. Fully exposed to the wrath of this god, despair was etched deeply onto every face. No! On the city wall, Lei Zhinshan's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, staring at the massive figure about to begin its slaughter. A resolute determination to die ignited in his tiger-like eyes for the first time. He suddenly drew the sword at his waist, pointed it to the sky, and with every ounce of strength in his body, let out the final and most tragic battle cry of his life. Nanjiang military! Everyone! Charge with me! For the ruins, for the heroes, fight to the death to buy time. Boom! In response, Thulha casually swung its pitch-black scythe. Lei Zhinshan and the hundreds of fearless military warriors charging behind him, along with their pride as soldiers, all turned into countless scattered points of light. Boom! Lei Zhinshan, the iron-blooded general who had defended the sanctuary of Nanjiang for decades, along with hundreds of loyal warriors, was obliterated in an instant under that black scythe slash, like sand crushed by a massive wave. Their sacrifice bought the doomed city less than 3 seconds of breathing room. Roar! The god of spectral wails, Thulha, let out a roar filled with the ecstasy of destruction. Its colossal body stepped into the urban area of the sanctuary of Nanjiang. With every step, large swathes of buildings collapsed. Countless civilians and low-level adventurers who failed to escape in time fell under its terrifying aura, like wheat being cut down, turning into white light and being forcibly sent back to the respawn point. The entire sanctuary of Nanjiang had become a hellish apocalypse. Hold the line. Stand firm. The surviving members of the major guilds, their eyes bloodshot, charged forward desperately, trying to use their fragile bodies to block the gods' advance. But it was futile. God's lamentation. Another wave of pitch-black sound swept through, and countless flashes of white light followed. Those lucky enough to survive were thrown into chaos, running around like headless chickens, some even starting to kill each other. In a corner, Li Wei and Lin Xingya, who had already died countless times, had just run out of the respawn point. Before they could even catch their breath, they were hit again by the terrifying sound wave. With a flash of white light, the unlucky chosen ones were sent back to the all-too-familiar level 1 respawn point once more. At the heart of the battlefield, Su Xing had transformed into a silver lightning bolt, weaving between death and destruction. The bow in his hands had long become a blur, dodging Kethal's devastating attacks while also having to split focus to clear the endlessly spawning swamp wraiths from the phantom swamp domain. Combat efficiency was greatly reduced, but the rewards were equally immense. Ding! Killed LV.100 swamp wraith, elite. Free attribute point +1. Ding! Killed. In just over a minute, he had forcibly farmed a total of 200 free attribute points. However, just as the boss's health was whittled down to only a few 100,000, entering the execution phase, Su Xing's hand, which was drawing the bow, suddenly stopped. He ceased his attacks, floating silently in mid-air, coldly watching the boss that had been rampaging through the city, as if waiting for something. Why did he stop? This scene left everyone stunned. What the hell? Just a little more. Just one last strike, and this disaster would be over. What is he trying to do? Every second he delays, thousands more will die in the South River Sanctuary. Even Long Tian, who had been tightly holding the boss in check, couldn't help but shout anxiously, "Brother, what are you doing? Attack already!" They didn't understand. All they could see was that the god of wailing, now free from Su Xing, its greatest threat, was becoming even more unrestrained. The slaughter intensified. The South River Sanctuary was inching closer and closer to true annihilation. The opportunity has come. Outside the domain, elemental sovereign Yun Xian, who had long since recovered and had been watching the battle, suddenly had a fiery gleam burst forth in her cold phoenix eyes. She thought she had won. She believed Su Xing had run out of mana and exhausted all his trump cards. The fury of being publicly humiliated by Su Xing, combined with her greed for the diamond-tier boss loot, had completely overwhelmed her rationality at this moment. Heaven's obstruction. Starquake. Without hesitation, she began chanting another world-destroying forbidden spell. Boom! The sky tore apart. Dozens of burning meteors, even larger than before, trailed blazing tails of fire as they plummeted like vengeful stars, crashing fiercely toward the heavily wounded boss. She wanted to steal The boss. She wanted to snatch the final victory right out of that man's hands in front of everyone. 70000. 72000. Two meteors struck accurately. The boss's health bar plummeted again, teetering on the brink of death. However, just as a smug smile appeared on Yun Xian's face, the silent young man moved. But his target was not the boss. It was her. Courting death. Su Xing coldly uttered two words. He didn't even turn his head. With a reverse pull of his bow, he released 7 silver light arrows into the void behind him. Whoosh! 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 The 7 light arrows, as if guided by an unseen force, instantly pierced through space and appeared right in front of Yun Xian, several kilometers away. Not good. Yun Xian's expression changed drastically. But it was too late. Splat! The first arrow shattered her magic shield in an instant. The second arrow pierced her chest. The remaining arrows struck her chest. With precision. 50123. 51421. 49887. A series of critical damage numbers floated above her head. On her face, always frosty and proud, the final expression was one of indescribable humiliation and shock. A flash of white light. She and the teammates cheering beside her were neatly sent back to the Kyoto sanctuary. Everything was over. Su Xing slowly turned around. His cold gaze swept over the eager Dragon Knight Long Tian, then casually glanced at the Zhao family assassin hiding in the shadows. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. Anyone else not afraid of death? Feel free to try stealing the kill. Kyoto Sanctuary, Resurrection Temple. A flash of light, and Yun Xian's staggering figure appeared. She felt the weakness brought by her plummeting level, and the humiliation of being effortlessly defeated in front of everyone. That feeling was unprecedented, deeply wounding her. Pride. Pooh. A mouthful of blood spurted out violently. Su Xing. She let out a scream filled with hatred and madness. Good. Very good. I'll remember you. She said coldly, next time we meet, I hope you can still be as arrogant as you are now. If I don't beat you up and teach you a lesson 100 times, then I, Yun Xian, haven't truly lived this life. Fortunately, she used a tool to preserve her important equipment in most of her levels. If her level dropped another 200 this time, she would definitely be furious. Su Xing had no idea that far away in the Resurrection Temple of the Kyoto Sanctuary, the proud queen was frantically repeating his name. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. The Yun family? Sooner or later, he would personally visit them and repay everything they did to Yun Shang 100-fold, even 1,000-fold. For now, he just wanted to collect a small, insignificant interest. On site. After sending away the interlude squad brought by Yun Xian, the scene fell into an eerie silence once again. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the young man who was still standing but had yet to take action. They were waiting for the young man to shoot the arrow that would end everything and save them. However, Su Xing still didn't move. He coldly stared at the rampaging, unrestrained Cthulhu, wreaking havoc within the Southern River Sanctuary City. 1 second. 2 seconds. 10 seconds. The residents of Southern River were on the verge of collapse. Why? Why hasn't he acted yet? Our home, my home, it's all gone. What is he waiting for? What does he want to do? With every second of delay, but despite all this, Su Xing remained indifferent. He wasn't holding a grudge, nor was he playing any mind games. He was simply waiting for the cooldown of the skill that could completely finish off this boss and secure absolute ownership. Win step, 3 seconds left. 2 seconds. 1 second. Finally. When that familiar icon lit up again, Su Xing's eyes erupted with unparalleled killing intent. It's over. He drew his bow. In 1 second, 7 arrows were fired in rapid succession. The 7 arrows merged midair into a massive, silver beam of light, as if capable of piercing through heaven and earth. At its core, one arrow, empowered by wind step, unleashed a cataclysmic force of destruction. Boom! 45021. 44899. 158888. Weak point critical. The arrogant deity that had wreaked havoc on the Nanjiang Sanctuary for so long saw its fractured health bar instantly drop to 0 under the annihilating beam, like snow melting under a blazing sun. I refuse. It let out a curse filled with hatred as its mountain-like body collapsed with a thunderous crash. The world, at that moment, returned to silence. When the colossal body of God of Wailing Souls Xula, as massive as a mountain, fell under Su Xing's earth-shattering final arrow, it didn't explode like ordinary monsters. Instead, it slowly dissolved into Countless black, hate-filled specks of light, dispersing into the heavens like dandelions blown by the wind. However, at the very last moment before this avatar of the deity, which had descended upon the Dragon Kingdom, completely vanished, a cold, venomous presence seemed to pierce through endless dimensions of space, descending with terrifying intent from some supreme divine realm. Mortal, the voice, indistinguishable as male or female, carried an ancient, malevolent aura that could strike fear into even high-level professionals. You are impressive. I have memorized your aura. When the day comes that my true form descends, I will cast your soul into my sea of resentment, to burn for billions of years, never to find release. In an unknown, terrifying divine realm, a place composed of collapsing galaxies and endless grievances, an indescribable, horrifying entity with eyes like two slowly extinguishing stars was attempting to lock onto the mortal who dared to kill its avatar through the connection of its death. However, the moment its will touched Su Xing, the god's heart, which had been calm for billions of years, was suddenly thrown into turmoil. In its vision, that mortal didn't exist at all. There was only an indescribable, unfathomable, abyss-like chaos. Chaos? Impossible. How could a mere mortal body possibly harbor the aura of chaos? Su Xing, of course, heard the empty threat, but he merely curled his lips in disdain. A loser dares to act arrogant? He didn't even bother to look up, instead bending down to gleefully sort through his luxurious spoils of war. At this moment, atop the walls of the Nanjian sanctuary, a deathly silence. Then, boom! A wave of ecstatic cheers erupted like a landslide or tsunami, engulfing the entire city in celebration. We won, we won. Nanjiang is saved. Our home is saved. Countless professionals dropped their weapons and wept with their heads in their hands. Countless civilians crawled out from the ruins, falling to their knees and crying out toward the distant figure on the hillside, who stood like a god. They shouted in unison, "Hero! Su Xing, our hero! Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing the Diamond Tier World Boss God of Wailing Souls Xola LV100. You have gained 50 million experience points. You have gained plus 200 free attribute points. Your hidden class Myriad Phenomena progress plus 10%. You have obtained Wailing Godfall Chestplate, Diamond Grade, Wailing Godfall Leggards, Diamond Grade, Wailing Godfall Bow, Diamond Grade, Wailing Godfall Boots, Diamond Grade, Wailing Godfall Helmet, Diamond Grade, Wailing Godfall Bracers, Diamond Grade. You have obtained Diamond Grade Skill Book Deathmark. You have obtained Diamond Grade Skill Book Multishot. You have obtained Copper Coins times 500,000. Looking at the equipment and skill books that burst out from the boss's corpse, their dazzling diamond glow almost covering the ground, Su Xing's heart pounded violently with immense joy. A full set. An entire diamond grade set dropped all at once. He struck gold. This time, he was truly soaring to new heights. However, just as he was immersed in the joy of picking up the loot, a crisp system notification suddenly rang in his mind, leaving him completely stunned. Ding! It has been detected that your hidden class Myriad Phenomena has absorbed divine resentment energy, and the energy has reached 100%. Would you like to advance now? What the? Su Xing was taken aback. Happiness had come too suddenly. Killing one boss had actually filled the progress bar of an A-grade hidden class? Yes. Immediately. Advance. Now. Boom. A surge of energy, more vast and majestic than ever before, flooded into his spiritual world, brimming with the most primal natural laws and the essence of life. It was as if the singularity of the universe's birth had exploded within his spiritual world. He saw the bronze divine tree representing the origin of his class, its roots already extending into multidimensional space. At this moment, it seemed to break free from invisible constraints. Its branches and leaves growing wildly, almost covering the entire sky. Each leaf shimmered with a cold, immortal metallic luster. The veins of the leaves no longer carried ordinary energy but a golden divine blood condensed from pure law power. System notification: your hidden class is undergoing its 4th tier evolution. Evolution path confirmed, law mastery. Congratulations! Your hidden class has successfully evolved into Forest of Myriad Laws. S grade. Bonus Constitution, plus 3000. New active skill, Domain of Withering Woods. Unleash a domain where all plants within a kilometer radius are under your complete control. New active skill, Law Projection, temporarily. Manifest your understanding of wood-based laws. Evolution traits: leaves covered in metallic luster, veins flowing with golden energy liquid, capable of absorbing law fragments. Symbolic meaning: lush branches and leaves obscure. The sky, symbolizing your initial mastery over a domain of natural laws. Su Xing stared at the final line that read bonus constitution, plus 3,000, so overjoyed he nearly fainted. 3,000 points of constitution. This was equivalent to directly increasing 60,000 health points and 12,000 defense points. This wave of upgrades was simply exhilarating. Su Xing immediately picked up the equipment and began appraising it. He decided to see just how powerful diamond-grade equipment could be. Wailing Godfall Bow, Diamond Grade, Requirement, LV.100 Attributes, Strength plus 1,600 Agility plus 1,600 Spirit plus 1,600 Special Effect, Wrath of Godfall, each normal attack hit stacks 1 layer of Wrath of Godfall, up to 10 layers. Each layer increases attack speed by 2% and critical damage by 3%. Effect lasts 10 seconds, refreshed upon hit. Description: this bow was forged from the unyielding spine of a fallen deity and the endless resentment entwined around it. Legend has it that every arrow carries the wails of souls devoured by the deity. When the bowstring hums, the target's fate is sealed. Su Xing was stunned. Each of the 3 attributes increased by 1,600, this is already outrageous. Not to mention it also has special effects. Simply defying the heavens. Wailing Godfall Chestplate, Diamond Grade, Requirement to equip, LV.100 Attributes, Constitution. Plus 1,600 Strength plus 1,600 Spirit plus 1,600 Special Effect, Wailing Barrier. When the damage you take in a single instance exceeds 20% of your maximum health, automatically consume 500 mana to generate a Wailing Barrier that absorbs damage equal to 50% of your maximum health, lasting for 10 seconds. This effect can trigger at most once every 60 seconds. Description: the chestplate is forged from the shattered divine throne of a fallen god, and the cold armor plates still echo with the desperate wails from the destruction of the divine realm. Wearing it, you become a moving fortress, radiating fear and despair. Still, each of the 3 attributes increased by 1,600. Still comes with powerful special effects. This equipment is far superior to platinum grade. Su Xing finally understood. Diamond grade equipment not only has high attributes but also comes with special effects. Wailing Godfall Leggards, Diamond Grade. Requirement to equip, LV.100 Attributes, Constitution plus 1,600 Strength plus 1,600 Agility plus 1,600 Special Effect, Phantom Step, Passive Effect. After using any displacement skill, gain Phantom Form for 1.5 seconds, during which you are immune to all physical damage and your movement speed increases by 30%. Description: woven from the despairing shadows that followed the fall of the gods. Wearing it, you move like a ghost, silent and unnoticed, with every step, heralding the arrival of death. Wailing Godfall Boots, Diamond Grade, Requirement to equip, LV.100 Attributes, Constitution plus 1,600 Strength plus 1,600 Agility plus 1,600 Special Effect, Divine Speed, Passive Effect. Permanently increases base movement speed by 25%. Description: crafted from the shattered shin bones of a fallen god who crushed stars underfoot, the soul's patterns record the earth's final lament during the destruction of the divine realm. Wearing them, even the abyss can be leapt over, and fate cannot constrain your steps. Wailing Godfall Helm, Diamond Grade, Requirement to equip, LV.100 Attributes, Spirit plus 1,600 Constitution plus 1,600 Agility plus 1,600 Special Effect, True Sight, Passive Effect. Allows you to see through most invisible and stealth units, and attacks have a 10% chance to ignore the target's physical defense. Description: reforged from the shattered skull of a fallen god, its hollow eye sockets seem to gaze into the endless abyss. Wearing it, falsehood and disguise will have nowhere to hide, granting you the power to see the truth. Wailing Godfall Bracers, Diamond Grade, Requirement to equip, LV.100 Attributes. Strength plus 1,600 Agility plus 1,600 Constitution plus 1,600 Special Effect, Swift Soul, Passive Effect. Permanently increases base attack speed by 30%. Description: crafted from the finger bones of a fallen god who tightly gripped their scepter, each joint is inscribed with a longing for power. Every attack injects the god's resentment into the enemy, making their armor as fragile as rotting wood. Wailing Godfall, Set Effect, February 6th, all attributes plus 500. 4/6. Godfall Fury maximum stack count increased to 15 layers, with each layer adding an extra 2% critical hit rate. 6/6. Gain the ultimate active skill Godfall Moment. Upon activation, enter Godfall form for 30 seconds. During this Time, attacks grant 30% lifesteal, critical hit rate increases by 50%, and phantom wings formed from wailing energy unfold behind you, allowing flight. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Su Xing did not hesitate. He reached out and picked up the diamond-grade wailing godfall set pieces, which radiated an ominous yet powerful aura, one by one from the cold ground. Then, with near-reverent devotion, he equipped them piece by piece onto himself. Buzz! When the final piece of the wailing godfall bracers touched his skin, a surge of energy, more violent and pure than any force before, erupted within him like a volcano dormant for billions of years, awakening with a thunderous roar. The abyssal flame of the wailing godfall set. A divine radiance completely different from the previous silver moon set burst forth from his body, ultimately achieving perfect fusion. He could clearly feel every bone, every vein, every drop of blood in his body undergoing a complete and frenzied transformation under the impact of this immense power. Ding! You have equipped the full set of Wailing Godfall, June 6th, set effect activated. He opened the attribute panel and glanced briefly at the skyrocketing stats due to the equipment upgrade. Constitution, Strength, Agility, each increased by 8,500 points. Spirit surged by 5,300 points. This was even more terrifying than leveling up an SSS class. Profession by 300 levels. The insane equipment effects, combined with the ultimate skill, Godfall moment, made him feel unprecedentedly safe and powerful. Still not enough. Su Xing's eyes gleamed with a thirst for ultimate power. The 800 free attribute points gained from killing the boss and clearing the mobs, he didn't hesitate and invested them all into strength. Afterward, he slowly opened his completely revamped final attribute panel. Su Xing, Profession. Scales of Causality, B-Class, Level, 100, Constitution, 16,777, Strength, 23,413, Agility, 12,990, Spirit, 6,405, HP, 335,540, MP, 64,050, Attack, 93,652, Defense, 67,108, Profession Skills, Weakness Analysis, Energy Scan, Energy Siphon, Passive, Root Bind, Law Analysis, Spatial Rift, Life Drain, Thorn Armament, Causality Deduction, Causality Chains, Shadowwood Clone, Spatial Vines, Withering Forest Domain, Law Projection, Skills, Luck Draw, Divine. Unique, Chaos Favor, Silver Armor, Silver Grade, Windstep, Silver Grade, Moonlight, Gold Grade, Equipment, Wailing Godfall Chestplate, Wailing Godfall Leg Guards, Wailing Godfall Bow, Wailing Godfall Boots, Wailing Godfall Helm, Wailing Godfall Bracers, Hidden Profession, Forest of All Laws, S-Class, 0%. Attack power broke through the 90,000 threshold. Defense approached 70,000. HP reached a terrifying 330,000. With the 30% attack speed bonus from the Wailing Godfall Bracers, his attack speed instantly jumped from 7 arrows per second to 10 arrows per second. This was sheer madness. Su Xing instinctively simulated in his mind a rematch with the Wailing Ghost God he had just faced. With his current strength against that creature, the Wailing Godfall Bow, combined with Wailing Arrows and Godfall Wrath, plus his attack power exceeding 90,000, one arrow shot, even without triggering a critical hit, would deal at least 67,000 damage under the Law Gaze bonus for targeting weak points. 10 arrows per second. DPS would reach 670,000. That creature had a total HP of 10 million, it would only take 15 seconds? Even Su Xing himself was shocked by this absurd number. 15 seconds, he alone could completely obliterate the diamond-level world boss that had left the entire Nanjun Sanctuary and even the top 3 elite teams in Kyoto helpless. This was his true strength now. This kid, Shadowkill, who had been silently guarding him all along, watched everything unfold, his eyes rippling with hidden emotions. Although he couldn't see Su Xing's ridiculously overpowered attribute panel, he could clearly sense that the moment Su Xing donned the equipment, the sharp aura around him instantly transformed. It had transformed into a terrifying abyssal aura, so overwhelming that even he, a 7th-tier powerhouse, felt a chill in his heart, as if it could devour the entire world. Even a max-level 5th-tier SSS-class professional, without activating burst skills, would probably fall short of this kid just based on the regular stats panel. Shadowkill reached a conclusion in his heart that even he found hard to believe. A monster. A true monster. To put it into perspective, max level 5th tier is level 400. An SSS class professional gains 10 times the attribute points of a D-class professional per level. And this kid is only level 100? Still D-class? This is simply monstrous. Su Xing slowly clenched his fist. He finally understood what his greatest advantage was. It was the innate ability to ignore all defenses and strike directly at the weak points, weak point attack. This talent was like a permanent double attack bonus granted to him from the moment he changed classes. Additionally, killing monsters could drop free attribute points. This was his greatest secret for bridging and even surpassing the gap between classes. While others had to consider breaking through defenses and resistances, he only needed to do one thing: simple, direct, no frills, stack his attack power to the extreme. As long as his attack power was high enough, there was no enemy in this world he couldn't take down with a single arrow. If there was, then he'd activate a critical skill. And if that still wasn't enough, then 10 arrows per second would send them straight home. Su Xing's gaze shifted away from the Wailing Godfall set, which was now bound to his bloodline, and landed on the 2 skill books lying quietly in his backpack, radiating a dazzling diamond glow. These were his greatest gains from this god-slaying mission, aside from his class evolution and the set equipment. He picked up the first book. Deathmark, Diamond Grade, Effect, consumes 2000 mana to apply a deathmark on a target for 10 seconds. During this period, 1. The target takes 30% increased damage from all your attacks. 2. When the mark ends, it triggers Karmic Reckoning, dealing additional true damage equal to 50% of the total damage you dealt to the target during the mark's duration, ignores defense and damage reduction. Cooldown, 90 seconds, description: this is an ancient curse from the abyss, using the power of laws to bind the target's soul to the fate of death. Once marked, no matter how far they run, they cannot escape the caster's final judgment. Note, only those with spiritual power strong enough to shake the strings of fate, spirit attribute above 5000, can wield this forbidden power. Hiss! Su Xing's pupils contracted sharply. 30% increased damage. And after 10 seconds, an additional true damage equal to half the total damage dealt during that time? His brain began calculating at lightning speed, like a supercomputer. My current attack rate is 10 arrows per second, with DPS around 1.87 million. If I apply Deathmark, DPS becomes 1.87 million multiplied by 1.3, which equals 2.43 million. Total damage over 10 seconds would be 24.3 million. After 10 seconds, the true damage from Karmic Reckoning would be half of 24.3 million, which is 12.15 million. In other words, with this skill, I can deal over 36.45 million burst damage to a single target within 10 seconds. This number made even his scalp tingle. That Wailing God, its HP is only 10 million, right? Subtracting its defense, with my current stats, I wouldn't even need the full 10 seconds to kill it. 8 seconds, maybe even less, would be enough to take it down instantly. A peculiar smile appeared on Su Xing's lips. The poor Wailing God, it would never have imagined that its noble divine avatar would become the benchmark for Su Xing's combat power. From the initial 2 minutes of slow grinding, to 15 seconds to finish after equipping the diamond set, and now 8 seconds to kill? No, even if it toughens up and adds 8 million HP to its avatar, the result would still be instant death. Su Xing shook his head and turned his gaze to the second skill book. If Deathmark is a single target burst divine skill, then this one is. Multi-arrows, diamond level, effect, consumes 3000 mana points, instantly shoots 7 soul-chasing arrows, imbued with the laws of wind in a fan-shaped area ahead. 1. Each arrow automatically locks onto a different enemy, dealing 100% physical attack damage. 2. Upon hitting, each arrow has a 100% chance to ricochet to another nearby enemy, dealing 50% ricochet damage. Cooldown, 30 seconds, description: a long-lost elven archery technique that perfectly combines the agility of an archer with the power of wind elements, surpassing the limits of human understanding. When the bowstring hums, the sky is filled with the trajectory of death, leaving enemies in the rain of arrows with no escape. Note, this skill demands extremely high neural reflexes from the user. Only archers with an agility attribute of over 10,000 points, capable of dancing with the wind, can master it. An incredible divine skill. Su Xing's eyes lit up instantly. 1 arrow shoots 7. And each can ricochet once. This means he can attack 14 different targets with a single arrow. And he can shoot 10 arrows per second. In other words, when facing a group of monsters, he can deal devastating blows to 140 enemies in just 1 second. Efficiency increased by at least 20 times. A dungeon that originally took 20 minutes to clear, now, might end in less than a minute. Terrifying. These two skills may only be diamond level, but with his abnormal attributes, their power rivals any divine skill. The only downside is, Su Xing glanced at the 3,000 mana consumption of multi-arrows, then at his mana pool of just over 60,000 points, and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. 64,000 mana, 3,000 per arrow. That means I can only shoot multi-arrows 21 times consecutively at most, with my attack speed of 10 arrows per second. In 2 seconds, my mana will be completely drained? Damn it! I can't even sustain 3 seconds of continuous output. In his mind, Su Xing couldn't help but picture an absurd scenario. If Yin Shang were here and saw this, she'd probably gently pat his shoulder and encourage him, saying, Xing, it's okay. 2 seconds is already very strong. 2 seconds is already very strong? What kind of joke is that? Su Xing coughed, shook his head, and pushed these random thoughts out of his mind. Skills are all good skills. Without hesitation, he directly chose to learn them. Boom! 2 powerful and completely different streams of knowledge surged into his mind like a river breaking its banks. One was about how to invoke causality and mark death with abyssal secret techniques. The other was about how to harness the power of wind and shoot 7 soul-chasing arrows with elven mastery. Countless knowledge, techniques, and combat instincts merged into his body at this moment. He felt himself growing significantly stronger. After taking stock of this almost miraculous gain, Su Xing felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through his body, as if it was about to explode. Now, all he needed was to return to the Kyoto Sanctuary, follow the steps to complete the 4th-tier advancement quest, and level up to 400. By then, he raised his head, his gaze piercing through endless space, looking toward the distant Kyoto shrouded in mist. The Yun family? Perhaps he was already qualified to visit them personally. Cough, cough. A cough filled with obvious envy and jealousy interrupted Su Xing's thoughts. Beside him, the proud, dragon knight, Long Tian was staring at Su Xing's wailing divine ruin set, which gleamed with diamond brilliance, his mouth practically watering. Hey, brother, he shamelessly moved closer, rubbing his hands together, are you selling this set of equipment? Name your price. I can even trade my diamond level, Dragon Courage Bright Silver Spear, for it. Get lost. Before Su Xing could respond, Shadow Kill slapped the back of Long Tian's head and laughed, scolding, you have the nerve to ask for equipment? Let me tell you, who couldn't even defeat a diamond-level boss this time and had to rely on a rookie's 3rd job advancement to save their life? Isn't it embarrassing? Ha! Long Tian clutched his head, looking aggrieved. Senior Shadowkill, don't say such nonsense. How could he possibly be at the 3rd job advancement? Before he could finish speaking, his golden dragon pupils suddenly contracted, as if he had seen a ghost, staring fixedly at Shadowkill. Say, Senior, did you just say he's only at the 3rd job advancement? Shadowkill nodded matter-of-factly. Yeah, 3rd job advancement, max level, just recently. Changed professions. Boom! These words struck Long Tian's proud SSS-level genius soul like 2 bolts of lightning. No. Impossible. He let out a crazed scream, pointing at Su Xing, questioning frantically, that's absolutely impossible. 3rd job advancement? A 3rd job advancement's stats can break the defense of the god of wailing? A 3rd job advancement's attack power can deal over 100,000 damage with 1 arrow? I don't believe it. I'd rather believe he's a 5th job advancement expert in disguise than accept that he's only at the 3rd job advancement. Shadowkill couldn't be bothered to explain. He just changed professions a few days ago, still a D-level profession. Believe it or not. A sense of defeat instantly overwhelmed Long Tian, like icy seawater drowning him completely. He, Long Tian, the genius of the Seal God Guild, the future hope of Dragon Nation, had been utterly crushed by a rookie at the 3rd job advancement whom he hadn't even taken seriously before? And it wasn't just him. In the distance, Zhao Qianying, the Shadow Sovereign who had just been preparing to retreat quietly with her defeated troops, trembled violently upon hearing these words. Her usually icy demeanor cracked, and her cold eyes revealed an uncontrollable shock for the first time. 3rd job advancement. Capable of killing gods. Could it be that Dragon Nation has produced another genius who can shake an entire era? Shadowkill looked at these 2 chosen ones who had been utterly devastated and smiled bitterly in his heart. It wasn't just them, even he himself had been shaken. He had come to protect a promising rookie. But in just a few days, this kid had grown so strong that even he, a 7th job advancement expert, felt redundant. In the sanctuary of Nanjiang, atop the city walls. When that massive figure symbolizing death and doom finally collapsed, the oppressive cloud of despair that had enveloped the entire city began to dissipate. The survivors. Ecstatic cheers instantly ignited the entire city. We won! We won! Nanjing is saved! Countless professionals and citizens hugged each other, crying their hearts out, shouting the name that now seemed godlike. Su Xing! Hero! The deafening cheers shook the heavens and the earth. Lei Zhinshan looked at the young man in the distance, revered by thousands, then lowered his gaze to the devastated city beneath his feet. His usually stern face was now filled with endless pain and regret. He had been so terribly wrong. He had previously spoken disrespectfully to the savior of Nanjing and even tried to suppress him. It was sheer foolishness to the extreme. This was the gravest mistake he had ever made in his life. However, just as everyone was still immersed in the hard-won joy of victory, boom, 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 the earth began to shake violently, more intensely than ever before. What's happening? Is it an earthquake? No, no. Look! A professional standing on the city wall, with sharp eyes and a voice trembling with fear and disbelief, pointed toward the distant horizon and let out a hysterical scream. Everyone instinctively followed his finger. In an instant, their pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints. At the edge of the horizon, a black, boundless tide-like mass was surging madly toward the sanctuary of Nanjing, as if it intended to swallow the entire sky. That wasn't a water tide. It was a beast tide composed of tens of thousands of monsters, each with a minimum level of 100, their eyes glowing blood red. A doomsday beast tide. Roar! The countless roars of the monsters merged into a deafening, terrifying soundwave, crossing dozens of kilometers to reach them. Why? Why is this happening? Regional announcement. Due to the fall of the god of wailing spirits, the god's curse unleashed in its final moments has triggered an outbreak of abyssal rifts in all areas surrounding the sanctuary of Nanjing. All monsters have entered a state of extreme frenzy. The defensive shield of the sanctuary of Nanjing has been shattered, making it the primary target of the monsters' attacks. The cold system notification pierced everyone's hearts like a sharp blade, delivering the most despairing news. It's over. These two words were all that remained in everyone's minds. The wall of size was completely gone. After General Lei Zhinshan's death, his level plummeted, and his combat power was drastically reduced. All the top-tier forces in the city suffered heavy casualties in the recent god-level catastrophe, significantly weakening their strength. The current sanctuary of Nanjing was like an empty city, devoid of any defenses. How could they possibly withstand the overwhelming tide of monsters? Among those monsters were numerous terrifying entities over level 200, as if the apocalypse had arrived. It's over. A professional who had just been cheering for the hero moments ago froze in excitement as he saw the approaching black tide, his face instantly overtaken by boundless despair. We are doomed. Where is the hero? Where is our hero Su Xing? Save us. There's only one hero. He can't possibly stop the beast tide alone. He can't be everywhere at once. The citizens of Nanjing, who had just been pulled back from the brink of death, now plunged into an even deeper darkness, unable to see a glimmer of hope. On the battlefield, Long Tian, whose face had always carried an arrogant smile, now looked more serious than ever before. He glanced at his nearby fifth-tier teammates, whose faces were equally pale and spirits low. Then he looked at the beast tide in the distance, a disaster of apocalyptic proportions, and spoke in a hoarse, dry voice. Prepare to fight to the death. Hold out as much as we can. They had no skills capable of clearing the battlefield on a large scale. Against tens of thousands of monsters, their once proud single-target burst attacks now seemed so powerless, so laughable. What's more, the only one with devastating area of effect damage, Elemental Sovereign Yun Xian, had just been one-shot by Su Xing's arrow and sent back to Kyoto. Although the beast tide posed no immediate threat to them, the sanctuary of Nanjing behind them was facing annihilation. Even the usually composed Shadowkill now furrowed his brows tightly. This is big trouble, he muttered softly. With his strength, escaping alone would be easy. But to protect Su Xing while holding back a tide of monsters capable of leveling a small sanctuary? Even he couldn't do it. Despair, like a thick black fog, enveloped everyone in the sanctuary of Nanjing. However, amid this deathly silence of despair, a calm voice, even tinged with excitement and anticipation, suddenly broke the stillness without warning. Beast tide? Everyone instinctively turned toward the source of the voice. There, standing quietly on a hillside, was the young man who had just defeated the god of wailing spirits. There was no trace of fear or panic on his face. Instead, there was a look, like a hunter gazing at a grand feast, his eyes burning with fervor. Under his lawful gaze, the so-called apocalyptic beast tide was not a disaster at all. They were nothing more than walking, glowing treasures. Free attribute point +1. Truly. Su Xing slowly drew the bow of the fallen wailing god in his hand. A cold and crazed smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Whatever I lack, it comes to me. This isn't a natural disaster. This is the final gift, just for me. Facing the apocalyptic beast tide that had plunged the entire sanctuary of Nanjiang into despair, Su Xing's face showed no fear. In the next moment, he willed his thoughts into action. Buzz. A phantom-like, radiant silver moon quietly appeared above his head. Holy moonlight poured down like a clear spring, enveloping him completely. A refreshing and soothing sensation instantly filled his entire being. Ding! You are now bathed in moonlight. Your mental attributes have temporarily increased by 800 points. Your mana will continuously recover at a rate of 30 points per second. Effect duration, 30 minutes. Mana, 64,057-2050. After everything was completed, he slowly cast his cold gaze toward the distant beast tide surging like a black tsunami. Then, he drew his bowstring. Multi-shot. Whoosh! A seemingly ordinary silver arrow flew from the bowstring. However, the moment the arrow left the string, it bloomed like a flower of death, instantly splitting into 7 arrows in mid-air. 7 silver streaks of light, like 7 precise missiles, trailed long fiery tails and plunged fiercely into the front ranks of the dense beast tide. Immediately after, like a chain reaction, the moment the 7 streaks of light hit their primary targets, they exploded again, transforming into 7 smaller but equally lethal ricochet arrows, precisely piercing into the body of another unlucky creature nearby. 1 arrow became 14. In an instant, 14 massive, blood-red damage numbers of violent beauty erupted within the dark beast tide. 181292, 179999, 182111, 88654, 84733. Ding! Killed LV.150 Abyss Demon, Elite, EXP plus 300,000, free attribute point +1, all paths to the forest progress plus 0.01%. Ding! Killed LV.200 Swamp Corroder, Elite, EXP plus 400,000, free attribute point +1, all paths to the forest progress plus 0.01%. Although the ricochet damage was only 50% of the primary targets, in the face of Su Xing's terrifying 90,000 attack power, 50% damage was still a one-hit kill for these monsters, whose health was generally only in the tens of thousands. And this was just the beginning. Su Xing could fire 10 arrows per second. When he fully drew his bowstring, forming afterimages imperceptible to the naked eye, a dense barrage of silver arrows, like a torrent of unstoppable death, rained down. The entire world seemed to press the mute button. In the previous second, the front ranks of the beast tide were roaring deafeningly and charging aggressively. In the next second, it was as if a god had erased them with a rubber eraser. They evaporated. An entire massive section. The black tide was not away, leaving a shocking vacuum zone. In just over 2 seconds, 24 multi-shot arrows, 336 death trajectories, 336 elite monsters, all at least level 100, were turned into nothing but experience points and glowing particles before they even touched the walls of the sanctuary of South River. This scene left everyone completely stunned. Even the monsters themselves froze. They had agreed to charge together, so why had the front line suddenly collapsed? What on earth just happened? I'll be damned. The arrogant smile on Long Tion's face froze completely. He stared at the massive fan-shaped area that had been cleared in an instant, then looked at the Dragon Gallant's silver spear in his hand, which could only stab one enemy at a time, and felt his entire worldview shatter. He had been confident that with his strength, he could charge into the beast tide and fight his way in and out 7 times with ease. But to clear out hundreds of high-level elite monsters in one go, like Su Xing had just done in 2 seconds, as if harvesting wheat? Such a feat was beyond his wildest imagination. What kind of insane area of effect skill is this? On the other side, Zhao Qianying, who had been hiding in the shadows, also revealed an expression of undisguised shock for the first time. She muttered to herself, her voice carrying a hint of bitterness she hadn't even noticed. This kind of clearing speed, even if Yun family's elemental sovereign Yun Xin, known for their world-destroying area of effect skills, were here, they'd still they'd still have to respectfully call him Master Xing, wouldn't they? That silver storm of death, which swept across the battlefield, lasted only 2 seconds to it came quickly and left just as fast, almost like lightning. When Su Xing's godlike, world-destroying rain of arrows suddenly stopped, the entire world seemed to plunge into a suffocating, deathly silence. Ha! Stopped? Why did it suddenly stop? Why isn't he shooting anymore? The people of Nanjiang on the city walls, who had just been immersed in shock and ecstasy, were instantly dumbfounded. They stared at the young man who was still precisely killing monsters at a rate of 10 arrows per second, but an inexplicable sense of loss filled their hearts. The efficiency had plummeted. Although this normal output speed was still astonishing, compared to the earlier divine miracle that cleared the battlefield in swaths like harvesting wheat, it now seemed as slow as a turtle. Faster. Master Xing. Keep going. Yeah. Don't stop. Keep shooting like before. Wipe out these beasts. The crowd, clueless about the situation, urged him anxiously. But a minute passed, and Su Xing's world-destroying rain of arrows never returned. At this moment, a quick-witted senior mage suddenly cried out, as if uncovering the truth, I get it. It's mana. He's out of mana. Look at his arrows. There's no way he can shoot fewer unless he's out of magical energy. Damn. That earlier rain of arrows must have been an extremely mana-draining skill. Master Xing. Master Xing is out of mana. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Then came an even more frenzied outcry. What are you waiting for? Quickly, bring mana potions to Master Xing. I have a mid-tier mana potion. Who can deliver it to the hero? Mid-tier potions are useless. Bring the best ones. The people spontaneously organized themselves. On the city wall, Lei Zhinshan, who had just been dealt a harsh blow by reality, now displayed unprecedented decisiveness. He turned sharply and shouted orders to his adjutant, quick, immediately, mobilize the highest authority of the military. Take out all the high-tier mana potions from the warehouse. 100 bottles. No, 200 bottles. Deliver them respectfully to Su Xing. No, I'll deliver them myself. Yes, sir. At this critical moment of life and death for the Nanjiang Sanctuary, these usually invaluable potions became insignificant. Soon, a box filled with potions glowing with a faint blue light was personally and respectfully delivered to Su Xing by Lei Zhinshan. Without even glancing at him, Su Xing waved his hand, storing all the potions into his backpack. Then, he opened the backpack, took out a bottle, and downed it in one gulp. Boom! A surge of pure mana instantly filled his entire body. His previously depleted mana bar was instantly refilled, like a balloon being pumped full of air. And then, under the expectant gazes of the crowd, that silver storm of death, which lasted only 2 seconds, descended once more. Multi-shot. Whoosh 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 whoosh. 336 deathly arrows, like the hand of a god, wiped out a massive swath of the dark beast tide. Then, the mana was depleted again. Expressionless, Su Xing once more retrieved a high-tier mana potion from his backpack. He drank it in one gulp. Mana refilled. The world-destroying rain of arrows poured down once more. At this moment, the battlefield witnessed the most extravagant and shocking scene in history. Drink potion. Shoot arrows. Drink potion. Shoot arrows. With a simple, brutal, yet unstoppable method, Su Xing demonstrated the ultimate form of infinite firepower. Wave after wave of the beast tide was annihilated. They didn't even have a chance to advance. I can't believe this. Is this even a mage? What kind of mage burns through mana like this? Isn't he an archer? His mana consumption is scarier than a forbidden spell mage. A mobile heavy cannon. This is basically a rapid-fire, infinite ammo, mobile magical turret. Long Tian was already dumbfounded. Even Zhao Qianying, whose face was always as cold as ice, was filled with indescribable shock. In terms of single-burst damage, they might still be able to compete with Su Xing. But in terms of sustained damage output and battlefield clearing efficiency, they had already been left far behind. The surviving fifth-tier powerhouses learned that the man creating this miracle was merely a third-tier newcomer. Their last shred of pride as strong individuals was utterly crushed. There was no comparison. In this lifetime, there was no way to compare. How could they even compete? What could they possibly use to compare with such a monster? In just 2 minutes, after consuming 30 bottles of advanced mana recovery potions, Su Xing fired nearly 9,000 arrows. He cleared over 9,000 level 100 plus elite monsters. The entire battlefield was already covered with monster corpses and the equipment they dropped. Shadowkill looked at this figure, godlike in battle, and the playful smile that usually adorned his face was now replaced with pure satisfaction. A treasure. This time, deification. We've truly found a treasure. 6 minutes passed. For a sanctuary being devoured by an apocalyptic beast tide, this time should have felt like an eternity, filled with despair. But under Su Xing's almost miraculous rain of arrows, these mere 8 minutes turned into a one-sided bloodbath. When Su Xing fired the final wave of multi-arrows, completely annihilating the last group of monsters still desperately resisting within his line of sight, the entire world seemed to suddenly fall silent. The once dense, endless beast tide was now reduced to scattered remnants. The remaining monsters, having witnessed this disaster caused by a single man and a bow, had their last vestiges of reason replaced by a deeper, primal fear. A high-level demon wolf was the first to let out a terrified wail and turn to flee. Its action was like toppling the first domino. The monster army instantly collapsed. They trampled over one another, desperately fleeing in the direction away from that human demon. Su Xing did not pursue. He stood quietly on the hill, surrounded by piles of monster corpses and equipment, and slowly opened his system panel. Total kills in this beast tide, 37,428, total free attribute points gained, 40,003, 40,000. Nearly 40,000 free attribute points. Seeing this number, which even made his scalp tingle, Su Xing's heartbeat involuntarily quickened. The diamond grade, Wailing Godfall, set he was currently wearing had a combined base attribute of just over 30,000 points. Yet in just 8 minutes, the free attribute points he had gained far exceeded the total attributes of his entire divine gear set. This was outrageous. Simply unbelievable. Su Xing was deeply grateful for the massive rewards this beast tide had brought him. If I were to allocate all these points to strength. In his mind, he couldn't help but picture Long Tian's ever-arrogant, smirking face. I'm afraid that even that thick-skinned, 6th-tier Dragon Knight wouldn't be able to withstand a single arrow from me now, would he? He shook his head, dismissing this dangerous thought, and turned his gaze downward. Surveying the entire battlefield, it had transformed into a glittering sea of equipment and materials. Pick it all up? When would he ever finish picking all this up? He turned to look at Lei Jinshan, who stood not far away with a reverent and ingratiating expression. The latter muttered softly, "Sigh, that mana recovery potion tasted pretty good earlier, but the effect didn't last long." Lei Jinshan froze, his entire body trembling. He instantly understood. Hero. Su Xing, my hero. He scrambled over, practically crawling, his face plastered with a humble smile. Rest assured. Our military warehouse still has plenty. I'll go right now and bring them all to you immediately. Su Xing nodded in satisfaction. This old guy finally got the hint, pretty reliable. Then, he pointed to the endless treasure at his feet and said to the dumbfounded staff of the Nanjing Professional Association, "You're responsible for sorting out the loot here. Later, convert it all into cash at market recovery prices and deposit it directly into my account." Since he couldn't pick it all up, he might as well turn it all into money. Su Xing roughly estimated that the equipment and materials scattered across the ground were worth at least several billion. After making all the arrangements, Su Xing, accompanied by Shadowkill and Long Tian, arrived at the fully restored teleportation array in the Southern River Sanctuary. Outside the array, a sea of people had gathered. Countless citizens of Southern River had come together spontaneously, holding banners high, their eyes brimming with tears of gratitude. Welcome home, hero. Su Xing, our hero. Southern River will always be your home. In a corner of the crowd, members of the Li family, Li Hai, Li Wei, and Lin Xingya watched the figure revered by thousands. There was no trace of resentment in their eyes, only a sense of relief and deep gratitude. Their nightmare was finally over. At last, they could focus on leveling up in peace. On the city wall, Lei Jinshan watched the scene unfold, his heart filled with endless regret and remorse. Such a genius, one who should have risen from Southern River and shaken an entire era, had been pushed away by his own actions. He knew that the small Southern River could no longer contain this great figure. At the moment Su Xing stepped into the teleportation array, Lei Jinshan finally made his ultimate decision. Thud. Under the astonished gaze of the entire city, Lei Jinshan knelt to the ground and solemnly kowtowed to Su Xing. Hero Su Xing. I am Lei Jinshan, and on behalf of myself, I sincerely apologize for my ignorance and prejudice in the past. I beg for your forgiveness for my foolishness. Whether or not you forgive me, you will forever be the one and only greatest hero of Southern River. The crowd erupted once more, chanting for their hero. However, Su Xing didn't even bother to turn his head. Forgive? The mana recovery potions you gave me were merely the price you, as a military commander, had to pay to protect this city. That was my reward for saving the city and had nothing to do with you personally, Lei Zhinshan. For someone so opportunistic, Su Xing had long since stopped caring. If one were to dwell on every prejudice and insult, how exhausting would life be? He stepped into the teleportation array. Light flickered. At the very moment Su Xing's figure completely disappeared into the teleportation array, a golden scroll quietly appeared before Lei Zhinshan. Written on it was the highest order from the Dragon Nations. Military, regarding Lei Zhinshan, commander of the Southern River Sanctuary, during the Calamity of the Gods incident, due to personal prejudice, poor judgment, and mishandling, which nearly led to the destruction of the city, by decision of the Dragon Nation's Supreme Military Council, the following penalties are imposed. 1. His rank of general is revoked, and he is removed from his position as commander of the Southern River Sanctuary. 2. He is permanently barred from holding any position or receiving any promotion within the Dragon Nation's military. Lei Zhinshan stared at the cold, unfeeling judgment document. The slight comfort he had felt from being called a hero moments ago instantly vanished, as if plunged into an icy abyss. He collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with endless regret. This was his punishment. The military had lost such a vital talent. To him, this was nothing short of humiliation. From now on, the brighter Su Xing's star shone, the more precarious Lei Zhinshan's position would become. Those above would never let him live in peace. As the blinding white light of the teleportation array gradually faded, Su Xing, for the first time, truly understood the meaning of awe. Massive. Incomprehensibly massive. If the Southern River Sanctuary was merely a bustling small town, then the capital sanctuary before him was a super metropolis spanning heaven and earth, built of steel and magic. Towering magical spires reached into the clouds, their tops invisible to the eye. In the sky, enormous floating airships, like majestic whales, glided slowly by, casting vast shadows below. The streets were teeming with people, bustling with activity. Every passerby exuded a powerful aura. Holy crap! That guy riding a griffin, who looks like a high schooler, is actually a tier 4. And that uncle selling skewers by the roadside, he's a tier 4 too? The guards at the gate, they're all peak tier 4? Su Xing's worldview was completely overturned at this moment. Tier 3s were as common as street vendors, tier 4s were everywhere. Occasionally, he could even sense terrifying auras flashing by, those of tier 5 or tier 6 powerhouses. Here, the strength that once allowed him to dominate seemed almost ordinary. Looks like I still need to keep a low profile, Su Xing muttered to himself. Senior Shadowkill, he restrained his aura and looked at Shadowkill beside him. How do we get to the function, guild? Don't rush, Long Tian replied with a mysterious smile, not answering immediately. Instead, he pointed to the sky. Look up. Su Xing instinctively raised his head. In that instant, his breath caught. Above the clouds, in the vast blue sky, a colossal divine city floated silently, beyond the scope of words to describe. The city was constructed from an unknown white divine stone and gold, resembling a suspended holy land. Waterfalls, thousands of meters high, cascaded from the edges of the city, forming brilliant rainbows in midair, interwoven with misty clouds. Countless magnificent palaces and spires stood tall, reflecting the sunlight and exuding an aura of sanctity and majesty. This was no ordinary city. It was a kingdom of gods floating in the sky. This is the function, guild? Su Xing's voice carried a mix of excitement and dryness. Shadowkill nodded in satisfaction. In an instant, the group transformed into streaks of light, shooting toward the sky. Just as Su Xing was about to step into the divine kingdom, buzz! An invisible yet indestructible barrier suddenly appeared, firmly blocking his way. Ha! Shadowkill froze, then slapped his forehead with a wry smile. Damn, I was in such a rush that I forgot the most important thing. He turned to Su Xing and solemnly extended an invitation. Ding! Sequence 8 Elder, Shadowkill, invites you to join the Tier 9 Guild function. Accept. Congratulations! You have successfully joined the Guild function. Your current member rank, Black Iron. You have received the blessing of the Tier 9 Guild function. Permanent 9% increase to Constitution. Permanent 9% increase to Strength. Permanent 9% increase to Agility. Permanent 9% increase to spirit. Permanent 9% increase to health regeneration rate. Permanent 9% increase to mana regeneration rate. Permanent 9% increase to experience gained. Receive an additional 9 hours of 9x experience time per week. A barrage of system notifications flooded Su Xing's mind like a storm. He was utterly stunned. Just by joining the guild and becoming the lowest ranked member, he received such insane permanent bonuses? What the hell? No wonder guild members were always so much stronger than solo players. If these boosts weren't strong, that would be abnormal. How is it, kid? Shocked by the bonuses? Long Tian grinned smugly at Su Xing's astonished expression. He patted Su Xing's shoulder, flaunting his seniority. Don't rush, this is just the lowest level Black Iron bonus. When your member rank increases, the benefits will be even greater. I'm currently a diamond level member, enjoying a 54% overall boost. Senior Shadowkill here is a Sequence 8 Elder, with a boost as high as 72%. As for the Sequence 9 leaders and the legendary Sequence 10 Guild Master, their bonuses are simply godlike. 9%, and that's just the lowest level? It can go even higher? Su Xing was completely floored. A diamond level member could already get a 54% boost. A Sequence 8 Elder could reach 72%. His base stats were already terrifying. With a 72% boost, he'd be practically invincible. A fierce desire to level up surged from the depths of his heart. So, how do I quickly increase my member rank? He asked eagerly. Simple, Long Tian replied. Complete guild missions, or submit high-level equipment, materials, or skill books to earn guild points. Once you have enough points, you can rank up. Su Xing immediately opened the guild mission panel, but his face turned green in an instant. The task list was completely empty. Not a single mission in sight. What's going on? Long Tian shrugged, wearing an "you're still too naive" expression. Black Iron level missions are already scarce, and they're all about speed. Think about it, so many Black Iron newbies in the guild, all staring at the same few missions every day. If you're even a second too slow, you won't even get the scraps. Su Xing was speechless. Isn't this just like scrambling for food delivery orders or tasks? Isn't there some kind of newbie protection? Period? There is, Long Tianli replied matter-of-factly. At the Black Iron level, everyone is a newbie. If everyone were protected, then the protection would lose its meaning, wouldn't it? Seeing Su Xing's troubled expression, he couldn't help but laugh and offered some comfort. Don't worry too much. In 3 days, our guild's annual newcomer trial will begin. By then, not only will there be a large number of guild points up for grabs, but the person who performs the best will also receive a personal reward from the guild leader. It's a rare opportunity, so don't miss it. With that, he hurriedly led his team toward the guild's mission hall. Alright, I need to go submit my mission. This time, going to Nanjiang was mainly to look after you. I probably earned the lowest amount of points, what bad luck. After arranging for Su Xing to stay in a private courtyard within the divine city of Fengshan, a place rich in spiritual energy and surrounded by tranquility, Shadowkill finally let out a sigh of relief. Alright, kid, my escort mission is complete. He patted Su Xing on the shoulder, a faint smile of relief on his face. From here on, you'll have to figure things out on your own. Remember, this is Fengshan, the top arena for geniuses in the Dragon Nation. Here, no one will give you a second glance because of your past. Everything depends on your strength. Seeing the determined look in Su Xing's eyes, he nodded in satisfaction. I need to go hand in my mission, or else my guild points will all be deducted. If you need anything, contact me through the guild's friend channel. With that, his figure melted into the shadows like a ghost, disappearing without a sound. Su Xing watched the direction Shadowkill had left and understood. It seemed that even a 7th turn elder-level powerhouse had to hustle for guild points. In the courtyard, spiritual energy filled the air. Su Xing sat quietly inside the house, waiting for half a day. But no high-ranking guild members came to meet him. Nor was there any special allocation of resources for him. It was as if this genius, who had caused a massive uproar in the Nanjiang Sanctuary and even single-handedly ended a national-level disaster, had been completely forgotten. Su Xing let out a bitter laugh. He understood now. The Fengshan Guild was teeming with talent and experts. His astonishing performance in the Nanjiang Sanctuary probably only counted as decent here. A newbie with a D-level talent on the surface. If he didn't show even more outstanding results, would ultimately just be lost in the crowd. Having figured this out, he no longer harbored any unrealistic fantasies. During this half-day, he hadn't been idle either. He opened the guild's mission panel and, relying on his lightning-fast reflexes, desperately tried to snatch those fleeting missions. But the result? Ding! Mission has already been claimed. Ding! Mission has already been claimed. He didn't manage to grab a single mission. Su Xing was utterly speechless. This was even harder than scrambling for crowdsourced orders. It was ridiculous. He stood up, his eyes reigniting with a cold, unyielding flame. If this path doesn't work, then I'll take another. Using the most direct and violent method. To increase his strength. Go to the job change temple. Start the 4th turn mission. Strength is the only currency in this world. Only by becoming stronger will I have the qualifications to step into the Yun family's gates. The Defengtion Guild's job change temple was 100 times more magnificent than the Nanjiang sanctuaries. The entire temple seemed to be formed from pure starlight and faith, exuding a sacred aura that inspired awe. Moreover, there was no need to prepare expensive job change scrolls here. The guild would cover the cost of the first job change for every member, but only the first time. If you failed, everything afterward would be your own responsibility. Standing before the statue of the job change goddess, which was 100 times more imposing than the one in the Nanjiang sanctuary, Su Xing took a deep breath and activated the job change mission. It was still that familiar, compassionate gaze that seemed to see through everything. It was still that grand and solemn system interface. 4th transition trial observer's path. 1st stage, reach level 100, completed. 2nd stage, the keystone of time and space. Please submit 10 specified platinum grade space attribute materials. 3rd stage, the threshold of fate. Please submit 10 specified diamond grade time attribute materials. 4th stage. Su Xing's gaze fell on the requirements for the 3rd stage of the task, and he was instantly stunned. Diamond grade materials? And 10 of them? Moreover, all of them were the rarest time attribute materials? He hadn't even seen a single piece of diamond grade material up to now. The diamond grade materials on his equipment were all obtained by defeating world-class bosses, and only dropped with incredible luck. Where was he supposed to find 10 specified diamond grade time attribute materials? Su Xing's heart sank to the bottom. For the first time, he deeply doubted whether he could complete the transition. Clinging to a last shred of hope and anxiety, he walked toward the exchange counter on one side of the guild's transition temple, responsible for distributing transition materials. He had no idea whether the guild's so-called reimbursement for the first transition would include these astronomically expensive 10 diamond grade materials. God Ceiling, Guild Transition Temple Material Exchange Counter. The person in charge of the exchange was a tall, coldly beautiful woman named Lang Xin. True to her name, her movements were precise and unfeeling, without a trace of extra expression. No matter who she faced, even a powerful 5th transition expert, her face always bore the same cold indifference of, "Don't bother me, I'm busy." Su Xing approached the exchange counter nervously. Lang Xin didn't even lift her head, mechanically extending her hand. Su Xing shared his task panel with her. Lang Xin glanced at it absent-mindedly. However, when her gaze swept over the long, unbelievable list of materials, her calm, well-like eyes showed a ripple of emotion for the first time. What a handsome man, the thought flashed through her mind. But that ripple was quickly replaced by a bone-chilling coldness. Platinum-grade materials. 10 of them? Diamond-grade materials. Also 10? And they were specified, the rarest time-space attributes? She abruptly raised her head, her icy gaze filled with merciless scrutiny and obvious disdain. "Are you sure you're not here to stock up?" she asked coldly. What kind of joke was this? A 4th transition task requiring 10 diamond-grade materials? Even for top-tier geniuses, it's normal for transition tasks to be challenging, but this was beyond challenging. Did he think the God Ceiling Guild was some kind of pushover to be exploited? Treating this place like a free buffet? A rookie being this audacious on their first transition, he needed to be taught a lesson. Lang Xion's expression grew even colder. She extended her fingers and began typing rapidly on the virtual interface, preparing to verify the task's authenticity. But the verification result left her stunned. Task verification, authentic and valid. Lang Xian frowned deeply. So, he wasn't a scammer, just an incredibly unlucky fool. Getting a task that could only be described as hell level, no one else could compare. But rules were rules. Requesting this many materials at once, especially 10 diamond-grade strategic materials, was beyond her authority. The total value of your task materials is too high and requires approval, she said coldly, preparing to pull up Su Xing's file and write a detailed report. However, just as her finger was about to open Su Xing's file, a massive, bright red warning window suddenly popped up. Warning! You do not have sufficient permissions to view this member's information. What? Lang Xin froze. For the first time, her icy expression showed disbelief. Insufficient permissions? What kind of joke was this? She was, Sequence 7. In the God Sealing Guild's logistics department, aside from the Sequence 8 elders and the enigmatic Sequence 9 leaders, she was one of the highest-ranking individuals. Now, a newcomer who had just joined. Not even warming up to the Black Iron badge yet, his authority was actually higher than hers? This, whose illegitimate child was this, here? To experience life? She felt her worldview had been completely shattered. She didn't think much further and couldn't be bothered to investigate. Mechanically, she submitted the application through the highest emergency channel. She was mentally prepared for the application to either be rejected or disappear into the void, at least taking 3 to 5 days for approval. However, just as she submitted it, the very next second, ding! A crisp green notification sound rang out, signifying approval granted. At the end of the application, there were a few scarlet words that made her heart skip. A beat sequence? Lang Xin was completely stunned. She stared blankly at the calm young man in front of her, her mind a complete blank. Sequence? This was a sequence level she couldn't even see. It had to be a legendary level powerhouse. Could it even be the guild leader personally? Approving it? Impossible, it couldn't be the guild leader. It must be some big shot. For a newcomer's 4th-tier advancement quest, even such a high-level figure personally approved it in seconds? This couldn't be explained by being an illegitimate child anymore. This was clearly the Crown Prince. Ahem. Seeing Lang Xin's ever-changing expressions, Su Xing kindly reminded her, my materials? Ah. Yes. Yes. Lung. Xin snapped out of her daze, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying for the first time. The others in line nearby were so shocked their eyes almost fell out. Good heavens! The Ice Queen actually smiled? Lord Su Xing. Lang Xin's voice became extremely respectful. The platinum grade materials you need, we have them in stock here. I'll prepare them for you immediately. As for the 10 diamond grade spacetime materials, they're too rare, and the headquarters warehouse is out of stock. I've already activated the highest emergency allocation order and am coordinating supplies from branches nationwide. Please wait a moment. Not long after, under Lang Xin's utmost attentive service, 20 rare materials were neatly placed in front of Su Xing. Su Xing thanked her and left under Lang Xin's almost fawning gaze. Sigh, a big guild really is different. Su Xing sighed inwardly. The staff lady is beautiful, and her smile is sweet. Most importantly, they just hand over the materials without hesitation. Truly wealthy. Diamond-grade materials, with rare spacetime attributes to boot, were truly extravagant. He returned to the goddess of job change statue and submitted all the materials. Ding! 2nd and 3rd quest stages completed. 4th trial stage unlocked. Quest requirement, solo clear any epic level dungeon. Epic level dungeon, these 5 words felt like a mountain pressing on Su Xing's heart. He knew this was the hardest checkpoint on the path to the 4th tier advancement. He didn't rush into action but immediately checked the guild friend list for his recently parted toolman Long Tian. The call connected. Hello? Brother Su Xing? What's up? Have you decided to sell me that set of diamond equipment? Long Tian's teasing voice came from the other end. Su Xing ignored the joke and asked directly, Long Tian, how much do you know about epic level dungeons? Epic level dungeons? Long Tian immediately perked up upon hearing this. The background noise was chaotic, clearly indicating he had stood up. Wow, brother, you're amazing. Just hit level 3 and you're already preparing to challenge an epic level dungeon? You've got guts. Clearly, he misunderstood, thinking Su Xing was planning to form a team to explore. Excitedly, he began to ramble on. Epic level dungeons are no joke. In our Finction Guild, there's a permanent level 60 epic dungeon called the Lost Atlantis. Its difficulty is about the same as that wailing god you defeated before, maybe even a bit harder. However, with your abnormal strength, plus my indestructible tanking ability, and pulling in a few top-tier healers and supports from the guild to form a god-tier team, if we prepare well, clearing the dungeon won't be a problem.
So, what do you think? How about teaming up then? We'll split the loot. Based on contribution, and I promise you won't lose out.
Listening to Long Tian's enthusiastic invitation, Su Xing simply replied calmly.
Thanks. But this is my 4th tier advancement quest. It must be completed solo.
After saying that, he decisively hung up the communication.
On the
other end of the communicator, Long Tian still maintained his excited smile, standing there. After more than 10 seconds, he slowly blinked, then
blinked again. He rubbed his ears and turned to his teammates beside him, asking in a tone of disbelief and confusion, Did I hear that wrong? Just now? What did he say? Solo challenge? Boom!
The sound was like 2 colossal meteors colliding, smashing fiercely into his heart, which had already been fragile because of Su Xing. He was an SSS-level genius, his willpower should have been indestructible. But at this moment, he was completely stunned. The usual arrogant smile on his face was now replaced by utter bewilderment. Solo a level 60 epic dungeon? Was he joking? No, absolutely not. That monster never jokes. But that's an epic dungeon. The bosses guarding inside are leagues beyond diamond tier. Any epic tier boss, even if its level isn't high, would trigger the highest level national alert upon appearing in the outside world, becoming a global catastrophe. Epic dungeons are unimaginably powerful. Forget soloing. Even a 5-person team of top-tier SSS-level geniuses, with perfect coordination, without thorough preparation, and without consuming a large amount of top-tier potions and strategic items, would only face total annihilation upon entering. Unless one possesses the legendary mythic tier equipment set. Only then might it be barely possible to clear the dungeon. And now, Su Xing, a mere newcomer who has only reached the 3rd tier, actually wants to solo it? Moreover, this is his 4th tier advancement quest? What kind of absurd quest is this? This quest isn't something a human can complete, right? Even his own 5th tier advancement quest as an SSS level talent. Wasn't this insane? At this moment, Long Tian's mental state completely collapsed. He felt as though the decades he had lived were utterly meaningless. Su Xing, of course, had no idea that his casual remark had dealt such a heavy psychological blow to the proud Dragon Knight. Following the map's guidance, he arrived at the entrance of the legendary level 60 epic dungeon, Lost Atlantis. There was no grand gate, nor a menacing entrance. Only an enormous, slowly rotating deep blue whirlpool of seawater, suspended in midair. Around the whirlpool were countless scattered, ancient, broken stone pillars and crumbling walls. A sense of desolation, antiquity, yet deadly danger emanated from the depths of the whirlpool, as if the other side connected to a forgotten, silent for millennia, lost divine kingdom. Even within the God Ceiling Guild, epic dungeons were taboo that most members spoke of with fear. Outside other dungeons, there were many gathered professionals, but without exception, they would all gaze from afar at the direction of the epic dungeon. Their faces were filled with reverence and longing, yet no one dared to approach. Su Xing's appearance did not attract much attention. He was just a newcomer, a Black Iron tier member. But when he walked straight toward the whirlpool, it still sparked murmurs. Hey, buddy. Look at that newbie. What's he trying to do? Could he be looking to die by challenging Atlantis? A shield warrior in heavy armor nudged his companion, carrying a giant sword. The swordsman glanced at Su Xing and sneered, Don't be silly. He's probably just new and hasn't seen much of the world. Here to join the crowd. Sounds about right. The shield warrior nodded, then said with both envy and longing, But speaking of which, this year's batch of newcomers is truly a gathering of monsters. That's right. The newcomer trial in 3 days will be a real showdown of experts. That SSS level forbidden spell mage from the Yin family is said to be able to independently chant a semi-forbidden spell, practically a living nuclear bomb. And then there's the Zhao family's Shadow Slayer, a master of spatial assassination, elusive and deadly. No one of the same level can survive a single strike from him. Not to mention the Long family's Holy Dragon Master, a true Dragon Knight. 1 person and 1 dragon are equivalent to an entire army. I heard the 3 of them each solo cleared a level 100 diamond tier dungeon a few days ago. TSK, top tier SSS level powerhouses are truly beyond our reach. Only such monsters are worthy of the resources of our God Ceiling Guild. Listening to the awestruck discussions around him, Su Xing's face remained expressionless. Yin family, Zhao family, Long family, very well. It seems the newcomer trial in 3 days will be quite exciting. He walked to the vortex and spent 1 million copper coins at the guild exchange shop to redeem an entry ticket for a dungeon, shaped like a conch, and emitting faint spatial ripples. Then, under the stunned gazes of everyone, who looked at him as if he were a fool, Su Xing stepped into the deep blue vortex. The onlookers, seeing Su Xing enter the epic tier dungeon, were all dumbfounded. They couldn't believe it, rubbed their eyes to confirm that Su Xing had indeed gone in, and immediately erupted in an uproar. Holy crap! That guy really went in? Who is this lunatic? Lunatic? Don't be silly, he's definitely an idiot. Going in alone is just asking to die, lose levels, and drop equipment. My god, how desperate must he be to charge into an epic tier dungeon? Ha, I'm dying of laughter. I bet he'll be kicked out within 30 seconds, or I'll live stream myself eating crap. Bro, are you trying to scam us for food and drinks again? Boom! An irresistible, overwhelmingly powerful pulling force instantly enveloped his entire body. The world spun. It felt as if the entire universe had been thrown into a washing machine, spinning and tearing madly. Who knows how much time passed. When the terrifying pulling force suddenly disappeared, Su Xing felt solid ground beneath his feet. He slowly opened his eyes. The sight before him left him utterly stunned. This was the seabed. But there was no seawater. Above him was an endless expanse of deep blue water, gently flowing, and emitting an eternal, ghostly blue glow, like a twilight that would never end. Beneath his feet was an indescribably massive underwater city. The city was carved from pure crystal and white jade, magnificent and grand, like a divine temple. The temple had long since half collapsed, with its shattered dome overgrown with glowing underwater plants. A colossal ancient sea god statue, thousands of meters tall and holding a trident, was broken at the waist. Its upper half lay slanted amidst distant coral reefs, its hollow eye seemingly still silently recounting the former glory of this divine kingdom. This place was both desolate and majestic, filled with a sense of sorrow and danger. The moment Su Xing stepped into this lost divine kingdom, an icy, venomous, and hateful invisible force surged from all directions, attempting to invade his soul. Ding! You have entered lost Atlantis, and are afflicted by the sea god's curse. Ding! All your attributes have decreased by 20%. Ding! Damage received is doubled. Ding! Casting time is doubled. Ding! Divine passive skill, Chaos's favor, has activated, granting you immunity to all negative effects. Su Xing's body merely trembled slightly, showing no other discomfort. Impressive. As expected of an epic tier dungeon, it bombards you with a slew of negative effects right from the start. Fortunately, he had the divine passive skill, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to proceed alone. Su Xing slowly raised his head, coldly staring at the figures gradually emerging from the shadows of the shattered ruins. Atlantis Soul Guard LV.60 Silver Tier Boss, HP 748,000, Strength 29,120, Defense 14,960. Description: once a brave defender of the Divine Kingdom, it was bound by the sea god's resentment upon the kingdom's destruction, turning into an eternal soul unable to find release. Deep Sea Naga Cavalry LV.60 Gold Tier Boss, HP 984,000, Strength 38,560, Defense 19,680. Description: the most elite Naga warriors of Atlantis, fallen alongside their deep sea beasts, now the most dangerous patrollers in these ruins. Title Giant Guardian LV.60 Platinum Tier Boss, HP 3,276,000, Strength 86,160, Defense 43,680. Description: a war colossus. Crafted by ancient artisans using immortal coral and magical metals, the most loyal and powerful guardian of the temple. Lost Sea God Priest Carasso. LV.60 Diamond Tier Boss, HP 5,400,000, Strength 142,800, Defense 72,000. Description: once the highest priest of Atlantis, he betrayed his faith during the kingdom's destruction, offering his soul to the abyssal evil god in exchange for immortality and immense power. Silver Tier are merely ordinary soldiers, Gold Tier are captains, Platinum Tier are generals, and Diamond Tier are merely regional guardians. This is the terrifying nature of an epic dungeon. Su Xing stared at the boss monsters wandering through the shattered ruins, their oppressive aura radiating despair. For the first time, his usually calm heart surged with waves of emotion. Too insane? Being arrogant in a place like this is simply courting death. But he hesitated. Not, nor did he fear. System. 40,000 free attribute points. All into strength. Boom. At the moment he gave the command, an unprecedented power erupted within him, like a volcano accumulating for billions of years suddenly exploding from its depths. He could even hear his bones making excited, deafening crack-crack sounds as they absorbed this immense influx of power. His attribute panel transformed into a blurred golden glow at this moment. Strength, 25,520 69 120. Attack, 276 480. 276,000 attack power. This number made Su Xing himself break out in goosebumps. Now, he felt as though he could shatter a small planet with a single punch. He couldn't wait to test just how terrifying this nearly tripled strength truly was. His gaze locked onto an Atlantis Soul Guard LV.60 silver tier boss that had just emerged from the coral jungle. He slowly drew his bowstring and fired a simple energy arrow, without any added skills. Whoosh! The arrow precisely struck the Soul Guard's eye socket. Weak point attack. Critical hit. The next second, a massive blood-red damage number, accompanied by countless zeros, soared into the sky, enough to make any professional player tremble in fear. 1090000. 1,090,000 damage. Su Xing froze. He stood there, completely dumbfounded. That Soul Guard, which he had considered a minor boss, didn't even have time to let out a wail before being erased from existence with a single arrow. Ding! You have slain the silver tier boss Atlantis Soul Guard LV.60, gaining 30,000 experience points, 20 free attribute points, and plus 0.1% progress in all laws returned to the forest. Rewards: see God Guard chestplate, silver tier, see God Guard boots, silver tier, copper. Coins times 3000. Su Xing was utterly shocked. What the hell was this explosive damage? A level 60 silver tier boss couldn't even withstand a single arrow from him? Instinctively, he shifted his gaze to the distance, where the Deep-Sea Naga Cavalry LV.60 gold tier boss was patrolling with a group of Naga warriors. Another arrow, seemingly ordinary. Put. 530000. Weak point, the gold tier boss's health bar instantly dropped by more than half. Before it could even react, a second arrow pierced its heart. A flash of white light. Ding! You have slain the gold tier boss, Deep Sea Naga Cavalry LV.60, gaining 60,000 experience points, plus 40 free attribute points, and plus 1% progress in the Return to the Forest of All Laws quest. Loot obtained: see God's Guardian chestplate, gold tier, see God's Guardian boots, silver gold tier, 6,000 copper coins. Su Xing was stunned. Again. What? Now even a level 60 gold tier boss was nothing in front of him? He took it down with just 2 arrows? He even had an absurd illusion if Long Tian, the 6th transformation Dragon Knight, were standing here, one arrow might be enough to instantly kill him and send him straight back to the Kyoto Sanctuary. His gaze finally landed on the massive, mountain-like, slumbering, tidal giant Guardian LV.60, platinum tier boss. Whoosh! 500000. Weak point, the platinum tier boss let out a pained roar, abruptly awakened. But before it could see who its enemy was, it was met with Su Xing's storm-like barrage of arrows. 6 arrows fired in an instant. Boom 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 boom. The giant couldn't even take a single step before being pinned to the ground. Ding! You have slain the platinum tier boss, Tidal Giant Guardian LV.60, gaining 120,000 experience points, plus 100 free attribute points, and plus 2% progress in the Return to the Forest of All Laws quest. Loot obtained: see God's Guardian leg guards, platinum tier. See God's Guardian helm, platinum gold tier, 12,000 copper coins. In less than 2 seconds, everything happened. Silver, gold, platinum. 3 powerful bosses, each capable of triggering a small-scale beast tied in the outside world, were consecutively annihilated by Su Xing in the most violent and unreasonable manner. It was insane. Absolutely insane. Su Xing even began to feel a bit afraid of his own world-destroying damage output. So, this is the power of free attribute points, he couldn't help but exclaim. The beast tied at the Southern River Sanctuary wasn't a disaster at all. It was clearly the greatest blessing bestowed upon him by the gods. It had propelled him straight to the top. He glanced at the system notification. Killing a single platinum tier boss had rewarded him with a whopping 160 free attribute points. His eyes immediately burned with a fervor hotter than the sun. It seems this 1 million entry fee was worth every penny. An epic dungeon? No. In Su Xing's eyes, this wasn't a dungeon at all. It was clearly an untapped treasure mine, overflowing with infinite free attribute points.
I'm coming. Su Xing's eyes seemed to pierce through everything.
He abandoned all caution and charged straight into the ocean of monsters composed of countless silver tier and gold tier bosses, a horde so vast it would make even the most elite SSS tier genius team's scalps tingle.
Moonlight, silver, armor, gale step, all buffs activated. Multi-shot, whoosh 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 whoosh.
In an instant, Su Xing transformed into a silver storm of death.
One arrow became 14 arrows. 1 second unleashed 140 arrows. With the aid of rule analysis, no boss's weak point could remain hidden.
Faced with his earth-shattering attack power of 260,000, these level 60 silver tier and gold tier bosses were no different from ordinary mobs.
540123, 538999, 265432, 264733. A dense cascade of 6-digit red damage numbers flooded the screen like a waterfall. The hundreds of blade-wielding Atlantis soul guards charging at the front didn't even touch Su Xing's hem.
Mid-charge, they were forcibly shredded into pieces by the unstoppable silver rain of arrows.
Vaporized. In just 3 seconds,
Su Xing fired 355 arrows. In that brief moment, he forcefully carved out a massive vacuum zone amidst the densely packed army of bosses with sheer brute force. Countless soul guards, Naga cavalry, and tidal giants charged madly from all directions, attempting to punish this invader who dared challenge the majesty of the
divine kingdom. But it was futile. Against Su Xing's seemingly cheat-like rain of arrows, they couldn't even get within 100 meters. No matter how many came, they all perished.
Su Xing, alone with his bow, was like an invincible army sweeping through thousands. He advanced relentlessly, like the most efficient harvesting
machine.
Soon, he broke through the outer defenses and arrived at a grand altar, half collapsed. On the altar stood Lost Sea God Priest Carasso LV.60, a diamond level boss, dressed in tattered priest robes and holding a staff made of bones and coral.
Slowly, it opened its murky, evil eyes. Lowly mortal, how dare you?
It had just begun to speak with ancient authority.
Whoosh! An arrow was already waiting, tearing through the air. 480000. Critical hit on weak point. Carasso's health bar instantly dropped significantly.
Its prepared speech was forcibly stuck in its throat. Then came the second arrow, the third, the fourth. In less than a second, 12 arrows filled with terrifying power completely overwhelmed its fragile mage body like a storm. Accompanied by a short, terrified scream, this level 60 diamond level boss didn't even have time to display its accumulated evil aura before collapsing with a brilliant burst of diamond light.
Ding! You have slain the diamond level boss Lost Sea God Priest Carasso.
LV.60 gaining 2,400,000 experience points, plus 200 free attribute points, and plus 5% progress in the return to the Forest of All.
Magic Quest. You have obtained Sea God Priest's Prayer Robe, Diamond Level, Tide Controller's Ring, Diamond Level, Amulet of the Fallen Divine Kingdom, Diamond Level, Carasso's Betrayal Staff, Diamond Level, Abyss Watcher's Hood, Diamond Level. You have obtained Heart of the Deep Sea, Diamond Level, Carasso's Fragment of Fallen Divinity, Diamond Level, Atlantis. Starstone, Diamond Level, Root of the Immortal Coral, Diamond Level, Crystal of the Evil God's Whisper, Diamond Level.
Su Xing stared at the loot, so abundant it made his heart race, and was momentarily stunned.
When did even diamond level bosses become so easy?
He recalled not long ago, the god of wailing souls that even 3 top-tier
SSS level elite teams couldn't defeat. And now, wasn't the gap a bit too absurd?
Even he hadn't expected that after acquiring those 40,000 free attribute points, his strength would balloon to such a terrifying level.
Meanwhile, outside, at the entrance to the God Sealing Guild's epic dungeon. Holy crap! Look, that newbie's status light is still on. 5 minutes. It's been 5 whole minutes. He's still alive? Are you kidding? Could he be standing still and not moving?
The swordsman who had previously declared that Su Xing was walking to his death and boasted, if he lasts more than half a minute, I'll live stream myself eating crap, now had an expression that was nothing short of spectacular.
A newcomer,
charging into an epic dungeon and managing to hold out for several minutes spread like wildfire through the internal channel of the Yifengxian Guild.
Madman. That lunatic actually went in?
Long Tian, who was in the middle of turning in a quest, jumped up upon hearing the news.
He immediately abandoned the quest rewards, handed it over
to his subordinates, and transformed into a streak of golden light, rushing toward the epic dungeon.
This kid really acts on impulse. Could he actually be planning to solo an epic level boss? His growth rate is insane.
By the time Long Tian arrived at the entrance of the epic dungeon, the Lost Atlantis, the area was already packed with a dense crowd. The air was filled with excitement and curiosity. This guy's crazy. A third-tier player daring to solo an epic dungeon? A third-tier rookie taking on an epic dungeon solo? Who does he think he is? Even the guild leader and those top players from Fengshan back in the day weren't this reckless. Showing off has its limits. I bet he won't last 10 minutes, he's probably already been one-shot by the small mobs at the entrance and sent back to town. I've already started a betting pool on how long he'll last. I'm betting under 10 minutes. Come on, can't you guys be bolder? People who can't even last half a minute are already being mocked on live streams. The chatter was endless, and no one had any faith in Su Xing. Most wore expressions of schadenfreude, convinced that this kid was simply courting death. In a place like Fengshan, where geniuses were a dime a dozen, talent was abundant. But no one could tolerate someone being this arrogant. A newcomer who had just joined the guild dared to challenge an epic dungeon that even veteran players needed a team to conquer? In their eyes, this wasn't confidence, it was sheer stupidity and arrogance. Just a stunt to grab attention and steal the spotlight. Long Tian listened to these remarks, his brows furrowed. He wasn't a fool, he had seen Su Xing's performance in the Southern River Sanctuary with his own eyes. That guy didn't play by the rules at all. The fact that he dared to charge in alone meant he was absolutely confident. But this was still an epic dungeon. This world is utterly insane. A third-tier rookie, going solo against an epic dungeon, and he might actually succeed. Who wouldn't find that hard to believe? Taking a deep breath, Long Tian pushed through the crowd to the front, his gaze fixed on the dark, swirling entrance of the dungeon, his emotions conflicted. He both hoped Su Xing could create a miracle and found the whole situation utterly unbelievable. Inside the dungeon, it was a completely different world. From the noisy chaos outside, a sea of slaughter. Su Xing's figure darted through the crumbling streets of the ancient city like a streak of silver lightning. Each pause was accompanied by the sharp twang of a bowstring. He didn't even bother activating the death mark skill. Pure strength and extreme attack speed were more than enough. Whoosh! 2 arrows fired in quick succession. 530000. 500000. A massive Atlantis Wraithguard didn't even have time to let out a wail before its body exploded, disintegrating into a shower of experience points and a few glowing copper coins. Killed silver tier boss Atlantis Wraithguard LV60, gained 30,000 experience points, plus 20 free attribute points, and plus 0.1% progress in all laws returned to the forest. Su Xing's gaze was calm as water, as if the creature he had just felled was nothing more than a stray dog blocking his path, rather than a silver tier boss that would give ordinary teams a headache. His attention was already drawn to the wave of monsters surging toward him in the distance. Those were all rich sources of free attribute points. He downed a high-grade mana potion, his magic power quickly replenished. Drawing his bow, his arms became a blur. Multi-shot. 10 arrows per second. In an instant, 140 streaks of deadly light shot out like a goddess scattering flowers, precisely blanketing the entire wave of incoming monsters. 530000. 545000. 270000. Ricochet, 268000. Ricochet. A dense cascade of damage numbers, like a red waterfall, instantly filled the screen. Those gold-tier bosses, deep-sea Naga cavalry, along with their mounts, were torn to shreds by the rain of arrows. Even further away, the platinum tier, title giant guardian, had its health bar drop to 0 within seconds, its massive body collapsing to the ground with a thunderous crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. The entire lost city seemed to be ignited by Su Xing's firepower alone. All the monsters were drawn to him, surging in like a tide from all directions. Roar! Accompanied by 4 distinct roars, 3 powerful auras simultaneously rose from the east, south, and west. 3 diamond tier bosses appeared. Fallen Sea God General Aegean LV.60, diamond tier boss. HP, 6 million, attack power, 150,000, defense power, 80,000, skills, Trident Charge, Aegean locks onto the farthest target and performs an unstoppable destructive charge, dealing massive physical damage to enemies along the way and knocking them back. After the charge ends, he swings his trident, causing area damage to nearby enemies. Tidal Force Tsunami, Aegean plunges his trident into the ground, summoning a massive, vengeful tsunami from the edges of the battlefield that slowly sweeps across the area. Enemies hit by the tsunami take massive damage and are swept away. General's command. Aegeon blows a horn made from an ancient conch shell, summoning a squad of Atlantis Wraith Guards and deep-sea Naga cavalry to assist in battle. As long as Aegeon is present, these guards receive the unyielding battle spirit buff, significantly increasing their attack and defense. Ultimate skill Poseidon's Wrath. When his health drops below 40%, Aegeon briefly channels the residual divine power of his master, sea god Poseidon, and hurls his trident into the air, summoning a thunderstorm in a designated area. Enemies within the storm take continuous massive physical and lightning damage and are significantly slowed. Description: Aegeon was once the most valiant and loyal general under sea god Poseidon, wielding the divine trident bestowed by his master and achieving great victories for Atlantis. In the final battle of the Divine Kingdom's downfall, he fought alone against 1,000,000 demon soldiers to protect Poseidon and perished. However, his battle spirit was bound by the resentment and corrupt divine power of this land, transforming him into the fallen general eternally guarding the ruins. He has forgotten his glory, leaving only the instinct to tear apart any intruders who dare to enter the resting place of his king. Deep-sea behemoth Leviathan's Shadow LV.60, Diamond Tier Boss. HP, 5,400,000, Attack Power 142,800, Defense Power 72,000, Skills, Abyssal Maw. Leviathan opens its massive mouth capable of devouring everything, launching a devastating bite in a cone-shaped area ahead, dealing enormous physical damage and inflicting bleed and armor break effects. Sea God's Wrath Whirlpool. Leviathan strikes the seabed, summoning multiple deadly, high-speed whirlpools at random locations. Enemies caught in the whirlpools take continuous damage, have their movement speed drastically reduced, and are unable to use any displacement skills. Indestructible Scales. Passive skill. Leviathan's scales are incredibly tough, reducing all critical damage by half. When its health drops below 30%, it enters a berserk state, growing larger in size, with significantly increased attack power and attack speed, but its defense decreases accordingly. Ultimate Breath Annihilation Tide. After a 5-second chant, Leviathan sprays a devastating high-pressure water jet forward, dealing true damage that ignores defense to all enemies in its path and destroying all terrain along the way. Description: Once the most beloved war beast of sea god Poseidon, Leviathan was a deep-sea behemoth rivaling ancient titans. During the fall of the Divine Kingdom, it absorbed a massive amount of abyssal energy to protect its master, ultimately merging with the ruins and transforming into Leviathan's Shadow, a creature driven solely by destruction and devouring. Each of its breaths stirs up towering waves, each of its roars strikes fear into the hearts of even the bravest warriors. Siren Queen of the Lost Souls LV.60 Diamond Tier Boss. HP, 7 million. Attack, 150,000, Magic Damage. Defense, 60,000. Skills, Song of Enchantment. The Siren Queen sings a captivating melody, randomly confusing multiple enemies, causing them to attack their allies frantically for a few seconds. Wail of Despair. She lets out a piercing scream, dealing massive mental damage to all enemies and temporarily preventing them from casting spells while significantly reducing healing effects. Phantom Clone summons two clones identical in appearance but with lower health. The clones mimic the original skill casting, with reduced damage. The main body can only be harmed after all clones are defeated. Final movement, Requiem of Souls. When there are charmed units on the field, she channels a Death Requiem. During the channeling, the attack power of charmed units is greatly increased, and upon completion, she deals massive area damage to all enemies based on the total damage dealt by the charmed units. Description: She was once the most beautiful songstress of Atlantis, her voice capable of calming the wrath of the sea god and enchanting the fiercest sea beasts. But on the day the Divine Kingdom fell, she witnessed the death of her people. Grief and despair turned her voice into the deadliest curse. From then on, she became the Siren of the Ruins, using her now haunting songs to drag any living beings who dared enter into an eternal nightmare of despair. Any single Diamond Tier boss is enough to demand the full effort of a top-tier 6 Transcendence team. And now, all of them had appeared together. Just what I wanted. The corners of Su Xing's mouth lifted slightly, his eyes showing no pressure but instead igniting with sparks of excitement. He didn't change targets, continuing to use multi-shot to blanket the entire field indiscriminately. Arrows rained down like a torrential storm. The 3 previously arrogant Diamond Tier bosses saw their health bars plummet at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Siren Queen had just begun to chant a spell when 3 arrows pierced her chest, interrupting her casting. The tentacles of the Leviathan's shadow had just risen, only to be instantly riddled with holes.
Aegeon's charge hadn't even started before it was already ended.
In less than 10 seconds, the 3 diamond tier bosses and the hundreds or thousands of guards around them were all wiped out by Su Xing alone.
Ding! You
have slain the diamond tier boss Fallen Sea God General, Aegeon LV.60 gaining 2,800,000 experience points, plus 200 free attribute points, and plus 5% progress in the return
to the Forest of All Magic quest.
Items obtained: Aegeon's General Plate Armor, Diamond Tier, Poseidon's Trident, Fragment, Diamond Tier, General's Command. Helm, Diamond Tier, Charger's Iron Hoof Boots, Diamond Tier, Poseidon's Power Crystal, Diamond Tier. Ding!
You have slain the Diamond Tier boss Deep Sea Beast.
Leviathan's Shadow LV.60 gaining 24 million experience points, plus 200 free attribute points, and plus 5% progress in the Return to the Forest of All Magic quest.
Items
obtained: Leviathan's Immortal Scale Armor, Diamond Tier, Poseidon's Trident, Fragment, Diamond Tier, Abyssal Beast Fawn, Diamond Tier, Heart of the Whirlpool. Amulet, Diamond Tier, Ring of Annihilation Dragon's Breath, Diamond Tier, Leviathan's Blood of Fury, Diamond Tier. Ding!
You have slain the Diamond Tier boss.
Siren Queen of the Lost Souls LV.60 gaining 2,800,000 experience points, plus 200 free attribute points, and plus 5% progress in the Return to the Forest of All Magic quest. Obtained items: Poseidon's Trident, Fragment, Diamond Grade, Siren's Enchanting Gown, Diamond Grade, Requiem Soul Staff, Diamond Grade, Tear Crystal of the Despairing Diva, Diamond Grade, Phantom Mirror, Diamond Grade, Vocal Cords of the Siren Queen, Diamond Grade. On the ground, equipment, materials, and skill books were scattered everywhere, shining with an alluring brilliance, brighter than the stars in the sky.
Su Xing took a deep breath. 17 pieces of Diamond Grade equipment
or materials.
Over 1,000 additional free attribute points.
The harvest was simply explosive.
Just as he was about to collect his spoils, boom! The entire underwater
world suddenly began to shake violently. The ground beneath his feet cracked, majestic buildings collapsed, and massive stones fell from the dome into the abyss. An indescribable ancient and terrifying pressure awakened from the depths of the sealed royal city at the center of the city.
Who killed my people? An ancient,
majestic voice, filled with sorrow and rage, struck directly at the depths of Su Xing's soul. This voice spanned millennia, carrying the salty tang of seawater and the
aura of a king.
Su Xing's pupils contracted sharply as he looked up at the grand palace slowly rising amidst the tremors. He saw the palace gates slowly open, and a deep blue light poured out from the cracks, casting a cold, ghostly blue hue over the entire underwater world. A massive figure sat on a throne forged entirely from deep sea
coal iron.
It stood over 100 meters tall, its body seemingly fused with the palace, ancient corals and barnacles covering its tattered golden armor.
Its eyes were two
abyssal whirlpools burning with ghostly blue flames, and just meeting its gaze felt like it could devour one's soul.
In its hand, it held a trident, the tips of which
were entwined with the profound power of laws as deep as the night sky. Wrath of the Deep-Sea Poseidon's Wraith Incarnation LV.60 Epic Boss, HP, Unknown, Attack. Unknown, Defense, Unknown Skills, Unknown Description. When Atlantis sank, the sea god Poseidon's final resentment fused with the royal soul of the entire city,
transforming into a terrifying entity.
It is both the king of this lost city and the eternal guardian of this underwater graveyard.
The epic level boss had finally appeared.
The information panel of the epic boss was filled with question marks, hammering at Su Xing's heart like a heavy blow. This was the first time since his class change that he had encountered an existence that even the initial analysis ability of Observer couldn't decipher.
The more obscure the information, the more it indicated
that the opponent's status and power far exceeded the range his current class could analyze. As expected, the title of Epic Boss was well-deserved. For the first time, Su Xing's gaze became exceptionally serious. The laws within his pupils began to operate.
Law analysis.
With the power of laws, the Epic Boss's full data was completely
exposed this time.
Wrath of the Deep-Sea Poseidon's Wraith Incarnation LV.60 Epic Boss, HP, 40 million, Attack, 200,000, Defense, 500,000 King's Domain.
Poseidon himself embodies the laws of Lost Atlantis.
At the start of the battle, he will automatically activate King's Domain, covering the entire dungeon space.
Domain.
Affect Endless Tides. Within the domain, all enemies' movement speed is reduced by 30%, and they continuously take water element damage.
Domain effect, Divine Majesty. Poseidon is immune to all control effects below epic level.
Domain effect, resentful rebirth. Atlantis units killed within the domain have a chance to transform
into vengeful spirits and rejoin the battle.
Scepter of Sovereignty. Sea Splitter. Poseidon swings his trident, piercing straight ahead and leaving a deep sea
rift that lasts for 15 seconds.
The rift erupts with high-pressure water streams, dealing massive damage and knocking back enemies.
The final dirge of Atlantis, Poseidon
sings the last elegy of the lost divine kingdom, summoning countless phantoms of Wraith Guardians to launch an indiscriminate spectral charge across the entire
map. The phantoms move extremely fast and can instantly kill fragile classes. Players must find a tiny safe zone amidst the dense charge to evade. Abyssal summon, Krakens.
Wrath. Poseidon plunges his trident into the ground, summoning 4 Kraken destruction tentacles, diamond-level units, at the 4 corners.
Tentacle ability. Constriction randomly grabs a player, dragging them to the edge of the arena and dealing continuous damage, requiring focused fire to break free. Tentacle ability Ink.
Spray sprays a large area of abyssal ink toward the center of the arena, obscuring vision and applying a corrosion effect, causing continuous damage and reducing
defense.
Divine punishment. The world falls silent. When Poseidon's health drops below 50%, he enters an invincible state, dragging the dungeon space into an illusion
of his divine kingdom's downfall.
The sky collapses, the earth sinks, and he chants for 15 seconds, gathering an ever-expanding singularity of oblivion at the center
of the arena.
On the throne, the colossal figure over 100 meters tall slowly stood up, and the entire underwater palace let out a heavy groan.
Insignificant. Intruder, state your name. I do not kill the nameless. I shall grant you. Poseidon's vengeful manifestation was about to recite its millennial-old opening lines, showcasing its divine majesty.
But Su Xing had no interest in listening to the ramblings of a ghost long dead. Time is money, experience, and free attribute points. This was precisely the confidence he had when seeking out teacher Yin Shang at the Yin family. Anything that wasted his time deserved to die. Before it could finish its speech, Su Xing had already drawn the wailing divine ruin bow to its full extent. Buzz, an arrow imbued with destructive energy shot straight toward Poseidon's massive chest.
Impudent!
Poseidon was utterly enraged.
A mere mortal, not even worthy of being called an ant, dared to interrupt him. He didn't even bother to block, letting the arrow strike his worn golden armor. Clang, a dull sound echoed.
Su Xing's eyelid twitched wildly as a damage number slowly floated up.
54160.
Su Xing frowned. Something
was wrong.
With his current attack power, boosted by 40,000 free attribute points, it had reached an astonishing 270,000.
Even though the opponent was an epic-level boss with high defense, this arrow only dealt a little over 50,000 damage?
The damage reduction was absurd.
Was this the power of 500,000 defense? Su Xing quickly calculated in his mind, but his hands didn't stop moving. 10 arrows per second. The arrows fired like a machine gun, all targeting the same spot on Poseidon. 54160. 54160.
The damage numbers appeared continuously, but the total damage per second was barely over 500,000. This amount of damage was nothing to an epic-level boss.
With 40 million health, it wasn't even a scratch.
Su Xing had underestimated it a bit. But if those geniuses outside saw his scratching level of damage, their jaws would surely drop.
Ant! How dare you enrage me? Poseidon roared.
Though the damage was low, the continuous attacks were a great insult to him. He raised his trident high, and the underwater world instantly surged with turbulence.
King's domain fully unleashed. An invisible force of law enveloped the dungeon, making the seawater denser,
and the pressure soar. At the same time, from the corpses of the monsters Su Xing had just slain, ghostly blue resentment rose and reformed into shapes.
Fallen sea god, General Aegean, deep-sea beast Leviathan's shadow, Wraith Siren Queen.
The 3 diamond-level bosses that had just been killed were resurrected under the king's
domain.
Though their aura was slightly weaker, they were still diamond-level and far from illusions. This was big trouble. Su Xing glanced at the 3 resurrected
diamond-level bosses, then turned his gaze to the imposing Poseidon on the throne.
1 against 4, the battle officially began.
Moreover, this was happening in an environment
that constantly strengthened the enemies and created trouble for him.
This was the true challenge of an epic-level dungeon. Ding! Divine passive skill Chaos Favor activated, successfully blocking all negative effects this time. Fortunately, the divine passive skill Chaos Favor once again played a crucial role at the critical moment.
Meanwhile, at the entrance of the epic-level dungeon, the vanished Atlantis, where the Fengshan Guild gathered, the atmosphere had shifted from initial amusement and mockery to growing tension, even tinged with unease. On the light screen at the dungeon entrance, a timer ticked mercilessly, 10 minutes 23 seconds 10 minutes. That kid has actually lasted over 10 minutes in there? Are you kidding me? He wouldn't be hiding, would he? Impossible. The monsters in the vanished Atlantis patrol constantly, and there's no place to hide. The crowd buzzed with discussion, everyone wearing expressions of disbelief. A third-turn rookie had managed to solo an epic-level dungeon and survive for 10 minutes. This feat had already shattered all records for newcomers in the Fengshan Guild. Long Tian was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth at the edge of the crowd, nearly crushing the communicator in his hand. He knew Su Xing was incredibly strong, almost freakishly so, but this was an epic-level dungeon. Hey, Xing Shan, get over here right now. In his urgency, he dialed a number. On the other end of the communicator, a voice filled with laziness and arrogance replied, "Bro? What's the rush? I was just about to grind Dragon Soul Secret Realm." "Forget that. Get to the entrance of the epic-level dungeon. The vanished Atlantis. Something big has happened." Long Tian shouted. "The vanished Atlantis? What could possibly happen in that dump? Wait, don't tell me it's that rookie you brought back from Nanjiang? I heard he went to challenge the epic dungeon." "Bro, you don't seriously believe that, do you? A third-turn rookie soloing an epic-level dungeon? Are you drunk, or am I still dreaming?" The voice on the other end was full of mockery and disdain. Long Qingshan, the strongest genius of the Long family's current generation, possessed the Holy Dragon Envoy talent, which was even more powerful than Long Tian's SSS-level Dragon Knight. He was widely recognized as one of the top combatants among the Fengshan Guild's current batch of newcomers. He had every reason to be proud. "Stop talking nonsense. Just get over here. He's been inside for almost 11 minutes. Long Tian practically roared. "What did you say?" For the first time, Long Qingshan's voice wavered. Countless top-tier geniuses who had been busy with other tasks dropped everything upon hearing the news, transforming into streaks of light as they rushed toward the epic-level dungeon. They wanted to see for themselves which reckless individual was putting on such a show. Not only these geniuses, but even some Sequence 8 elders turned their attention to the scene. Ridiculous. Accompanied by a majestic dragon roar, a massive golden dragon, several times larger than Long Tian's mount, descended from the sky. Atop the dragon's head stood a handsome young man, with a defiant gaze, frowning as he looked down at Long Tian. It was none other than the Long family's strongest genius of this generation, Holy Dragon Envoy, Long Qingshan. The crowd gasped in awe as he leapt down from the air and stood at the dungeon entrance. He glanced at the timer on the light screen, then scanned the surrounding tense geniuses, his brows furrowing deeply. It was true. "Bro, what's going on here?" he asked Long Tian in a low voice. Long Tian briefly recounted the events. After listening, Long Qingshan fell silent, though his heart was in turmoil. As the Long family's favored son, he had long since studied the vanished Atlantis thoroughly. He was confident he could solo the early mobs and bosses, but the subsequent diamond-level bosses, once three appear together, cooperate seamlessly. One excels at control, one is ferocious in attack, and the other provides nauseating support. Even top-tier geniuses teaming up must give their all to face them. Not to mention the ultimate epic-level boss, Poseidon's Wrath incarnation. That, King's Domain, is simply every challenger's nightmare. Continuous health drain, constant slowing effects, immunity to control, and a maddening resurrection mechanism. Forget soloing it, even a team of fully 6 transcended members equipped with epic gear might not make it through. His original plan was to wait until he reached level 200 with 4 transitions, borrow some legendary equipment, and gather the 2 monsters from the Yun and Zhao families to form a trio capable of clearing the challenge. But now, a mere 3 transition rookie actually charged in alone? And survived for this long? This isn't just absurd, it completely overturns his understanding. Unbelievable. Absolutely, unbelievably absurd. While Long Qingshan was utterly shocked and unable to comprehend, the final battle within the dungeon had already begun. On the throne, the towering figure, standing 100 meters tall, moved for the first time. Its eyes, burning with ghostly blue flames, locked onto the audaciously reckless small figure below. Resurrection? Very well. Su Xing showed no trace of fear, instead, a cold smile curved at the corner of his mouth. Perfect.
Let me see just where my limits lie now. As soon as the words fell, the bow of divine demise in his hand instantly radiated a dazzling light. Multi-shot. Buzz. An arrow was released, instantly splitting into 7 streaks of light mid-air, spreading out like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, covering the fan-shaped area ahead. Then came the second arrow, the third arrow, 10 arrows per second. Ricochet. Ricochet. Ricochet again. In an instant, the entire underwater palace was engulfed in an endless silver rain of arrows. The 3 diamond tier bosses, who had just been resurrected and were charging menacingly toward Su Xing, didn't even get a chance to use a single skill before being riddled into sieves by the relentless arrow storm. Their health bars plummeted at an astonishing speed. In just 3 seconds, the 3 diamond tier bosses, formidable enough to give any top tier team a grueling battle, along with a horde of newly resurrected undead sentinels, were reduced to ashes under the overwhelming rain of arrows. Ding! You have slain Vengeful Spirit, Diamond Tier. You have obtained Poseidon's Trident, Fragment, Diamond Tier. Ding! You have slain Vengeful Spirit, Diamond Tier. You have obtained Poseidon's Trident, Fragment, Diamond Tier. Ding! You have slain Vengeful Spirit, Diamond Tier. You have obtained Poseidon's Trident, Fragment, Diamond Tier. Su Xing didn't even bother to glance at the system notifications. After clearing out all the minions, he looked up, his gaze icy, locking directly onto the massive figure seated on the throne. Now, it's just you left. You insolent worm. Poseidon's wraith let out a heart-wrenching roar, finally realizing that this intruder was unlike anyone it had ever encountered before. Raising the trident of sovereignty in its hand high, the tip of the trident gathered a power as deep and unfathomable as the abyss. Trident of sovereignty. Sea splitter. There were no flashy effects, just a pure, deep blue beam of light, like a blade tearing through space, ignoring all distance and striking Su Xing in an instant. The deep blue beam hit the ground, leaving behind a deep sea rift, which continuously inflicted damage on anyone who came near. Boom! A shocking damage number floated above Su Xing's head. 210000. Su Xing's health bar instantly evaporated by more than half. He was sent flying hundreds of meters by a tremendous force, crashing heavily into the distant palace wall. The damage was terrifying. Su Xing's heart tightened. Even with his full set of diamond tier equipment providing defense, he had almost been one-shot. Not daring to relax, he pushed off the ground the moment he landed, his figure turning into a blur as he quickly widened the distance. Meanwhile, green numbers continuously popped up above his head. Plus 18,000, plus 18,000. The life drain effect was rapidly restoring his health. Trying to escape? In my domain, there's nowhere for you to run. Poseidon clearly wasn't going to give him any chance to catch his breath. Abyssal summon, Kraken's wrath. Rumble. The ground beneath Su Xing's feet trembled violently as countless massive tentacles suddenly burst out from the abyssal rift. These tentacles, covered in suction cups, lashed out like frenzied serpents, charging straight at Su Xing. Each tentacle possessed enough power to easily crush a platinum tier boss. Su Xing pushed his agility to the limit, weaving and dodging through the dense tentacles with ghostly precision. The bow in his hand fired continuously. Arrows traced precise arcs, striking Poseidon's massive body. 54160. 54160. 54160. 10 arrows per second, dealing over 500,000 damage per second. Under Su Xing's relentless and brutal assault, even the mighty Poseidon's wraith couldn't hold out for more than 37 seconds. Poseidon's health dropped below 50%. Golden divine blood dripped continuously from his enormous body, and his aura began to falter. Mortal, your arrogance knows no bounds. For this, you shall pay the price. Behold, divine retribution. This world shall fall into silence. Poseidon roared furiously and thrust his trident into the ground. The entire underwater world froze in an instant. Immediately after, a black singularity with immense suction power slowly emerged in the center of the palace. Abyssal singularity. System alert, the boss has triggered the ultimate skill divine punishment, the world falls silent. Countermeasure, you must deal sufficient damage to the abyssal singularity within 15 seconds to destabilize it. Failure penalty, if the damage threshold is not met within 15 seconds, the abyssal singularity will erupt, causing instant death across the entire map, bypassing all defensive skills. Success reward, upon successful interruption, Poseidon will be severely weakened, entering a weakened state for 10 seconds, during which all damage received is doubled. 15 seconds. A life or death countdown. Su Xing's pupils contracted.
sharply, but his heart remained calm. Fortunately, he was prepared. He fixed his gaze on the black singularity and unhesitatingly activated the secret skill he had been holding onto, Mark of Death. A chain of causality, imbued with the power of laws, instantly bound Su Xing and the abyssal singularity together. No matter how far it tried to escape, it could not break free. Now was the moment. Su Xing took a deep breath, focusing all his energy on the bow in his hands. Wind step. Moonlight. All buff skills were activated simultaneously. The first arrow, a critical hit. 601632. Weak point critical. Su Xing's eyes narrowed so the singularity shared its defense with the epic level boss. What followed was a frenzy of rapid shots, raining down like a storm. 70408. 70408. With the 30% damage boost from Mark of Death, each arrow dealt over 70,000 damage. And that didn't even include the first critical hit. His DPS reached an astonishing 700,000. In just 10 seconds, Su Xing unleashed over 7 million damage on the singularity. As the 10th second ended, the ultimate effect of Mark of Death was triggered, causal reckoning. Boom! A massive true damage number erupted from the black singularity. 3520800. True damage, 5 seconds remained. Su Xing didn't let up for a moment, drawing his bowstring even faster. Another wave of 2.5 million damage rained down. In 15 seconds, the total damage exceeded 13 million. If the prodigies from the Godslayer Guild outside saw this, they would be utterly shocked. Many of them had been instantly killed by the boss or couldn't even break through its defenses. Yet here they were, watching a mere third-tier rookie effortlessly dominate the boss. The prodigies from the previous generation, now at the 6th tier, were being completely overshadowed, their reputations in tatters. Crack! The final arrow struck, and the abyssal singularity, radiating destructive energy, finally shattered with a deafening explosion. System alert, skill interruption successful. The boss Wrath of the Deep Sea, Poseidon's Wraith incarnation, has entered a weakened state. For 10 seconds, during which all damage received is doubled. The opportunity had arrived. Su Xing's eyes burned with killing intent. The weakened Poseidon's defenses plummeted, coupled with a 100% vulnerability to damage. Each arrow now easily dealt over 600,000 damage. 608320. 608320. His DPS soared past 6 million. It felt as if every arrow was a weak point critical hit. In just 2 seconds, the boss's health bar was brutally slashed by over 12 million. No. Impossible. Poseidon let out a despairing howl as his body began to collapse, divine power spilling out uncontrollably. Atlantis' final elegy. In his final moments, Poseidon launched a desperate counterattack. Countless beams of divine energy rained down like a storm, engulfing the entire palace. Su Xing had to divert most of his focus to dodging, which affected his damage output. But by this point, it no longer mattered. In the face of absolute damage, all struggles are futile. 2 seconds later, accompanied by a wail filled with resentment and unwillingness, the once sea god, now an embodiment of grievance, completely disintegrated into countless points of light, dissipating into the dark seawater. When the massive body of Wrath of the Deep Sea, Poseidon's embodiment of resentment, crumbled with infinite sorrow under Su Xing's apocalyptic rain of arrows, the centuries-old grievances and tides of the underwater world seemed to be thoroughly purified. The heavy dome of seawater above slowly dissipated, and for the first time, a ray of warm sunlight from the real world pierced through the 10,000-meter deep sea, illuminating this lost divine kingdom that had slumbered for millennia. Immediately afterward, as if celebrating the end of this long-standing grievance, an unprecedented rain of light erupted from the collapsing throne. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing the epic-level boss, Wrath of the Deep Sea, Poseidon's embodiment of resentment LV.60, you have gained plus 400 free attribute points. Progress for the hidden class Forest of All Laws plus 8%. You have obtained Poseidon's Trident, Fragment, Epic, Poseidon's Fallen Crown, Epic, Sea God's Riptide Armor, Epic, Atlantis Final Relic, Epic Special Accessory. You have obtained Heart of the Sea God, Fragment of the World Core, Immortal Divine Iron, Sands of Time and Space, all epic materials. You have obtained 600,000 copper coins. A series of system notifications almost made Su Xing's head explode. The scene before him was even more breathtaking. Amid the rain of light formed by the boss's remains, several pieces of equipment and materials emitted a deep, dark golden glow unique to epic-level items, illuminating the entire seabed like a divine kingdom. I'm rich. Even Su Xing couldn't help but take a deep breath, his heart pounding wildly. He quickly picked up all the spoils of war on the battlefield, leaving nothing behind. Epic-level equipment. His heart was filled with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Having just arrived at the Kyoto Sanctuary not long ago, he already possessed several top-tier pieces of equipment that would make even 7th-tier powerhouses envious. This was something he could never have imagined before. From being a D-rank waste who struggled to survive in the Nanjiang Sanctuary to now owning multiple epic-level items, the Deification Guild had made the right choice. Joining Deification was undoubtedly the smartest decision I've ever made in my life, he thought with deep emotion. Without the guild's intelligence and that $1 million entry ticket, he wouldn't have known when he could encounter such a high-level dungeon and equipment if he had gone solo. Outside the entrance to the Lost Atlantis dungeon was already surrounded by a dense crowd. Thousands of Deification Guild members, along with several enigmatic and deeply powerful Sequence 8 elders, had rushed over upon hearing the news. Their eyes were all fixed intently on the massive dungeon record monument suspended above the vortex. Lost Atlantis clearance records, first place. Shadow Squad, clearance time, 2 hours, 45 minutes, 13 seconds, second place. Dragon Fang Squad, clearance time, 3 hours, 12 minutes, 28 seconds. Time ticked by second by second. 15 minutes have passed. That newcomer still hasn't come out. This monster is simply terrifying. Could he really be aiming to clear the dungeon? Just as everyone was still in shock over Su Xing's prolonged survival time, a sudden change occurred. Buzz. The dungeon record monument, which had been dormant for years, suddenly erupted with dazzling golden light. Countless eyes, wide with shock and disbelief, stared at it. The first record was forcibly pushed down by an even more brilliant and domineering light. First place, Su Xing, clearance time, 16 minutes, 20 seconds. The entire scene fell into dead silence. It was as if the entire world had been put on pause. Everyone's minds short-circuited completely at the sight before them. 16 minutes? No one knew how much time had passed before someone finally stammered out those words in a trembling, dreamlike voice. Then, boom! Like a volcanic eruption, the crowd's frenzied shouts and shock instantly ignited the entire scene. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! 16 minutes? Alone? Cleared an epic-level dungeon? He beat the previous record by over 2 hours. This has to be cheating. There's no way this isn't some kind of hack. Shaving off a few minutes might be acceptable, but 2.5 hours? And solo? That was far beyond anything they could comprehend. After tallying up all the loot, Su Xing felt no attachment and immediately chose to exit the dungeon. However, just as the teleportation light enveloped him, the scene before his eyes made him freeze. The dungeon entrance was no longer desolate. Instead, it was packed with a dense sea of people, a black mass so crowded that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Hundreds, if not thousands, of members from the Yifengxian Guild had surrounded the area, their eyes fixed intently on the dungeon's exit. When Su Xing's figure appeared, it was as if the entire world had been paused. Again. Everyone held their breath. Eyes widened to the extreme, bloodshot and filled with shock, fear, disbelief, and even a hint of fanaticism. That gaze made Su Xing's skin crawl. What was going on? What did these people want? The silence didn't last long. In the next second, the crowd erupted like a barrel of gunpowder set alight. Holy sh*T. He's out. He really came out. He cleared it. He actually solo cleared the epic level dungeon. One person, 2.5 hours faster than a top-tier team? Is this even humanly possible? This has to be a hack. I don't believe it. I'm going to try it myself. There must be some kind of bug in solo mode. A berserker, determined to prove his point, roared and activated his dungeon ticket, charging straight in. The crowd immediately fell silent, everyone holding their breath and focusing on him. 10 seconds, 11 seconds, 12 seconds. Swish! A flash of white light, and the berserker was teleported out, his face pale and his health bar reduced to a sliver. If he hadn't crushed a life-saving scroll, he would have been dead and sent back to town. Damn it, this is insane. He collapsed to the ground, trembling with lingering fear. The monsters inside are ridiculously aggressive, and their damage is off the charts. How the hell did he survive? After this lesson, no one dared to try again lightly. The way everyone looked at Su Xing completely changed. They were no longer looking at a newcomer but at a monster. Long Tian was the first to push through the crowd, rushing up to Su Xing like an overexcited husky, his face full of fawning smiles.
Brother Xing. God Xing. My dear brother. How on earth did you do it? Teach me, please. What's the secret to that epic level boss? Su Xing looked at him, thought seriously for a moment, and said, strategy?
There's not much of a strategy.
It's just, keep shooting. If you shoot fast enough, that's it. Put. The people around almost spat out blood. Shoot fast enough? Did they hear that right? Was that something a human would say? No matter how fast we shoot, we can't even break through. It's defense.
At that moment, Holy Dragon Envoy, Long Qingshan pushed through the crowd and stepped forward. His face was filled with seriousness and doubt. Fixing his gaze on Su Xing, he asked in a deep voice, shoot
fast? Fine, let's assume your attack power is high enough.
But let me ask you this, Poseidon's ultimate skill, Divine Punishment, the world falls silent, requires you to deal tens of millions of damage to the
singularity within 15 seconds, or you die instantly. That damage threshold, our guild's top-tier 4th turn team can't even reliably meet it. With that mechanic, how did you manage it alone? This question represents the heartfelt thoughts of everyone who understands the concept of replicas.
It's a hard damage check that even top-tier teams despair over, a chasm that no individual can cross. But after hearing it, Su Xing
showed a look of sudden realization. Oh, so you just need to exceed 10 million?
He breathed a sigh of relief, patted his chest, and looked genuinely frightened. I was worried for nothing.
At the time, there was no prompt, so I was afraid the damage wouldn't be enough.
I ended up dealing over 13 million in one go.
I thought I barely met the standard.
As soon as Su Xing finished speaking, the entire world fell into
dead silence again. Everyone stood petrified, their minds blank. 13 million? In 15 seconds? Put.
Long Qingshan spat out a mouthful of blood. He froze as if struck by lightning, his mouth slightly agape, pointing at Su Xing, his lips trembling, unable to speak for a long time. Looking at Su Xing's expression of almost didn't make it, he was so furious that his whole body trembled.
You call this, barely? How much total HP does that boss even have?
Are you saying that if you just stood there steadily dealing damage, you could kill an epic level boss in just over 40 seconds?
Even bragging wouldn't go this far. Yet,
the record on the screen, 16 minutes and 20 seconds, was like a loud slap across his face, telling him this was real.
Long Qingshan's vision darkened, and he staggered back 2 steps involuntarily.
His pride in his talent, his painstakingly honed skills, his confidence as the prodigy of the Long family. At this moment, all of it was shattered by Su Xing's casual remark. His faith crumbled.
Long Tian looked at his
younger brother's devastated expression, then at Su Xing's innocent face of "oh, I see." He almost burst out laughing but forcibly held it back, his face turning bright red. Now he finally understood.
Reasoning with a monster like Su Xing was pointless.
This guy's logic wasn't even on the same wavelength.
You talk about an insurmountable gap, and he asks if it can be flattened.
You talk about limits, and he asks if 13 million
damage is enough to start with. How do you even respond to that? Shoot fast enough, and that's it? An extra 3 million damage? Listening to Su Xing's casual yet boastful response, Long Tian was completely dumbfounded.
He really wanted to rush in and imitate Su Xing, just shoot, and it's done.
But he wasn't stupid. He knew an epic level instance couldn't be that simple. The key wasn't whether you could shoot. It was about what kind of monster the person doing the shooting was. Long Tian grabbed Su Xing's shoulder, so excited he could barely speak. Brother Xing, you're my real brother now. From now on, you're my blood brother. Su Xing,
if anyone dares to disrespect you, I'll be the first to beat them up. Su Xing was a bit bewildered by his sudden enthusiasm, merely nodding perfunctorily while his eyes scanned the crowd.
Strange, why? Were all these people staring at him like he was a dinosaur? He had just cleared an instance, right? Was it really that surprising?
Little did he know, his casual remark had stirred up a massive storm in the hearts
of these God-sealing guild geniuses. Did I hear that right? 15 seconds, 13 million damage? Is this damage even possible for a 3rd-tier player?
I'm 6th tier, max level, and even with burst mode,
I can't hit half that number. Freak. No, monster. He's practically a walking human-shaped disaster. I kneel before the master. Now I understand why.
Meanwhile, the God-sealing guild's internal forum was in
complete chaos.
A post was pinned and highlighted, followed by a flood of fiery emojis.
Urgent announcement. D-level talent newcomer Su Xing solo clears the epic instance The Lost Atlantis in 16 minutes and 20 seconds, setting a new historical record. The post was instantly flooded with tens of thousands of replies. What the heck? Is this for real? A D-level talent with this kind of strength? Shocked.jpg, I just came back from the instance entrance, saw it with my own eyes, absolutely true. 16 minutes? Are you sure you weren't seeing things? Is it 160 minutes? Nonsense. I saw it clearly. It was 16 minutes. Dragon Qingshan completely lost his composure on the spot and is still standing there dumbfounded. Wow, even Dragon Qingshan is shocked? Who exactly is this newcomer? What the heck? Seriously? 16 minutes? You guys better not be tricking me with fake screenshots. Su Xing? Who's that? Never heard of him. Is there such a person among the newcomers of our batch? Investigate. Quick, dig up his information. In an instant, the entire Fengshan guild, from the most ordinary black iron level newcomers to the lofty diamond level core members, and even the reclusive, Sequence 8, elders, were all shaken by this suddenly emerging name. Countless newcomers, after their initial shock and disbelief, began to idolize and aspire to this young man who single-handedly created a legend. As for the top-tier newcomers of the same batch as Su Xing, who were supposed to be the center of attention and the pride of the heavens, they were all silent at this moment. The heated discussions on the forums quickly turned into real actions. Dragon Qingshan didn't believe it. He couldn't accept being crushed like this by a third-turn newcomer. I don't believe it. It must be a bug, he roared, activating his ticket amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd. Riding his majestic golden dragon, he charged resolutely into the vanished Atlantis. Half an hour later, accompanied by a dragon's cry filled with grievance and unwillingness, Dragon Qingshan was teleported out with a darkened expression. Even the dragon-patterned armor on his body had dimmed, clearly showing significant depletion. He had failed. Although he didn't die or lose a level, his disheveled appearance was a stark contrast to the high-spirited demeanor he had when he entered. Damn it! He cursed under his breath, his face as dark as could be. The monsters inside are completely unreasonable. It's absolutely impossible to clear it solo. Surrounded by 3 diamond-level bosses, he hadn't even seen the final boss before being forced out. This result dealt a heavy blow to everyone. Even Dragon Qingshan couldn't do it. What about Su Xing then? The news reached Yun Che, the genius of the Yun family, who was preparing to tackle other dungeons. 16 minutes? Solo clear? Yun Che, an SSS level, forbidden spell mage, had a 10-fold damage boost at the 3rd turn. After the 4th turn, his damage boost reached an astonishing 20-fold, making him the undisputed top mage of this batch of newcomers. The higher his level, the greater his damage amplification. His title as a forbidden spell mage was well deserved. Upon hearing the news, he sneered disdainfully. Just a flashy gimmick. He must have used some unknown bug. Despite his words, he immediately gathered an elite team and marched grandly into the vanished Atlantis. Over 3 hours later, although Yun Che's team cleared the dungeon, every member was utterly exhausted, having consumed a large amount of potions and scrolls. When Yun Che saw his 3 hours and 1 minute record prominently displayed in 3rd place on the leaderboard, the glaring 16 minutes and 20 seconds in 1st place made his face instantly darken. The other party had done it solo. The difference in strength was clear as day. Cheating! It's definitely cheating! Yun Che roared. This kind of flashy nonsense is meaningless and not worth our time. With that, he stormed off without looking back. On the other side, Zhao Wuji, the Zhao family's genius and an SSS level, god of slaughter, calmly wiped his dagger upon hearing the news, his expression indifferent. Childish. He uttered just one word before closing his eyes to rest. In his view, this kind of petty competition over an irrelevant dungeon was nothing more than child's play. The real stage would be the newcomer trials 3 days later. For a time, the entire newcomer circle of the Fengshan guild was thrown into chaos because of Su Xing. The epic dungeon, the vanished Atlantis, saw a constant stream of challengers, yet one by one, they were carried out in defeat. Su Xing's name had become a legend, an unrepeatable miracle. However, at the center of this storm, Su Xing himself had long since put it all behind him. He walked through the bustling crowd, ignoring the gazes of admiration, jealousy, and curiosity. He walked straight toward the familiar building, his ultimate goal. The job change temple. Fame, records, others' astonishment, none of these mattered to him. There was only one thought in his mind: not enough. Far from enough. The power he had now was utterly insufficient. He had to become stronger.
Su Xing took a deep breath and stepped through the temple's grand doors. Standing inside the familiar yet majestic temple, he gazed at the benevolent statue of the goddess before him, his eyes igniting with an unprecedented fiery determination.
The challenge of the fourth job change had officially begun. Ding! Fourth trial completed.
System detects that you have completed all tasks for the fourth job change.
Would you like to proceed with the fourth job change now? Without hesitation, Su Xing chose yes.
Inside the job change temple of the Fengshan Guild, Su Xing stood before the towering statue of the goddess. Around him, starlight flowed gently, isolating him from the clamor of the outside world. He ignored the fragmented thoughts in his mind about the external chaos caused by his actions, focusing solely on one voice within, yes.
Ding!
Confirmation received, initiating fourth job change.
Boom!
A spectacle more magnificent than any before unfolded. As starlight cascaded like a galaxy, instantly engulfing Su Xing's figure.
Endless energy surged through his body.
His soul seemed to be extracted, immersed in the torrent of laws, undergoing profound refinement and
transformation.
The most significant change this time was in his eyes. An indescribable cool sensation spread from deep within his eye sockets.
Su Xing felt his vision undergo a dramatic shift. The once clear world became layered and overlapping, with faint parallel images flashing at the edges of his view.
He seemed able to see the flow of time and touch the threads of space.
Warning!
Observer class detected undergoing third tier
evolution.
Evolution direction confirmed time and dimensions.
Congratulations! Your class has successfully evolved into Eye of Time and Space, Grade A. Additional mental bonus, plus 2300. New active skill. Time Rewind, replays all events within a designated area from the past hour, like a recording.
New active skill, Time Anchor, forcibly stabilizes a 5-meter diameter timespace field, where everything within is completely frozen. Evolution trait, your irises now display a rotating nebula pattern, occasionally revealing fleeting glimpses of parallel universes. Symbolic significance, your pupils reflect the river of time and space, signifying your initial mastery of higher dimensional temporal powers. As the system notification sounded, Su Xing slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, 2 deep beams of light, as if containing the entire starry sky, flashed through his pupils.
Success!
Su Xing felt a surge of joy, but he had no intention of stopping there. Practice makes perfect, and the more he used his powers, the more adept he would
become. Since each job change was an opportunity to closely interact with the laws, then, the old rule couldn't be abandoned.
Without hesitation, he activated his newly acquired power, Eye of Time and Space. Instinctively, he directed his gaze back at the statue of the goddess. His vision pierced through dimensional barriers, reaching into the mysterious and unfathomable divine realm. What he saw this time left him stunned.
No longer the vague outlines from before.
Instead, it was a misty, ethereal hot spring, suffused with divine light. In the spring, an incomparably beautiful figure reclined lazily against a white jade stone, enjoying
the divine bath. What the? The goddess was bathing? Almost the moment Su Xing saw her, the goddess of fortune in the hot spring sensed the audacious gaze. Immediately, you despicable, shameless, vile mortal. You will die. Boom!
A soul-shattering roar tore through endless dimensions, exploding directly in the depths of Su Xing's soul. A pitch-black, world-ending divine thunder imbued with the law
of annihilation ripped through space.
Carrying the terrifying power to instantly vaporize a 7th-tier expert, it struck fiercely toward Su Xing's head.
Divine punishment. This time, the goddess was truly
enraged, however, just as the divine punishment, capable of annihilating any 6-turn powerhouse in an instant, was about to descend. A layer of chaotic-colored faint light quietly emerged on Su Xing's body.
Chaos. Favor, activated.
The terrifying golden divine lightning, upon touching the chaotic faint light, melted instantly like ice and snow under the scorching sun, transforming into the purest, most fundamental energy of laws,
and surged back into Su Xing's body. Ding! You have been subjected to the divine punishment of the goddess of fortune. Chaos favor has immunized you against all negative effects. Ding! A powerful divine punishment has been detected and cannot be unleashed.
It is being converted into rewards. Ding! Divine punishment energy is being converted. Congratulations! You have obtained a brand new God-level unique passive
skill, Absolute Evasion.
Absolute evasion, God level passive, you have an extremely low probability, affected by luck value, of evading any attack, including physical, law-based, instant death skills, and causality-based attacks. Feeling the newfound powerful energy within his body and recalling the fleeting glimpse of the goddess's exasperated expression, Su Xing couldn't help but mutter inwardly, "This goddess, truly, is a proud yet generous benefactor. Every time she gets furious, the rewards she gives are top-notch. Next time, I must come back." With the job change fully completed, Su Xing's level cap officially increased to 200. Without hesitation, he opened the attribute panel and used the massive amount of experience accumulated from the beast-tide battle outside Nanzhong Sanctuary and this epic dungeon. Ding! Level increased to LV.101. Ding! Level increased to LV.102. Ding! Level increased to LV.110. A series of notification sounds rang out like the most beautiful melody. Radiance erupted wildly from his body, and the sensation of skyrocketing power almost made him want to shout out loud. Finally, his level stopped at 110. One job change had raised him by a full 10 levels. Feeling the several-fold increase in strength within his body, Su Xing nodded in satisfaction. He walked out of the job change shrine, ignoring the crowd outside who were already numb and gazing at him with eyes full of reverence. Raising his hand, he activated today's luck draw. A dazzling golden light flashed. Great fortune. Not bad. Su Xing's lips curled slightly. With luck this good, it's the perfect time to add the finishing touches to his first set of epic equipment. Turning around, he faced the shocked gazes of the crowd and steadily walked toward the dungeon entrance he had just turned upside down single-handedly, the vanished Atlantis. Grinding levels here not only yielded extremely high experience points but also provided abundant free attribute points. More importantly, his epic level, Sea Emperor set, was still missing a few pieces. This first set of epic equipment could only be completed here. With the dual benefits of leveling up and farming equipment and attribute points, the cost-effectiveness was unparalleled. The only downside was the expensive entry fee. But considering it was an epic dungeon, the cost of 1 million was nothing compared to the rewards. The proceeds from the beast tide at Nanzhong Sanctuary had just been settled, totaling 1.3 billion. With this, his current net worth had exceeded 1 billion. Money alone was useless, the key was to convert it into strength. God Ceiling, Guild, the massive floating island suspended above the Kyoto Sanctuary. In its deepest recesses lay a mysterious space known to few. The rules here were entirely different from the outside world. Causality became blurred, and time seemed to stand still, as if frozen forever. There was no heaven or earth here, only a brilliant river of stars formed by countless celestial bodies, flowing gently. Beside the star river stood an ancient library, quietly towering as if it were the condensed light from the birth of the world. At the center of the space, a petite figure floated. Her entire body was cloaked in a robe woven from stardust, her face hidden, making it impossible to discern her gender or age. Only the ancient aura, as old as the heavens and earth, revealed her extraordinary identity. She sat quietly on the library steps, as if she had been there for billions of years, unchanging and eternal. Suddenly, she seemed to sense something. Her face beneath the cloak turned slightly toward the direction of the job change shrine, crossing layers of space and barriers. The phenomenon triggered by Su Xing's class change clearly appeared before her eyes. Then, her fingertip lightly tapped the void. A light screen suddenly unfolded, playing the entire process of Su Xing's solo clearing, the vanished Atlantis. From effortlessly clearing small mobs to dealing tens of millions of damage in 15 seconds to interrupt divine punishment, every detail was vividly displayed. She watched quietly, without the slightest emotional fluctuation, as if watching a play whose ending she already knew. The recording ended, and the light screen disappeared. She raised her hand again, making a gesture in the air. The member information panel of the Yifengxian Guild, accessible only to those with the highest authority, appeared before her. She precisely clicked on the name of someone who had recently joined the guild, Su Xing. Then, she made a decision that shocked the entire Fengshan Guild. She directly elevated Su Xing's member rank to an extremely rare and highly coveted level within the guild, Sequence 7, High Level. Not stopping there, she casually added Su Xing to an exclusive internal group chat with the highest authority, consisting of only a few dozen members. The group chat's name carried a hint of humor: share blessings, leave in trouble. An interesting person. A clear and melodious voice, devoid of emotion, echoed in the silent space before fading back into stillness.
Meanwhile, Su Xing, who was striding toward the entrance of an epic dungeon, suddenly paused mid-step. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The guild emblem on his chest began to vibrate violently without warning, glowing with a scorching brilliance that made his chest feel hot. Immediately after, the system notification sound bombarded his mind like a barrage of fireworks. Startled, he quickly opened the guild panel. What he saw left him completely stunned. Congratulations! Member rank upgraded. Current rank, Bronze. Congratulations! Member rank upgraded. Current rank, Silver. Congratulations! Member rank upgraded. Current rank, Gold. Congratulations! Member rank upgraded. Current rank, Platinum. Congratulations! Member rank upgraded. Current rank, Diamond. The member rank, which usually required completing tasks
and donating materials to level up, had skyrocketed by 5 levels in an instant.
And it wasn't over yet.
The glowing upgrades seemed to have boarded a rocket,
breaking through all conventional rank limits. Congratulations! Member rank upgraded. Current rank, Sequence 7, High Level. It wasn't until this line of
golden, majestic text appeared that the frenzied upgrades finally stopped. Su Xing stared blankly at Sequence 7, High Level, his mind completely blank.
What was going on? Weren't guild member ranks supposed to be earned bit by bit through tasks and points? Did he just skip all the steps?
Then, something even more heart-pounding happened. Along with the rank surge, the guild blessing
effects underwent a massive transformation.
You have received the blessing of the 9th tier guild function.
Constitution permanently increased by 63%.
You have received the blessing of the 9th tier guild function.
Strength permanently increased by 63%.
You have received the blessing of the 9th tier guild function.
Agility permanently increased by 63%.
You have received the blessing of the 9th tier guild function.
Spirit permanently increased by 63%.
Health recovery speed permanently increased by 63%. Mana recovery speed permanently increased by 63%.
Experience gain permanently increased by 63%. Gain an additional 63 hours of 63x experience time per week. Seeing these astonishing enhancement figures, Su Xing almost fainted from joy. What was going on here? A pie falling from the sky? A system glitch? Or did some big shot accidentally misclick? The attributes and equipment he had painstakingly accumulated through grinding were instantly magnified several times over by these percentage boosts. It felt even more thrilling than winning the lottery. Just
as Su Xing was still immersed in this sudden stroke of luck, unable to process what had happened, another system notification popped up.
Seek the Sage has invited you to join the group chat. Share blessings, leave in trouble. Do you accept?
Su Xing stared at the invitation, momentarily stunned.
The inviter's name was Seek the Sage? And the group chat's name was Share blessings, leave in trouble? What kind of strange combination is this? Is the style of the function guild's upper management a bit unique? Are these people reliable? With curiosity and doubt, Su Xing still clicked agree. Ding! You have joined the group chat. Share blessings, leave in trouble.
He thought for a moment and casually changed his group nickname to Function Newbie.
Ding! Seek the Wise has invited Function Newbie to join the group chat.
As soon as he entered the group, the messages started flooding in.
Wise one, welcome, new friend. At everyone. Fist shatters mountains and rivers. Wow. Another newbie has reached the 7th sequence? That's so rare. Who is this newbie?
A fool's thousand thoughts.
Welcome, welcome. Quick, show us a photo.
Flourishing wealth, welcome, new friend, confetti.gif, emotionless killer, hurry up and send a photo.
Height, weight, gender, hobbies, everything must be clear, or I won't let you off. I'll chase you to the ends of the earth.
Su Xing stared at the rapidly refreshing messages on the screen, feeling speechless.
What kind of ridiculous names are these? Fist shatters mountains and rivers? Fire cloud true god? Mage is me? Mages are amazing?
These IDs were so bizarre that he couldn't make sense of them. And their way of speaking was nothing like top-tier experts. They were clearly
just a bunch of jokesters who spent their days goofing around online.
Su Xing felt like he had entered the wrong place.
To avoid saying anything unnecessary
and causing trouble, he decided to stay silent and quietly observe the group chat. It seemed like they noticed his restraint, as the big shots in the group tactfully changed the topic. Emotionless killer, this newbie seems a bit shy. Flourishing wealth, as if you weren't the same back then. You didn't dare say. A word for half a month after joining the group. A fool's thousand thoughts. Let's not talk about the newbie for now. Let him adapt slowly. A fool's thousand thoughts at Wise 1. How's the newbie trial this time? Any new rules? Wise 1, the guild leader said it's the same as usual, but he's in a good mood this time and added some extra rewards for first place. Fist shatters mountains and rivers. Whoa! The guild leader personally added rewards? This newbie is so lucky. I'm so jealous I could cry. Seeing this, Su Xing felt a bit excited. What kind of generous rewards could make these big shots so thrilled? A fool's thousand thoughts, not bad. The guild leader is really generous. I'll join in the fun too. For the first place in this newbie trial, I'll personally sponsor a level 200 legendary item. With one sentence, the entire group fell silent for a second. Then, the messages exploded in a frenzy. Wise 1 at a fool's thousand thoughts. So generous. Fist shatters mountains and rivers at a fool's thousand thoughts. Amazing. Old fool, have you gone mad? Just giving away a legendary item like that? Flourishing wealth at a fool's thousand thoughts. 666. Fire cloud true god at a fool's thousand thoughts. That's incredible. Su Xing stared at the words legendary item on the screen, his heart pounding. Legendary. Right now, he was struggling to get a few epic items, grinding dungeons like crazy, without guaranteed success. And these big shots? They casually offered legendary items as gifts. So this was the power of the Fengshan Guild's upper echelon? He silently lurked in the chat, engraving the words newbie trial into his mind. It seemed that he absolutely had to claim first place. After watching the group chat for a while and seeing no new content, Su Xing exited the chat interface. The most important thing now was to improve his strength. He glanced at his level 110. After the 4th class advancement, the level cap had increased to 200, leaving plenty of room for growth. Where could he level up the fastest? Su Xing's gaze once again locked onto the entrance of the vanished Atlantis dungeon. Was there any place better suited for leveling up? The monsters were all bosses, offering tons of experience, attribute points, and even dropping epic items. Perfect. Without hesitation, Su Xing stepped into the deep vortex once more. Underwater, in the lost city of Atlantis. The freshly respawned Atlantis Wraith Guards were patrolling the ruined streets in neat formation. Suddenly, they all stopped in unison. In their hollow eyes, the flames of their souls flickered violently. That harbinger of doom, the man who had just slaughtered them. He was back. This time, Su Xing had no patience for stealth. Standing at the palace entrance, he directly activated Windwalk and all his skills, exuding an even more terrifying aura. Buzz. The bowstring vibrated. Multishot was instantly unleashed, firing 140 death-infused arrows in a single second, sweeping through the front hall like a silver storm. -1,150,000. -600,000. A series of terrifying damage numbers floated up. Those silver tier and gold tier bosses didn't even have time to react before they fell in droves, turning into pure experience points and free attribute points. One-shot kill. Complete annihilation. Su Xing didn't stop moving, sweeping through everything in his path. Wherever the rain of arrows reached, all life withered. On the throne, the newly formed, vengeful avatar of Poseidon roared helplessly as it watched its subjects being slaughtered. It didn't even have time to deliver its opening lines before being drowned in Su Xing's relentless arrow storm. This time, even when divine punishment, the world falls silent, was triggered, and Mark of Death was activated, the singularity was obliterated. Coupled with the torrential attacks, its health bar plummeted rapidly. Just 30 seconds. The battle was over. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing the epic level boss, Wrath of the Deep Sea, Vengeful Avatar of Poseidon LV.60, free attribute points plus 400. Hidden class Forest. Of all arts progress plus 8%. Level up. Current level, 112. Obtained, Poseidon's Riptide Greaves, Epic, Ding. Cleared the epic dungeon, The Lost Atlantis. Clear time, 14 minutes 3 seconds. Personal record refreshed. Looking at the loot scattered across the ground and the system notifications, Su Xing nodded in satisfaction. The leveling speed was exhilarating. With the free attribute points gained this time, combined with the previous ones, he now had 8,000 points. The rookie trials, the Yin family, the Zhao family, the Long family, and that mysterious guild leader with the legendary reward. He suddenly felt that this trip to Kyoto was becoming more and more interesting. Outside the dungeon,
The massive magical crystal monument was constantly updating the clearance records, becoming the hottest attraction in the rookie area of the God Sealing Guild. Initially, people came just for the excitement, curious to see how long the expert who soloed the epic dungeon after the third-class advancement could last. But now, their expressions had shifted from initial shock to dazed disbelief, and finally to complete numbness. Another record broken. 11 minutes 45 seconds? The guild clerk responsible for recording data spoke with a trembling voice, barely able to hold the pen in their hand. Beside them, another person stared intently at the constantly updating name on the crystal monument, Su Xing, and muttered under their breath, "How many times has he broken the record today? The 7th time? Or the 8th? Who can even keep track anymore?" A hot-tempered berserker roared. "I've been standing here since morning, and my legs are numb. I've watched the record drop from 16 minutes all the way to 11 minutes. Doesn't he run out of mana or need to heal? Is he even human?" Among the crowd were the Long brothers, Long Tian and Long Qingshan. Long Qingshan, usually stoic, now wore a face full of complex emotions. Staring at the dazzling record, he felt his worldview being shattered over and over again. "Brother, tell me, how does he do it?" Long Qingshan's voice was a bit dry. "An epic dungeon even when we team up, chugging top-tier potions, it's exhausting, and we're not even guaranteed to clear it. But for him, it's as easy as having a meal." Long Tian shook his head with a wry smile and patted his brother's shoulder. "Don't ask me, I don't understand either. I just feel that pulling some strings with him early on at the sanctuary of Nanjiang might have been the smartest decision I've ever made." What Long Tian didn't mention was that back then, he had served as Su Xing's dedicated tank. Just as everyone was deep in discussion, the crystal monument's light flickered once again. Copy, the vanished Atlantis, epic, clear mode, solo, clearer, Su Xing, clear time, 9 minutes and 2 seconds. Hiss. The crowd collectively gasped. 9 minutes. This number was like an invisible hammer, striking hard on everyone's hearts. 10 minutes, easily broken. By a third-tier rookie. Madman, absolutely a madman. I don't believe it. The system must be bugged. I'm reporting this. Report? Didn't you see the sequence 8 elders come to check several times? Each of them left shaking their heads without saying a word. This can't be explained by talent anymore. This is a monster. A complete and utter monster. The crowd was in an uproar. Meanwhile, Su Xing, standing at the center of the storm, was completely unaware. He only felt that clearing dungeons was actually quite boring. Ding! Your level has increased. Current level, 129. As yet another Poseidon Wraith avatar fell, the level up notification sounded. He glanced at the experience bar, just a sliver away from level 130. The constant high-intensity dungeon grinding was exhausting, even for him. But the rewards were substantial. He opened his inventory, looking at the mountain of epic materials and 20 glowing golden fragments, a smile appearing on his face. Poseidon's trident, fragment, epic, 20 pieces, finally complete. Without hesitation, he chose to fuse them. Buzz! The 20 fragments instantly transformed into 3 streams of light, intertwining in his palm and erupting into dazzling golden brilliance. A powerful force, as if from the ancient seas, instantly filled the entire dungeon space. As the light faded, a magnificent trident, forged entirely of gold with 3 prongs entwined in blue lightning, floated before him. Poseidon's trident, epic, equip requirement, strength 30,000, attributes, constitution plus 3,200, strength plus 3,200, spirit plus 3,200. Special effect, tidal force, passive, all attacks deal an additional 10% water damage and have a chance to trigger the paralysis effect. Description, the weapon of the king who once ruled the 7 seas. Though its power has greatly diminished, it still possesses the might to destroy everything. Such powerful stats. Su Xing gripped the trident, a surge of power far surpassing the wailing godfall bow, coursing through his arm. The only regret was that it was a melee weapon. He had been hoping for an epic bow. He glanced at the Poseidon set, still missing the final piece, Poseidon's riptide bracers. One more run. Determination flashed in his eyes as Su Xing stepped into the dungeon once again. 10 minutes later, when he finally saw the bracers drop into his hands, a genuine smile broke across his previously tense face. His efforts had paid off. Ding! Your level has increased. Current level, 130. The Poseidon set, complete. Without
Hesitation, Su Xing removed his slightly outdated, Wailing Godfall set. When the final piece, Poseidon's Riptide Bracers, was equipped, a blue aura suddenly erupted from his body. Poseidon's Crown of Despair, Epic, Equip Requirement, Spirit 30,000, Attributes, Spirit plus 3,200, Constitution plus 3,200, Strength plus 3,200. Special Effect, King's Majesty, Passive Aura. Enemies within a 50-meter radius are continuously intimidated, reducing their attributes by 5%. Description: this crown was forged from the despair and resentment of Atlantis people when it sank, personally worn by Poseidon. It no longer represents glory but rather ruin and vengeance. Wearing it grants you the majesty of a king, but also burdens you with the weight of a fallen divine kingdom. Poseidon's Riptide Armor. Epic, Equip Requirement, Constitution 30,000, Attributes, Constitution plus 3,200, Strength plus 3,200, Agility plus 3,200, Special Effect Immortal Divine Body, Passive Effect. Maximum health increased by 30%, regenerates 2% of maximum health per second. Description: this divine armor was forged using Poseidon's ribcage as its framework, combined with eternally frozen ice and the molten heart of volcanic lava. It once blocked a fatal strike from an abyssal evil god and was stained with the blood of the citizens of the divine kingdom. It is the strongest protection and also the heaviest burden. Poseidon's Riptide Greaves, Epic, Equip. Requirement: Agility 30,000, Attributes, Agility plus 3,200, Constitution plus 3,200, Strength plus 3,200. Special Effect Phantom Waterflow, Passive Effect. While moving, leaves behind a waterflow phantom lasting 1.5 seconds, with a 20% chance to cause enemy lock-on attacks, such as tracking arrows or spells, to hit the phantom instead of you. Description: these greaves are crafted from the leg bones of Poseidon and the leather of the fastest sea eel, combined with ancient runes that control waterflow. Wearing them makes you feel favored by the ocean, no storm can stop your steps, and enemies cannot trace your whereabouts. Poseidon's Riptide Boots, Epic, Equip Requirement, Strength 30,000, Attributes, Strength plus 3,200, Agility plus 3,200, Constitution plus 3,200. Special Effect Power of the Raging Tide, Passive Effect. The duration of all control skills such as knockback, knockup, and stun is increased by 0.5 seconds. Description: these boots are forged from Poseidon's foot bones and the hard shell of the ancient Xuanwu turtle. They once crushed the cities of rebels and shook the foundations of the abyss. Every step carries the wrath of a king, every charge spells the enemy's doom. Poseidon's Riptide Bracers, Epic, Equip Requirement, Agility 30,000. Attributes: Agility plus 3,200, Strength plus 3,200, Constitution plus 3,200. Special Effect Raging Tide Combo, Passive Effect. Normal attacks have a 25% chance to trigger Raging Tide Combo, launching an additional normal attack. Description: these bracers are made from Poseidon's arm bones and the claws of the legendary deep-sea ripper that can tear through space. They embody the most violent and swift forces of the ocean, making every attack like an unstoppable wave, breaking, corroding, and tearing through enemy defenses. You have equipped the full set of Poseidon set effects activated. 2-piece effect, Water Element. Resistance increased by 50%. 4-piece effect, all attributes increased by 50% in aquatic environments. 6-piece effect, unlock ultimate skill Wrath of Poseidon. Wrath of Poseidon summons a phantom of Poseidon to descend upon a designated area, unleashing a devastating attack that deals massive water element damage within the area and inflicts multiple negative effects such as slow and armor break. An unprecedented sense of power surged through Su Xing's every nerve. Epic equipment truly stands apart, coming with innate special abilities. This is something ordinary equipment cannot compare to. Su Xing suddenly recalled the special accessory he obtained when he first cleared an epic-level dungeon and immediately checked all its details. Atlantis Final Relic, Epic, Attributes. All attributes plus 3,200. Special Effect, Divine Kingdom's Protection, Passive Skill. When you take fatal damage, you are immune to that damage and instantly recover 50% of your maximum health and mana. This skill can only trigger once per battle and resets after leaving combat. Special Effect, Whisper of the Departed, Passive Skill. For every enemy killed, absorb its residual soul to permanently increase Constitution and Strength by 1 point, up to a maximum of 10,000 points. Special Effect, Final Royal Authority, Unique Active Skill. Upon activation, consumes 50% of your current health to summon Poseidon's Glory.
Phantom at your location to assist in battle for 30 seconds. The Phantom possesses 100% of your attributes and can use some of Poseidon's skills. Cooldown, 3 hours. Introduction: this is not just a piece of equipment, it is a relic formed from the hopes of all citizens, the will of the king, and the blessings of the gods at the final moment of the sunken, lost divine kingdom of Atlantis. It carries the weight of an entire civilization and embodies the hope for revival. Only those chosen by fate can awaken this power that has slumbered for millennia. A full attribute boost of plus 3,200 is already astonishing, yet it also comes with 3 powerful traits, making it utterly extraordinary. The number of traits feels like a cheat code. He opened the attribute panel and was shocked by the skyrocketing stats. SSS-class, Eye of Time and Space, A grade, level, 130 Constitution, 50,663, Strength, 126, 460 Agility, 33,838, Spirit, 21,858. HP, 1,321,155, MP, 218,583 Attack Power, 505,841, Defense Power, 202, 654 Class Skills, Weakness Analysis, Energy Scan, Energy Siphon, Passive, Root. Entanglement, Law Analysis, Spatial Rift, Life Drain, Thorn Armament, Causal Deduction, Causal Chains, Shadowwood Clone, Spatial Vines, Withering Forest Domain. Law Projection, Time-Space Rewind, Time-Space Anchor Skills, Luck Draw, Divine Unique, Chaos Favor, Divine Unique, Absolute Evasion, Divine Unique. Silver Armor, Silver Grade, Gale Step, Silver Grade, Moonlight, Gold Grade, Deathmark, Multishot Equipment, Poseidon's Trident, Poseidon's Sunken Crown, Poseidon's Riptide Battle Armor, Poseidon's Riptide Leggards, Poseidon's Riptide Boots, Poseidon's Riptide Bracers. Hidden Class, Forest of All Laws, S-Grade, 95%, with the 30% bonus effect of Immortal Divine Body. His HP skyrocketed from over 300,000 to an astonishing 1.32 million. His attack power doubled, reaching 505,000. His defense power also soared to 200,000. This Poseidon equipment set clearly leans more towards strength and constitution. With this level of defense, even facing Poseidon's vengeful incarnation head-on would be no cause for fear. Su Xing continued to examine the attribute panel and discovered that after a full day of frenzied dungeon grinding, he had accumulated a whopping 60,000 free attribute points. This was his greatest asset. Unknowingly, he had already reached a height he could never have imagined before. By the time he exited the dungeon, it was already late at night. Su Xing returned to the residence arranged by the guild and opened the chat group named Share Blessings, Leave and Hardship. As expected, there were 99 plus unread messages, almost all discussing him. Fist shatters mountains and rivers, I'm stunned. Can anyone explain this? 9 minutes and 2 seconds. This newcomer treated an epic dungeon like a speed run. Blooming wealth, I'm already shocked. From today onward, Su Xing is my one and only male god. Handsome and powerful, absolutely extraordinary. Flame Cloud True God, ahem, while it's impressive, let's not forget that the newcomer trial isn't just about dungeon grinding. The forbidden spellcaster from the Yun family and the god of slaughter from the Zhao family are not to be trifled with. Real combat is different from fighting fixed bosses. Fool's thousand thoughts, Flame Cloud is right. Su Xing has immense potential, but he's still just one person. Team coordination and on-the-spot reactions are the keys to the trial. I have more faith in Long Qingshan and his team. After all, they're from prominent families and have been well-trained since childhood. Emotionless killer. I bet on Su Xing taking first place. These few simple words instantly ended all debate. No one dared to bet on anyone else. Based on his current performance, Su Xing had the highest chance of taking first place. Su Xing looked at the chat log, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up. Yun family? Long family? Very well, he was looking forward to the upcoming challenges. As the night deepened, Su Xing closed the high-level chat group with its peculiar style. The flattery and speculation from the big shots in the group were nothing but fleeting clouds to him. A true strongman is never swayed by others' words. He glanced at his level 130. Although he was far ahead among newcomers, Su Xing was not satisfied. The maximum level for the epic dungeon is 60, and the experience penalty is too severe, he calculated in his mind. Killing monsters above his level granted bonus experience, but the opposite resulted in significant reductions. Currently, running the Vanished Atlantis yielded less experience than casually killing a few elite monsters of the same level outside. The efficiency was simply too low. He had to find a new place to train. In the past, he might have worried about where to level up. But now, with his Sequence 7 privileges, he treated the entire Fengshan guild as his personal backyard. He opened the guild map, skipped the public areas accessible to regular members, and directly accessed the list of special facilities reserved for high-ranking members. Soon, a name caught his attention: Diamond-level dungeon, Trial Grounds of Beasts. This was a simulated training ground specifically prepared for the guild's upper echelon, housing powerful magical creatures captured from various dangerous dimensional rifts. Their levels ranged from 150 to 200, with the highest-ranking ones being the overlords of the diamond-level zones. This is the place. A glint of excitement flashed in Su Xing's eyes. The next day, Su Xing drew a great fortune and appeared at the entrance of the Trial Grounds of Beasts. As he stepped into the vast plain surrounded by a massive barrier, a wild atmosphere mixed with the sense of blood, sulfur, and raw ferocity hit him, almost suffocating. The sky was an eerie dark red, the ground cracked with fissures, and black smoke slowly rose from the crevices. In the distance, a massive beast, as large as a small mountain and clad in molten lava armor, lay sleeping. With each breath, it exhaled scorching sparks from its nostrils, charring the ground. Black. Infernal Flame Tiger LV.200, Diamond Level Boss, HP, 18 million, Attack, 481,200, Defense, 241,200. In another part of the sky, flocks of two-headed griffins circled. Their sharp claws gleamed coldly, exuding an oppressive aura that made one's heart race. Storm Griffin LV.190, Elite, HP, 103,500, Attack, 27,480, Defense, 13,800. This was a forbidden zone for ordinary adventurers, a perilous area where even the strongest teams had to tread carefully. But in Su Xing's eyes, this place was a treasure trove of experience points. With a calm expression, he took out the Poseidon's trident from his back and replaced it with a diamond-grade longbow, Wailing Divine Ruin Bow. Although the Poseidon set was powerful, the trident was a melee weapon. In a place requiring rapid area clearing, an archer was the strongest choice. Let's begin. Without hesitation, Su Xing drew the bowstring. Buzz, a simple iron arrow was knocked, and the multi-shot skill activated instantly. The moment the arrow was released, it split into 14 silver beams in midair, scattering like stardust from the Grim Reaper, perfectly fanning out to cover the circling Storm Griffin flock. -2,009,900. Weak point critical, -993,442. Weak point, -993,322. Weak point, -453,445. Split, -443,223. Split. Each damage number exceeded 7 digits, with the lowest still over 400,000. Like a dazzling firework display, the arrows exploded among the griffin flock. Those self-assured elite monsters didn't even have time to cry out before the violent rain of arrows annihilated them, dropping from the sky like beans. Ding! You have killed Storm Griffin LV.190, gaining 190,000 experience points. Free attribute point +1 obtained. Ding! You have killed. Ding! Your level has increased. Current level, 131. 3 arrows cleared the sky. The experience bar surged visibly. The commotion instantly awakened the infernal flame tiger, which had been dozing in the distance. Roar! Its lava-like eyes snapped open, and it let out an earth-shaking roar, locking onto Su Xing, the tiny intruder. In the next second, its 4 flaming hooves struck the ground, and its massive body transformed into a crimson meteor, charging toward Su Xing with a world-destroying momentum. However, Su Xing's expression remained as calm as still water. He didn't even take a step back. Just as the infernal flame tiger was about to collide with him, his longbow trembled once more. This time, it was a single pinpoint shot. One arrow, with speed and precision, pushed to the extreme. The target, the burning single eye of the flame tiger. Squelch, -770,000. Weak point. A single ordinary arrow caused an enormous damage. Number to float above the head of this level 200 diamond tier boss. The infernal flame tiger's charge came to an abrupt halt, and its massive body collapsed to its knees with a thunderous crash, letting out a pained howl. Its single eye was completely destroyed by the arrow. Then came the second arrow, the third arrow. Su Xing's attacks were like a precision machine, each arrow striking a vital point. In just a few seconds, this diamond tier boss, feared even by 7th tier powerhouses, was brought down in a pool of blood, transforming into a massive amount of experience points. Ding! You have slain the Diamond tier. Boss Infernal Flame Tiger LV.200 gaining 20 million experience points, plus 200 free attribute points, and plus 5% progress in the All Laws Return to the Forest quest. Ding! Your level has increased. Current level, 132. At the same time, the progress bar for his hidden class, which had long been filled with the vast essence from Lost Atlantis, was finally pushed to its limit by this massive progress boost. With a crisp sound, like shattering glass, the hidden class progress bar was maxed out. Ding! It has been detected that your hidden class All Laws Return to the Forest has reached the advancement threshold. Would you like to proceed with the advancement? Without hesitation, Su Xing answered, yes. The fifth advancement of the hidden class has officially begun. Rumble. An irresistible, overwhelmingly powerful force instantly pulled his consciousness away. He returned once again to that familiar spiritual world that belonged solely to him. The bronze divine tree, representing the origin of his class, had already grown to cover the sky, with miniature spatial rifts suspended among its branches. At this moment, it was growing wildly into the endless void at a speed that defied the limits of life. Its roots, no longer satisfied with anchoring to the earth, broke through the barriers of dimensions, greedily absorbing the purest stellar essence from the cold, dark cosmic void. Its branches pierced through the limits of the firmament, extending infinitely toward distant stars radiating ancient light. Finally, when its crown grew as large as a small asteroid, at the very top of the divine tree, a bud made entirely of pure crystal slowly began to bloom, its petals shimmering with a magnificent cosmic star map. The flower bloomed silently, but Su Xing seemed to hear the resonance of the entire universe's laws. System notification: it has been detected that your hidden class is undergoing its fifth advancement. Evolution path confirmed: time and transcendence. Congratulations! Your hidden class has successfully evolved into Stellar Radiance, SS tier. Additional Constitution bonus, plus 3000. New active skill, Temporal Bud, instantly bloom a flower of time and space, freezing the time-space domain within a 100-meter radius. New active skill, Causal Rewind, consume a large amount of mental energy to rewind events in a specified area, reviewing everything that occurred in the past 12 hours like a recording. Evolution trait, a crystalline flower blooms at the crown of the tree, with cosmic star maps appearing on its petals. Symbolic meaning: the moment the flower blooms, it resonates with the laws of the universe, signifying that your power has completed its first true awakening from the material level to the higher dimensional law level. How powerful was the energy fluctuation released by this terrifying phenomenon of evolution, which could be described as a miracle? Every monster in the entire instance was so frightened that they lay flat on the ground, as if a deity had descended. Interesting. In the mysterious space of the God-Sealing Guild, the enigmatic guild leader, cloaked entirely in a hooded robe, had clearly noticed the disturbance here as well. For an entire day, Su Xing carried out an indiscriminate slaughter in this trial ground of myriad beasts. His level skyrocketed from 132 to 135. The experience required for later levels increased exponentially, but he didn't care at all. He exhaled a deep breath, feeling the even stronger power surging within him compared to the day before, yet his heart remained unusually calm. Opening the attribute panel, he made a quick calculation. Based on attributes alone, he was now on par with, if not slightly superior to, those who had just completed their 7th class advancement. If those 7th class powerhouses were to fight without equipment, purely comparing base attributes, they might not even match him. This was the terrifying power of 60,000 free attribute points, combined with equipment and countless overpowered passive abilities. Being directly pulled into that high-level group, he absolutely deserved the status. Not to mention, he still had 70,000 in used free attribute points. The 60,000 from yesterday's epic instance, plus 10,000 from today's trial ground of myriad beasts. If he were to allocate all of them, it would be utterly terrifying. Even Su Xing himself felt a bit scared. On the morning of the 3rd day, dawn, 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 3 solemn and resonant chimes echoed like divine decrees throughout the magnificent floating city. A dignified system notification simultaneously rang in the ears of all newcomers. Ding! The God-Sealing Guild's current newcomer trial is about to begin. All new members, please gather at the Central Martial Arena within 10 minutes.
In his room, Su Xing, sitting cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes.
A dazzling light flashed through them, like lightning piercing the night.
He stood up, casually stretched his body, and his joints emitted crisp popping sounds. The surging power within him roared like a tsunami, giving him the illusion that he could shatter the sky with a single punch.
Finally, it's about to begin?
He pushed open the door and, bathed in the radiant morning sun, strode toward the most central and majestic temple-like structure of the floating city.
A fourth-class
body, clashing head-on with seventh-class power.
Now was the time to make the entire God-Sealing Guild remember his name.
The central martial arena of the
God-Sealing Guild was a vast plaza capable of accommodating 100,000 people. The ground was paved with jade as smooth as a mirror. Surrounding the plaza stood 9 towering energy pillars that pierced the clouds, engraved with mysterious runes and exuding an oppressive aura. At this moment, the usually empty plaza
was packed with a sea of people, the noise deafening. Tens of thousands of newcomers had gathered here from all over the Dragon Kingdom and even the world. They were the top talents of this year's God-Sealing Guild, each possessing extraordinary gifts and strength that could dominate the outside world.
But here,
they were just ordinary members. Excitement, tension, and fervor were written all over their faces as their gazes converged on the center of the plaza.
That was the true stage. 3 distinctly different groups stood out like cranes among chickens, drawing everyone's attention. Look, it's the Long family. The one leading them must be Holy Dragon Envoy Long Qingshan, right?
My god, the armor he's wearing is at least a top-tier diamond-grade set.
His aura is overwhelming. That's nothing. The Zhao family over there is even more terrifying.
That man standing in the shadows, shadow god of death, Zhao Wuji, is said to have assassinated a high-ranking member of an S-class guild, wreaking havoc in just 3 days. No one dares to approach him. If you ask me, Yun Che from the Yun family
is the strongest. A forbidden spell mage. A walking natural disaster.
A few days ago, he teamed up to clear the vanishing Atlantis, forcibly breaking the
record to 3 hours, second only to that cheater.
The crowd buzzed with discussion, filled with awe and admiration.
Long Qingshan, clad in dark gold,
dragon-patterned armor, stood tall and imposing, his sharp gaze exuding a kingly dominance. Zhao Wuji, dressed in a black robe, moved like a phantom, with 2 faintly glowing daggers at his waist radiating lethal intent. Yun Che, in pure white attire, had a handsome face adorned with a faintly arrogant smile. They were surrounded by followers of equally prestigious backgrounds, basking in the feeling of being the center of attention. Everyone believed that the champion of this
rookie trial would undoubtedly emerge from among the 3 of them.
At that moment, a sudden commotion rippled through the crowd. A lone figure slowly walked from the edge of the square toward the center. He wore no ornate armor, had no entourage of followers, and his expression was as calm as if he were strolling in his backyard. Yet, the moment he appeared, the previously noisy discussions fell silent.
Countless gazes instantly locked onto him. It's him, Su Xing, the
one who treats epic dungeons like his own backyard.
He actually came.
I thought he'd avoid clashing with the 3 prodigies.
Su Xing's appearance sparked even more discussion.
His achievements were so astonishing that no one dared to underestimate him. However, the rumors of his mysterious background and degrade
talent made him stand out even more.
Yun Che's gaze immediately fixed on Su Xing. Watching Su Xing's relaxed demeanor, a trace of obvious disdain and jealousy flashed in his eyes.
Ha, so this is the guy who thinks he's something just because of a bit of luck?
Yun Che's voice wasn't loud, but it was clear enough for
those around to hear.
One of his lackeys caught on immediately, stepping forward to block Su Xing's path, his tone arrogant. Kid, this is a gathering place
4 prodigies. Not just anyone can stand here. Be smart and get to the back.
Su Xing stopped in his tracks.
Without even glancing at the arrogant lackey, he
simply raised his eyes, calmly looking past him to meet Yun Che's gaze. That look carried no anger, no contempt, only an unfathomable cold indifference.
It was as
if a god were gazing down at a noisy ant. Under that gaze, Yun Che suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. The sense of superiority he'd held since childhood
seemed to be ruthlessly pierced, leaving him red-faced and fuming. What are you looking at? Yun Che snorted coldly. Don't think that breaking a few dungeon records makes you my equal.
The trial grounds are about real skill, not your little tricks.
Annoying.
Su Xing finally spoke, uttering just one word. His voice wasn't loud, but it was like a slap across the faces of Yun Che and his lackey.
You're asking for it.
The lackey erupted in fury, his body surging with magical
energy, clearly about to make a move.
In the distance, Long Qingshan watched the scene with great interest, while Zhao Wuji remained hidden in the shadows, as if none of this concerned him.
The atmosphere in the square instantly grew tense. And then, boom!
An indescribable, terrifying pressure suddenly descended
from the sky without warning.
The entire central arena felt as if it had been frozen in an instant.
Under this overwhelming pressure, all movements and thoughts came to a halt.
Tens of thousands of rookies, including the arrogant Yun Che, felt as though they were being crushed by an ancient, towering mountain.
Struggling even to breathe,
they looked up in terror.
Above the arena, the space fractured like a shattered mirror, splitting open into a pitch-black rift.
A single foot slowly stepped out from the rift. It was a flawless, jade-like foot clad in dazzling crimson high heels, wrapped tightly in black stockings.
Following
that, a seductive and captivating figure gracefully emerged from the spatial rift.
She wore a perfectly tailored black women's suit, accentuating her breathtaking curves.
Her long black hair cascaded like a waterfall down her back, and she wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Behind the lenses, her cold and profound eyes seemed to pierce through the secrets of the universe. Her arrival instantly drained all the brilliance from heaven and earth.
Two people followed behind
her. One was a hunched old man with a kindly smile on his face, resembling a gentle grandfather next door, known as the Fool. The other was a fiery red-haired individual, exuding a blazing aura and a fiery temper, Fire God.
The 3 sequence 9 leaders had descended simultaneously. The entire venue fell silent. All the newcomers instinctively lowered their heads, not daring to even breathe audibly.
Su Xing squinted his time-space eye and instantly saw through the
identity of the sage.
Waves of shock surged in his heart. Others might not recognize her, but he knew very well.
The woman who casually shared cute.jpg memes and chatted idly in the group was actually this peerless, awe-inspiring sequence 9 leader? The contrast was simply too overwhelming.
The woman known as Sage coldly swept her gaze across the crowd, her eyes briefly pausing at the standoff between Su Xing and Yun Che.
Yun Che immediately felt as if he had fallen
into an icy abyss, cold sweat streaming down his face.
His previously arrogant demeanor vanished without a trace.
Silence. The sage parted her crimson lips, her voice cold and authoritative, resonating clearly in everyone's ears. She ignored the minor conflict below, extending a slender, fair finger and casually
pointing. Rip! The space above the plaza was torn apart once again.
This time, it wasn't a small crack but a massive black hole that blotted out the sky. Under the stunned gazes of everyone, a colossal black tower, its top unseen, slowly descended from the black hole and landed heavily in the center of the plaza.
With a thunderous crash, a dungeon had been forcibly brought here by her supreme power.
The trial begins.
The sage's voice rang out again, devoid of emotion. This is the Tower of Ascension, consisting of 9 levels.
Your task is to climb as high as you can. The rules are simple.
The higher you climb and the
longer you stay in the tower, the higher your final score will be.
Now, enter.
As soon as she finished speaking, she snapped her fingers lightly. Buzz! A gentle white light enveloped all the trial participants. Su Xing felt a wave of dizziness as a powerful spatial force wrapped around him.
When the light
dissipated, he found himself standing in a vast, circular stone hall. The dome soared high above, engraved with ancient and intricate star charts.
Along the
surrounding walls, every few meters stood a stone statue of a fierce guardian wielding a war spear. The entire space was filled with an oppressive, decaying
atmosphere. Ding! Welcome to the first level of the Tower of Ascension. Current level task: defeat all awakened stone statue guardians. Countdown: 3, 2, 1. The countdown ended.
Creak, creak, creak. From all directions came the grating sound of stone grinding against stone.
99 previously lifeless stone statue guardians suddenly had their eyes light up with a crimson glow.
They turned their stiff necks, their cold gazes locking onto the only living being in the hall, Su Xing Stone. Statue Warlord LV.10 Special Platinum Grade Boss Template. Attributes: HP 144,000, Attack 2,640, Defense 1,920. Skills: Stone Skin, War Charge.
Description: Guardians bound by ancient restrictions, their combat power far exceeds their level. Roar! With a unified roar, the 99 stone
statue warlords, like an awakened army of terracotta warriors, began charging from all directions with heavy steps. The ground trembled violently under
their advance.
The terrifying pressure from nearly 100 platinum-grade bosses was enough to instantly crush any rookie team below SS rank, leaving
them mentally shattered. But there wasn't a trace of tension on Su Xing's face. On the contrary, a faint, inexplicable smile of delight appeared at the corner of his mouth. Platinum-grade bosses? No. In his time-space eye, what was rushing toward him wasn't a monstrous army at all. It was clearly 99 glowing, neatly lined-up deliveries of attribute points sprinting straight at him. Others are here to break through the levels, but I'm here to collect rewards. Su Xing chuckled, inwardly, leisurely raising the bow of Wailing Divine Demise in his hand. Meanwhile, outside the Tower of Ascension, on the massive plaza, everyone's eyes were fixed on the giant light screen floating in mid-air. On the screen, the names of all the trial participants were densely arranged. Behind each name, the current floor and ranking were displayed in real time. At the very moment the trial began, buzz. At the top of the light screen, 3 names simultaneously lit up with dazzling brilliance. First place, Yun Che, 2nd floor. Second place, Long Qingshan, 2nd floor. Third place, Zhao Woji, 2nd floor. My heavens! They practically insta-cleared. Too fast. It's been less than 10 seconds since the start, and they've already cleared the first floor? Is this the strength of the 3 prodigies? It's terrifying. How can anyone catch up? The crowd erupted into deafening exclamations. On the light screen, Yun Che's name seemed to burn with flames. Long Qingshan's name was surrounded by a golden dragon shadow. Zhao Wuji's name flickered between reality and illusion, exuding an air of mystery. Clearly, the 3 major powers had employed divine-level observation techniques, showcasing the performances of the top talents with dazzling special effects for all to see. Ha ha ha, did you see that? Young Master Yun Che is always number 1. Yun family supporters shouted fervently. Nonsense. Our young master Long Qingshan just hasn't gone all out yet. Long family fans retorted unwillingly. On the high platform, the red-haired fire god nodded in satisfaction and said, in a deep voice, not bad, these kids have some skills. Especially Yun Che, his explosive fireball technique is masterful, with a wide range and immense power, perfect for clearing the field. Beside him, the fool stroked his beard and chuckled, Long Qingshan isn't bad either. The fusion of man and dragon makes him balanced in offense and defense, steady and reliable. Zhao Wuji is even more impressive, a master assassin, silent in action, with extremely high kill efficiency. Only the sage, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, remains silent, his gaze calmly sweeping over the rankings as if searching for something. Ha! Where's Su Xing? Someone in the crowd finally remembered the bold figure who had dared to challenge Yun Che before the trial. Everyone quickly searched for his name on the rankings. Found it. Holy crap. His rank, over 1,000? No way. He's still stuck on the first floor? What the heck? I thought he was impressive, but turns out he's just for show, looks cool but is useless. I told you, dungeon clearing records mean nothing. In real combat, he gets exposed immediately. Mocking and disdainful voices rose one after another. Even the fire god on the high platform frowned and muttered, I thought he was remarkable, but this is all he's got, inside the tower, on the first floor. Su Xing was completely unaware of the discussions outside. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care in the slightest. Rankings? They're just empty titles. The attribute points he could earn were the real improvements. Facing the stone statue army capable of easily smashing steel, he calmly drew his bowstring. Multi-shot. Buzz. With a faint vibration, 14 silver arrows shot out like the scythe of death, instantly piercing through the front ranks of the stone statue army. Then came the second arrow, the third arrow. In an instant, 7 arrows were fired simultaneously. Within a single second, 99 arrows imbued with terrifying power unleashed a devastating metallic storm in the hall. Ricochet. Ricochet. Ricochet again. The seemingly indestructible stone statue warriors crumbled like paper under Su Xing's rain of arrows. Their stone-skin defenses were utterly ineffective against Su Xing's attack power exceeding 500,000. Minus 1,024,678. Critical hit on weak point, minus 504,223. Hit on weak point, a series of damage numbers frantically popped up, with each arrow enough to instantly kill a stone statue warrior. In just a few seconds, the entire hall was completely cleared. 99 stone statue warriors turned to dust without even touching the hem of his clothes, scattering across the floor. Ding! Killed the stone statue warrior, gained plus 1,000 experience and plus 60 free attribute points. Ding! Killed the stone statue warrior, gained plus 1,000 experience and plus 60 free attribute points.
A series of system notifications rang in Su Xing's mind like the most beautiful symphony. He glanced at his attribute panel, and the free attribute points column now had an impressive 5,940 points. Nice. Su Xing nodded in satisfaction and strode toward the teleportation array to the second floor, his steps calm and unhurried. Outside, on the light screen, just as everyone was still mocking Su Xing, his name finally moved. Rank 1024, Su Xing, second floor. Shortly after, before the crowd could react, rank 567, Su Xing, third floor. Although his ranking couldn't compare to the three great geniuses, his steady and composed climbing speed was unstoppable. At this moment, many names on the leaderboard began to dim, even disappearing entirely. What's going on? Is the third floor that difficult? Half of the players have already been eliminated. Of course. The monsters on the third floor are all level 100 platinum boss templates. There are 99 of them. Without powerful area attacks or super defense, you can't survive. At this time, the climbing speed of Yun Che and the others, who had been firmly in the top three, noticeably slowed. It took them nearly a minute to enter the fourth floor. And just as they stepped into the fourth floor, barely catching their breath, an unexpected name silently appeared on the fourth floor list. Rank 7, Su Xing, fourth floor. The entire scene fell silent instantly. All those who had mocked Su Xing felt their faces burning, as if they had been slapped hard. What the heck? He made it up here too? And, did you notice? His speed, from the first floor until now, hasn't changed at all. How is this possible? Could it be that the 99 level 100 monsters on the third floor were no different to him than the monsters on the first floor? On the high platform, Fire God, who was usually irritable, showed a shocked expression for the first time. Fool paused in stroking his beard, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. The always silent sage finally revealed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, tinged with amusement. Interesting. Sky Tower, fourth floor. As soon as Su Xing stepped in, an oppressive force 10 times stronger than before immediately struck him. This was no longer a spacious hall but a scorched infernal wasteland engulfed in raging flames. The air was filled with the pungent smell of sulfur, and every breath felt like swallowing scorching blades. 99 towering figures, each over 10 meters tall, forged entirely from obsidian and wielding massive molten axes, slowly rose from the lava pools. Infernal Golem LV. 200 Platinum level BOSS attributes, health, 10 million. Attack power, 270,000. Defense power, 130,000. Skills, Lava Body, Magic Power Punch, Flame. Eruption description, a war weapon crafted by ancient flame demons using the purest hellfire and obsidian from the depths of the abyss. It has no soul and only executes the most primitive orders of destruction. Once served as the vanguard for the Abyss Lord in sieges, its massive body can crush sturdy city walls, and its flowing lava can turn entire lands into scorched earth. Roar! Their roars seemed capable of tearing apart souls. Damn! How do we even fight this? Their defense is impenetrable. My strongest skill barely deals 100 damage. It's not even scratching them. Their attack power is too high. One axe swing shattered my life-saving item instantly. Almost simultaneously, on the light screen outside the tower, over 90% of the newcomers' names dimmed in an instant, like candles blown out by the wind, one after another being teleported out, their faces filled with terror and unwillingness. The fourth floor had become an insurmountable chasm, completely separating true geniuses from ordinary players. At this moment, only a dozen people remained inside the tower, all eyes were fixed on the top few names. Yun Che is still there. He's still attacking. On the light screen, Yun Che's figure was clearly visible. His face was pale, his forehead covered in sweat, clearly under immense pressure. Around him, several magical shields summoned with expensive scrolls flickered violently, resisting the torrential attacks of the purgatory golems. Die for me. A crazed glint flashed in Yun Che's eyes as he bit his tongue, spraying a mouthful of blood onto his staff. Buzz, a world-destroying magical wave suddenly erupted from his side. Doomsday meteor shower. The full-force strike of a fourth-tier mage, amplified 20-fold, unleashed an unimaginably terrifying power. In the sky, countless massive meteors burning with black flames trailed long fiery tails, crashing down onto the ground like divine punishment. Asterisk boom. 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 Asterisk the entire fourth layer space trembled violently. The once arrogant purgatory golems finally wailed in despair, turning to ashes in droves under this apocalyptic disaster. A minute later, the flames gradually subsided. Yun Che staggered, nearly collapsing from exhaustion, but as he looked at the now empty battlefield, a victorious and arrogant smile spread across his face. First place, Yun Che, 5th layer. He won. Young Master Yun Che is the first to enter the 5th layer. So strong. Is this the power of a forbidden spell mage? He's practically a walking human-shaped disaster. Yun Che's followers erupted into deafening cheers. Right after, Zhao Wuji made his move. Unlike Yun Che's destructive momentum, his combat style resembled a deadly art. He weaved through the 99 golems like a phantom blending into the shadows. Each time he appeared, the dagger at his waist flashed with a deadly gleam, precisely piercing the core of a golem. One strike, one kill. His damage was astonishing. His efficiency was unbelievably fast. Less than 10 seconds after Yun Che entered the 5th layer, Zhao Wuji also cleared the battlefield. Second place, Zhao Wuji, 5th layer. Finally, there was Long Qingshan. His approach was the most steady. A massive holy dragon shielded him, enduring all the golem's attacks. Wielding a dragon spear, he charged forward relentlessly, toppling one golem after another. Though his speed was slightly slower, he still made a strong entry into the 5th layer. Third place, Long Qingshan, 5th layer. The three prodigies truly live up to their reputation. They've left everyone else far behind. Wait, what about Su Xing? Why is he still in the 4th layer? Ha, I told you he's reached his limit. Against these monsters, his attacks can't even break their defenses. Yun Che's followers seized the opportunity to mock, their faces full of schadenfreude. However, on the high platform, Fire God and Fool showed no signs of relaxation. Their eyes were fixed on the calm and composed figure on the light screen. In the image, Su Xing remained in place, not even moving. The longbow in his hand had become a silver blur. 12 arrows per second. Each arrow struck the head of a purgatory golem with pinpoint accuracy. Combined with the ricochet effect of multi-shot, his attacks covered the entire battlefield. Minus 850,000. Weak point, minus 860,000. Weak point, although his single hit damage wasn't as explosive as Zhao Wuji's, his strength lay in his relentless assault. His astonishing attack speed pushed his damage per second to an unbelievable level. A purgatory golem with 10 million health points could only withstand 12 arrows in front of him. In other words, 1 second. This is what you call burst fire? Fire God, S.I. twitched as he couldn't help but curse. How did he stack his attack speed to this level? Fool's smile froze. They could clearly see that while Yun Che's forbidden spell had a wide range, it required a long setup time and consumed immense energy. If the damage wasn't enough to kill instantly, the forbidden spell would be nothing more than a large-scale scratch. But every arrow Su Xing fired was a solid, lethal strike. A minute later, just as everyone was marveling at the strength of the three prodigies, 4th place, Su Xing, 5th layer. Su Xing's name appeared next, stepping into the 5th layer as well. The 5th layer is an extremely cold world covered in ice and snow. The piercing cold wind is so frigid it can freeze a person's soul. 99 colossal frost titans, each towering over 100 meters, awaken from their slumber. Formed from 10,000-year-old mystical ice, they are level 400 platinum-grade bosses. Frost Titan LV.400 platinum grade boss, attributes, HP, 30 million. Attack, 400,000. Defense, 400,000. Skills, Extreme Cold Domain, Glacier Spikes, Titan's Wrath. Ice Age description, born in the deepest part of the world's spine, these primordial guardians are a fusion of the soul of ancient glaciers and Titan's divine power. They have slumbered through countless eras, symbolizing ice and winter. Each breath they take can extinguish volcanoes, each awakening heralds the arrival of a long and despairing ice age. This is true purgatory. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream echoed. Just as Yun Che stepped into the 5th layer, before he could cast a second forbidden spell, a frost titan struck him with a single palm, shattering him into countless icy fragments and instantly killing him. He was eliminated in a flash. Outside the light screen, his face turned ashen as he appeared in the plaza, watching his rank drop to 2nd place in an instant. His fists clenched tightly, making cracking sounds. Next, it was Zhao Wuji's turn. His prideful burst damage proved ineffective against the absurdly thick HP and defense of the Frost Titans. He managed to kill one Titan with all his might but was immediately struck by the attacks of two others. He lasted less than half a minute before being teleported out in disgrace. His brief stint at 1st place was quickly snatched away. Now, only the defense-oriented Long Qingshan and the enigmatic Su Xing remained.
In the arena, Long Qingshan relied on the powerful protection of his holy dragon to desperately hold on amidst the Frost Titan's onslaught, steadily chipping away at their HP.
Meanwhile, Su Xing's ranking surpassed both Yun Che and Zhao Wuji at this moment, firmly climbing to second place. Second place, Su Xing, fifth.
Layer. Whoa! He overtook them. Su Xing overtook them. How is this possible? Yun Che and Zhao Wuji were instantly killed, so how is he still holding on? Everyone outside went wild.
They stared intently at the light screen, trying to figure out how Su Xing was managing this.
But all they could see was Su Xing standing there, his bow firing arrows at an astonishing speed.
Although his damage was significantly reduced, he still dealt incredible numbers.
590, 323. 583, 799.
Over 500,000 damage per hit, utterly despairing. Meanwhile, the Frost Titan's attacks on him only resulted in negligible damage numbers.
220003. His defense was even higher than Long Qingshan's?
Finally, after holding on for 2 minutes, Long Qingshan's summoned Holy Dragon was overwhelmed and shattered by the concentrated attacks of several titans.
He was regretfully teleported out. Just seconds after he was teleported out,
the highest name on the light screen suddenly changed. First place, Su Xing, fifth layer. As the name Long Qingshan dimmed and he was teleported out of the tower, the entire central martial arena fell into an eerie silence. All eyes focused on the name that now stood alone at the top. At this moment, no one doubted anymore, no one mocked. In their hearts, there were only 2 words, invincible. This first place was well-deserved.
Tens of thousands of eyes fixated on the massive light screen.
It was as if time had frozen at this moment.
The next second, boom!
Like pouring a bucket of cold water into a boiling oil pot, the long-suppressed silence was shattered by a deafening wave of exclamations.
First place has changed. Su Xing, he's now first. My God, what did I just witness? The 3 great geniuses, Yun Che, Zhao Wuji, Long Qingshan, were all taken down by him alone? Madness. Unbelievable. Mind-blowing.
If Su Xing surpassing Yun Che and Zhao Wuji earlier had already shocked everyone, then now, as he trampled the last one, Long Qingshan, the strongest in defense, underfoot and ascended to the top alone, all that remained in everyone's hearts was deep shock and fear. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In the square, Yun Che, who had just been teleported out, no longer had a pale face but one as dark as the bottom of a pot. He stared fixedly at that glaring name on the light screen, his handsome face twisted with jealousy and rage, completely losing the demeanor of a favored son
of heaven. The 5th floor, that's the 5th floor. 99 level 400 Frost Titans.
How could his defense surpass Long Qingshan's?
Sacred Dragon Guard? How could he withstand it? He couldn't figure it out. He simply couldn't understand. He, Yun Che, a forbidden spell mage of the Yun family, with a talent even higher than SSS rank, a peerless genius nurtured with countless resources since childhood, had actually lost to some guy who came out of nowhere. This was a lifelong humiliation for him. Not far away, Zhao Wuji's face was equally dark, as if it could drip water. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, saying nothing. He had lost. Completely lost. The explosive power he had always been proud of seemed so powerless in the face of those terrifying monsters. Yet that man named Su Xing was still moving effortlessly within the tower. Brother! I lost. Long Qingshan walked to Long Tian's side, his expression complex, but his gaze held no jealousy, only relief and genuine admiration. I am no match for him. Whether in attack, defense, or combat intelligence, I am far inferior to him. He had personally experienced the terror of the 5th floor. That was simply not a place a newcomer could set foot in. Yet Su Xing not only set foot there but stood firm. On the high platform, even the most composed among the 9 giants of the 3 major sequences couldn't hide their astonishment at this moment. This kid is a monster. The fiery voice of Fire God carried a rare seriousness for the first time. Not just a monster. Fool stroked his beard, shaking his head with a wry smile. I've lived for so many years and seen countless geniuses, but someone like him, I've never seen before. Sage adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses on her nose, her eyes behind the lenses sparkling with brilliance. Her gaze pierced through time and space, clearly observing the scene in the icy world of the 5th floor. Inside the tower, on the 5th floor, Su Xing's figure moved like a phantom, swiftly weaving through the icy landscape.
With Gale Step activated, his agility was pushed to the extreme, his battle boots leaving almost no trace on the ice, only blurred after images carving a path of death among the 99 Frost Titans. Roar! A Frost Titan swung its massive ice fist, as large as a battering ram, carrying a freezing chill that could freeze everything, smashing fiercely at the spot where Su Xing had just stood. Boom! The ground shattered, countless shards of ice scattering in all directions. However, Su Xing's figure had already appeared 100 meters away. He didn't even look back. While dodging at the limit, the longbow in his hand never stopped vibrating. Buzz! 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 1 second, 12 arrows. Each arrow trailed a silver glow, like guided missiles with eyes, bypassing the other Titan's obstructions and striking the targets he had already locked onto with pinpoint accuracy. 620000. Weak point, 610000. Weak point, facing the Frost Titan's astonishing defense of over 400,000, his damage was halved, yet it was still shockingly high. At first, under the siege of 99 Titans, his movement space was severely compressed, leaving him almost immobile. He had to rely on his extremely high defense to endure a few attacks before quickly pulling away. At that time, it took him over 10 seconds to kill a single Titan, and his efficiency wasn't great. But, as the first, second, and third Titans fell one after another, the space on the battlefield grew larger. His movements became increasingly fluid. From the initial clumsy dodging to now, effortless and graceful. He was like a top-tier blade dancer, performing the most elegant and lethal dance of death amidst countless deadly attacks. When only the last dozen Frost Titans remained on the field, Su Xing's hunt entered a state of complete frenzy. He no longer needed to dodge extensively, relying solely on the passive skill, absolute evasion and precise predictions. He could easily avoid all attacks. All his focus was now on dealing damage. Die! His eyes sharpened as he locked onto the final Frost Titan. The longbow in his hand transformed into a silver blur in an instant. 12 arrows per second, each hitting a vital point. The Frost Titan, with over 30 million HP, saw its health bar plummet at an astonishing rate. 600,000, 1640,000, 610,000. In just 4 seconds. 4 seconds, and this colossal beast, capable of driving any top-tier team to despair, let out a final wail before collapsing with a thunderous crash, shattering into countless ice crystals. Damage per second exceeded 7 million. Is this even humanly possible? Outside, a knowledgeable guild executive stared at the exaggerated damage numbers on the screen, the water cup in his hand shattering to pieces on the ground with a crack. Everyone was dumbfounded by the numbers. And this was just the beginning. 10 minutes later, when Su Xing fired his final arrow, pinning the last Frost Titan to the ground, the 5th floor finally returned to a deathly silence. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the 5th floor of the Tower of Ascension. You are the only challenger to enter the 6th floor in this trial. Su Xing calmly put away his longbow, glanced at the thousands of free attribute points he had just earned, and stepped into the portal leading to the 6th floor. On the screen, when everyone saw Su Xing's name briefly pause on the 5th floor before resolutely appearing on the 6th floor list, the entire central martial arena fell into complete silence. Everyone stared blankly at the only illuminated name, their minds filled with a single thought: the same newcomers. Why is the gap so vast? Where is his limit? As Su Xing's figure disappeared into the light gate leading to the 6th floor, the central martial arena plunged into a deathly quiet. This time, the silence was not due to shock but a sense of powerlessness that welled up from deep within. The 6th floor, he really stepped into it. A newcomer murmured softly, his voice filled with bitterness. We're all newcomers, so why is the gap so huge? We can't even clear the 4th floor, and he's already challenging the 6th. Stop talking, or I'll want to start over from scratch. Monster. Genius. I can't find a better word to describe him. In the crowd, Yun Che's face turned from pale to ashen, then from ashen to green. His expression so complex it was impossible to decipher. He stared intently at the light screen, his gaze filled with unwillingness, resentment, and a trace of fear he dared not even admit to himself. He had lost. Completely and utterly, without the slightest chance to fight back. The person he once regarded as an ant, a country bumpkin, now stood at a height he could never hope to reach, looking down on him from above. Zhao Wuji silently closed his eyes, hiding all his emotions in the shadows, but his slightly trembling fingers betrayed the turmoil within. The gap was too vast, so vast that he couldn't even muster the thought of trying to catch up. Only Long Qingshan let out a deep breath, his eyes filled with admiration and reverence. He had always been seen as a genius by others, basking in the spotlight, and even his six-turn brother Long Tian had never truly been in his sights. But today, he understood what it meant to be a true master, that there is always someone better, and that the sky is boundless. Su Xing, this name, was like an insurmountable mountain pressing down on his proud heart. At the same time, it also opened his eyes to a brand new, broader world. Tower of Ascension, 6th floor. After the dizziness from the spatial shift faded, the ground beneath Su Xing's feet was no longer cold, hard ice but a pale land paved with twisted bones. The sky was eternally dyed in the blood-red hues of dusk, and the air was thick with the stench of death and resentment. 99 towering figures, each over 50 meters tall, clad in shattered black armor and wielding rusted giant axes, the Bone Tyrant LV.700 Platinum-level boss, slowly rose from the sea of bones. Ghostly blue soul flames burned in their eye sockets, and their icy gazes were enough to freeze the soul and suffocate any SSS-level rookie. Bone Tyrant LV.700 Platinum-level boss, attributes, HP, 55,980,000, attack, 746,400, defense, 746,400. Description: Commanders of the undead on ancient battlefields, formed from millions of bones, wielding the Bone Law and Tyrant's authority. Their skills combine large-scale destruction with the ability to summon the undead. When these despair-inducing stats were clearly presented in Su Xing's mind through the eye of time and space, even he felt unprecedented pressure. Nearly 60 million HP. Over 740,000 attack and defense. This wasn't just a simple data crush, it was a complete leap in power. Any one of them could easily annihilate a well-equipped S-rank 6-turn team. Roar! Without giving Su Xing any chance to breathe, the 99 Bone Tyrants charged at him simultaneously. Their speed wasn't fast, but the movement of 99 colossal figures together was like an avalanche or tsunami, overwhelming and instantly breaking one's spirit. This is trouble. For the first time, Su Xing's expression turned exceptionally grave. Without hesitation, he activated Wind Step, his figure transforming into a streak of light as he dashed toward a gap in the encirclement. He knew that if he were surrounded by these monsters, even with 1,000,000 HP, he wouldn't last more than a few rounds of attacks. He had to create distance. He had to kite them. However, the sheer number of Bone Tyrants almost completely blocked all escape routes. I'll have to force my way through. A fierce determination flashed in Su Xing's eyes. Locking onto the weakest point in the encirclement, his longbow instantly transformed into a rain of arrows. 12 arrows per second, pouring down like a storm onto the two Bone Tyrants blocking his path. 284-983. 285-124. He broke through their defense. Although the damage was significantly reduced compared to before, it still dealt nearly 300,000 per hit. His total DPS reached 3.36 million. But it wasn't enough. Too massive. Executioner axes, accompanied by the sharp whistle of air being torn apart, came crashing down. Su Xing's pupils contracted as he pushed his agility to the limit, twisting his body at an incredible angle to narrowly dodge one of the axes. But the other was unavoidable. Boom! 542-987. A massive damage number floated above Su Xing's head. One hit had taken nearly half his HP. Plus 65-332. Plus 65-332. The passive skill, Life Drain, triggered instantly, restoring a portion of his HP every second. That was close. Su Xing breathed a sigh of relief, using the brief gap between attacks to successfully break out of the encirclement. Outside the tower, everyone was utterly stunned. Holy crap! He survived? He actually withstood an attack from a level 700 boss and didn't die? 540,000 damage. If it were me, I'd have died several times over by now. Look at his health bar. It's not even dropping. Does he have over 1,000,000 HP? A 4-turn rookie with stats like this? This is insane. Long Qingshan stared at the light screen, filled with admiration and awe. Yunche and Zhao Wuji were completely speechless, feeling as though they weren't even playing the same game as Su Xing on the high platform. The middle-aged man known as the Fool was filled with shock, muttering under his breath, "This kid, what kind of monster is he?" A 4th-tier player taking on a group of level 700 platinum bosses one-on-one, and still holding his ground. This Fire God was so excited his face turned red, slapping his thigh. Good. Ruthless enough. I like your style, kid. Only the sage leisurely crossed his legs clad in black stockings, watching the figure on the light screen with great interest. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a charming smile. As long as you can break through their defenses, there's no monster you can't deal with. What an interesting guy. Inside the tower, the battle raged on. After successfully creating some distance, Su Xing's pressure eased significantly. Like a top-tier hunter, he weaved through the legion of undead tyrants with extreme agility, his arrows like the messengers of death, claiming life after life with precision. It took him nearly 50 seconds to take down the first monster, but as their numbers dwindled, his efficiency visibly increased. Ding! Your level has increased. Current level, 136. Leveling up mid-battle. The increase in attribute points made his combat even smoother and more fluid. 22 seconds per monster, then 20 seconds, then 18. Finally, when only one undead tyrant remained on the field, Su Xing even abandoned dodging altogether. He stood his ground, engaging the terrifying beast in a direct confrontation. 16 seconds. In just 16 seconds, the level 700 fearsome guardian collapsed with a thunderous crash, shocking countless powerful players. Ding! Your level has increased. Current level, 137. After organizing his spoils, Su Xing stepped decisively into the light gate leading to the 7th floor. The entire Fengxian guild, along with everyone following this trial, was utterly stunned. This was the kind of ruthless player who could solo an epic dungeon, truly deserving of the title. On the high platform, the Fool and Fire God exchanged glances, seeing deep curiosity in each other's eyes. The 7th floor. I don't think anyone from our generation ever made it there, right? What kind of terrifying existence could be hidden inside? Meanwhile, the sage stared at the light screen, lost in distant memories, his gaze growing profound. The moment Su Xing stepped into the 7th floor's light gate, his name briefly flickered on the 6th floor leaderboard. In the massive external light screen, then resolutely leaped into an entirely new, untouched domain. First place, Su Xing, 7th floor. In the central martial arena, tens of thousands of newcomers, including the once eliminated geniuses, held their breath, their eyes fixed on that solitary name on the leaderboard. Their hearts pounded wildly. He had finally entered it. The legendary place that even the Sage's generation had barely touched, the 7th floor of the Tower of Ascension. What kind of terrifying existence lay hidden here? Inside the tower, the 7th floor. Unlike the chaos, slaughter, and frenzy of the previous 6 floors, this place was deathly silent, a silence so intense it made one's heart race. Su Xing found himself in an unbelievably grand pure white temple. Beneath his feet was a jade-like floor, smooth as a mirror, reflecting the starry sky on the dome above. Around him stood hundreds of towering pillars carved with the images of gods, reaching into the heavens. The entire space was solemn and sacred, yet it carried an oppressive weight that made it hard to breathe. There were no monsters, no enemies, nothing at all. But Su Xing's eye of time and space was frantically sounding alarms. He could see an indescribable, almost tangible force of terrifying laws permeating this space. At that moment, deep within the temple, the eyes of the 99 statues seated on thrones began to glow. Faintly. It wasn't red light, nor blue flames, but a pure, cold platinum radiance. Crack, the statues began to fracture, stone fragments falling away. From their stone shells emerged 99 figures, clad in platinum holy armor, wielding judgment spears, and unfurling energy wings behind them. God's apostles, Heavenly Arbiter LV.1200 platinum level boss, attributes HP, 64,350,000 attack, 1,286,400. Defense, 858,000 description, the guardian of the 7th floor of the Tower of Ascension, formed from the pure power of laws, wielding the authority to arbitrate all things. When this data was clearly transmitted into Su Xing's mind through the eye of time and space, the massive light screen outside simultaneously displayed these despair-inducing attributes. Hiss! In an instant, tens of thousands of newcomers in the central martial arena collectively gasped, letting out sharp exclamations. Level 1200? 64 million HP. 858,000 defense. Am I seeing this right? Is the system bugged? 1,286,000 attack. Ha ha ha. A newcomer stared at the numbers and suddenly laughed hysterically. One punch could kill a team of 6th tier experts, right? How are we supposed to play this? This isn't a trial, it's an execution. Despair. Utter despair. This wasn't just a gap in strength, it was an entirely different dimension. Forget fighting, just looking at these numbers was enough to make anyone lose hope. However, inside the tower, facing this army that could terrify even gods, Su Xing let out a deep sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Su Xing muttered to himself. The defense isn't over 1,000,000. I can break through it. As long as he could break through the defense, it wasn't entirely hopeless. As long as he could deal damage, no matter how thick the HP bar, it could eventually be depleted. If the tens of thousands of newcomers outside could hear his thoughts right now, they'd probably cough up 3 liters of blood in rage. We're all here, worrying about your life and death, and you're actually relieved that you can deal massive damage to the boss? Are you even human? Boom! No time for further thought, the 99 heavenly arbiters moved. They didn't roar or charge. They simply raised their judgment spears in unison, pointing them at Su Xing from afar. Buzz! 99 platinum-colored energy beams, powerful enough to pierce through mountains, instantly tore through space, sealing off all of Su Xing's escape routes as they shot toward him with terrifying speed. At that moment, Su Xing's scalp went numb. He pushed his agility stats to the limit. Wind step and absolute evasion activated simultaneously, his figure leaving behind afterimages that were nearly impossible to track with the naked eye as he weaved through the dense rain of energy beams. Dodge! 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 He danced on the edge of a blade, threading through the sides of death. Every dodge brought him to the brink of life and death. Too fast. There's no chance to counterattack. Su Xing's heart sank. The Arbiter's attacks were not only overwhelmingly powerful but also astonishingly fast, with an incredibly wide coverage. He was already giving his all just to dodge, leaving no room for a counterattack. At this rate, he'd be worn down to death sooner or later. He had to break the stalemate. A resolute glint flashed in Su Xing's eyes. Gritting his teeth, he stopped purely dodging and braced himself, risking being grazed by the beams as he drew his longbow. Target locked on the nearest arbiter. Thud! The moment the arrow was released, a beam grazed his shoulder. 1088734. A 7-digit crimson damage number suddenly floated above his head. Su Xing's HP bar instantly plummeted to the bottom. Life drain passive activated. Plus 64823. Plus 64823. Su Xing's HP began to recover continuously. Holy crap! Everyone outside the tower jumped in shock at the heart-stopping scene. Did he just get one shot? He was almost one shot. 1,088,000 damage. And that was just a graze. What if it hit directly? His HP bar. Look at his HP bar. He actually survived and is holding on. Everyone went wild. They had just witnessed Su Xing take 1,000,000 damage. Hit to the head, only to start regenerating HP like crazy. This was practically a godlike survival skill. On the high platform, God of Fire suddenly stood up, his large copper bell eyes filled with shock. The fool stroked his beard, his hand frozen midair, his mouth agape and unable to close. Only, the sage, behind her glasses, her beautiful eyes erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. Interesting. Truly interesting. Inside the tower. Taking a direct hit, he earned himself a moment to catch his breath. Su Xing wasted no time and directly placed the Mark of Death on the locked arbiter. What followed was a storm-like barrage of attacks. 160430. 160540. The damage wasn't high, but it steadily chipped away at the health bar. This was a long and grueling battle. Su Xing, like the most tenacious hunter, used every ounce of his wisdom and skill to maneuver against the apostles of the gods. 10 minutes. A full 10 minutes later. As the Mark of Death erupted for the final time, the first celestial arbiter let out an unwilling wail and disintegrated into countless points of light. Ding! Killed a celestial arbiter, gained plus 60 free attribute points. When the notification sounded, Su Xing nearly collapsed from exhaustion. But in his eyes, a blazing fire ignited. There was hope. As long as the first one was killed, the pressure would drastically decrease. As long as there was hope, he could grind down these guardians one by one. Outside, when everyone saw the first light representing an arbiter extinguish on the screen, they were completely stunned. Only one thought echoed in their minds: this man. He's really defying the heavens. The sage watched this scene and slowly leaned back in her chair, her long, elegant legs crossing gracefully. Her mind calculated rapidly, and moments later, she arrived at a conclusion. Probability of Su Xing clearing the 7th floor, 80%, the damage is starting to fall short, isn't it? She murmured softly as she observed Su Xing's steadily decreasing damage.
It seems the 7th floor will likely be your limit.
With insufficient damage, the 8th floor was practically impossible.
Die already. On the 7th floor, within the pure white temple, Su Xing's bloodshot eyes no longer held the calm composure from before.
Instead, they were filled with a frenzied focus, teetering on the edge of life and death.
He was like a bowstring pulled to its absolute limit. His spirit stretched taut, not allowing a single moment of relaxation.
Fast those apostles of the gods who once stood high above, seeing their companions fall one after another, actually began to feel fear. Their attacks were no longer frenzied, their formation started to shrink, shifting from active offense to passive defense. They began to struggle desperately, trying to hold their ground.
Trying to hold?
Su Xing's lips curled into a cold and ruthless smile.
Too late. The tide of battle had turned. Now it was his turn to press these gods into submission.
He no longer dodged but charged forward instead. The longbow in his hand transformed into the most terrifying machine of death, a rain of arrows like a silver torrent drowning the retreating adjudicators. This scene made all the newcomers outside the
tower's walls boil with excitement, their blood surging with adrenaline. Fight! That's how you do it. Fight hard. This is so satisfying.
Before, we were chased and beaten by these guards on the 3rd and 4th floors, and now seeing Su Xing crush them completely, it's like he's avenging us.
He's incredible. He avenged us.
They seemed to embody Su Xing's role, watching as he killed one strong enemy after another, those who had once made them despair, and at this moment, all their grievances and unwillingness were completely released.
In the square, Yun Che's face turned utterly pale.
From the beginning, he had gritted his teeth, cursing Su Xing to be instantly killed. Later, seeing Su Xing survive against all odds, he felt a trace of pleasure. And now, watching Su Xing completely reverse the situation, treating the
terrifying guards like punching bags,
his heart sank to rock bottom. Despair wrapped around his heart like vines.
This person, this man, does he truly have no limits?
In comparison, he, the so-called
SSS level forbidden spell mage, was nothing but a joke. Perhaps he should rename himself Rookie Mage instead. On the high platform. Awesome!
Fire God slapped the armrest, his face flushed with excitement.
This kid is simply a born battle maniac.
That ferocity and resilience, I like him so much. Seal of the Gods, Guild is about to give birth to another remarkable figure.
Fool stroked his beard, full of emotion. A remarkable figure? Sage was unimpressed. If the guild leader has his eye on him, how could he merely be a remarkable figure? He might very well be the next guild leader. Someone even higher than a remarkable figure. Boom! An hour and a half later, as the final celestial adjudicator dissolved into countless points of light under Su Xing's storm-like rain of arrows, the 7th
floor finally returned to its original dead silence. Su Xing gasped for air, sweat soaking his entire body, but seeing his free attribute points skyrocket once again, a victorious smile appeared on his face.
He had done it.
After collecting the spoils of war, he didn't linger but resolutely walked toward the light gate leading to the 8th floor.
The people outside were numb. Although it had taken an hour and a half, this achievement was enough to crush all the geniuses in the history of the Seal of the Gods Guild. He was, without a doubt, number 1.
However, when Su Xing stepped into the 8th floor and the guards appeared on the light screen, the entire martial arena fell silent, holding their breath.
It was an endless void, surging with chaotic energy.
99 figures, each towering 1,000 meters high, their bodies composed of countless fragments of stars and chains of laws, terrifying yet magnificent.
Chaos Demon God LV.2000, Platinum Level Boss.
Attributes: Health, 107,550,000 Attack, 2,866,800. Defense, 1,434,000. Description: Echoes of the Chaos Demon God born at the beginning of the world, the ultimate defense of the Ascension Tower. The mere aura it emitted made Su Xing feel suffocated, as if his very soul was about to be torn apart by this oppressive force. Even a single one of them gave him the same sense of pressure as facing the 9 giants like Sage.
Outside the tower, all the newcomers who saw those stats instantly froze. Level 2000? 100 million health? 1.4 million defense? 2.8 million attack? Are you kidding me? This is still the rookie trial? You call this a rookie trial? Despair. All the previous shock and despair became pale and powerless at this moment. This is no longer a trial, it's divine punishment, heavenly wrath. Level 2000. That's a level only the sequence 9 titans in the guild can reach. And yet here, it's the guardian of the 8th floor of the Ascension Tower? How terrifying must the 9th floor be? The most absurd thing is, someone actually made it here, on the high platform. Fire God and Fool S smiles completely froze. They stared at the data on the light screen, their mouths agape as if they could fit a fist inside, unable to utter a single word. She had always lazily crossed her legs clad in black stockings, like a master in control of everything. But when she saw those 99 Chaos Demon Gods, her languid posture slowly straightened for the first time. She sat upright and removed the gold-rimmed glasses from her face. For the first time, her stunning phoenix eyes, capable of captivating all beings, flashed with unprecedented seriousness and focus. On the light screen, the 99 Chaos Demon Gods stood silently like ancient, insurmountable mountains, exuding an oppressive aura that made tens of thousands of rookies tremble in fear, their souls quaking. How can we possibly defeat this? Defense of 1.4 million, we can't even break through. Even headbutting won't work. It's over. Su Xing's legendary run is about to end. In the crowd, pessimism spread like a virus. Even the two geniuses, Long Qingshan and Zhao Woji, could only look grim and shake their heads in sighs. Putting themselves in Su Xing's position, they came to only one conclusion: despair. This wasn't a gap that could be bridged by skill, it was an absolute numerical disparity. Inside the tower, Su Xing's breathing grew heavy. The oppressive feeling from the life-level suppression made every pull of his bowstring feel like a struggle against the entire world. He tentatively shot an arrow. The arrow pierced through the chaos, hitting the nearest demon god's eye socket, theoretically a weak point. But the damage number that floated up made his pupils contract sharply. 104, almost no damage. As expected, the defense couldn't be broken. Ha ha ha, I knew it. Outside the tower, Yun Che saw the number and his face lit up with a sickly joy, almost screaming, "Did you see that? He can't break the defense. He's a joke. What first place? What prodigy? Against absolute power, he's worthless." However, before his laughter faded, Su Xing in the light screen made a move that shocked everyone, including the 3 titans on the high platform. He slowly closed his eyes. Giving up? No. He was smiling. That smile was cold, tinged with madness and determination. Trump cards are meant for moments like this. The next second, his attribute panel began to frantically jump in his mind. Accumulated through countless battles, condensed from endless slaughter. A total of 115,580 free attribute points. Allocate points. 50000 points, all into Constitution. Remaining 51,580 points, all into Strength. Boom! An indescribable terrifying power erupted within him like a volcano dormant for billions of years. Bones cracked, flesh reshaped. Golden waves of energy visibly surged from his body due to the influx of immense power. Constitution, 132, 533. Strength, 210, 832. HP, 1,325,543, 445, 876. Defense, 207,108, 530, 134. Attack, 519,092, 843, 329. The numbers skyrocketed. His aura underwent an earth-shattering transformation in an instant. If Su Xing had been an incomparably sharp divine weapon before, now he was a humanoid nuclear bomb capable of obliterating stars. The oppressive aura from the chaos demon gods was forcibly shattered by his surging momentum at this moment. Outside the tower, the crowd had yet to process what had just happened. His aura, it seems different? An illusion, perhaps? Could he really break through on the spot? As the crowd murmured, Su Xing opened his eyes. Those eyes were no longer heavy but filled with icy killing intent and absolute confidence. He once again drew the wailing divine ruin longbow. No, it could no longer be called a bow. As terrifying power surged into it, the diamond-grade longbow trembled violently, emitting a strained hum, and dense golden cracks appeared all over its body. Buzz. A golden arrow, 10 times brighter than before, tore through the void, carrying an apocalyptic aura as it shot straight toward the Chaos Demon God. This time, it wasn't aimed at the eye sockets but at the chaos core in its hardest chest. Squelch. Like a hot knife through butter, the shield that no defense could withstand was instantly pierced. A blood-red damage number slowly floated up, plunging the central martial arena into a deathly silence. 257,884. Silence. A deathly stillness.
In the plaza, tens of thousands of newcomers, whether standing or sitting, mocking, or worried, were left utterly blank upon seeing this number. Time seemed to freeze. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Wah! What the hell? Someone finally let out a heart-wrenching scream, instantly igniting the entire crowd. 257,000? Am I seeing things? He broke through the defense. He actually broke through the defense. One arrow, 257,000. Impossible. The system must be malfunctioning. He's cheating. He has to be cheating. A monster. A freak. This isn't human anymore. He's practically a god descended to earth. Madness. Chaos. Upheaval. The worldview of every newcomer was completely shattered by this one arrow. The talents and efforts they had always prided themselves on now seemed laughable and powerless in comparison. No. No way. The ecstatic expression on Yun Che's face froze. His entire being seemed drained of its soul, his eyes vacant as he stumbled back 2 steps and collapsed to the ground. Long Qingshan and Zhao Wuji were even more stunned, as if struck by lightning. They stood rigidly, their mouths agape wide enough to fit an egg, yet no sound came out. They knew that from this day forward, the name Su Xing would become an insurmountable mountain in the hearts of all the geniuses of their generation. On the high platform, Crack the fire god instinctively clenched the Millennium Fire Jade armrest in his hand, crushing it to pieces. This kid, the Yufool, stroked his beard, his hand frozen midair, his voice trembling. With just a 4th-tier body, he's touched the edge of the 8th tier. The newcomers might only feel shock, but those standing at the pinnacle of the Dragon Nation knew the true value of this arrow. The 8th tier. That was an entirely different level of existence. And Su Xing, a mere novice who had just reached the 4th tier, had unleashed damage capable of threatening an 8th tier powerhouse. What kind of astonishing talent and potential was this? Even the usually lazy and indifferent sage couldn't help but grow excited. Her stunning phoenix eyes sparkled with unprecedented brilliance, and in her mind, Su Xing's probability of clearing the 9th floor was skyrocketing at an astonishing rate. 4%, 20%, 50%. Finally, it settled at a heart-pounding **89%**. The person the guild leader has his eye on is truly extraordinary, she murmured softly, a captivating smile gracing her lips, enough to enchant anyone. Inside the tower, Su Xing's assault didn't stop. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows, -257,884, -256,991, -258,033. The consistent high damage numbers floated above the Chaos Demon God's head like a death sentence. Roar. The Chaos Demon God, repeatedly wounded, finally let out an enraged roar. Its massive hand, formed of stars, carried the power to annihilate everything. As it slammed down toward Su Xing. Just what I wanted. Su Xing advanced instead of retreating, his eyes blazing with boundless battle intent. He wanted to test the limits of his own defense. Boom. The giant hand struck, shaking the entire space violently. Everyone outside the tower instinctively shut their eyes, unable to bear the sight of Su Xing being crushed into pulp. However, when the dust settled, Su Xing still stood proudly. Above his head, a damage number that shocked the 3 major giants slowly appeared. 2, 330, 844. The terrifying damage instantly devoured 2/3 of Su Xing's health. But he didn't die. He had forcibly withstood the full force strike of a level 2000 platinum tier boss. Hiss. On the high platform, both Fire God and Fool gasped sharply, their eyes filled with shock. The attack had already reached the level of an 8th tier transformation, which was monstrous enough. But now, even his defense and health had reached such a terrifying level? This kid, what kind of monster is he? What kind of terrifying talent is this? A D-level talent can actually be this strong? Ha ha ha. This feels amazing. Su Xing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, feeling the health instantly restored by the passive life drain, and his heart surged with boundless pride. He could fight. And not only that, he could win. Well then, let the hunt begin. No longer passively taking hits. His figure turned into a streak of light as he actively charged toward the 99 Chaos Demons. The ensuing battle was unimaginably brutal. Su Xing was like the craziest gambler, constantly testing the edge of death. Relying on the occasional activation of absolute evasion and the one-time life-saving chance from Divine Kingdom's protection, he stubbornly maneuvered around this group of Chaos Demons. 5 minutes later, with an unwilling wail, the first Chaos Demon collapsed under his storm-like rain of arrows,
disintegrating into countless points of light. Ding! You have slain Chaos Demon LV.2000. The moment the system notification sounded, the entire central martial arena erupted into chaos. If everyone had been shocked and horrified before, now they were simply numb. Everyone had lost the ability to think, their mouths agape, staring blankly at the figure on the screen who resembled a god or demon, launching a dazzling massacre amidst the siege of 98 Chaos Demons. Boom! As the final Chaos Demon let out an unwilling roar, its massive star-formed body disintegrated under Su Xing's final arrow imbued with destructive power, turning into the purest energy points scattered across the sky. The entire 8th floor fell into a deathly silence. Huff! 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 Su Xing knelt on one knee, the wailing divine bow in his hand heavily planted into the ground, supporting his nearly collapsed body. His seethed was a level 2000 platinum boss. 99 of them. And he took them all down by himself? Am I dreaming? Someone slap me. Is this really the strength of a 4th-turn rookie? Damn it, now I finally understand just how vast the gap between geniuses can be. Terrifying. Who else can stop the Star God's advance? Everyone went wild. They screamed incoherently, waving their arms. The expressions on their faces were a mix of fanaticism, worship, and irreverence as if witnessing a divine miracle. Star God is incredible. Star God is invincible. At this moment, no one doubted anymore, no one envied. What remained was only the most sincere, deepest awe and admiration. In the crowd, Long Qingshan shook his head with a bitter smile and let out a long exhale. He looked at Zhao Wuji beside him, and the two exchanged glances, both reading relief and resignation in each other's eyes. I concede, Long Qingshan said hoarsely, I completely concede. Zhao Wuji said nothing, only nodding silently. They, the so-called prodigies, the so-called SSS-class talents, were nothing but a joke in the face of Su Xing's inhuman performance. This was no longer a gap in talent. It was an entirely different level. On the other side, Yun Che's face was ashen, the color of despair. It was the look of someone whose beliefs had crumbled. He stared at the figure on the light screen, kneeling on one knee yet still exuding a divine and demonic aura, his body trembling uncontrollably. The gap. So this was the gap between them? So vast that even looking up to him was a luxury? The 5th level? No. Even if he gave it his all, burned everything, he might barely pass the 5th level. But the 8th level? He knew very well that the moment he stepped into the 8th level, he would be crushed to pieces by that terrifying pressure. He didn't even have the qualification to make those Chaos Demon gods spare him a glance. Ugh! A mouthful of blood spurted from Yun Che's mouth. His eyes rolled back, and, overwhelmed by despair, he collapsed to the ground unconscious. On the high platform, the two titans, Fire God and a Fool, were utterly speechless. They stared blankly at the light screen like puppets, their Adam's apples bobbing as their hearts churned with shock. This kid. Just how much potential does this kid have left? The sage, who had been lazily crossing her legs in black stockings, now had an unprecedented light flashing in her enchanting phoenix eyes. Anticipation. Extreme anticipation. What was Su Xing's limit? Could he possibly explode again? Could this kid actually clear the 9th level? The moment this thought emerged, even she was startled. The 9th level. That was a place. Even she wasn't confident she could pass. Everyone in the audience held their breath. On the light screen, Su Xing slowly stood up. He glanced at the battlefield littered with spoils but didn't bother to pick them up. Raising his head, his gaze pierced through the void, as if he could see the entrance to the 9th level. Then, he took a step forward. One step. Another step. He walked toward the light gate leading to the final trial. He's moving. He's moving again. My God. He's still going? The 9th level. He's going to challenge the 9th level. The atmosphere in the venue instantly reached a fever pitch. Everyone's eyes widened, holding their breath, cheering, and witnessing this historic moment. Buzz, space shifted. When Su Xing stepped into the 9th level, what greeted him was not a formidable enemy nor an oppressive force. Instead, it was emptiness. A boundless, pure white space. No sound, no energy, not even the passage of time was clear. It was utterly void. Su Xing frowned, scanning his surroundings warily. What was going on? Outside the tower, everyone was stunned. What's going on? The 9th level is empty? Could it be a reward stage? Clearing. The 8th level means victory? Impossible. How could the Ascension Tower be designed like that? As everyone was puzzled, on the high platform, the sage, who had always been calm and indifferent, froze when she saw the pure white space.
The anticipation and smile on her face suddenly stiffened. In their place were shock and fear. No. Impossible. She screamed aloud, her languid posture vanishing in an instant as she abruptly stood up from the throne. Her movements were so sudden that she knocked over the jade table beside her, which held the precious divine fruits. Crash! The jade plate shattered, and the divine fruits rolled across the floor, the sound piercingly sharp in the silence of the high platform. Fire God and Fool were startled by her unexpected loss of composure and looked at her in astonishment. Sage, you. But Sage paid them no attention. Her stunning phoenix eyes were fixed on the light screen, her entire body trembling slightly in shock. At that moment, the pure white space of the 9th level finally began to change. Golden law runes appeared out of thin air, converging and intertwining, forming a pattern in the center of the space, ultimately condensing into a figure. A figure dressed in a black professional suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with black silk-clad legs crossed seductively, lazily seated on a throne in the void, identical to the Sequence 9 Titan on the high platform. Law's Shadow, Sage LV. Attributes? Skills? Description: the ultimate guardian simulated by the Tower of Ascension based on the Challenger's law permissions. Boom! As this figure appeared, the minds of tens of thousands of newcomers and high-ranking members in the central martial arena exploded completely. Madness. Everyone went mad. Sage? The 9th level guardian is actually an image of Sage? What kind of joke is this? Sending a newcomer to challenge a Sequence 9 Titan? This isn't a trial, it's murder. All eyes were fixed on the light screen, faces filled with confusion and shock. What's going on? Where are the people? Why is there only one guardian left? Where did the other 99 go? Whoa! Could it be that the difficulty of the 9th level has been reduced? Only one guardian left? This thought spread like wildfire among the audience. I've been saying, the 8th level was already so insane, the 9th level would definitely ease up a bit. It's a sure thing now. Star God's ascension is guaranteed. One-on-one, this is practically the officials handing Star God a victory. Who else could stop him? After a brief silence, the cheers grew even more frenzied. In their eyes, the reduction from 99 guardians to just one was undoubtedly a sign of leniency, and victory seemed handed on a silver platter. But inside the tower, Su Xing didn't relax in the slightest. From the moment he stepped into this white space, his brows had been tightly furrowed. His instincts told him that things were far from simple. When the figure identical to the Sage on the high platform slowly formed from the law runes, an overwhelming sense of terror descended, freezing souls in its wake. Despair. This despair was 1,000 times stronger than facing 99 chaos demon gods, like an icy tide instantly engulfing everyone's hearts. At that moment, Su Xing activated his Eye of Time and Space. Golden runes spun rapidly in his eyes, forcibly tearing away the veil of mystery surrounding the 9th level ultimate guardian. The next second, a string of astronomical numbers that would leave any 8th turn expert gasping for air exploded in his mind. Law's Shadow, Sage LV.5000, Attributes, HP, 269,550,000, Attack, 7,186,800, Defense, 3,594,000 Hiss. Even Su Xing couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. 270 million HP, 3,600,000 defense, and that absurdly high attack power exceeding 7 million. How could this even be fought? Forget attacking, he couldn't even break through the defense. Even his strongest trump card, weak point plus quadruple critical damage against 3,600,000 defense, would only amount to scratching the surface. No, not even scratching the surface, it would be like being polished by the opponent. I can't let her make the first move. In a flash of lightning, Su Xing made the most decisive choice. Against an opponent of this caliber, any hesitation was a death sentence. Without a moment's delay, he unleashed his power, which erupted instantly within him. The longbow in his hand was drawn into a full moon buzz. 12 arrows per second. 12 golden streaks of light, like meteors tearing through the sky, shot fiercely at the lazy figure on the throne at supersonic speed. Thud. 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 A series of muffled sounds echoed. Immediately after, a row of damage numbers that made the spectators outside the tower twitch uncontrollably appeared slowly. 999899. One of the arrows luckily triggered a weak point critical hit. 300. It's over. Long Qingshan closed his eyes in despair upon seeing this scene.
Based on our previous calculations, Su Xing's attack power is at least over 800,000. The data analyst beside him trembled as he analyzed. A weak point critical hit deals 4 times the damage, so that arrow theoretically inflicted over 3.2 million damage. But, even so, it still couldn't break through the defense. This means, the Sage's defense far exceeds 3.2 million, possibly even surpassing 3.5 million. This conclusion hit everyone like a heavy hammer. The gap was too vast. So vast that it left no hope in sight. On the throne, the shadow of the law slowly raised its eyes. In those phoenix-like eyes, identical to the Sage's, a trace of contempt and disdain appeared, as if its dignity had been challenged by an ant. She couldn't even be bothered to stand up, merely flicking her finger elegantly. An invisible curse, imbued with the ultimate malice and destructive laws, instantly traversed space and landed on Su Xing. This was her signature skill, Curse of Causality. Any being below the 8th rank struck by it would have their soul branded with an irreversible mark of decay, permanently reducing all attributes by 90%. Certain death. However, just as the curse was about to touch Su Xing, an unexpected system notification quietly appeared on his interface. Ding! The divine passive skill Chaos's Favor has activated, nullifying the negative effect. Miss. A glaring red word floated above Su Xing's head. For the first time, the shadow of the law on the throne let out a soft hum. Her lazy expression slightly tightened. Unconvinced, she raised her hand again. Temporal shackles, law stripping, soul annihilation. A series of terrifying skills, enough to make any 8th rank expert's scalp tingle, were casually unleashed by her. Yet, what greeted her was a string of immune, immune, immune. What the hell? The spectators outside the tower were dumbfounded. What's going on? Why are all the attacks being nullified? The Sage's skills failed? Impossible. Those are law-level attacks, how could they be nullified? On the high platform, the fire god and fool, 2 of the great figures, nearly had their eyes pop out. Even the Sage herself, who had been maintaining a facade of composure, finally lost her elegance. Her breathtakingly beautiful face, capable of captivating all, for the first time showed an expression as if she'd seen a ghost. Her proud, law-based techniques, which could instill fear in any 8th rank expert, were completely ineffective against this 4th rank rookie? What kind of monster was this kid? Inside the tower, Su Xing, just recovering from his shock, immediately seized the only opportunity. Though he didn't understand why, the opponent's terrifying law-based skills, capable of killing him instantly, had no effect on him. What remained was a pure chip damage battle. Attack! His eyes shone with unprecedented determination, and the longbow in his hand turned into a relentless blur. 999999. The damage numbers were pitifully low, but his attack speed was astonishing. Over 1,000 points of damage per second. Little by little, it could still wear her down. Thus, the most bizarre and absurd scene in the history of the Ascension Tower trials unfolded. The noble and unparalleled Sequence 9, great figure as Shadow of the Law, lazily seated on the throne, was being relentlessly chipped away by a 4th rank rookie. She unleashed one world-shattering skill after another, only to have them repeatedly nullified by that damn immune effect. Meanwhile, Su Xing, like an indefatigable machine, pushed the art of chip damage to its absolute limit. This works too? All the newcomers outside the tower had their worldview completely overturned. They stared at the continuously ticking double-digit damage and the barely changing health bar, their expressions complex. Let me calculate. A data enthusiast pulled out a calculator, his fingers flying across the keys. 1,200 damage per second, 72,000 per minute, 4.32 million per hour. Only 4.32 million HP shaved off in an hour? Facing the 270 million HP bar, how long will this take? Let me calculate again. Holy crap! A full 62.5 hours. Non-stop, without rest, it would take almost 3 days? As soon as this number was revealed, the hope that had just ignited was instantly extinguished. There simply wasn't enough time. The trial was time-limited. Time ticked away, second by second. Inside the pure white space of the 9th floor, the most bizarre and insane battle in the history of the deification guild and perhaps in the entire history of job transitions in the Dragon Kingdom was unfolding. 99, 99, 99, dense double-digit damage numbers floated up like raindrops from the head of the lazy yet noble Shadow of the Law. And Su Xing was like an unceasing war machine. Draw, shoot,
His movements were so fast they became a blurred afterimage, almost impossible to follow with the naked eye.
Outside the tower, in the central martial arena, at
first, all the newcomers watched with great interest, amazed by Su Xing's immunity ability and marveling at this unprecedented scraping God to death scene.
But half an hour later, everyone was dumbfounded. I'm starting to feel sleepy. Can someone tell me how much HP he's actually shaved off?
A data enthusiast weakly raised his light brain, his voice hoarse as he reported the numbers. Just calculated, in 1 hour, the total damage is roughly over 4 million.
Sounds like a lot? A lot, my ass. Look at that boss's HP bar. Has it even moved? It's no different from full health. 2 hours later,
Su Xing's arrows still hadn't stopped. He had already shaved off a total of 8.64 million HP from
the shadow of the law. This number was enough to instantly kill any 7th-tier powerhouse.
But compared to that despair-inducing 270 million HP, it was still just a drop in the ocean.
On the high platform,
Fire God rubbed his sore eyes and let out a long sigh, his voice filled with complex emotions. What a pity.
The fool stroked his beard and nodded. Indeed, such a pity. The trial time is almost up.
If there were no time limit, given enough time, this kid might actually be able to wear down this shadow of the law to death. The fool's words were full of regret, but even more so, they carried an undeniable sense of shock. To think someone could push the shadow of the law of the sage to the point where it could only rely on time to win. This kid had already created an unprecedented miracle, one that might never be surpassed.
Immunity.
At this moment, the sage himself had resumed his lazy posture. But behind the golden-rimmed
glasses, his phoenix eyes gleamed with unprecedented doubt and curiosity. How could there possibly be a talent in this world that completely ignores the rules of causality? Just as everyone thought this long scraping performance
was about to end due to the time running out, the shadow of the law on the throne seemed to lose its patience. For the first time, her lazy expression turned completely serious. Slowly, she stood up.
Boom!
A pressure 10 times stronger than before descended with a roar. She abandoned the law-based skills that were ineffective against Su Xing and chose the simplest, purest, and most unavoidable form of attack, physical attacks.
And the game is over.
Her cold, merciless voice echoed through the pure white space. She slowly raised her right hand, and a giant hand, formed entirely of pure law power and large enough to blot out the sky, appeared out of thin air above Su Xing's head. On that giant hand, the laws flowed, divine might surged, and just one glance was enough to make a person's soul collapse.
It's over. Physical attacks are here. There's no way to dodge this one. Outside the tower, everyone's hearts leapt into their throats.
The massive hand appeared slow, but in reality, it ignored space and distance, suddenly slamming down toward Su Xing.
Certain death. However, just as the giant hand was about to touch Su Xing, ding! Epic effect, Divine Kingdom's protection. Triggered.
A radiant golden shield instantly enveloped Su Xing.
Boom!
The colossal hand of law struck fiercely. The entire shield trembled violently. A terrifying damage number that shocked all the powerful beings appeared on the shield,
only to be instantly nullified. 6586800. Immune. What the hell? The entire audience erupted. He actually withstood it? What kind of skill is that? It can even nullify instant kill damage? A god-tier survival skill. It must be a god-tier survival skill.
A trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of the law's shadow. She snorted coldly and waved her hand again.
A second colossal hand of laws formed and then struck down.
This time, Su Xing didn't use Divine
Kingdom's protection.
Everyone closed their eyes in despair.
However, absolute evasion. Miss.
A glaring red letter, completely overturning everyone's understanding, slowly floated above Su Xing's head.
The entire audience fell into dead silence.
Everyone stared at the miss as if they'd seen a ghost, their minds blank.
He dodged it? Are you kidding me? Even a locked-on attack can be evaded?
For the first time, anger appeared on the face of the law's
shadow. The third strike. Miss. The fourth strike. Miss. The fifth strike. Miss. For consecutive times. For terrifying attacks, each capable of instantly killing any expert below the 8th tier, were all mercilessly denied by those two glaring red letters.
On the high platform, Fire God and Fool, the two titans, were completely petrified, their mouths agape, eyes wide open, like two ancient statues frozen in place. Even Sage, who had always been calm and composed, as if everything was under her control, could no longer maintain her elegance. Her stunningly beautiful face was now filled with unprecedented confusion and shock. This kid, just who is he? Skills that could nullify causality were one thing, but even physical attacks could be dodged? Outside the tower, no one spoke. Everyone was so stunned by this unbelievable scene that they forgot to breathe. Is this even human? His strength was terrifying, but his survival methods were 100 times more frightening than his strength. The sixth strike. The law's shadow was utterly enraged. This strike was more terrifying than all the previous ones combined. Finally, Su Xing's luck ran out. Boom! 699999. A shocking damage number appeared above his head. His figure turned into a flash of white light the moment he was struck, forcibly teleported out of the sky climbing tower. When Su Xing's figure reappeared in the central martial arena, the entire square was still dead silent. Everyone stared at him with eyes filled with awe, as if looking at a god, a monster, or an ancient beast. Until, ding! The current rookie trial has officially ended. First place, Su Xing, 9th floor. The majestic system announcement shattered the eerie silence. The next moment, Star God. First place. Undisputed first place. Deafening cheers erupted like a volcanic explosion, almost tearing apart the sky of the floating city. All the rookies looked at their one and only king with the most fervent eyes of worship. Su Xing basked in the thunderous adulation, but his face showed little joy. He simply looked calmly at his hands, thinking to himself, if I were just a bit stronger, the 9th floor might not have been impossible to clear. At this moment, the three titans on the high platform slowly descended. Fool walked up to Su Xing, looking at this rookie who had created a miracle, his eyes filled with undisguised admiration and praise. With a flip of his hand, a legendary longbow, flowing with 7-colored light and engraved with countless mysterious runes, appeared in his grasp. Kid, this is your reward. Legendary Starfall Bow, personally gifted to you by me. Hiss, legendary. A collective gasp immediately echoed from the crowd. Countless people stared with uncontrollable envy in their eyes. However, before they could finish marveling, the sage, standing nearby, made a move that stunned everyone present, including the Yi Fool and the Yi Fire God, leaving them frozen in place. She gently waved her hand, and the magnificent Tower of Ascension transformed into a beam of light, shrinking into a delicate treasure tower that quietly floated in her palm. She looked at Su Xing, a meaningful smile playing at the corner of her lips. This is the gift the guild leader prepared for you. From today onward, this Tower of Ascension is yours. The surroundings suddenly fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's minds short-circuited in an instant. What? The Tower of Ascension was given away? Sage, are you joking? The Fire God was the first to shout, that's the guild leader's treasure. Its quality has long surpassed the legendary level. And you're just giving it away? The Zhu Fool was also dumbfounded, nearly pulling out his beard as he stroked it in disbelief. This gift was way too extravagant. His legendary bow paled in comparison. At that moment, in the Deification Guild's top-tier group chat named Share Fortune, Leave Trouble, chaos erupted. Fire Cloud True God, Adneedzij. Guild leader, have you gone mad? The sage actually gave away the tower? Emotionless assassin, holy crap? Is this for real? Blooming Wealth, does the guild leader know about this? Adneedzij, stop playing dead, come out and say something. Fire Cloud True God, what the heck is going on here? Fool's Wisdom, Adneedzij. Fool's Wisdom, guild leader, come out and explain. Sage, what's the big deal? Why are you all so shocked? He made it to the 9th floor, doesn't he deserve the Tower of Ascension? Sage, look at yourselves, do you even resemble big shots or elders? The Share Fortune, Leave Trouble group chat was now in complete uproar. Normally, these big shots, who could intimidate an entire region in the Dragon Kingdom, were either in seclusion for cultivation or busy handling matters of national importance, with the group barely seeing a message every 10 days or so. But now, a barrage of mentions was practically flooding the screen. Fire Cloud True God, Adneedzij. Guild leader. Say something already. That's the Tower of Ascension. You just gave it away? Emotionless assassin, I just finished a mission, did I see this wrong? Blooming Wealth, guild leader, if you've been kidnapped, blink twice. That's your prized possession. Fist-shattering mountains, insane. I think the whole world has gone insane. Fool's Wisdom, Adneedzij. A series of urgent calls seemed to sink into the void, receiving no response. The group owner with the ID, Needzage, acted as if they didn't exist, remaining silent no matter how lively the group became.
After a long while, the big shots finally gave up.
Fire Cloud True God sent a string of ellipses, full of helplessness. Fool's Wisdom sent a facepalm emoji inside. Fool's Wisdom, forget it, the guild leader's thoughts are beyond us mere mortals.
But that kid is indeed a monster.
This comment plunged the group into an eerie silence once again.
Indeed, a monster. For the guild leader to willingly give away the Tower of Ascension, what else could it be but a monster? Meanwhile, the news of Su
Xing's ascent spread like a violent storm, rapidly sweeping through the deification guild and, with unstoppable momentum, crazily expanding to every corner of the Kyoto Sanctuary. In the Kyoto Sanctuary, within a dark underground stronghold, several figures in black robes sat around a stone table, the atmosphere heavy to the extreme. Latest intel, target Su Xing, ranked first in the newcomer trial, has reached the 9th floor of the Ascension Tower.
The 9th floor? You sure it's not the 6th floor? The information is accurate.
On the 8th floor, he directly confronted 99 level 2000 platinum tier bosses, the Chaos Demon God. What's even more critical is that our informants stationed on the outskirts of Fengshan reported that on the 9th floor, he withstood what appeared to be the Law Phantom of the Sage, enduring 6 consecutive fatal attacks. Hiss! The sound of sharp intakes of breath echoed continuously.
In the secret chamber,
one of the black-robed figures suddenly stood up, his voice filled with terror and disbelief. Enough!
Stop talking. This mission is cancelled. It must be cancelled immediately.
Agreed, another hoarse voice chimed in. Immune to curses, immune to causality, immune to laws, and he can even withstand 6 consecutive physical fatal strikes before falling.
Is this even human? He's practically a god in human skin. Whoever wants to try, count me out. Withdraw immediately. Notify everyone to abandon all assassination plans against Su Xing.
This person is beyond our reach now. The assassins, who had been lurking in the Kyoto Sanctuary, preparing to target the new generation genius of
the Dragon Nation, were utterly terrified upon hearing this news. They packed up their belongings overnight and fled Kyoto faster than rabbits.
What a joke! If they failed even once, they would face relentless pursuit from Fengshan
experts above the 8th rank.
And Su Xing could withstand 6 consecutive level 5000 attacks.
How could they possibly kill him? By smashing their heads against him? They'd be more likely to get counter-killed. Their usual strategy relied on
curse skills to hinder the growth of Dragon Nation's geniuses.
But now, with complete immunity to curses? How were they supposed to hinder him? That would be courting death. For a time, all hostile forces within the Dragon Nation targeting Su Xing fell into a deathly silence.
A monstrous talent, debuting at the peak and with potential possibly surpassing the president of Fengshan, was rising rapidly.
Unaware of the turmoil outside, Su Xing was currently sitting
cross-legged in the luxurious suite allocated by the guild, sorting through the spoils of his trial. First, there was the legendary longbow gifted by the senior fool. The bow's body felt smooth and warm, as if forged from countless stars, radiating a 7-colored halo. Mysterious runes flickered faintly on the bow's limbs, indescribably beautiful yet exuding a sense of immense power. With a thought, Su Xing summoned the attribute panel, which immediately appeared before him. Starfall Bow, legendary, requirement to equip, Strength 50,000, attributes, Constitution plus 6,400, Strength plus 6,400, Agility plus 6,400, Spirit plus 6,400, Special effect Wrath of the Stars. Each attack has a 1% chance to summon a miniature meteor to strike the target, causing devastating area damage. Special effect Starseeker, arrows gain a homing effect, attack speed increases by 100%, and flight speed increases by 300%. Upon hitting the target, it applies a star mark, reducing the target's defense by 20% for 10 seconds. Description, forged by an ancient divine craftsman using the core of a meteorite, tempered with the light of the Milky Way over 49 years. When this bow is drawn, stars fall, and all life withers. Hiss. Even though Su Xing had seen his fair share of extraordinary items, he couldn't help but gasp at these attributes. As expected of a legendary item, the 4-dimensional stats alone were equivalent to the combined total of 2 top-tier epic pieces of equipment, not to mention the 2 overwhelmingly powerful special effects. Without hesitation, he equipped the Starfall Bow. An unprecedented sense of power surged through his body instantly. Nodding in satisfaction, he turned his attention to the final and most significant reward, the exquisite and intricate pagoda. The Ascension Tower. He reached out and carefully held it in his hands. The tower's surface felt cool, yet it seemed to carry the weight of an entire world, ancient and mysterious. He tentatively probed its attributes, but all that appeared before him was a string of question marks. Su Xing raised an eyebrow. As expected, it was no ordinary item. He activated his advanced class talent after his fourth job transition without hesitation. Eye of Time and Space. Buzz. His eyes instantly transformed into deep, swirling nebulae, as if they could see through the past and future, perceiving the essence of all things. This time, the mysterious veil of the Ascension Tower was finally being slowly lifted. Ascension Tower, mythical grade special equipment fragmented, type, growth type / domain type. / all-in-one offense and defense attributes, Constitution plus 12,800, Strength plus 12,800, Agility plus 12,800, Spirit plus 12,800. Special effect Absolute Domain. When actively activated, the Ascension Tower expands, forming an Ascension Domain with a radius of 1 kilometer. Within the domain, all attributes of allies are increased by 20%, while enemies are continuously suppressed and weakened. Special effect Suppression. The Ascension Tower can be used as a throwable weapon, dealing terrifying physical damage based on the total of all your attributes to the target, with a high probability of triggering effects such as imprisonment and stun. Special effect Path to Heaven. You can enter the interior of the Ascension Tower at any time for trials. The world inside the tower can be altered according to your will, making it an excellent place for training and enlightenment. Unique special effect Foundation of the World. This is the core power of the Ascension Tower. Inside the tower lies not only a trial space but also a dormant seat of the world. Once activated, you will become the sole ruler of this initial space, possessing the highest authority of time and space flow rate. You can consume spiritual power or spatial origin energy to freely adjust the time flow rate inside the tower. Initially, the maximum ratio can be set to 1:10 between the outside world and the tower, 1 day outside, 10 days inside. As the Ascension Tower is repaired, the ratio can be increased further. Authority of Creation Evolution. As the creator of this world, you can use origin energy to shape various terrains inside the tower, such as mountains, rivers, forests, and deserts. Any material you have analyzed, ores, curbs, etc., can be simulated and cultivated here. Authority of Spirit Derivation Phantom Enemy. Using the analytical function of Eye of Time and Space, you can perfectly replicate any creature you have killed or observed inside the tower, freely adjusting their level, attributes, and skill strength to become your ultimate training opponent. You can even create entirely new fantasy creatures for extreme combat simulations. Description: the origin of this mysterious tower is unknown. It is likely a core fragment of a shattered great world, containing unimaginable powers of creation and destruction. Boom! When Su Xing saw the 3 large characters mythical grade on the panel, his mind went blank. Mythical grade? And it's fragmented? If it were complete, how terrifying would it be? His heart couldn't help but race wildly. He had thought the gift from the guild leader would be impressive, but he never expected it to be this extraordinary. This wasn't just a gift, it was practically handing him an artifact. Offense, defense, support, training. This was a perfect mobile fortress. Guild leader, this favor is far too heavy. Su Xing took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his excitement, and began refining and binding the Ascension Tower. Deification Guild, top-tier group chat. Share blessings, leave in hardship. The dead silence in the group didn't last long. When Sage sent out that faint yet overwhelmingly domineering explanation, the entire group chat instantly exploded, with messages flooding in like crazy. Fire Cloud True God. Reaching the 9th floor actually qualifies you to possess the Ascension Tower? Isn't this threshold a bit too exaggerated? Fist-shattering mountains and rivers. If I had known about this back then, dying on the 8th floor would have been worth it. Mages me, wake up upstairs, you didn't even touch the threshold of the 7th floor back then. Emotionless killer, I feel like my blade is a bit dull now. Fool's thousand thoughts, ahem, everyone calm down. The guild leader must have his reasons for this decision. But seriously, at Sage, what exactly is that lost shadow on the 9th floor? This question immediately sparked the curiosity of all the big shots. These individuals, standing at the pinnacle of the Dragon Kingdom's elite pyramid, had achieved their most glorious feats only on the 6th or 7th levels, struggling bitterly. The 8th level was a legend. The 9th level? Practically a myth. Sage, want to know? Why not?
Go in and see for yourselves? Sage, oh, right, I forgot, you can't even get in. Sage, smile.jpg, these words almost made the big shot's hearts explode with rage. A verbal kill. Too ruthless. Su Xing completely ignored the various voices from the outside world. The frenzy of the newcomer trials would eventually subside. But his pace would never stop because of it. After refining the divine artifact, Su Xing immediately focused his mind on the exquisite pagoda floating in his palm. Mythical grade equipment. The weight of these 3 words was enough to drive any 9-turn powerhouse mad. As his consciousness merged with it, a vast and boundless starry sky instantly unfolded in his mind. Countless pieces of information surged into his brain like a rushing river. So, that's how it is. Su Xing suddenly opened his eyes, an unprecedented brilliance bursting forth from them. He finally understood. The heaven-climbing tower was not just a divine artifact for both offense and defense. Its true core was the ability to evolve freely, independent of the real world, a realm that belonged solely to him. Here, he was the one and only creator. He could customize any boss he wanted to. Challenge, from level, quality, to quantity, all under his control. Even more astonishing, the flow of time can actually be adjusted. Su Xing stared at the number that could be set to a maximum of 110, his heartbeat accelerating, his breathing quickening. 1 day outside equaled 10 days inside the tower. What kind of concept was this? This was no longer just a cheat, it was practically handing the game administrator's privileges directly into his hands. Guild leader. Su Xing murmured softly, the gratitude and shock in his heart beyond words. This gift was not only heavy, it was practically paving a bright path for him straight to the divine throne. Whoosh! Su Xing exhaled deeply, suppressing the surging excitement within him. Wasting time would be the greatest harm to himself. Without hesitation, he activated his thoughts, and his entire being instantly disappeared from where he stood. The next second. Heaven-climbing tower. 4th level. The originally desolate and silent space began to change dramatically under Su Xing's will. Boom! The ground cracked, lava churned. Massive figures, covered in dark golden dragon scales and wielding giant axes, slowly crawled out from the abyss beneath the earth. Their aura was unmistakably diamond grade. And there were 99 of them. Abyssal Dragon Guard LV.200, Diamond Grade Boss, Attributes, HP, 68,490,000, Attack, 913,200, Defense, 913,200. Description: Ancient Guardians corrupted by the blood of the Abyssal Demon Dragon, possessing formidable physiques and destructive power. Perfect. Su Xing looked at the lineup before him, which would leave any top-tier team in despair, yet his face showed a satisfied smile. Outside, finding a single diamond-grade boss required painstaking effort to locate a spawn point, not to mention guarding against others stealing the kill. But here, all it took was a single thought. Let's begin. He adjusted the time flow to the slowest, 1/10 speed. Then, he drew his starfall bow. Buzz! The bowstring vibrated, and the heavens and earth changed color. A frenzy of leveling up, belonging solely to him, began. Outside, the floating city of the God Ceiling Guild remained as calm as ever. Newcomers sweated profusely in the martial training grounds, while the big shots were each in seclusion, cultivating. No one knew that in an inconspicuous room, a terrifying existence capable of changing the entire world's balance was growing at an astonishing speed. Inside the heaven-climbing tower, time had lost its meaning here. Su Xing was completely immersed in the thrill of grinding. Monsters. 99 diamond-level bosses are no threat to him now. Equipped with the Starfall Bow, Legendary, and Sky Ascension Tower, mythical special equipment fragmented, Su Xing's attributes skyrocketed by 19,200. Su Xing. Class: Eye of Time and Space, Grade A, Level, 150 Constitution, 158,613, Strength, 236, 912 Agility, 65,431, Spirit, 53, 848 HP, 4,123,956, Mana, 538, 483 Attack, 947,649, Defense, 634, 454 with HP exceeding 4 million and Attack. Power reaching a terrifying 940,000, a casual strike from him can easily break the defense of a level 200 diamond-level boss. Multi-arrows. Death Mark. With an extreme attack speed of 15 arrows per second, combined with the terrifying attributes of the Starfall Bow, each arrow can deal nearly 1 million damage to the boss. If lucky with a critical hit, the damage approaches 3 million. 988,500. Weak point, 2876,000. Weak point critical hit. The terrifying damage numbers flood the screen like a waterfall.
His DPS reaches a staggering 16.59 million. Those arrogant Abyss Dragon Guards are as fragile as paper before him. The Abyss Dragon Guards, with over 60 million HP, can't
last more than 4 seconds. On average, one falls every 6 seconds.
Accompanying this is a massive amount of experience and rewards that make Su Xing's heart race.
Ding! You have killed LV.200 Abyss Dragon Guard, EXP plus 4000000. Ding! You have gained plus 200 free attribute points. Ding!
Progress in all laws returned to the forest plus 0.5%.
Awesome! Absolutely awesome! This leveling speed is faster than riding a rocket. Grinding outside for an entire day might not yield as much as he gains in an hour. 13 minutes later, the last Abyss Dragon Guard unwillingly falls. Buzz! A dazzling golden light shoots into the sky, enveloping him. Ding!
Congratulations, your level has increased.
Current level, LV.160. Success!
In just one round, he skyrocketed from level 150 to level 160.
He also gained an additional 19,800 free attribute points. This efficiency is simply heaven-defying. Continue. Without hesitation, Su Xing waved his hand, and 99 Abyss Dragon Guards refreshed again. Second round. Third round. Until the 5th round.
When he cleared all the bosses once more, a system notification even more shocking than before echoed in his mind.
Ding! Congratulations, your level has increased. Current level, LV.200. Warning! You have reached the current class level cap. Please complete the 5th advancement quest to unlock higher levels. 4th advancement. Max level.
Su Xing slowly opened his eyes, feeling the exponentially stronger power within him, and let out a long breath.
He looked at his attribute panel.
The free attribute points he had exhausted on the 8th floor of the Sky Ascension Tower were not only fully recovered but had
increased by several thousand. Free attribute points, 124,740. This number gave him an unprecedented sense of security. It's time.
With a single thought, he exited the Sky Ascension Tower. Outside, the sun was shining brightly, and less than 2 hours had passed since he entered the tower. But his strength had completely transformed. At that moment, the guild emblem on his wrist suddenly lit up.
A series of communication requests came flooding in. Ding! Long family has sent you a formal visit invitation. Ding! Zhao family has sent you a formal visit invitation. Ding! Yun family.
The 4 major families of the Kyoto Sanctuary had simultaneously sent him invitations.
Su Xing looked at the
invitations, each bearing the emblem of a different family, his gaze calm and unperturbed. He understood very well that what these people valued was his unparalleled potential.
His eyes slowly swept over them. The Long family, the Zhao family.
Finally, his gaze stopped on a familiar emblem, causing his heart to tighten slightly.
It was a pure white blooming cloud. Ding! The Yun family has sent you a formal invitation for a visit. Su Xing's eyes instantly turned sharp as a blade. He had waited for this day for far too long.
From the betrayal and despair at the Southern River Sanctuary, to the life and death struggles in the Primal Forest, and then to the battle that made him famous in the Fengtian Guild. Everything he had done was to become strong enough to stand proudly before that woman.
Without hesitation, he clicked accept.
Then, he stood up, pushed open the door, and walked into the blinding sunlight, a cold smile appearing at
the corner of his mouth. Yun family. I'm coming. Teacher Yun Shan, wait for me.
Brothers, after waiting for so long, let's charge into the Yun family together.
Teacher Yun Shan, wait for me.
As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly stopped in his tracks.
No, it's not enough yet.
The fiery emotion in Su Xing's eyes was quickly replaced by calmness. He lowered his head and carefully examined himself. Level, equipment, free attribute points, all of these had already reached astonishing heights.
But it was still not enough.
The Yun family, as one of the 4 great families of the Kyoto Sanctuary, had unfathomable backgrounds.
Who knew what kind of formidable enemies were hidden within? As a guild on the same level as Fengtian, the family head was at least a 9-turn expert, right?
Right now, he couldn't even defeat an 8-turn expert, let alone a 9-turn one.
And this was the 9-turn expert's stronghold. What he wanted was not negotiation, not reasoning. What he wanted was domination.
With absolute power, he would render any obstacles useless, make all schemes and plots laughable, and rescue teacher Yun Shan from that cage.
Most of his current skills
were golden tier or even silver tier ones obtained during his lower levels. Against the current intensity of battles, they were clearly insufficient. His strength must be elevated to another level before stepping through the Yun family's gates. Su Xing took a deep breath, his eyes now devoid of hesitation, and directly opened the Fengtian Guild's online warehouse. A dazzling array of treasures quickly scrolled past his eyes, enough to drive any professional mad. He directly filtered using Sequence 7 permissions with the tags Legendary, Skill Book, and Archer. Schwa! The light screen refreshed, leaving only a dozen or so solitary skill books quietly floating, radiating the unique orange glow of the legendary tier. Su Xing's gaze swept over them. Starfall Arrow Rain, Legendary Tier, Skill Type, Active Ultra-Wide Area Continuous Damage Mana Consumption, 8,000 points plus 1,500 points per second for sustained use cooldown. Time, 5 minutes. Skill Effect, you resonate your will with the heavens, temporarily gaining the power of the stars to unleash the devastating Starfall Arrow Rain, bombarding a 200-meter radius for 10 seconds. During the Arrow Rain, every second, 2x attack speed, burning starfall arrows descend from the sky, dealing 150% physical attack power plus 50% mental attribute, mixed damage to all enemies within range. Enemies hit by starfall arrows have a 30% chance of being afflicted with Starfire Burn, which lasts for 10 seconds, dealing 1% true damage and reducing movement speed by 20%. Skill Description: this is not ordinary archery but a borrowing of the star's power to impose divine punishment on the earth. When the sky weeps for you, your enemies and their city-state glory will turn to dust in the endless fall. Worldbreaker Arrow, Legendary Tier, Skill Type, Active Single Target Ultimate Burst Mana Consumption, 20,000 points. Cooldown Time, 10 minutes. Skill Effect, you condense all your energy, spirit, and understanding of spatial and causal laws into a single arrow, firing the Worldbreaker Arrow capable of tearing through dimensional barriers. This skill requires 3 seconds of charging, during which movement speed is greatly reduced, but you gain the dominance effect, making you immune to all control effects. Boundary Piercing Arrow upon hitting, deals 5,000% physical attack power, devastating damage and randomly applies one of the following law effects: Space Shatter. Target's armor and magic resistance are reduced to 0 for 10 seconds. Time Stasis forces a 3-second stun, which cannot be immunized. Causality Reversal: all healing effects are converted into equivalent damage for the next 5 seconds. Skill Description: when the bowstring is fully drawn, the aim is not at the enemy's body but at the enemy's very existence. This arrow, a law attack transcending the physical dimension, is the arrow of destiny's end. Space is as fragile as paper, time can be halted, and causality can be reversed. Note, the flight speed of Boundary Piercing Arrow is extremely fast, with high targeting priority, making it nearly impossible to evade. Infused with the power of laws, it can deal massive damage even to divine shields and targets in special domains. Heart of the God Hunter, Legendary Passive, Skill Type. Passive Execution. Mana Cost, none. Cooldown Time, none. Skill Effect: your soul, tainted by the laws of the God Slayer due to multiple deicide acts, naturally poses a threat to all divine or boss level beings higher in level than you. Core Effect: Overlevel Suppression. When attacking boss level targets higher in level or rank than you, all damage is permanently increased by 25%. Core Effect: Divine Execution. When attacking targets with less than 15% health, the next attack has a very high probability of triggering execution, instantly killing the target regardless of remaining health. Probability is influenced by rank difference and luck value. Skill Description: why can't mortals slay gods? When you first pulled a god down from their throne, you ignited the flames of mortal rebellion. From then on, every attack carried disdain for supreme authority, every heartbeat proclaimed the end of the old gods. You were born to hunt deities. Note, Divine Execution is ineffective against ordinary units. This passive has an extremely high priority, and its damage bonus and execution determination are almost impossible to resist by ordinary means. Su Xing's breath suddenly halted. These were it. Area AoE, Single Target Burst, Core Passive. These 3 skill books were practically a perfect combination tailor-made for him. However, when he saw the string of numbers on the price tags, even with his current wealth exceeding tens of billions, he couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his eyes. Each one cost a full 5 billion. 3 books totaled 15 billion. This was almost the majority of the wealth he had amassed by selling off all the spoils from repelling the southern river beast tide. Damn, this is robbery. Su Xing muttered under his breath, but his hands didn't stop moving. Redeem. 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 Money can always be earned again. But for Teacher Yunshang,
He didn't want to wait another second. Ding! You have successfully redeemed. 3 beams of light shot out from the light screen and directly entered his brow. Countless secrets and rules of archery flooded into his mind like a dam. Breaking. Success. Su Xing felt the power within him rise once again and nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to close the interface and head to the Yun family, a subtle detail suddenly made him freeze. On his profession panel, the icons of the hidden talent skills that had accompanied him since his class change: weakness analysis, D rank, energy scan, D rank, energy siphon, passive, D rank, root entanglement, C rank, and life drain, B rank, now had a faintly glowing golden plus sign in the bottom right corner, almost imperceptible. What was this? Su Xing's heart tightened sharply. He clearly remembered that before entering the Ascension Tower, this plus sign did not exist at all. Could it be? A crazy thought exploded in his mind. His fingers, trembling slightly, slowly moved to tap the plus sign. Buzz! A brand new information panel instantly popped up. Detected that your accumulated free attribute points exceed 200,000. Unlocking the hidden talent growth potential. You can now use free attribute points to upgrade and enhance your professional talent skills. Please select the skill to strengthen L1. Weakness analysis, grade D, 2. Energy scan, grade D, 3. Energy siphon, passive, grade D, 4. Root entanglement, grade C, 5. Life drain, grade B. Boom! A surge of ecstatic electricity instantly rushed into his brain. Su Xing was completely stunned. Damn! Talent skills can actually be upgraded using free attribute points? What kind of magical feature is this? His breathing quickened, and an unprecedented light burst forth in his eyes. This is it. Completely, absolutely, this is it. This is even more exciting than obtaining 100 pieces of legendary equipment. Equipment is ultimately external, but talent is the core that accompanies a professional throughout their life. From his debut until now, the talent skill levels were too low, basically useless, and he had always ignored them. His output relied entirely on his bow. But now, things were different. With growth potential talents, consuming free attribute points could upgrade skills, compensating for the low talent levels. He suppressed the ecstatic joy in his heart and clicked on Root Entanglement without hesitation. Root Entanglement skill level, grade C, LV.1, skill type, active control skill effect, harness the life force of the earth. To instantly summon multiple resilient magical roots from the target or the ground within a 10-meter radius. The roots bind all enemies within the range, dealing 5% wood-type damage based on attack power and putting them in an entangled state for 3 seconds. Upgrade requirement, 10 free attribute points. Each upgrade increases range by 0.5 meters, binding duration by 0.05 seconds, and damage by 1%. Advancement condition, reach LV.99 and consume 100 free attribute points. To advance the skill to grade B. Only 10 points? Su Xing froze for a moment, then became overjoyed. So cheap? What he lacked the least right now was free attribute points. Upgrade. I want to upgrade it to the max. With a thought, he directly chose continuous upgrades. Ding! Your skill root entanglement level +1. Ding! Your skill root entanglement level +1. Ding! Your skill root entanglement level +1. On the screen, his free attribute points began to decrease at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Meanwhile, the level of root entanglement skyrocketed like a rocket. LV.10, LV.30, LV.70. Skill effect. Within a 59.5 meter radius, deals 104% wood-type damage. Based on attack power and puts enemies in an entangled state for 7.95 seconds. Ding! Your skill root entanglement has reached LV.100. Would you like to consume 100 free attribute points to advance? Yes. Buzz. A purer life force circulated within his body. The grade C green icon instantly transformed into a grade B blue glow. Ding! Congratulations! Your skill root entanglement has successfully advanced to Thorn Prison, grade B. Thorn Prison skill level. Grade B, LV.1, skill effect. Within an 80-meter radius, binds all enemies, dealing 120% wood-type damage based on attack power and putting them in an imprisoned state for 9 seconds. Additionally, the prison causes enemies to bleed, losing 0.5% health per second for 10 seconds. Hiss, Su Xing took a sharp breath. The control duration jumped from 3 seconds to 9 seconds. The damage skyrocketed from 5% to 120%. And it even added a bleeding effect. This isn't just an upgrade. It's a complete transformation.
A skill originally meant to restrict enemies instantly turned into a god-tier ability that controls enemies and deals massive damage. Su Xing's eyes burned with excitement. All this, and he only spent 1,090 free
attribute points.
Without hesitation, he turned to the second skill, Life Drain, skill level, grade B, passive, upgrade requirement, 100 free attribute points.
Each upgrade increases HP regeneration by plus 0.1% per second, advancement.
Condition, reach LV.99 and consume 1,000 free attribute points to advance to grade A. As expected, the cost to upgrade a grade B skill has increased tenfold. Su Xing understood this clearly, but he didn't feel the slightest bit of pain. With his reserve of over 120,000 free attribute points, this expenditure was nothing to him.
Continue. Talent skill, upgrade for me. Ding.
Your skill life drain level +1.
Ding.
Your skill life drain level +1.
Ding. Your skill life drain has reached LV.100. Would you like to use 1,000 free attribute points to advance the level? Advance.
Buzz. This time, the purple light representing a grade S skill shot straight into the sky.
Ding. Congratulations. Your passive skill life drain has successfully advanced to Earth Pulse, grade A. Earth Pulse skill level, grade A, passive, skill effect, your vitality merges with the entire forest. Recover 18% of your maximum HP per second. Moreover, as long as you are in an environment with plants, the recovery effect is doubled. 18% recovery per second? In a place with plants, it can recover 36%?
Su Xing stared at this brand new passive skill, utterly shocked.
What did this mean? As long as he wasn't instantly killed, he was practically immortal. In 6 seconds, he could fully regenerate his HP. In a plant-rich environment, it would only take 3 seconds to fully recover. This was simply heaven-defying. Recovering 36% of his maximum HP per second, combined with his over 4 million HP, meant he could regenerate 1.2 million HP per second. Who could possibly defeat that? He was practically a walking fountain of life, an undying war god. A grade B passive skill advancing to grade A is already this powerful.
Su Xing felt the endless vitality coursing through his body, and a blazing fire ignited in his eyes.
Then how strong would an active grade A skill become after advancing?
His gaze immediately locked onto Shadowwood Clone. One starry sky radiance with an undying body was already enough to make opponents despair.
But what if there were 4 of them? This thought spread like wildfire in his mind. He glanced at his remaining free attribute points. 114040 points. Enough. Advance.
Without hesitation, Su Xing steeled his resolve and continued to pour in points like mad.
Shadowwood Clone skill level, grade A, LV.1, upgrade requirement.
1,000 free attribute points per upgrade. Each upgrade increases clone attribute inheritance by plus 0.5% and duration by plus 5 seconds. Advancement condition, upon reaching LV.100, consume 10,000 free attribute points to advance to grade S.
Damn, upgrading a grade S skill costs 1,000 points per level.
Su Xing clicked his tongue. This cost was practically a bottomless pit.
For any other professional, even a genius from a prestigious family, this would lead to bankruptcy.
After all, free attribute points could only be obtained through special missions and were extremely scarce. But for him,
it was just a piece of cake. Max it out for me. Ding.
Your skill, Shadowwood Clone, has reached LV.100.
Would you like to consume 10,000 free attribute points to advance? Yes. Boom.
An energy surge more intense than any before erupted from Su Xing's body. If the previous advancements were like turning a pond into a lake, this time, it was like the lake merging into an endless ocean. The purple grade A skill icon shattered under the infusion of massive attribute points. In its place appeared a golden glow symbolizing the supreme grade S.
Ding! Congratulations! Your skill Shadowwood Clone has successfully advanced to Forest Sovereign Avatar, grade S.
Senlo Dharmakaya skill level, S-class, LV.1, skill type, active domain/summoning skill effect. You harness the spatial and life forces contained
within Xingyu Tianhua, instantly summoning 5 bodies of truth from your shadow, each identical to you in appearance, equipment, and aura.
Bodies of truth characteristics, attribute inheritance, each clone inherits 110% of all your
base attributes.
Absolute synchronization, the clones can autonomously fight based on your preset simple commands, e.g., free attack, focus fire, protect and follow, and can perfectly synchronize all your attack actions without additional
input.
Damage sharing, all damage you take is evenly distributed between your clones and your main body. Duration, clones exist for up to 30 minutes or disappear when their HP is depleted. Skill description, when your power touches multidimensional space, you are no longer a solitary hunter. Your shadow is your most loyal foundation, and life is your most reliable sustenance. What is born from the shadows is not just yourself but an entire army. Indistinguishable from the real, victory or defeat lies in your hands. Holy crap! Seeing the new effects of the S-class skill, Su Xing's brain momentarily short-circuited. 5 clones inheriting 110% of his attributes. And they can share damage. And even share healing effects. This isn't just cloning, this is a destructive army of 6 immortal Su Xings. The mere damage sharing alone means that as long as the enemy's damage doesn't exceed 25 million, he won't fall. From now on, he's invincible. The key is, each of the 5 clones is 10% stronger than him. Su Xing's main body is actually the weakest of the 6. Who could he even complain to about this? In his mind, a world-destroying scene unfolded, 6 of him, simultaneously drawing Starfall Bow, unleashing Starfall Arrow Rain. Just imagining it gave him goosebumps. This is so worth it. Damn, it's worth every bit. Looking at the panel showing only 3750 points of free attribute points left, Su Xing felt no regret, only boundless pride and exhilaration. 120,000 free attribute points had brought about a leap in 3 major talent skills. This wave was a massive win. Everything was ready. There were still a few hours before visiting the Yun family. Su Xing calmed his mind and habitually opened the daily fortune draw. He clicked it casually. But the moment he confirmed, an unexpected change occurred. Roar! A high-pitched dragon roar suddenly echoed in his spiritual world. A brilliant purple-gold divine light shot up from the void. Within the divine light, a 5-clawed golden dragon formed purely of fortune energy coiled and roared, surrounded by auspicious clouds and countless streams of good omens. Finally, 4 radiant characters slowly emerged, fortune at its peak. Effect: today, your luck will reach an unbelievable height. Treasures will find their way to you, and fortuitous encounters will come knocking. Su Xing was stunned. This was the first time he had drawn a fortune stronger than great luck. A mysterious aura instantly enveloped his entire being. At this moment, he felt as if the entire world had transformed before his eyes. The flowing lines of laws in the air seemed to smile at him. Everything was so smooth, so harmonious. Good luck has arrived? Then let's see just how lucky I can get. A smile appeared on Su Xing's lips as he pushed the door open and stepped out. Su Xing didn't head directly to the teleportation array but instead strolled leisurely through the streets of Fengshan's floating city. As he turned a corner, ahead, an elderly man in an alchemist's robe, hurrying along, seemed to lose his footing and nearly fell, brushing past Su Xing. Clink-clank, a delicate crystal vial rolled out of the old man's arms, landing squarely in Su Xing's hand. Inside, a drop of golden liquid radiated a life force so potent it sent shivers through the soul. My life essence. The old man's face changed drastically, and he cried out as he turned to pick it up. Su Xing handed the crystal bottle back to him. Sir, this is yours. Thank you. Thank you so much, young man. The old man took the bottle, checked that it was intact, and let out a long sigh of relief, looking at Su Xing gratefully. But when he saw Su Xing's face clearly, he suddenly froze, and his expression immediately turned into fervent admiration. You are Lord Su Xing? The star god who solo cleared the epic dungeon and conquered the 8th floor of the Sky Tower? That's me. Su Xing nodded. Oh my idol. The old man was so excited his face turned red. Lord, thank you so much for earlier. If it weren't for you, this bottle of potion prepared for the elder would have shattered, and I would have lost my old life. This bottle of life essence, you must accept it. Consider it a small token of appreciation from me, your fan. My name is Baigu. I've been stuck at sequence 5 for decades. Forget it, even if I gave it to the elder, it wouldn't make much difference. It's better suited for you, my idol. After today, I might not be able to stay in Fengshan anymore. Being able to connect with my idol is truly my greatest fortune. After saying this, the old man unceremoniously shoved the priceless, almost invaluable top-tier potion back into Su Xing's hands and then ran off excitedly, as if talking to his idol was the greatest honor of his life. Su Xing. He looked down at the golden liquid in his hand, feeling a bit dazed. This was way too lucky. He had just gotten a bottle of epic level rare potion for free. At that moment, an even crazier, bolder idea suddenly surged in his mind.
Since my luck is this good, before heading to the Yun family, can I go ahead and complete my 5th transition? Once this thought appeared, he couldn't suppress it anymore. Yun family, you can wait a little longer. But this extra hour means a world of difference to me.
Without hesitation, he turned and strode toward the Job Transition Temple.
Inside the Job Transition Temple,
as soon as Su Xing appeared, he immediately caused a small commotion.
Look! It's the Star God! Holy crap! What's he doing here? Could it be? No way? He just completed his 4th transition a few days ago, passed the rookie trial yesterday, and now he's going for the 5th transition today?
Countless shocked, admiring, and incredulous gazes locked onto him. Su Xing ignored everything around him, tore open the transition scroll, and walked straight to the statue of the Job Transition Goddess.
Ding! Do you accept the 5th transition quest? Yes. 5th transition quest activated. Quest 1, reach level 200. Completed. Quest 2, kill 200 diamond level bosses.
Completed. Quest 3, submit the following rare materials. A long list of
quest requirements popped up.
The first 2 tasks had already been completed several times over by Su Xing in the Sky Tower. His gaze locked onto the 3rd task, the lengthy materials list.
Sand
of Time, Void Dragon Scale, World Tree Sprout. All top-tier materials that ordinary players had never even heard of, enough to spark a small-scale guild war.
But Su Xing only glanced at
it, a confident smile appearing on his lips. The materials he had obtained from the epic dungeon, the Lost Atlantis, happened to cover most of the list.
Only 5 items left. He turned and
headed toward the guild's material exchange counter. Behind the counter, the Sequence 7 beauty Lang Xin, who had always been cold as ice and acted as if everyone owed her money, instantly melted when she saw Su Xing. A flattering yet admiring smile blossomed on her face.
Lord Su Xing, do you need anything?
Her voice became soft and sweet. I need these 5 materials to prepare for the 5th transition quest, Su Xing replied succinctly.
Understood. Understood. Please wait a moment. Lang Xin glanced at the list and, without any hesitation, immediately activated the highest level permissions. The material warehouse is being urgently mobilized. 1 minute, and they'll be delivered to you.
This efficiency left the guild members waiting in line, nearby utterly dumbfounded. Normally, applying for a piece of platinum-grade material would take half a day. But now, with the Star God speaking, a legendary rare material was approved in seconds. Is this the privilege of a top-tier genius? 1 minute later, the material was delivered. Su Xing returned to the Job Change Temple and submitted the task.
Task 3, submit the following rare materials. Completed. Ding. All 5th job change tasks completed. The job change ceremony is about to begin. Boom! A golden beam of light, more magnificent than ever before and seemingly
containing the truths of the universe, descended from the temple's dome, completely enveloping Su Xing. At the moment his profession was about to advance to S-rank Eye of Truth, his eyes began transforming into truth itself. He could see countless crystal and law runes surged into his eyes like living entities, rearranging, combining, and engraving themselves on the surface of his pupils. His vision was infinitely enhanced at this moment. He saw the composition of matter, the flow of energy, the folds of space, and even in fleeting, blurry images of the future within the river of time. This is the power of an S-rank talent. It is the most profound mastery of the essence of the world. Ding! Congratulations on successfully changing your profession. Profession. Eye of Time and Space has advanced to 5th tier, Eye of Truth, S-rank. You have acquired a new skill, Manifestation of Laws, S-rank. You have acquired a new skill, Judgment of Truth, S-rank. Su Xing slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, the world in his gaze held no secrets that could escape his sight. He raised his head, his gaze piercing through the barriers of the temple, directly toward the direction of the Yun family. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yun family, are you ready to face the truth? When the Eye of Truth fully awakened, Su Xing felt as if his soul had transcended this mortal body, ascending to a new height, capable of overlooking all beings. The world in his eyes shed all its disguises. The first thing he thought of was his old friend, the Goddess of Fortune, who had brought him countless blessings and stirred a mix of love and hate within him. Su Xing focused his thoughts, pushing the Eye of Truth to its limit. This time, he didn't simply tear open a rift to sneak a peek. Instead, his entire will transformed into truth itself, crossing endless time, space, and dimensions.
To directly descend into the divine realm of the goddess of fortune, a domain composed purely of luck and laws. Deep within the divine realm, the breathtakingly beautiful goddess who haunted his dreams was lazily reclining on a soft couch woven from threads of fate, propping her chin with one hand and absent-mindedly stirring the swirling sea of luck before her. She was daydreaming. Her golden eyes, capable of outshining all the stars in the universe, were vacant and lifeless, as if pondering some eternal, unsolvable philosophical question. She hadn't noticed Su Xing's arrival at all. Su Xing couldn't help but take a sharp breath. After all, she was a true deity wielding the authority of luck. Yet he had managed to descend his will into her divine realm without her noticing. This eye of truth was simply defying the heavens. A bold idea suddenly emerged in his mind. Since the goddess hadn't noticed, could he perhaps try something daring? A wicked smile appeared on Su Xing's lips. He slowly raised his hand, as if he had become the supreme deity controlling the heavenly laws, and, across endless time and space, lightly pointed at the stunning goddess. Judgment of truth. Before me, shed all disguises and reveal your truest self. Buzz. A supreme force of law descended instantly. The daydreaming goddess of fortune trembled all over, her gaze immediately turning vacant and bewildered, as if her mind had been overtaken by an irresistible will. The next second, under Su Xing's gaze filled with the spirit of academic research, the goddess slowly rose. The last layer of thin gauze woven from the laws of mystery and unknown began to dissipate inch by inch. Like the first snowflake melting under the spring sun, her beauty was fully revealed before Su Xing's eyes. It was not ordinary sensuality or beauty, but the perfect embodiment of reason and law. It was the curves of the laws, the arcs of truth. Su Xing was completely stunned. His mind went blank, and he even forgot to breathe. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds. Buzz. Just as the 6th second arrived, the goddess of fortune's gaze suddenly regained clarity. She froze for a moment, looked down, and boom! A surge of anger and humiliation powerful enough to destroy the entire divine realm erupted from her. Ah! Damned mortal! Die! Divine punishment descended. A absolute misfortune, divine punishment capable of instantly annihilating any 9-turn powerhouse crossed dimensions and fiercely struck Su Xing's soul. However, ding! You have been subjected to the absolute misfortune, divine punishment. The god-level passive skill, Chaos Favor, has been activated, completely immunizing the negative effects. Ding! A powerful divine energy impact has been detected. Chaos Favor has converted it into a blessing beneficial to you. Congratulations! You have mastered a new god-level skill, Fate Coin. Su Xing blinked at the new skill icon glowing with rainbow light on his interface. Then, he turned to the goddess in the divine realm, who was on the verge of losing her mind, and flashed a radiant smile. Thank you for the gift, goddess. See you next time. Get out. With an enraged roar, Su Xing's consciousness was kicked out of the divine realm by a violent force. Feeling satisfied, he withdrew his gaze, his mood uplifted. Such a cute goddess. I'll visit the divine realm again someday and cherish her properly. He muttered to himself, then turned decisively and strode toward the teleportation array leading to the core area of Kyoto's sanctuary. The Yun family. As one of the top-tier 9th-rank families in Long Country and even the entire world, their estate had long surpassed the concept of ordinary architecture. It was a vast city. The entire city was shrouded in misty clouds, with magnificent pavilions and the cries of celestial cranes. Visible streams of law power cascaded down like waterfalls, exuding sanctity and majesty. The moment Su Xing stepped out of the teleportation array, he immediately felt an invisible yet mountain-like pressure pressing down from all directions. This was the oppressive force of the Yun family's protective formation. Any being entering this area without permission would have most of their strength suppressed by this force, turning them into helpless lambs. This was the Yun family's first test for all visitors. However, this pressure, which was enough to render ordinary 7-turn powerhouses immobile, dissipated instantly upon touching Su Xing. His chaos favor lightly trembled, and the mountain-like pressure vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Su Xing continued forward without hesitation, his expression calm, as if strolling through his own backyard. The Yun family guards, who had been waiting at the entrance for some time, saw this scene and their pupils shrank sharply. So strong. He completely ignored the family's welcoming formation. This young man is definitely a formidable figure. Su Xing paid no attention to the guard's shocked gazes. His energy scan, like an invisible radar,
quickly expanded to its maximum range. He was searching for someone, but the scan results made his brows furrow. Nothing. Within the entire Yun family estate, there was no trace of Yun Shang's energy signature. Was she not home? Or was she confined in a place even energy scan couldn't detect? Su Xing's gaze immediately turned cold. Just then, a familiar energy signature, filled with resentment and fury, suddenly appeared within his perception range. Moreover, it was charging toward him at an incredible speed. Su Xing! A sharp, hate-filled scream erupted from the courtyard not far away. The next second, a fiery red figure, wrapped in blazing magical flames, hurtled toward Su Xing like a falling meteor. The attacker was none other than Yun Xian, the Yun family's six-turn genius who had been shot through the chest by Su Xing outside the Nanjiang sanctuary, humiliated to the extreme. You bastard! Scum! You actually dared to step into our Yun family's territory. Die! Yun Xian's eyes were bloodshot, and she looked utterly deranged. The humiliation of that day had long since become the deepest pain in her heart. Seeing her enemy, she cared about nothing else and unleashed her most powerful killing move. Su Xing's gaze turned cold. His hand instinctively reached for the starfall bow on his back, just as he was about to shoot another arrow at this reckless woman. Young miss, please stop. An aged yet powerful voice rang out like a thunderclap. Then, an old butler dressed in a tailcoat, his hair meticulously combed, and his sharp eyes like an eagle's, mysteriously appeared between Yun Xian and Su Xing. He extended just one hand. Buzz! Yun Xian's formidable attack vanished instantly, as if it had encountered its natural predator, leaving not even a spark behind. Fu Bo? Why are you stopping? Me? I'm going to skin this mongrel alive. Yun Xian roared. The old butler's face remained calm and expressionless. He slowly turned to Su Xing, bowed slightly, and performed a flawless noble salute. Then, in an extremely composed voice, he said, Young miss, please mind your words. This gentleman, Su Xing, is the most distinguished guest personally invited by the family head. Distinguished guest? The fury on Yun Xian's face was doused as if by a bucket of cold water, leaving her frozen in place. She stared in disbelief at the impeccably composed old butler, then glared at Su Xing, whose face remained as calm as if he were watching a play. Her mind went completely blank. Fu Bo, you must be mistaken. Him? A distinguished guest? Yun Xian's voice turned sharp, breaking into a pitch of disbelief. A bumpkin who crawled out of a poor place like Nanjiang. A scoundrel who only knows how to play tricks and steal our boss's spotlight. What qualifies him? He's not even worthy of polishing our Yun family's shoes. How could he possibly be the family head's invited guest? She was hysterical, utterly unable to accept this reality. In her mind, this had to be a misunderstanding. Yes, it must be someone else with the same name. The person the family had truly invited must be another Su Xing, a genius, not this scoundrel who had humiliated her. However, the old butler, Fu Bo, simply stood there silently, his gaze as calm as a deep well, offering no explanation. This silence was the clearest answer, like a slap across Yun Xian's face. As the atmosphere grew unbearably tense, a voice, tinged with helplessness yet clear and steady, came from not far away. Sister, could you stop embarrassing yourself? Accompanying the voice, a young man dressed in a moonwhite brocade robe, with a handsome face and an extraordinary demeanor, walked out slowly. The moment he appeared, the Yun family guards around him instinctively straightened their backs, their eyes filled with awe and reverence. Yun Che, the brightest genius of the Yun family's generation, a forbidden spell mage, the future head of the Yun family. Brother! Yun Xian screamed as if grabbing onto a lifeline the moment she saw him. You're here just in time. Quick! Help me drive this fraud out of our house. But to her shock, Yun Che didn't even glance at her. He walked straight to Su Xing, and the ever-cold expression on his face twisted into a smile so awkward it was hard to tell if he was smiling or crying. That smile carried 7 parts helplessness, 2 parts respect, and 1 part of an unwilling sense of defeat he couldn't admit to himself. Brother Su Xing. Yun Che cupped his hands toward Su Xing, his attitude exceedingly humble. My sister has been spoiled since childhood and talks far too much. Please don't take offense. I apologize on her behalf. Boom! That soft phrase, Brother Su Xing. That seemingly insignificant action was like a thunderclap in Yun Xian's ears. She was completely stunned. Her arrogant and prideful younger brother, the genius who never regarded other
family prodigies as equals, was actually being so polite to this bumpkin from Nanjing? Even with a hint of servile flattery? Had the world gone mad? Yun Che, are you crazy? What did you just call him? Yun Xin screamed in disbelief, unable to comprehend what was happening before her eyes. Yun Che could no longer hold back. He turned his head and glared at her with disdain. Sister, I told you not to embarrass yourself, didn't you understand? He took a deep breath, as if suppressing his inner excitement, and spoke in an extremely complex, even trembling voice. Enunciating each word, do you even know who this so-called bumpkin and fraud you're talking about really is? The Fengshen Guild. In this year's rookie trials, he ranked first. In the Ascension Tower Challenge, with his 4th-tier strength, he broke through the 8th level, a level even I couldn't reach, setting the most terrifying rookie record in the history of the Fengshen Guild. The guild leader, that legendary and enigmatic supreme existence, personally bestowed upon him a reward, the Yi Fengshen treasure, the mythical Ascension Tower, which is now in his possession. Do you understand what this means? It means that he, Su Xing, is very likely the guild leader's personally chosen, next successor. And I, Jin Che, your proud younger brother, am now a member of the Yi Fengshen Guild. So tell me, when I meet my future superior, the future guild leader, how should I act? Every word Yun Che spoke was like a heavy hammer, striking Yun Xin's heart. Her face turned pale inch by inch, all color draining away in an instant. Rookie champion? Breaking through the 8th level? Guild leader's successor? This is impossible. Just a few days ago, outside the Nanjing sanctuary, that guy she had looked down on like an ant, the one who only knew how to sneak around stealing bosses, it had only been a few days since they last met? And now he had grown so powerful that even her terrifyingly talented younger brother had to look up to him, even grovel before him? This was absurd. It was like a joke. At this moment, Yun Xin's entire worldview collapsed. She stared at the man before her, Su Xing, who still appeared calm and at ease, as if everything was perfectly natural. For the first time, a sense of fear surged in her heart. While the Yun siblings were thrown into turmoil by Su Xing's presence in the Yi Fengshen Guild, within an eternal secret realm that transcended time and space, 4 figures sat quietly in meditation. Their auras were complex and terrifying, like 4 volcanoes that had been dormant for tens of thousands of years. Their mere presence distorted all surrounding rules. These were the 9 patriarchs of the 4 great families of the Dragon Kingdom. True figures at the pinnacle of the world, whose slightest movement could shake the entire world. At this moment, the most hot-tempered patriarch of the Yun family was impatiently tapping the void before him with his finger. What's going on? Does the Fengshen Guild leader think so highly of himself? Making us 4 old geezers wait here for half an hour? Humph. No matter how powerful the Yi Fengshen Guild is, they can't treat the 4 great families with such disrespect. As soon as he finished speaking, click, 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 the crisp sound of high heels echoed from afar, each step landing rhythmically, neither hurried nor slow, as if stepping on the heartbeat of everyone present. A stunning woman dressed in a black professional skirt, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and exuding an aura of rationality and composure, slowly appeared before them. It was none other than the sage. The Yun family patriarch frowned, his expression immediately darkening. Why is it you, a junior? Where is your guild leader? For such an important meeting, he actually sent an 8th-turn junior like you to preside? Is this an insult to us? His voice carried the oppressive force of a 9-turn powerhouse, causing the entire secret realm to tremble. However, the sage still wore a polite yet indifferent smile on her face. She gently adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses on her nose, and a trace of coldness flashed through the phoenix eyes behind the lenses. Humiliation? Her red lips parted slightly, her voice soft, but her words instantly plunged the secret realm's temperature to freezing point. Old Ghost Yun. It seems the lesson I gave you last time on the void chessboard. You still haven't remembered, have you? Boom. A force countless times more terrifying than the Yun family patriarchs, and overwhelming, while capable of freezing souls and shattering rules, suddenly descended. The arrogant and overbearing expression on the Yun family patriarch's face instantly drained of color. It was as if he recalled an extremely horrifying memory, and his body involuntarily trembled. Beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He opened his mouth to speak, but not a single word came out. His arrogance completely vanished, and he collapsed, not daring to utter another word. Silence. A deathly silence. Beside him, the patriarchs of the Zhao and Long families watched this scene, and the corners of their mouths couldn't help but curl into faint smiles. This old fool had forgotten again. The woman before them was someone who could smile while pinning a 9-turn patriarch to the ground and trampling him repeatedly, a peerless force to be reckoned with. In the eternal secret realm, the atmosphere was heavy, tense to the extreme. The sage's phoenix eyes, hidden behind her gold-rimmed glasses, seemed to casually sweep over the 4 9-turn patriarchs present. She elegantly crossed her long, slender legs clad in black stockings, adjusted her sitting posture, and lightly tapped the armrest with her fingertips. Her voice was soft, yet it struck directly at the hearts of everyone present. You are all the pillars of the Dragon Nation, so I will speak plainly. Recently, foreign forces have been meddling far too deeply. They have even infiltrated the inner workings of our 4 great families. Boom! As soon as the words fell, the auras of the 4 patriarchs froze instantly, and the secret realm's space rippled with intense fluctuations. What? The Zhao family patriarch was furious, slamming the table. Who dares to do such a thing? Sage, this is serious. Do you have evidence? The Long family patriarch's expression was grave. The sage's lips curved into a meaningful smile. Evidence? Deity Sealing certainly has. Although the arrangements were quite clever, tracing it wasn't difficult at all. Her gaze lingered for a moment on the Yun family patriarch's face, which alternated between dark and pale. The president is merciful. He said that, considering past ties, as long as the guilty party admits their mistake now, returns what they shouldn't have taken, and compensates for the losses, function can be left unpursued. As soon as the words fell, the scene plunged into dead silence once again. The ancestors of the Zhao, Long, and Li families wore complex expressions, anger mixed with contemplation. Meanwhile, the ancestor of the Yun family was experiencing a storm of emotions internally. Impossible. I handled this flawlessly, using the secret art of causality to erase all traces. How could she have found out? No, that's not right. She must be bluffing. This little girl may be young, but her schemes run deep. Is she trying to use a feigned strategy to throw me off balance? Humph. Dream on. The Yun family ancestor sneered inwardly but maintained a calm facade, even deliberately showing a hint of anger. Humph. Colluding with foreign forces, treasonous charges. I'd like to see which family dares to be so bold. His performance was flawless. The sage stared at him, her smile profound. She said no more, simply lifting her teacup gracefully and gently blowing on the steam. She was waiting. This kind of silent waiting was the most torturous for those harboring guilty secrets. Meanwhile, within Yun City, Brother Su Xing, this way, please. Ahead is our Yun family's guest pavilion, Tingchao Pavilion, renowned for its breathtaking scenery. Yun Che walked ahead, his attitude respectful as he dutifully introduced the surroundings. Su Xing responded absent-mindedly, his eyes seemingly admiring the celestial scenery, but in reality, he had already quietly activated energy scan. Invisible ripples spread outward, but the feedback was blank. Nothing. He still couldn't detect teacher Yun Shang's presence. Su Xing frowned. A D-level energy scan, the range is still too small. Moreover, the Yun family estate must be protected by top-tier shielding formations. Ordinary methods are useless. What should he do? Wait until the banquet ends to investigate secretly? No, that's too slow. Determination flashed in his eyes. Since the scan range is too small, then make it bigger. He focused his thoughts and opened the skill panel. Seeing the 3,750 points of free attribute points remaining, he didn't hesitate. Energy scan, skill level, D-level, LV.1, upgrade requirement, 1 free attribute point. Upgrade. Ding. Your energy scan skill has been upgraded to LV.100. Would you like to consume 10 free attribute points to advance to the next tier? Yes. Buzz. The white D-level icon shattered instantly, reforming into a green C-level icon. Ding. Congratulations! The skill energy scan has successfully advanced to Domain Insight. C-level. Domain Insight, skill level, C-level, LV.1, skill type, active detection/tactical, magic consumption, 100 points, cooldown time, 3 seconds, skill effect, releases an invisible wave of laws, surveying the domain within a 200-meter radius. Provides preliminary analysis of target energy intensity, attributes, and hostility. Description: your vision is no longer limited to surface energy but begins to analyze and understand the fundamental laws of the world. Under Domain Insight, all disguises are exposed, and the strength, attributes, and malice of enemies are clearly revealed. You are transitioning from an observer to a perceiver. Again. Su Xing activated the scan once more, expanding the range fourfold. The result was still blank. Not enough. His eyes flashed with fierce determination. Domain insight, upgrade requirement, 10 free attribute points. Advancement condition, consume 100 free attribute points to advance to B level. Upgrade. Ding. Domain insight has successfully advanced to Fate's Pull, B level. Fate's Pull, skill level, B level, LV.1, skill type, active detection tactical causality, magic consumption. 300 points, cooldown time, 1 second, skill effect, activates the causality scales, releasing an invisible gravitational wave of fate, pulling and uncovering the causal relationships of all targets within a 500-meter radius. Description. All things are bound by causality, all beings are entwined in destiny. When your vision begins to weigh the weight of causality, the threads of fate can no longer hide. Past, present, and future all are clearly revealed under your Fate's Pull, and you are the only director who sees through all the scripts. This time, it's no longer a simple energy scan. Instead, it's a direct trace from the perspective of causal relationships. Buzz. An invisible, intangible wave of destiny suddenly spread out from Su Xing as the center. In his eye of truth, the entire world transformed into countless intertwined, glowing lines of causality. Yun Che's line was a silver-white color, symbolizing reverence and frustration. Not far away, Yun Xian's line was a dark red, representing jealousy and resentment. And deep within these lines, Su Xing finally saw it. A faint yet exceptionally resolute line, filled with unyielding determination and longing, a pale purple causal line. It's her. It's teacher Yun Shang. Su Xing's heart tightened sharply. Following that causal line, his gaze pierced through layers of pavilions, penetrated thick strata and formations. Finally, stopping at, directly beneath the listening tide pavilion they were about to visit. The place hosting him, beneath it, was actually a bottomless, dark dungeon. Boom! A surge of icy killing intent erupted from Su Xing's heart. What? A Yun family. What a most distinguished guest. They actually imprison the person I'm looking for right beneath the place where they're hosting me? This is too ironic. Too arrogant. Brother Su Xing? What's wrong? Yun Che seemed to sense the terrifying aura that flashed across Su Xing's body for an instant, shivering involuntarily. It's nothing. Su Xing suppressed all his emotions, his face returning to calm, but his eyes remained as cold as a glacier. Let's go, don't keep the Yun family head waiting. Yun family, listening tide pavilion. In the luxurious hall, host and guest were seated. At the main seat sat a middle-aged man who resembled Yun Che but exuded a more composed and authoritative aura. He was the head of the Yun family, an eighth-turn powerhouse, Yun Tianhe. Ha ha ha. Nephew Su, truly a hero among the young. Yun Tianhe laughed warmly, his eyes full of admiration for Su Xing. Yesterday, my son told me about your performance in the newcomer trials. It was like a dream. Come, I'll toast to the future pillar of our dragon nation with tea instead of wine. His posture was humble, his tone kind, as if Su Xing were his long-lost nephew. Beside him, Yun Xian watched her father's sycophantic demeanor, gritting her teeth in anger but not daring to act out, only glaring at Su Xing with venomous eyes. Su Xing picked up the teacup, his expression indifferent, and took a sip. Yun family head, you're too kind. His voice was flat, devoid of warmth. The atmosphere became awkward for a moment. Yun Che busied himself showing off the dishes, while Yun Xian's hostility toward Su Xing grew stronger. Su Xing's coldness only made Yun Xian more displeased. But Yun Tianhe remained unfazed, continuing to smile as he directed the servants to serve dishes, forcibly maintaining the surface harmony. Su Xing had already lost patience with this old fox. He slowly set down the teacup, the bottom of the cup striking the table with a crisp sound. Though the sound was small, it instantly silenced the entire hall. Yun Tianhe's laughter abruptly stopped. Yun Che's hand, holding a dish, froze in mid-air. Yun Xian's venomous gaze turned into shock. Everyone stared at Su Xing in astonishment. Su Xing slowly raised his head, his eye of truth, capable of seeing through everything, directly locking onto Yun Tianhe. He had decided to lay his cards on the table. Yun family head, I came here today for one thing. I don't want to waste time, and I ask you not to beat around the bush. Each word was clear, his voice not loud, yet it thundered like a storm. Do you know Yun Shang, where she is now? Yun Shang. When Su Xing coldly uttered these two words, the grand hall seemed to be instantly drained of air. Time seemed to freeze. The smile on Yun Tianhe's face stiffened in an instant, as if he were wearing a worn-out mask,
teetering on the verge of collapse. On Yun Che's cold and indifferent face, for the first time, a look of shock appeared, and his action of picking up food completely stopped. Beside him, Yun Xian's face, full of resentment and venom, looked as if she had been struck by lightning. How could he know that name? That name had long been a family taboo, something even she and her younger brother had only heard their father mention in the most secretive of circumstances. You. How do you know that name? Yun Tianhe and Yun Che almost spoke in unison, their eyes filled with shock and fear as they stared intently at Su Xing. Their loss of composure and terror had already exposed everything. Ha! Su Xing sneered coldly. That smile was icy and bone-chilling, full of mockery. It seems not only do you know, but you know quite a lot. This sentence was like a heavy hammer, instantly snapping Yun Tianhe back to his senses. He realized how much he had just lost control. He quickly reined in all his expressions, the warmth and friendliness on his face vanishing completely, replaced by cold indifference and an unapproachable chill. He slowly sat upright, and the unique oppressive aura of an 8th-rank powerhouse spread through the grand hall like a tidal wave. His gaze toward Su Xing shifted from admiration to disdain and wariness. Young man, his voice was low and authoritative. There are some things you shouldn't ask if you have no business asking. Curiosity can sometimes be your downfall. This was a blatant threat. But Su Xing was completely unfazed by the oppressive aura, calmly meeting Yun Tianhe's gaze. I can ignore other people's matters. His voice was not loud, but it was firm as iron. But when it comes to teacher Yun Shang, I cannot stand by. Impudent! Yun Tianhe slammed the table and stood up, his fury ignited. The hypocritical mask on his face shattered completely in that moment. Good. Very good, cannot stand by. He was so enraged that he laughed, his eyes brimming with killing intent. Su Xing, I, Yun Tianhe, have given you face time and again, because I see your potential to one day become the president of Fengshan. Don't push your luck. You are only a possibility, so don't overestimate yourself. Yun Shang is a matter of my Yun family. How we handle it is our Yun family's business. It is not your place, an outsider, to meddle here. Guards! He flung his sleeve and turned away, not even bothering to look at Su Xing, his voice icy and cutting. Escort the guest out. Yes. From both sides of the banquet hall, the Yun family guards, who had been standing by, immediately stepped forward, their powerful auras locking onto Su Xing without reservation. A battle was on the verge of breaking out. Brother Su Xing. At this moment, Yun Che suddenly stood up, walking to Su Xing's side, his face full of apology and anxiety. My father is in a fit of anger. How about we leave for now? This matter can be discussed slowly. He did not want to become enemies with Su Xing, nor did he want his family to completely fall out with this prodigy of limitless potential. But Su Xing didn't even glance at him. His gaze passed through Yun Che, through the opulent banquet hall, and landed on the cold floor. He spoke slowly, his voice trembling with a chill that made one's blood run cold. Discuss slowly? Do you think she's just being locked up, and that's it? Yun Che, do you know that your relative, right beneath this very ground, is enduring the agony of her soul being devoured by countless ants and burned by raging flames every single moment? Boom! This statement struck Yun Che and Yun Xian like a thunderclap. What? Yun Che's face turned deathly pale in an instant. Impossible. How could father dare? Yun Xian was also stunned. No matter how spoiled and willful she was, she could not imagine her relative being subjected to such cruel torment. Su Xing said no more. He simply stared at Yun Che. With his eyes of truth, which seemed to see through everything. That gaze was both a question and a demand. On one side was the authority of his family and his father's orders, on the other was the brutal reality of his relatives' suffering. Yun Che's heart was in turmoil, filled with pain and struggle. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead, and his fists clenched tightly. A few seconds later, he made up his mind, gritting his teeth. He gave Yun Xian a subtle, secretive look, then turned around and said to the guards in a deep voice, "Stand down. I will personally escort brother Su Xing out." After speaking, he hesitated no longer. Taking Su Xing with him, he strode out of the banquet hall under Yun Tianhe's icy gaze. They passed through a luxurious corridor and a quiet bamboo grove. Yun Che stopped in front of an inconspicuous rockery. He turned to glance at Yun Xian, who had secretly followed them. The three exchanged looks, their eyes filled with determination. Without hesitation, Yun Che formed seals with his hands, and a complex magic array slowly emerged in front of the rockery. Rumble! A dark passage leading deep underground appeared, exuding a bone-chilling cold. The deeper they went, the colder and damper the air became, mixed with a nauseating stench of blood and decay. Finally, they reached the deepest part of the dungeon. The scene before them struck Yun Che and Yun Xin like a bolt of lightning, leaving them frozen in place. On a stone platform in the center of the dungeon, a woman who was both familiar and unfamiliar was tightly bound by countless black chains engraved with eerie runes. A filthy black aura, carrying the essence of the abyss, continuously seeped into her body along the chains. Her face was as pale as paper, and her breath was faint to the extreme. Yet her eyes remained bright, filled with unyielding determination and an unquenchable fire. It was Yun Shang. Sister? Yun Xin covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face instantly. She couldn't believe that the cousin who was always gentle, kind, and extraordinarily gifted in her memories had ended up like this. Around the stone platform stood several foreign men dressed in black kimonos, speaking fluent Japanese. As expected of the Yun family's Saintess bloodline, her willpower is truly strong. No matter, the energy of the soul-devouring array is still abundant. Within 3 days, her will shall be completely destroyed. By then, she will become the perfect vessel for our Amaterasu Amikami. The foolish Yun family, by then, even their strongest genius of this generation will be under our control. The Japanese men coldly admired Yun Shang's suffering with the detached gaze of someone appraising merchandise, as if they were admiring a piece of art. Boom! The moment Su Xing heard the word vessel in Japanese, his rationality snapped like a broken string. An indescribable and terrifying killing intent erupted from him, so overwhelming that even the gods above would tremble. The temperature in the entire dungeon plummeted to freezing in an instant. Courting death. In a single thought, his bowstring was fully drawn, so fast that no one could even see his movements. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 silver arrows shot out at an unimaginable speed, tearing through space. Thud! Thud! The mocking smiles on the faces of the 2 Japanese men froze instantly. In the next second, their bodies and souls were obliterated by the terrifying power carried by the arrows, leaving nothing behind. 1-589-273. 1-464-732. Instant kill. Nani? The remaining Japanese man, who seemed to be the leader, turned pale with shock. He hadn't even had time to react before his companions were gone. He roared in fury, unleashing the terrifying aura of an 8th-tier powerhouse. A shield formed of dark energy immediately appeared in front of him. However, Su Xing's 3rd arrow was already on its way. Boom! The shield shattered like paper in an instant. 1-500-000. The 8th-tier Japanese powerhouse was sent flying like he'd been struck by a heavy hammer, slamming into the wall and coughing up blood violently. He wasn't dead, but he was gravely injured. His health was down to a quarter, and he was desperately using potions to recover. Su Xing ignored him, stepping forward in an instant to the stone platform. He aimed his longbow at the array imprisoning Yun Shang and smashed it down fiercely. Break 4. Me. Boom. The entire imprisoning array and the supposedly indestructible stone platform collapsed in a single strike. At the moment the array shattered, woo woo woo, piercing alarm sirens echoed throughout the Sky City. In the deepest part of the Yun family dungeon, Yun Tianhe's furious and murderous roar exploded like thunder. Bastards! How dare you ruin the grand plans of my Yun family? Boom! The ground trembled as the magnificent main hall and the dungeons imprisoning countless evildoers were completely reduced to rubble by Su Xing's furious strike. Dust and smoke billowed into the sky, and the piercing sound of alarms, like a deathly dirge, instantly filled the entire city. Of the Yun family. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Someone has broken into the forbidden dungeons. All elders and guardians, head to the main hall immediately for support. Whoosh! 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 Powerful auras shot up into the sky from various secluded places within the Yun family. Shock and fury were written all over everyone's faces. How many years had it been since the Yun family ascended to a 9th-tier clan and stood at the pinnacle of the Dragon Kingdom? No one had dared to provoke them so brazenly. Yet today, someone had stormed in directly, pressing the Yun family's face into the dirt and grinding it hard. This was courting death. Who is it? Who dares to act recklessly in my Yun family? Courting death. Dozens of streaks of light tore through the sky, instantly surrounding the ruins, leaving no gaps. Leading them were several inscrutable 8th-turn supreme elders, their bodies surrounded by the laws of the universe. Behind them were dozens of 7th-turn elders, each a force to be reckoned with, and countless 6th-turn core guardians. The Yun family's top combat forces had all been mobilized. When they saw the young man in the center of the ruins, holding a frail woman in his arms, his entire being exuding a murderous aura, everyone froze. Su Xing. At that moment, a roar filled with rage and killing intent exploded like thunder across the sky. Yun Tianhe appeared. In midair, his gaze sweeping over the devastated ruins and the exposed conspiracy. He was on the verge of losing his mind with fury. His bloodshot eyes locked onto Su Xing, filled with a hatred that could tear everything apart. My Yun family kindly hosted a banquet for you, and this is how you repay us? You must be tired of living. After speaking, he abruptly turned to glare at Yun Che, who stood pale and helpless beside him, his anger nearly causing him to explode. And you disgraceful wretch. He pointed at Yun Che's nose, cursing furiously, look at what you've done. Letting a wolf into the house, betraying your own family. You've utterly disgraced the Yun family. Faced with his father's thunderous wrath, Yun Che trembled slightly, but it wasn't out of fear, it was extreme anger and disappointment. He suddenly raised his head, for the first time meeting his father's gaze with questioning eyes. Father, reputation? You want to talk to me about reputation? He pointed at Yun Shang, who lay weak and barely breathing in Su Xing's arms, his voice hoarse and filled with pain. Then tell me, why? Why has Yun Shang ended up like this? Why was she tortured so cruelly by those Eastern bastards with such a vicious formation? You knew, so why didn't you stop it? In the center of the ruins, Su Xing slowly used the essence of life he had obtained earlier to infuse a pure life force into Yun Shang's body. Yun Shang slowly opened her eyes. When she saw Su Xing's anxious and pained face, a bittersweet smile appeared on her lips. Su Xing, it really is you. Thank goodness. But as if suddenly remembering something, her smile was quickly replaced by panic. No, this place is too dangerous. You must leave. She used all her strength to push against Su Xing's chest. They won't let you go. Forget about me, just run. Don't be afraid. Su Xing gently held her in his arms, his movements as tender as if he were cradling the most precious treasure in the world. His voice was soft but carried an unshakable determination that left no room for doubt. I'm here. From now on, no one will hurt you, not even a little. How foolish. Hearing Yun Che's questioning, Yun Tianhe roared in anger, as if blaming him for his ignorance. You don't understand at all. He pointed at Yun Shang, then at Yun Che, his face twisted with madness and fury over his ruined plans. Everything I've done was for you. As long as we take this Saintess bloodline talent from Yun Shang and perfectly transfer it to you, you, Yun Che, will become the first in the history of the Dragon Kingdom, and even the entire world, to possess both an SSS+ level Forbidden Curse and an SSS+ level Saintess bloodline, these two ultimate talents. At that time, your future will be infinitely bright. The entire Yun family will, because of you, reach an unprecedented peak of glory. But now, everything has been destroyed by you, this foolish person, with your own hands. You've ruined your greatest opportunity. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Hearing this frenzied accusation, Su Xing let out a cold laugh, filled with icy disdain and mockery. Oh, great! What a perfect opportunity! For the sake of your so-called artificial genius plan, you would sacrifice your own family? You even colluded with outsiders, using the cruelest methods to torture someone who shares your bloodline? Yun Tianhe. Your Yun family is truly a bunch of beasts. Father, ancestor, you were wrong. At this moment, Yun Che's heart completely collapsed. He knew about the talent transfer, but he thought it was just a harmless secret technique. He never imagined that behind it lay a filthy, bloody transaction. They even went so far as to invite wolves into the house and cooperate with the enemy. The words of those Japanese people still echoed in his ears. What perfect vessel! They weren't helping him at all. They were using the Yun family. From beginning to end, the Yun family had become someone else's tool. A massive wave of guilt and anger shattered his last shred of reason. He roared to the heavens, his voice filled with grief and determination. Forbidden spells were supposed to be the path to invincibility. Why rely on others' sacrifices? I, Yun Che, have my own pride. I have my own path to invincibility. I absolutely don't need this filthy favor built on the suffering of my family. Beast! You dare talk back? Yun Tianhe was utterly enraged. At this point, he didn't care about right or wrong. He only knew the plan must not have any mistakes. Someone. He waved his hand fiercely, his voice as cold as millennia-old ice. Capture these two wretches, both of them. Bakayaro.
At that moment, a battered figure shot up from the ruins of the dungeon. It was the surviving Japanese 8-turn powerhouse. He glared at Su Xing, his eyes filled with hatred. I will kill this guy. Avenge my comrades. Yun Tianhe frowned. Idiot, he cursed inwardly. This Japanese man dared to appear in public? If the news leaked, the Yun family's crime of colluding with outsiders would be fully established. He immediately issued the strictest orders to all Yun family elders. Seal off everything here. Today, no one and no information can leave. Ha 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 ha. Su Xing laughed even more wildly upon hearing this. Yun family head, it seems you've decided to completely turn against our Fengshen guild? Yun Tianhe's eyes flickered madly. He was weighing the pros and cons. If the collusion with outsiders was exposed, the Yun family would lose all standing in the Dragon Nation, facing total annihilation. But offending Fengshen, though troublesome, as long as all witnesses were silenced. With some money spent afterward to bribe and smooth things over, there might still be room for maneuver. 1 second later, his eyes were filled with pure, unbridled killing intent. He made the coldest decision. He pointed at everyone in the ruins, including Su Xing, Yun Shang, and even his shocked son and daughter. His voice was devoid of emotion. Leave no one alive. Capture them all. Yun Tianhe's death-like pronouncement echoed across the ruins. The killing intent, icy and bone-chilling, instantly enveloped the entire scene. Boom! 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 Dozens of Yun family elders and protectors acted without hesitation. A world-destroying aura erupted. The 8-turn Supreme Elder, with the authority of heaven, spoke, and the surrounding space was instantly sealed, transforming into an inescapable cage. 7-turn elders formed a battle array, intertwining the power of laws into a net, like an inescapable trap descending upon Su Xing. 6-turn protectors, like rabid dogs, sealed off all of Su Xing's escape routes from every direction. This Yun family, standing at the pinnacle of the Dragon Nation, finally revealed its most ferocious fangs. However, faced with this desperate situation that would terrify any 8-turn powerhouse, Su Xing, surprisingly, did not immediately take action. He quietly held the frail Yun Shang in his arms, a flicker of cold calculation flashing through the burning anger in his eyes of truth. The Kyoto Sanctuary prohibits private fights, let alone deadly ones. Yun Tianhe dares to be so arrogant, he must have backing. He wouldn't dare to kill outright, or else the Fengshen guild and the sanctuary military would intervene immediately. So, his goal is to capture us alive first. Either imprison us indefinitely or take us outside the sanctuary to use special skills to silence us completely, burying today's events forever in darkness. In a split second, Su Xing saw through Yun Tianhe's entire plan. 1-on-1, he feared no one. Even 1-on-10, he was confident he could fight his way out. But, protecting 3 people with almost no combat ability at the same time? And the Yun family's top experts on the other side were at least 6th rank, while Yun Che and Yun Xian had virtually no fighting power. Add to that the space sealed by layers of rules. Even with his current strength, it was too much. Let alone in this space. Unless there was a reason that would allow him to disregard all rules and openly unleash a massacre here. Buzz. Su Xing's thoughts moved, and an invisible light screen quietly popped up on his retina. It was a secret group chat he had joined but never spoken in. The group name was bold and domineering, sharing fortune, leaving trouble. Without hesitation, he immediately sent a message in the group. Fengshen newcomer, emergency help. I'm currently surrounded by a group of experts who want to capture me alive and take me away to kill me. The location is in the Kyoto Sanctuary. Can I fight back directly? Waiting online, the situation is urgent. As soon as the message was sent, the previously silent group chat was quiet for less than a second, before exploding. Fire Cloud True God, what the hell? Fist-shattering mountains. And rivers? Emotionless killer. Fire Cloud True God, who's so blind as to dare mess with one of Fengshen's people. And a newcomer at that? Fist-shattering mountains and rivers, newcomer, don't panic. Hold on. Quickly. Send the coordinates. I'll head over and beat them to a pulp. Flowers blooming in wealth, at fist-shattering mountains and rivers, you impulsive fool, use your brain. They said it's inside the sanctuary. Did you forget the sanctuary's rules? Fengshen newcomer, that's exactly what I'm worried about. Instantly, the group's atmosphere shifted from just crush them to how to crush them within the rules. At that moment, an ID embodying both beauty and wisdom finally spoke up. The wise one, at Fengshen newcomer, don't panic. First, clarify, are they guild members?
Fengshen newcomer, no, they're from one of the 4 great families.
The wise one, then it's easy. Your permissions have already been
upgraded to Sequence 7 high level, granting you the right to initiate guild wars. The wise one, once you initiate a guild war, all your actions against them will be considered guild war behavior, and the sanctuary rules will
automatically yield to you. Fist shattering mountains and rivers, damn. Yes. Guild war. Let's crush them. Firecloud true god, wait. At the wise one, there has to be a valid reason to initiate a guild war, right? If it's unreasonable,
we won't help, he'll have to fight solo. The group instantly fell silent, everyone tensely waiting for Su Xing's response. Amid the ruins, Su Xing stared at the phrase has to be valid, his lips curling into an increasingly icy smile.
He slowly typed out a line. Fengshen newcomer,
I infiltrated their family dungeon and rescued a relative who was imprisoned and tortured, and I also killed a few Eastern alien scum who were torturing her.
Fengshen newcomer, does that count as valid? Dead silence.
The entire group chat seemed to freeze completely because of this message. A few seconds later,
Firecloud true god, it counts. Fist shattering mountains and rivers, it couldn't count. More. Flowers blooming in wealth, at Fengshen newcomer, you call that by the way? Emotionless killer, colluding with aliens? And Eastern scum at that?
The fool's thousand thoughts, at all members, stop sleeping.
War. War, sage. Fine. The group chat has completely exploded. Colluding with foreign races, this is a capital crime in the Dragon Kingdom, an unforgivable act of
treason, where all rules are cast aside. Fist shatters mountains and rivers at newcomer of Fengshen.
Hurry up. Don't hesitate. Start the guild. War now. My fists are itching. Let's kill these treasonous scum. Blooming wealth, yes. Start the guild war. This time, the guild points will definitely skyrocket. My legendary staff is just around the corner. Firecloud true god, kill. Kill all these treasonous dogs. Leave none alive. In the eternal secret realm, Sage lazily leaned against the throne.
She stared at the virtual light screen in front of her, visible only to her, displaying the excited chat records from the group.
She
glanced at the Yun family patriarch opposite her, who still thought he was in control of everything. A cold yet satisfied smile slowly curled at the corners of her lips.
Guild leader, oh guild leader. You didn't even show up, yet you pinpointed the problem directly. Truly impressive. She lightly typed a few lines. It was a message to Su Xing, the final verdict representing the highest will of the Fengshen Guild. Sage at newcomer of Fengshen. Just start it. Sage, remember, this is the guild leader's order. Sage, all who collude with the enemy shall be executed without mercy. All who collude with the enemy shall be executed without mercy.
When this command, representing the highest will of Fengshen, slowly appeared on Su Xing's retina, he smiled. It was a smile of extreme coldness yet exhilarating satisfaction. The last trace of doubt in his heart completely dissipated. Replacing it was a heroic spirit ready to stir up a bloody storm. His confidence instantly soared. Sanctuary rules? Family power? In the face of the crushing accusation of treason, all of it was nonsense. The big shots in the group are truly amazing, their words are pleasant, and their methods are plentiful. Su Xing silently praised in his heart, then calmly added a message to the
group. Newcomer of Fengshen, thank you, Sage, for the guidance. Newcomer of Fengshen at everyone, brothers, hurry up. If you don't come soon, I'll take all the kills myself. The group chat exploded again. Fist shatters mountains and rivers, damn.
Listen to this kid's sharp tongue, he's got some skills.
Firecloud true god, damn it, too arrogant. Brothers, open the teleportation array now. Today, we'll show this kid
what it means to respect your elders.
The kills are ours. Blooming wealth, hurry up. I've been waiting so long my flowers have withered. Fool's thousand thoughts, coordinates? Why haven't you sent them yet? In a flash.
Just as Su Xing was about to initiate the guild war of the 9th tier power that would shock the entire Kyoto sanctuary, the Yun family members opposite him could no longer hold back.
Kill. Take him down. The first to strike was a 7th turn. Elder proficient in laws. Buzz. 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 Invisible forces of law descended instantly. Gravity cage. Spatial stasis. Soul. Shackles.
Dozens of top-tier control skills rained down on Su Xing, enough to immobilize a strong opponent of the same level.
However, ding.
You have been affected by the law of gravity, chaos favor activated, negative effects immune.
Ding.
You have been affected by the law of space, chaos favor activated, ding. A series of immunity notifications flooded Su Xing's vision. He stood motionless in place. Those terrifying laws capable of imprisoning mountains in freezing time felt like a gentle spring breeze against him, not even moving a single strand of his hair. The entire scene fell into dead silence. The faces of all the Yun family's core guardians who had attacked instantly froze. What did they just witness? Immunity? Complete immunity? Su Xing looked at their expressions as if they had seen a ghost and sighed helplessly. Don't be in such a rush. Why are you so eager to meet the King of Hell? Aren't I just about to send you on your way? These words were the ultimate humiliation. You bastard. Yun Tianhe's face instantly turned red, resembling the color of pig liver. He suddenly remembered that the intelligence report mentioned one of this kid's strangest abilities, complete immunity to any control skills. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. He roared, why are you still using control skills? Suppress him with sheer power. All 6-turn guardians, join forces to deploy the heat prison suppression formation. Crush him into powder for me. Yes. Over 100 6-turn experts immediately obeyed the order. They moved swiftly, positioning themselves according to the complex formation layout. In an instant, the prison suppression formation, created by the combined efforts of over 100 6-turn experts, took shape. Boom! A terrifying force capable of suppressing hellish demons transformed into an invisible giant boulder, mercilessly crushing toward Su Xing. However, as the terrifying boulder touched Su Xing, the damage turned into -1, -1, miss, -1. A string of bright red, mocking damage numbers slowly floated above Su Xing's head. The 6-turn guardian responsible for leading the formation saw the scene, his heart skipped a beat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Impossible. Is this a human or a ghost? A combined strike from over 100 6-turn experts couldn't even break through his defense? A bunch of useless trash. Yun Tianhe's eyes were practically spitting fire. 7-turn elders, attack. Use the power of laws to strike directly. I refuse to believe his shell can withstand the laws. Yes. Dozens of 7-turn elders, their faces grim, unleashed their power without reservation. Law spear, falling star fire rain, dimensional slash. One after another, multicolored attacks imbued with the world's primordial power instantly engulfed Su Xing's figure. Boom! The energy explosion shook the entire Sky City. However, as the dust settled, that upright figure remained unscathed, standing firmly in place. Above his head floated a string of damage numbers that, while not -1, were equally despair-inducing. -123, -258, -99. These damage numbers were even less than the health he recovered per second with his A-grade passive skill, Earth Pulse. A monster. This time, all the members of the Yun family completely collapsed. Their understanding was utterly shattered in the face of Su Xing's abnormal defense. What kind of being was this? How could a mere 4-turn rookie possess such heaven-defying defense? Combined attack. Yun Tianhe, like a madman, completely lost his sanity. All 7-turn elders, join forces. Use the Godfall combined attack technique. I refuse to believe we can't kill this monster. Yes. Over a dozen top-tier SSS grade 7-turn elders gritted their teeth and formed a formation. A world-destroying aura capable of threatening 8-turn experts gathered madly. The winds and clouds of Sky City changed color. However, just as the devastating strike was about to land, an unexpected change occurred. Buzz! A cold, merciless voice, like divine judgment, suddenly echoed in the minds of all Yun family members without warning. Clan-wide warning. The Divine Seal Guild, Sequence 7 high-level member, under the charge of colluding with foreign races, betraying the nation, officially initiates, Guild War Declaration. All guild members, please, prepare yourselves. Boom! The moment Yun Tianhe heard the system notification, he felt as if struck by lightning. His mind went blank, completely stunned. Guild War? Sequence 7? How could there be a Sequence 7 near the Yun family? How dare they directly initiate a guild war? Could it be, the matter has truly been exposed? Meanwhile, in the eternal secret realm, the Yun family's ancestor also heard the soul-shaking notification in his mind at the same time. Boom! He abruptly stood up, the terrifying aura of a 9-turn expert erupting instantly. He stared fiercely at the Yeet sage, leisurely sipping tea on the throne, his voice hoarse and furious.
What is going on? Does the Divine Seal intend to go all out against my Yun family? Sage, you must give me an explanation. The sage slowly set down her teacup, her face still wearing that polite smile. Yun ancestor, don't be so tense, she said calmly, this is merely a routine test to catch traitors. What's the matter? Her phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly, emitting a chilling light that made the Yun family's ancestor feel as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. Your Yun family, afraid of being investigated? What am I afraid of? The Yun family patriarch roared, his voice weak. The other three family patriarchs nearby turned pale and immediately contacted their families to find out what was happening outside. After shouting, the Yun family patriarch also wanted to contact Yun Tianhe. However, as soon as his divine sense extended, his expression completely changed. The connection was severed. The bloodline-linked causal thread between him and the Yun family seemed to have been forcibly cut by a stronger, higher-level power. An unprecedented panic instantly gripped his heart. Inside the eternal secret realm, the Yun family patriarch suppressed the ominous feeling in his heart and sat back down. His face regained its calm, but his slightly trembling hands betrayed the storm raging within. Impossible. My methods are flawless, there's absolutely no way I left any traces. That little girl must be lying to me. Yes, that's it. He kept hypnotizing himself, blaming everything on the conspiracy of the sage. Yet he was completely unaware that what he was facing was not the omnipresent intelligence network of the Deification Guild, but a monster, one that defied all logic and could directly see through truth and causality. He thought his design was flawless, but in front of Su Xing's eyes of truth, it was as laughable as a faint firefly in the dark night. Meanwhile, at the Yun family estate, amidst the ruins, Yun Tianhe was also deeply confused and furious. Guild war? Which high-ranking member of a 7th-tier sequence is stirring up trouble and dares to wage war against my Yun family at this time? What a joke! He never even considered connecting this matter to Su Xing. In his eyes, Su Xing was just a rookie who had gotten lucky. How could he possibly have such terrifying authority? Right now, his only thought was to quickly eliminate the trouble that Su Xing posed. Then, Yun Tianhe mobilized the family's resources to have a good talk with the high-ranking members of the Deification Guild, hoping to quietly resolve this inexplicable war. He naively believed that there was still room for negotiation. But he didn't know that a massive storm, capable of completely erasing the Yun family from the Dragon Kingdom, had already quietly arrived. Ding! Guild war initiated. Target, 9th-tier family, Yun family. Mission objective, eliminate all hostile Yun family members. Mission rewards, based on contribution, receive a large amount of guild points, rare materials, and legendary equipment. When this blood-red war announcement, issued directly by the Deification Guild's high-ranking members, appeared on the panels of every Deification member, the entire guild exploded in excitement. Whoa, did I read that right? We're actually going to war with the Yun family? A 9th-tier family? My god, it's been years since we've had such an exhilarating battle. Ha ha ha, I'm just clearing a dungeon. Drop everything, brothers, pick up your weapons. Time to farm points at the Yun family. Oh my god. The reward is legendary equipment? Everyone gets one? Emergency assembly. Open the teleportation array. Target, Yun family city. Countless, Deification members who were in seclusion, training, or even on dates went crazy the moment they saw the announcement. Their eyes showed no trace of fear, only the excitement and frenzy of wolves spotting prey. After all, the Yun family was one of the 4 major families, with immense wealth and resources. Fighting this battle would yield more profit than clearing 100 epic dungeons. In an instant, the entire Kyoto sanctuary was shaken by Deification's actions. Countless powerful auras surged from Deification's floating city, converging like rivers into the sea, madly rushing toward the Yun family. The other 3 major families, top-tier guilds, and sanctuary military forces. All factions were utterly shocked at this moment. What? Deification actually declared war on the Yun family? Insane! Insane! Has the world gone mad? Quick! Send people to the Yun family. No, don't get too close. Record everything remotely with image stones. This is absolutely a historic event. The entire Kyoto sanctuary was in chaos. At the center of the storm, amidst the ruins, Su Xing slowly twisted his neck, producing a series of crack-crack sounds. He looked at the Yun family experts surrounding him, in layers, ready for battle, and a devilish smile appeared on his face. Warm-up's over.
His voice wasn't loud, but it was clear enough to reach everyone's ears.
Did you enjoy the fight just now? Kill him. Yun Tianhe's unease grew stronger. He didn't want any more accidents to happen. All 7 turn elders. Godfall combined strike. Don't hold back. Yes. Dozens of 7 turn elders once again formed a killing formation, and an earth-shattering aura began to gather. However, this time, Su Xing gave them no chance. Now, it's my turn.
He slowly raised his hand, gently clenched it, aiming
at the densest area of over 100 6-turn experts ahead. Thorn cage. Buzz. Without any warning, the ground instantly transformed into the most terrifying purgatory. Countless black thorns, radiating a hellish cold light and filthy black aura, burst forth like venomous snakes. In an instant, they covered all Yun family's 6-turn experts within an 80-meter radius. What is this? Not good. Retreat quickly. But it was too late.
As soon as those indestructible thorns appeared, they tightly entangled their legs.
Then, squelch, squelch, squelch.
The sharp barbs easily pierced through their protective energy, punctured their proud armor, and deeply embedded into their flesh.
The next second,
a series of despair-inducing damage numbers floated madly above their heads.
10533938, 10432238, 11205550. Instant kill. Complete and overwhelming instant kill. Most of the 6-turn experts didn't even have time to scream before the terrifying damage from the thorns instantly drained their lives, leaving their bodies riddled with bloody holes. Even those who reacted quickly and activated life-saving skills could only hold on for a fraction of a second longer. The subsequent imprison and bleed effects tortured them to death. With just one move, a single B-level control skill, in an instant,
nearly 50 Yun family 6-turn elites were completely wiped out on the spot.
A deathly silence enveloped the battlefield.
All surviving Yun family members stared at Su Xing with eyes full of disbelief, their bodies trembling uncontrollably.
What can seeing nearly 200 of the family's core forces slaughtered in mere seconds, Yun Tianhe completely broke down.
These were the core combatants that the Yun family had spent vast resources cultivating.
His heart felt as if it were being cut by a knife. Retreat. All 6 turns. Fall back immediately, he roared madly. All 7 turns. Divine Annihilation Strike. Lock onto him. Don't stop. All 8 turns Supreme Elders. Show no mercy. Attack together. Kill him. Whoever takes down this boy will be rewarded with 1 million family contribution points. Kill. Yun Tianhe's bloodthirsty orders echoed through the skies. The entire Yun family city instantly transformed into a hellish purgatory of destruction, woven from laws and energy. Light of divine annihilation. Several battle formations composed of over a dozen 7-turn elders roared in unison. The combined strike skill they unleashed finally converged at this moment. Dozens of massive gray-white annihilation beams, as thick as mountains and seemingly filled with the wails of countless fallen gods, tore through space, carrying a terrifying power that even ordinary 8-turn experts would fear, directly toward Su Xing. 79440, 78765, 75640. At the same time, chains of heaven, soul-severing slash, abyssal dragon breath.
Several 8-turn supreme elders of the Yun family unleashed their strongest killing moves.
Without reservation.
Having lived for centuries, their experience was vast, and they immediately resorted to their ultimate techniques.
Torrent of laws, soul impact, annihilation, dragon breath.
Various rare and powerful skills exploded on Su Xing like fireworks.
Boom, boom, boom.
Massive energy storms swept through everything.
Su Xing's figure was instantly engulfed by the dazzling, multicolored light of destruction. Damage numbers frantically appeared above his head, overwhelming the senses. 89440, 35110, 176210, 240888. His defenses are broken. Ha ha ha. It's working. His defense has been breached.
A Yun family elder, seeing the real damage numbers, shouted excitedly as if he'd struck gold.
Keep going. Don't stop. Yun Tianhe's face twisted into a cruel smile. I see his health bar dropping. Slowly, but as long as it's dropping, we can wear him down. Listen up. Use your strongest skills and exhaust all your mana. Today, we will grind this monster to death. Yes.
Seeing Su Xing's health bar plummet, hope reignited in the hearts of all Yun family members. They seemed to already envision Su Xing's health reaching zero and him collapsing to the ground under the endless assault.
Excitement. Frenzy. Their attacks became even more relentless, with no reservations.
In just 1 second, the total damage numbers above Su Xing's head exceeded 1 million,
a figure that would make any professional despair. However, just as all the Yun family members thought victory was within reach, ready to witness the monster's downfall, an anomaly suddenly appeared. Buzz. Right below Su Xing's decreasing health bar.
A green number, larger than all the damage numbers combined, brimming with vitality and mockery, suddenly emerged.
+1628747. Time seemed to freeze. Space completely stagnated.
Everyone's movements came to a halt. The excitement on their faces turned into absurd expressions. The Yun family elder who had been laughing wildly moments ago now had his mouth agape wide enough to fit a fist, yet no sound came out. The 8-turn supreme elders who had been furiously attacking dropped their spears of law to the ground. Even the Eastern 8-turn expert suddenly stopped his incantation, his eyes bulging like copper bells.
What had they just witnessed? Healing? In 1 second, healing exceeding 1.6 million? I can't believe it.
Someone murmured in despair, as if in a dream.
Were we just wasting our time? Another elder, his spirit shattered, spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed completely.
Despair, when they realized that the combined efforts of dozens of 7th tier
and a few 8th tier experts, even burning their magic power to unleash their strongest attacks in a single second, couldn't match the amount Su Xing regenerated in that same second. A profound despair, like the icy tides of an abyss, instantly engulfed everyone's hearts. How could they possibly fight this? This wasn't human. This was a world-class boss in human skin. An invincible monster you couldn't even make bleed. Impossible.
Yun Tianhe stared at the health bar that instantly returned to full and completely lost his mind. He pointed at Su Xing in a frenzy, roaring hysterically, "This is absolutely impossible. You must have some one-time god-tier life-saving artifact given to you by the Sealing God Guild leader."
Yes, that must be it.
He clung to this last straw of hope, trying to comfort himself. Then, his eyes filled with jealousy and unwillingness as he glared at Su Xing. "No,
that's not it. You must be cheating. You're definitely cheating. Is this the strength of this year's top rookie? Is this the monster that gained the power of the Sealing God's Heaven Ascension Tower?"
His understanding, his pride, and his dignity as the head of a 9th-tier family were utterly shattered in the face
of Su Xing's seemingly cheating-level regeneration ability. He was terrified.
A fear rising from the depths of his soul gripped his heart tightly.
Kill. No matter the cost. Kill him. Fear finally transformed into the most frenzied killing intent. Forbidden spell.
He roared madly at the few 8th-tier elders who also possessed forbidden spell abilities but were still in shock.
Prepare the forbidden spell. Use the forbidden spell to blast him to death for me. I don't believe it. Even a forbidden spell can't kill you. Today. Even if it means destroying this Yun family city, we must keep him here.
He had completely lost his mind. He was determined to use an overwhelming burst of power to instantly kill Su Xing and interrupt that despair-inducing, unsolvable
regeneration mechanism. And it wasn't just him.
That 8th-tier powerhouse from the east, along with several 8th-tier elders of the Yun family, after recovering from their initial shock and despair,
also had a crazed determination burning in their eyes. Now, there was no retreat. It was either him or them. Boom! A terrifying aura far surpassing anything before erupted from Yun Tianhe, as if it could tear the entire sky apart. "You little bastard! You forced me to this. Today, I'll show you the true power of an 8th-tier expert." He raised both hands high, beginning to chant the ultimate killing move that could destroy the heavens and the earth.
Faced with the terrifying attacks, like a storm capable of obliterating the entire Yun family city, Su Xing frowned.
So damn annoying. He wasn't afraid.
He just felt like countless flies and mosquitoes were buzzing around his ears, making him extremely irritated. This feeling made him very displeased.
He slowly raised his
hand and once again cast several thorn cages, throwing them toward the 7th-tier elders who were chanting their spells.
Not good. Dodge quickly. This spell has no range limit. Having learned
their lesson from the previous encounter, the 7th-tier elders were already in a panic. They didn't dare to be careless and frantically interrupted their attacks to dodge in all directions. Although a few unlucky ones who reacted too slowly were entangled by the hellish thorns, screaming in agony as they fell, becoming bloody, mangled targets, most of them managed to evade.
The 8th tier Elders, even more agile than the rest, moved like slippery eels. With their precise control over spatial laws, they always managed to predict and dodge the thorns the moment they appeared. Sigh. Su Xing let out a sigh. This B-rank skill is still a bit lacking. It can one-shot 6th tier, exhaust 7th tier, but it's almost useless against 8th tier. If any of the Yun family elders heard his words, they would probably explode with rage. B-rank skill? A move that can instantly kill dozens of 6th tier. And relentlessly chase down 7th tier, and you're saying it's a bit lacking? Do you even want others to live? Forget it. Su Xing shook his head, completely losing the patience to keep playing with this group of little mosquitoes. If you all are so eager to die, then I'll grant your wish. As soon as the words left his mouth, he retrieved an ancient yet magnificent longbow from his system backpack, as if forged from the stars and divine bones. Bow of Starfall. Buzz. The appearance of this legendary divine bow instantly unleashed a terrifying, primordial pressure that transcended the laws of the universe, causing even the sun, moon, and stars to tremble. Yun Tianhe's expression changed drastically, his twisted, furious face freezing in place. His heart clenched violently. An indescribable, soul-freezing sense of mortal danger instantly choked him. He had no time to ponder where this feeling came from. Relying solely on the instincts of an 8th turn powerhouse, he unleashed the most terrifying, frenzied roar of his life with all his might. Quick! Kill him! Don't let him make a move! Boom! 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 As if responding to his roar, several 8th turn Grand Elders forcibly interrupted their chanting, releasing incomplete, half-formed forbidden spells that they hurled mercilessly at Su Xing. World-ending thunder. Soul-freezing glacier. All-consuming demon flame. 3 forbidden spells, each capable of instantly annihilating an ordinary 8th turn powerhouse, descended like meteors from the heavens, slamming heavily into Su Xing. 988450. Forbidden spell critical hit. 899100. Forbidden spell critical hit. 954220. Forbidden spell critical hit. Miss. 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 Yet, more than half of the world-destroying attacks bizarrely passed right through Su Xing. It was as if he stood in a space entirely separate from this world. This is impossible. Our forbidden spells were dodged? The 8th turn Grand Elders froze in disbelief. Forbidden spells operated on the level of universal laws. How could they possibly be evaded? No. He's not dead. Yun Tianhe's pupils contracted to pinpoints. He stared fixedly at the center of the explosion, roaring, his health must be critically low. Quick! Finish him off! Exchanging a glance with an 8th turn powerhouse from the Eastern Isles, the two struck simultaneously. Divine Punishment Spear. Yun Tianhe, drawing on the power of his clan's grand formation, summoned a 100-meter-long spear of endless lightning, as if to judge all living beings. Yamata Curse Soul Devour. The Eastern Isles' 8th turn powerhouse spat a mouthful of essence blood, summoning a ferocious phantom of the 8-headed Yamata no Orochi. 2 ultimate killing moves, embodying the lifelong cultivation of 8th turn powerhouses, carried an unshakable resolve to kill as they hurtled toward the figure who had just endured 3 forbidden spells and should have been on the brink of death. Boom! This explosion was more earth-shattering than any before it. The entire Yun clan city shook violently, buildings collapsing into dust. Smoke and debris filled the sky, blotting out the sun. Huff! 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 Yun Tianhe and the other 8th turn Grand Elders panted heavily, their magical energy nearly depleted. They stared intently at the center of the explosion, their eyes filled with anticipation and tension. Was he dead? This time. After such a devastating series of attacks, surely that monster had been reduced to ashes, right? And yet, as the gentle breeze dispersed the smoke and dust, as the figure at the center of the explosion became clear once more, time seemed to freeze. The world fell into silence. The expressions on the faces of every member of the Yun clan stiffened. In the massive crater, the monster, still stood quietly. One arm cradled the woman in his embrace, while the other gripped the star-forged longbow radiating boundless divine might. Unscathed. Not even the hem of his black robe was ruffled. No, impossible. Yun Tianhe stared blankly at the scene before him, his mouth opening and closing repeatedly as if muttering to himself, his voice filled with absurdity and incredulous shock. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Forbidden spells, my divine punishment spear, and the Eastern Isles Yamata curse, how is he still alive? In that moment, his world completely collapsed. Monster. Devil. He's nothing short of a devil.
The few 8th rank Supreme Elders, who had exhausted all their magic and were utterly weakened, witnessed this scene. Their hearts, tempered by centuries of trials and tribulations, once unshakable in their resolve as powerful beings. At this moment, crack, a crisp shattering sound. Completely broken. One of the Elder's legs gave out, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground, his pants wet, muttering 2 words over and over again. It's over. It's over. The Yun family is finished. As for the arrogant 8th rank powerhouse from the Eastern Isles, the moment he saw Su Xing's cold, merciless eyes, every hair on his body stood on end. A fear rising from the depths of his soul gripped his heart like a cold, venomous snake. Only one thought remained in his mind: run. He had to run. Escape this monster. Escape this humanoid demon god that even forbidden spells couldn't kill. Su Xing slowly raised his head from the center of the storm of destruction. He glanced at his character panel. The epic accessory named Final Relic of Atlantis now showed the special effect, Divine Kingdom's Aegis, in a grayed out cooldown state. Effect, Divine Kingdom's Aegis. Passive. When you take fatal damage, you are immune to that damage and immediately recover 50% of your maximum health and mana. Can only trigger once per battle. Cooldown in progress, **** good. Very good. You worthless scum, you actually forced me to use this life-saving trump card in a desperate situation. If it weren't me standing here today, if I didn't have this equipment, if I didn't have the heaven-defying luck of fortune's favor, I would have been obliterated by you long ago. Ha! A killing intent colder than the depths of hell slowly rose in Su Xing's eyes. He looked at the Yun family members, who were gasping for air with terror-stricken faces, having narrowly escaped death due to their depleted magic. His voice was light and calm, yet it sent chills down everyone's spines, freezing their very souls. You all have gone too far. So, you all must die. As soon as the words fell, the starfall bow in Su Xing's hand was finally drawn. Buzz. The bowstring vibrated. Heaven and earth lost their color. A pure killing intent that could make even gods tremble erupted. He didn't even bother aiming at the terrified 8th rank Supreme Elders. His target was the hundreds of 6th rank Yun family protectors on the outskirts, still forming arrays in an attempt to harass him. Not good. He's about to attack. Defend quickly. Yun Tianhe's pupils shrank as he shouted in panic. But it was too late. The moment Su Xing released the bowstring, the game was over. Whoosh 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 whoosh. 15 arrows per second. Each arrow triggered the diamond level special effect, multi-shot, upon release. 1 arrow became 7. 7 arrows became 14. In just 1 second. A terrifying stream of 210 star-destroying lights, like a rain of death sides, engulfed the entire outer battlefield. The scene was both spectacular and brutal. No! My shield, Splurt, help me. Those 6th rank powerhouses, who usually acted domineeringly and were revered by countless people, were as fragile as wheat being harvested in the face of Su Xing's bug-like indiscriminate attacks. Their protective auras, life-saving scrolls, and priceless epic armor, all crumbled like paper under the Starfall Bow's unparalleled piercing power. 1 arrow. Just 1 arrow was enough to completely obliterate their bodies and souls. Splurt, a blood mist filled the air. They didn't even have time to scream before their lives, like balloons being popped, burst into white light one after another, vanishing on the spot. In just 5 seconds. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, 5 breaths. The hundreds of core Yun family protectors, who had surrounded the ruins so tightly, were completely wiped out by Su Xing alone, with a single bow. The entire Yun family city fell into a deathly silence, leaving only Su Xing's cold, merciless face. No! Yun Tianhe stood there, dumbfounded, staring at the scene before him, his eyes instantly turning blood red. He let out the most anguished and sorrowful roar of his life. My protectors! The 6th turn protectors of the Yun family. The dead weren't just hundreds of ordinary people. They were the most elite core force of the Yun family, painstakingly cultivated over centuries with countless treasures and resources. And now, in just 5 short seconds, they had been utterly wiped out by one person? This wasn't just killing. It was the destruction of the Yun family's foundation for the next several centuries. Run! Run for your lives! Witnessing the slaughter of the 6th turn protectors as if they were mere weeds being mowed down, the 7th turn elders, who were still forming their battle array for a joint attack,
completely broke down. Their hearts held no dignity, no will to fight, only the most primal instinct for survival remained. They turned frantically, fleeing in all directions with everything they had. But, trying to run? A cold, ruthless smile appeared on Su Xing's lips. Without my permission? His gaze turned icy, bone-chilling. The bow in his hand was pulled taut once again. Asterisk whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, asterisk. This time, it wasn't a rain of arrows but precise, deadly shots. Each arrow seemed to have eyes, trailing long comet-like tails as they tore through the sky. No! I don't want to lose my level. A seventh-turn elder, who was just about to escape the battlefield, showed a glimmer of joy at his impending survival. The next second, a streak of silver light pierced through his back without warning. His expression froze instantly. He looked down at the massive, gaping bloody hole in his chest, his eyes filled with unwillingness and confusion. Thud! The lifeless body plummeted from the sky. And this was just the beginning. Ah! My leg! Help! Clan Master, save me! One arrow after another, like death's invitation, struck with unerring precision at every seventh-turn elder attempting to flee. They had no escape. This battlefield was already locked under Su Xing's murderous intent. The sight completely stunned Yun Che and Yun Xian, who were watching from a distance. Is this even human? Yun Che's lips trembled. He had once thought that his SSS-level forbidden spell was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. But the man before him, slaughtering seventh-turn powerhouses like a god of carnage, made his forbidden spell seem like a child's toy. That deserves to be called a forbidden spell? Beside him, Yun Xian collapsed weakly to the ground, her entire body trembling. Her eyes held no resentment or jealousy, only the purest form of fear. She finally understood just how terrifying an existence she had provoked. Stop! Please, stop! Yun Tianhe watched helplessly as the seventh-turn elders, who could dominate in the Dragon Nation, fell one by one like dumplings into boiling water, and his heart shattered completely. The sixth-turn protectors were the pillars of the Yun family, while the seventh-turn elders were the backbone holding up its great edifice. Each of them was a treasure painstakingly cultivated by the Yun family with all their resources. And now, these pillars, this backbone, were being broken one by Su Xing. I'm begging you. Stop. For the first time, he set aside his dignity as the clan master, nearly pleading with Su Xing. But Su Xing only cast him a cold glance before continuing to draw his bow. Whoosh! The last fleeing seventh-turn elder fell to the ground with a crash. And with that, all the seventh-turn powerhouses of the Yun family were gone. Yun Tianhe stood frozen, suddenly spitting out a mouthful of blood, his gaze turning dull and lifeless. He knew the Yun family was finished. Completely finished. Stop! Hearing Yun Tianhe's desperate plea, Su Xing's face remained unmoved, his eyes colder than the eternal frozen glaciers. Too late. His voice carried clearly across the battlefield, reaching everyone's ears. When you bound those filthy chains around Yun Shang, when you brought in those disgusting invaders from Japan to torment her soul with the vilest of methods, did you ever think of stopping? Was it just because she was all alone, with no one to rely on, that you dared to bully her? And now, when I stand up for her, you start begging for mercy? Su Xing's lips curled into a mocking smirk of the utmost contempt. Tell me, Yun Tianhe, back then, who begged for mercy on behalf of Yun Shang? Every word was like a sharp blade, stabbing into Yun Tianhe's already shattered heart. You deserve to die. Aha! He lost his mind completely. Unable to reason, unable to overpower, he stood with disheveled hair, eyes wild, staring intently at the remaining terrified 8th rank. Elders! What are you waiting for? Kill him! Kill him for me! Charge! The few 8th rank elders who hadn't used forbidden spells exchanged glances, despair flashing in their eyes. At this point, it was a fight to the death. They roared and charged at Su Xing once more, risking everything for one last battle. Meanwhile, several other 8th rank elders, drained of magic and at their limits, began to retreat to the edge of the battlefield, clutching a top-tier teleportation scroll shimmering with spatial light. Family interests were important, but when faced with a godlike monster, survival was paramount. Staying alive meant a future, a chance for revenge. As for Yun Tianhe, he had long resigned himself to fate. The Yun family had suffered a devastating blow, and he could no longer face his ancestors. Only by perishing alongside Su Xing could he atone for his sins. Die, you little beast! Burning his life force and soul, he gathered one final radiant beam and charged at Su Xing. Among everyone present, the one who fled the fastest and acted most decisively was the 8th rank expert from Japan. From the very beginning, he had no intention of fighting to the death.
When Su Xing slaughtered the 7th rank elders, he had already prepared his escape route. At this moment, the spatial teleportation array beneath his feet glowed with its final light, the countdown nearing its end. He glanced at the group of Yun family 8th rank elders still charging forward desperately, a cold smile curling at his lips. What a bunch of fools. To die for the family? What a joke. Just as he was about to be teleported away, with only 0.01 seconds remaining, a cold, emotionless voice, like the whisper of death, quietly sounded in his ear. Did I say you could leave? The Japanese 8th rank expert's eyes shrank sharply. Instinctively, he looked up. He saw that mysterious longbow forged from starlight, already aimed at him. On the bowstring, a silver light slowly took shape, powerful enough to tear the heavens and earth apart. No! Damn it! Bastard! He let out the most terrified and despairing roar of his life. Whoosh! An arrow, too fast for the naked eye to catch, pierced through space and shot out instantly. Boom! The spatial teleportation array beneath his feet and the life-saving scroll in his hand were shattered in an instant, disappearing like illusions. Ugh, the powerful backlash from the broken space caused him to vomit blood on the spot, his aura rapidly weakening. Escape was impossible? The Japanese 8th rank expert's face turned as pale as paper. Su Xing glanced at him coldly. This dog might still be of some use. Then, without further attention, Su Xing pulled the bowstring. Taut once more. His target, those Yun family 8th rank elders desperately trying to flee. Bastard! How dare you! They felt the deadly lock-on and trembled with fear. But the only response they received was a cold, death-laden streak of light. Whoosh! 158244, critical hit. One 8th rank elder didn't even have time to react before exploding mid-air, turning into a mist of blood. Third brother. Another elder's eyes widened in rage, roaring as a golden shield lit up around him, the power of a life-saving jade pendant, supposedly indestructible. But what greeted him was whoosh 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 whoosh. 15 arrows per second. A relentless barrage, like a galaxy pouring down. Crack. The golden shield, said to withstand a strike from a 9th rank expert, lasted only 0.1 seconds before shattering. No. In his final moments of consciousness, there was only endless despair. Thud. His body was riddled with dozens of arrows, turned into a sieve. 1, 2, 3. These 8th rank elders, revered as gods in the outside world, were now like lambs to the slaughter before Su Xing, utterly powerless. No matter how many life-saving trump cards they had, they couldn't withstand Su Xing's insane barrage of 15 arrows per second. Meanwhile, the Yun family city had completely transformed into a blood-soaked inferno. Outside the city, the army of the Fengshan Guild had arrived. A dense mass of figures exuded a terrifying aura, blotting out the sky and completely encircling the Yun family. Leading the charge were Fool, Fire God, Fist Shatters Mountains and Rivers, and other 8th rank elders and sequenced 9 leaders. Ha ha ha. Brothers, charge. Flatten the Yun family. Let the name of Fengshan resound across the heavens. On the outskirts, the Yun family's weaker members below the 6th rank, still struggling to resist, were utterly powerless against this tiger-like army and collapsed. In an instant, Shadowkill flitted across the battlefield like a ghost, and with every flash of his dagger, the life of a 6th rank Yun family protector was taken. Yet, as he gazed at the massive protective formation enveloping the entire Yun family city, he hesitated. This 9th rank faction's defense is really tough. To break through by force would take quite some effort. At that moment, an elderly man with a head full of white hair, looking so drowsy he might fall asleep at any moment, slowly stepped out from the crowd. It was Fool. He yawned and waved his hand impatiently. Step aside. Rescue first, there's no time to waste on this formation. With that, he raised a withered finger and lightly pointed at the massive protective barrier. His voice was as calm as if he were discussing a trivial matter. Words become law. Great disintegration technique. Crack. A crisp sound echoed across the heavens, as if the world itself had shattered. The Yun family's 9th rank protective formation, said to withstand the relentless bombardment of several 9th rank powerhouses, was instantly covered in countless spiderweb-like cracks under his single finger, teetering on the brink of collapse. Now's the time. Boom. Fire God and the others seized the opportunity and struck simultaneously. Several attacks, each carrying the full force of an 8th rank powerhouse, slammed into the already crumbling formation. Boom. Boom. With Fool's casual gesture, the protective shell that had safeguarded the Yun family for hundreds of years completely shattered, dissolving into countless points of light.
The formation is broken. The formation is broken. Brothers, now's the time to make your mark. Kill them all. Flatten the Yun family. Spread the divine might of Fengshan. Amid fire goddess earth-shaking roar, the Fengshan army surged into the now defenseless Yun family city like a flood bursting through a dam. Every face was filled with bloodthirsty excitement. Every eye burned with a hunger for battle and points. This was the hard battle against the 9th rank Yun family. A life and death bloodbath. They were ready to fight the Yun family's experts to the bitter end, no matter the cost. However, when they charged into what should have been a battlefield littered with corpses and chaotic with clashing laws, everyone's steps suddenly halted. At the forefront, Fist shatters mountains and rivers froze mid-punch, his iron fist suspended in the air. Behind him, Shadowkill, who was about to slip into the shadows for another kill, stopped with his dagger poised. Further back, thousands of Fengshan members, who had been charging with overwhelming momentum, seemed to be hit by a petrification spell, all turned to stone. The entire battlefield, apart from their own deafening war cries, fell into a deathly silence. Every face was filled with shock and disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. They had expected the Yun family's experts to form a battle array and fiercely clash with the besieging Fengshan members. But what was the reality? Nothing of the sort. They had anticipated a scene of laws colliding, divine light bursting, and a battle so intense it would tear the heavens and earth asunder. But again, nothing. Before their eyes lay only a blood-soaked wasteland. The ruins were strewn with the corpses of Yun family experts. The bodies of numerous 6th-rank protectors and 7th-rank elders lay scattered like dead dogs, everywhere. And in the center of the battlefield, there stood a solitary, upright figure. In one hand, he gently cradled a frail woman. In the other, he tightly gripped a mysterious, star-forged longbow that seemed to radiate an unfathomable aura. Around him, only a few 8th-rank Yun family elders remained, their breaths weak, fleeing desperately like stray dogs. That man didn't even spare them a glance. He casually drew his bowstring, releasing one arrow after another. His movements were relaxed and effortless, as if he were practicing archery in his own backyard. Whoosh! A streak of silver light tore through the sky. A supreme elder at the 8th rank, who was frantically burning his soul in an attempt to escape, suddenly froze in place. The next moment, he exploded mid-air, blood raining down in all directions. What the hell? A 6th rank, God Ceiling member stared at the scene before him, his mouth involuntarily agape. What? What is going on here? Could it be that the Yun family is deliberately letting us off the hook, giving us free points? No, look. All the ones being hunted down are 8th rank powerhouses. Since when did 8th rank powerhouses become so weak? They can't even escape? Everyone was dumbfounded. At that moment, amidst the crowd, the sharp-eyed Long Tian caught sight of that godlike figure, and his pupils instantly shrank to pinpoints. He recognized that person. With all his strength, he let out the most shocked and frenzied roar of his life. It's the Star God. It's Su Xing. Boom! That name exploded like a bomb in the hearts of all the God Ceiling members. What? He's the one who solo cleared the epic dungeon and conquered the 8th floor of the Ascension Tower? Damn! Are rookies this fierce nowadays? One person actually hunting down the top powerhouses of an entire 9th rank family? After a brief silence, someone was the first to shout. With all their might, Star God is awesome. The next second, a tidal wave of frenzied cheers erupted across Sky City. Star God is awesome. Star God is invincible. They completely forgot they were here for a battle. Now, they only wanted to be crazed fans of their idol. A young assassin looked at the godlike Su Xing, then glanced at the dagger in his hand, muttering softly, Star God, could you leave a few for us? Before he could finish, the captain beside him smacked him on the back of the head. Leave what? Are you blind? Look carefully. The only ones left are all 8th rank. Do you want to go and get yourself killed? The assassin shrank his neck, looking at the 8th rank Yun family members being relentlessly hunted by Su Xing, then at his own 6th rank strength, and wisely shut his mouth. Yeah. This guild war had nothing to do with them from the start. They were just here to cheer and support the big shot, like a cheerleading squad. Amidst the deafening cheers behind him, Su Xing remained indifferent. His eyes were fixed solely on the one still struggling desperately, preparing to self-destruct. Yun Tianha. Whoosh! 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 A rain of arrows sealed off all of Yun Tianha's escape routes. The once proud head of the Yun family was now utterly wretched. The divine
protective light around him had long since shattered. His vaunted 8th rank cultivation was nothing but a joke in the face of Su Xing's unreasonable and terrifying attacks. No. Just a little more, and I could have fully unleashed it. Yun Tianhao was utterly despairing. He stared at the star bow, drawn once again like the kiss of death. A flicker of madness and venomous resolve flashed in his eyes. You little bastard. Even if I die, I'll take you down with me. If interrupted, his self-destruction would fail. So, despite being unprepared, Yun Tianhao gritted his teeth and initiated his self-destruction. Boom! A destructive energy capable of leveling Yun family city erupted from his body. Not good. The fool's eyes widened, his face turning extremely grave for the first time. An 8th rank. Powerhouse self-destructing. Quick! Everyone retreat. However, just when everyone thought an apocalyptic disaster was imminent, an arrow, faster than the self-destructive energy, shot forth. With icy precision, overtaking it. Put! A soft sound, like a balloon being popped. The arrow pierced through the core of Yun Tianha's wildly expanding energy with pinpoint accuracy. Ugh! Yun Tianha's movements froze instantly. The destructive energy within his body dissipated instantly, like a burst balloon. He lowered his head to look at the massive blood hole in his chest, his eyes filled with confusion and unwillingness. He heard the man's final cold whisper, I originally wanted you to witness the Yun family's collapse bit by bit. Unfortunately, you were in such a hurry to die. Thud! Yun Tianha's lifeless body fell to the ground. With this, the Yun family's top combat force was completely annihilated. Is it over? Fire God stared at the corpses strewn across the ground and the figure who remained calm and composed, as if he had just done something trivial. Utterly dumbfounded. He flashed over to Su Xing, pretending to be angry as he shouted loudly, Damn! You're that new God-tier player, aren't you? You started this guild war, and now there's not even a scrap left for us? We rushed over here in a panic, worried you'd be at a disadvantage, and you ended up eating the whole feast by yourself. As soon as he said this, the surrounding God-tier members, who had just processed what had happened, were once again stunned. What? Star God is actually the big shot who started the guild war? Damn! So we were just here to back up the boss? Hearing this, Su Xing smiled faintly, with a hint of apology. But that smile nearly made everyone present drop to their knees on the spot, feeling utterly overwhelmed. Apologies, seniors. I didn't expect the Yin family to be so weak, without even a single person who could block a few of my arrows. There was nothing I could do. Too insane. Absolutely crazy. Is that even something a human would say? After a brief silence, all the God-tier members stared at Su Xing with fanatical, worshipful eyes, as if looking at a deity. This was the aura their God-tier guild was meant to have. This was the kind of arrogant confidence they needed. Just then, Fool's perpetually drowsy voice suddenly broke the fervent atmosphere. Don't just stand there. The main course is gone, but there's still dessert. He pointed toward the resurrection point at the Kyoto Sanctuary, a sly smile playing on his lips. All the Yin family members will respawn there. Block the resurrection point for me. Don't let a single one escape. Oh ha! All the God-tier members, upon hearing this, instantly became excited again. Like a tidal wave, they charged madly toward the teleportation. Array! Soon, only Su Xing, Fool, Fire God, and the other Sequence 9 leaders remained amidst the ruins of the Yin family. The Sequence 8 elders were also present. Their gazes all fell simultaneously on one corner of the battlefield. There, collapsed on the ground, covered in blood and trembling uncontrollably, was a level 8 transcendent from the Eastern Isles. The atmosphere over the ruins was deathly silent. The Eastern Isles level 8 powerhouse, drenched in blood, lay limp. Surrounding him was a circle of God-tier leaders who seemed like gods and demons. Fool, Fire God. Every gaze was like a sharp blade piercing his soul, locking onto him completely. He knew he was finished. Completely finished. He was filled with regret. Regret that he hadn't died earlier under that Su Xing kid's arrow. That way, although he would have lost a level, at least his soul could have returned to the Eastern Isles' divine realm, giving him a chance to start over. But now, captured alive by these lunatics from the Dragon Nation who treated outsiders as mortal enemies, he would face a fate 1,000 times more brutal than death. He wouldn't be able to live, nor would he be able to die. Fool's drowsy. Eyes open slightly, just a sliver. His voice was calm. Speak. You people from the Eastern Isles sure have long arms. Did you really think the Dragon Nation was a garden you could come and go from as you pleased? He. Beside him, Fire God let out a chilling, sinister laugh. He licked his cracked lips, his eyes burning with excitement. My soul-refining flame hasn't been used in a long time. Perfect timing to test it on you, you Eastern Isles dog. No. Hearing the words soul-refining flame, the Eastern Isles Level 8 powerhouse's face turned completely pale. His body began to tremble uncontrollably. He knew he absolutely couldn't fall into the hands of these lunatics. A wave of despair-driven madness instantly devoured his sanity. You forced me to do this, he roared, his voice a shattered cry from the depths of his soul. The next moment, boom! A surge of filthy, malevolent, blood-red energy erupted from his body. His physical form disintegrated at a speed visible to the naked eye, transforming into the purest, most corrupt energy of flesh and blood. Not good. Is he self-destructing? Vulcan exclaimed, his expression changing drastically. No. The fool's gaze turned sharp in an instant. This isn't self-destruction. This is a sacrificial ritual, a high-level forbidden summoning technique. As soon as the words left his mouth, the blood-red energy, formed from the self-sacrifice of the Eastern 8-turn powerhouse, seemed to be drawn by an invisible force and surged violently into the depths of the earth. There lay the ruins of the dungeon that Su Xing had already destroyed. Buzz! In an instant, the soul-devouring array, originally prepared for Yin Shang, was forcibly reactivated under the infusion of this immense energy. Countless blood-red runes, 100 times more sinister than before, shot into the sky. They resembled ravenous demons, frantically absorbing the flesh, resentment, and unwilling souls of all the fallen Yun family powerhouses on the battlefield. The entire city of the Yun family was wailing in agony at this moment. A blood-red spatial gate, formed from endless blood and resentment, slowly tore open above the ruins. A wild, sinister, ancient, and overwhelmingly powerful aura descended from the blood gate, suffocating even the 8-turn titans present. At the same time, across the entire Kyoto sanctuary, whether it was the spies from various families rushing to the Yun family to observe the deification army heading toward the resurrection point, the 9-turn generals guarding the sanctuary's military headquarters, or the 9-turn ancestors within the deification secret realm, everyone's minds were simultaneously struck by a bone-chilling, top-level world announcement. Warning! Warning! The 9-tier family, Yun family, has accepted support from the Eastern Divine Pantheon. The god of Sakura, the symbol of calamity, Yamata no Orochi, has responded to the summoning and has projected its apocalyptic shadow from the divine realm. World-class boss, Phantom of Yamata no Orochi's resentment, LV.700 Epic, has joined the guild war. All Dragon Nation professionals are to immediately proceed and eliminate the invading enemy. Boom! The entire Kyoto sanctuary erupted into chaos. What? The Yun family? They've betrayed the nation? A level 700 epic boss? Are you kidding me? Without 9-turn powerhouses, who can stand against it? It's over. It's all over. The sky is falling. Panic spread like a plague, engulfing the entire Kyoto sanctuary. Deification, secret realm. Upon hearing the news, the Yun family ancestor collapsed to the ground. It's over. The Yun family is finished. How could this happen? What on earth is Yun Tianhe up to? How could a mere test lead to the summoning of Yamata no Orochi's support? Yun family estate. From the blood-red spatial gate exuding boundless majesty, a colossal, terrifying head slowly emerged. Just one head was as massive as a mountain. The scarlet snake eyes, like two blood-red moons, coldly gazed down at the tiny creatures below, who were as insignificant as ants. Then, a second head appeared. A third. A total of 8 heads emerged, each embodying a different attribute, representing the laws of flame, frost, poison, thunder, darkness, storm, earth, and illusion. They grotesquely squeezed out of the gate. The oppressive force of this terrifying power caused even the 8-turn powerhouses at the deification level to feel a wave of unease. The law-based powers of the deification titans were suppressed under the overwhelming pressure emanating from this divine presence. However, just as everyone thought this catastrophe was inevitable, the newly descended, seemingly invincible phantom of Yamata no Orochi began to flicker violently. Its world-destroying aura was visibly diminishing at an astonishing rate. The fool was momentarily stunned, then suddenly understood. I see. The sacrificial ritual of that Eastern scum is incomplete. Moreover, the formation he used to absorb energy was already destroyed by young friend Su Xing. This summoning is a failed summoning. It can't hold on anymore. Sure enough,
Under everyone's tense gaze, the aura of the Yamata no Orochi plummeted from a terrifying level 700. Level 600. Level 500. Finally, it stopped at level 400. Although it was only level 400, the terrifying pressure unique to an epic level boss still made everyone on the battlefield feel immense pressure. The fool immediately activated the investigation skill. Yamata no Orochi's resentful phantom, first form, Wrath, level 400, epic level boss. HP 140,490,000/140,490,000, attack 937,200, defense 1,873,200, skills? Seeing these astronomical numbers, even a battle maniac like Fire God couldn't help but gasp. Damn it! 1.4 billion HP? An attack nearing 1 million, and defense close to 2 million? This thing, even weakened, it's still an absolute monster.
All the major figures of Fengshen wore exceptionally grim expressions. This was no longer an opponent that could be easily taken down with sheer numbers. Perfect coordination was a must, and they had to be prepared to pay a heavy price. However, just as everyone was on edge, only Su Xing quietly raised his head, gazing at the 8-headed giant serpent roaring in the sky. In his S-rank, Eye of Truth, there was not the slightest ripple, because what he saw was different from everyone else. In others' eyes, it was an invincible boss with an absurdly thick health bar. But in his Eye of Truth, he could clearly see, behind that massive phantom formed of resentment and laws, 8 life cores were hidden. Each layer more tangible than the last. Each layer more dangerous than the last. Each layer closer to the essence of divinity. The corners of Su Xing's mouth curled slightly, revealing a cold yet intrigued smile. Interesting. So, this boss has 8 lives, huh? Boom! In the sky, the Yamata no Orochi, formed of endless resentment and divine power, let out a greedy and satisfied roar. Its 8 ferocious snake heads, like 8 massive black holes, frantically devoured the flesh, energy, and unwilling souls of the fallen Yin family powerhouses on the battlefield. Especially the 8 turned supreme elders who had just been slain by Su Xing. The powerful level 800 energy within their bodies had not yet dissipated, transforming into the purest nourishment, continuously pouring into the Yamata no Orochi's phantom. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. An ancient and sinister will echoed across the heavens and earth. As expected of the top powerhouses of the Dragon Kingdom, their life energy is so rich, far superior to those useless trash from our eastern lands. It was enjoying itself, but also disappointed. What a pity, this body summoned through an incomplete ritual is too weak. A level 400 energy cap can't even bear 1% of my power. Its wool was filled with regret. If I could use that woman with the Saintess bloodline as the core, I might even have the confidence to forcibly raise this phantom's level to legendary. At that point, what would a mere Dragon Kingdom amount to? The Yamata no Orochi's 8 pairs of crimson snake eyes scanned the ground below, finally locking onto its target. Dragon Kingdom. Kyoto Sanctuary. Forget it. Although this body is of little use, it's already enough to thoroughly enjoy this land. Its will instantly turned violent and greedy. It had been far too long since it last tasted the powerhouses of the Dragon Kingdom. The kind of souls mixed with pure energy and unyielding will were, in its eyes, the most exquisite delicacy. Its 8 pairs of snake eyes locked onto several figures below. In its view, they were like bright beacons, radiating powerful auras. The fool. Fire God. Fist shatters mountains and rivers. Although there are only a few of you, it's enough as an appetizer. Come here. Become my blood feast. With an earth-shattering roar, the 8 massive serpent heads moved. They descended like 8 ancient divine mountains from the heavens, each carrying the destructive laws of flame, frost, poison, and more, viciously biting toward the leaders of the deification guild. At that moment, it felt as if the sky was collapsing. Not good. Scatter. Fight individually. Don't get hit by concentrated attacks. The fool abruptly opened his eyes, issuing the most urgent warning. Are you kidding me? This thing is insane? Fire God roared, his entire body erupting in blazing flames, transforming into a massive shield of fire to meet the serpent head entwined with the law of darkness. Spatial displacement. Fist shatters mountains and rivers, instantly turned into a shadow, attempting to merge into space to evade. However, boom! The fiery shield shattered like paper the moment it touched the dark serpent head. Fire God was sent flying hundreds of meters. As if struck by a heavy hammer, his throat burning hot as he spat out a mouthful of scalding blood.
685-440. A shocking damage number flashed above his head. At the
same time, Fist shatters mountains and rivers, who had just merged into space, was suddenly yanked out of the spatial rift by an even stronger law of storms. Slash! The storm, like thousands of sharp blades, carved deep wounds down to the bone all over his body.
721-800.
The most miserable of all was the fool. Though he was the team's strategist, his defense was the weakest among them. He had just dodged an attack from a venomous serpent head when another serpent head, imbued with the law of illusions, had already locked onto his position. Its mesmerizing serpent eyes fixed on him with a piercing gaze. Buzz! The fool's mind instantly went blank. In that brief moment of disorientation, the serpent head carrying the law of thunder descended upon him. Boom!
855-910. 812-030.
The ferocious attacks of the two serpent heads struck simultaneously, instantly depleting more than half of the fool's health bar.
Damn it!
The fool couldn't help but curse, his face pale.
Gone
was his previous calm and composed demeanor. He frantically gulped down top-tier health potions while ruthlessly tearing through one legendary-grade defensive scroll after another. He was in utter disarray. Unprecedented disarray. In just a short moment, the 9th-tier leaders of the Deification Guild, who could intimidate the entire Dragon Nation, were suppressed to the brink of death.
Damn it! This thing's skin is ridiculously thick. My soul-refining flame can't even burn it? Fire God roared, coughing up blood.
Is this really a level 400 epic boss? It's more like a war god. How are we supposed to fight this? Fist shatters mountains and rivers, clenched. His bloodied fists, his knuckles cracked and bleeding.
I get it now.
Flourishing Wealth shouted angrily while frantically casting healing spells. The Yin family is
totally cheating. They can't win, so they just use hacks.
The battlefield descended into chaos. All the Yi Deification leaders were fighting desperately for their lives. But there was one exception. Su Xing. He remained quietly standing in the center of the ruins.
From beginning to end, the overbearing Yamada no Orochi hadn't even glanced at him.
Why?
Because in its eyes, the energy fluctuations of Su Xing, a 5th-tier class holder, were far too weak.
So weak that it didn't even bother to spare him
a glance.
To it, the Fool and Fire God were troublesome but still qualified as appetizers.
But Su Xing?
He was nothing more than a speck of dust, not even worthy of
being an appetizer. However, this arrogant Sakura god would never know.
It was precisely this speck of dust it had ignored who, at this moment, was calmly observing it, with eyes that had long seen through truth. He was like the most composed top-tier hunter, patiently watching this seemingly powerful yet riddled with flaws prey. Roar! The Yamada no Orochi let out a sinister roar, its eyes filled with greed for the Dragon Nation's warriors.
Its 8 serpent heads, like 8 moving fortresses of destruction, rampaged across the battlefield.
Right from the start, it dealt a heavy blow to the arrogant titans of the Yi Function group.
However, these were seasoned, top-tier warriors who had emerged victorious from countless bloody battles. After the initial chaos and shock, they quickly regained their footing. Beast! Don't think you can bully me!
Firecloud True God roared, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth.
He stopped engaging head-on and swiftly retreated.
Forming seals with his hands, he unleashed endless solar flames that transformed into fire dragons, relentlessly harassing and bombarding the colossal creature from a distance.
Blossoms of prosperity! Heal me! I almost capsized.
The Fool exclaimed with lingering fear as he downed a bottle of life potion.
Clasping his hands together, invisible chains of
law materialized from the void, forming a massive spatial cage that tightly restricted the Yamada no Orochi's movements.
Seal the battlefield. We can't let it escape.
Understood.
Fist shatters mountains and rivers is here. You wretched beast, I'll play with you. Fist shatters mountains and rivers, roared, his muscles swelling several times over as he transformed into a 100-meter-tall titan.
He charged at one of the earth serpent heads, meeting its god metal-like scales head-on with his
raw, primal fists.
Using his body, he drew the monster's hatred, buying time for his comrades. The 5 titans of Function immediately displayed their unparalleled combat
synergy.
The Fool took control, Firecloud True God focused on output, and Fist Shatters Mountains and Rivers tanked. Although Shadowkill was only at the 7th Tear, he transformed into a lethal phantom, launching precise and deadly attacks from the blind spots of the 8 serpent heads. Meanwhile, Blossoms of Prosperity served as their steadfast support, casting healing divine spells like a spring, continuously restoring the team's injuries. Boom! 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 A truly apocalyptic god-level battle erupted. The entire city of the Yun family trembled violently. Laws clashed. Divine spells collided. The sky turned into a chaotic void. This terrifying battle, taking place at the heart of the Kyoto sanctuary, alarmed everyone. My heavens! What is that monster? The Yamata no Orochi, the most evil and powerful disaster god in Japanese mythology. How did it appear in our Kyoto sanctuary? Look! The Fengshen lords are fighting it with all their might. Countless spies from various factions, witnessing the sky-darkening 8-headed serpent, were scared out of their wits. Without hesitation, they transmitted the information back to their respective families and organizations at the fastest speed possible. In no time, the entire Kyoto sanctuary was in an uproar. The Zhao family. What? The Yun family committed treason and summoned the Yamata no Orochi? The Fengshen lords are in a bitter struggle? Pass down my orders. All 8th-tier elders are to mobilize immediately to support Fengshen. This is a national crisis, and the Zhao family will not shirk its duty. The military. Activate the highest-level war contingency plan immediately. Deploy the Divine Dragon's special forces. Target Yun family estate. Exterminate the foreign god without delay. At this moment, all internal grievances were set aside. Faced with an external invasion, the Dragon Nation displayed unprecedented unity. Swish, swish, swish. One after another, powerful figures soared into the sky from all directions. Of the Kyoto sanctuary, the Zhao family is here to support. The Long family, rushing to reinforce. The military has received the order and is here to exterminate the foreign god. Dozens of 8th-tier powerhouses from the Dragon Nation's top factions converged at the center of the battlefield with astonishing speed. Ha ha ha! Brothers, we are not fighting alone. Firecloud True God shouted as the reinforcements arrived, his morale soaring instantly. Today, let's show this Japanese serpent what the true tidal wave of a people's war looks like. Kill. The battle reached its climax. Dozens of 8th-tier powerhouses attacked simultaneously, creating a spectacle so grand it left onlookers in awe. The entire sky turned into a dazzling fireworks display woven from laws and forbidden spells. However, the Yamata no Orochi's defenses were unbelievably formidable. It was like an iron-shelled beast, impervious to their attacks. Their attack struck its scales, harder than divine gold, only sparking a few flashes and leaving barely noticeable marks. 173733, 373626, 183273. They could hardly chip away at the hundreds of thousands of its health points. Utterly insignificant. He. A bunch of ants. Orochi let out a disdainful sneer. Is this supposed to tickle? But even ants, in great numbers, can bite an elephant to death. Though the damage was minimal, it was slowly chipping away at its health bar. As long as there was damage, as long as they could break through its defense, there would eventually come a day when it was exhausted. Time ticked by, second by second. 10 minutes, 20 minutes. When all the 8th-tier powerhouses were utterly exhausted, their mana depleted, a reluctant roar echoed. The snake head entwined with the law of flame dimmed completely, its divine light extinguished. The massive head drooped powerlessly like a kite with a broken string. That health bar, which had reached 140 million, was finally pierced through after more than 20 minutes of relentless attacks from everyone. Huff, huff, huff. It's over. Finally, it's over. Everyone collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, their faces showing smiles of survival. However, just as they thought victory was within reach, an unexpected change occurred. Buzz, the phantom of Orochi, which should have been dead, suddenly trembled violently. A surge of energy, more ferocious, more malevolent, and more powerful than before, erupted from its body. The health bar that had just been emptied began to refill at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only that, but its attributes were also skyrocketing. Attack plus 2%. Defense plus 2%. Max HP plus 10%. I can't believe this. Firecloud True God stared blankly at the scene before him, the life potion in his hand falling to the ground with a clink. What the hell is going on? Could it be, this monster can't be killed?
The smiles of survival on everyone's faces froze instantly, replaced by utter despair. In the sky, the remaining 7 snake heads roared in unison. Their howls were filled with rage at being provoked by ants. Ants! You actually took one of my lives? Unforgivable. All of you. Turn to ashes in the wrath of the gods. Boom! A destructive shockwave, formed by the fusion of 7 laws, descended from the heavens, instantly engulfing the entire battlefield. In an instant, all the once dominant 8th-tier powerhouses, whether they were family elders or military generals, were severely injured. Their life-saving scrolls shattered frantically. Protective divine lights crumbled inch by inch. Health bars dropped to 0 in an instant. Boom! The destructive shockwave swept through. Dozens of the Dragon Nation's top 8th-tier powerhouses were flung away, like leaves in a storm. If not for flourishing wealth burning their divine soul at the critical moment to forcibly cast the healing forbidden spell Holyword, Life's Praise, this move might have wiped out half of the 8th-tier experts. Cough, cough, cough. Firecloud True God crawled out of the rubble, spitting black blood, mixed with fragments of his organs. He stared at his health bar, which alternated between 0 and being forcibly restored to half, his face showing a rare expression of helplessness. Still alive, almost died. How are we supposed to fight this? An 8th-tier general from the military shouted, his face pale. Its attributes have grown even stronger. This is already its second life. Who knows if there's a third, a fourth? Exhausted? With what? Despair. Utter despair. Earlier, though the damage was limited, they could at least see the health bar slowly decreasing, and victory seemed within reach. Hope is now completely shattered. This monster not only can resurrect but becomes even stronger after resurrection. This is a war doomed to be unwinnable from the very beginning. Damn it! Fist shattering mountains and rivers. Slammed a punch into the ground, his eyes filled with frustration. If only that wise one were here. Her support abilities would definitely uncover its weakness. Just as despair engulfed the battlefield at the Kyoto Sanctuary, within the eternal realm of the Deification Guild. Something's wrong. Tianhe is in trouble. The face of the Yun family patriarch, which had been barely maintaining composure, finally changed completely. His bloodline connection with Yun Tianhe was rapidly weakening. This meant Yun Tianhe was facing an unprecedented life and death crisis. He could no longer sit still. Get out of my way. Now. Boom. A pressure surpassing all 8-turn experts and even ordinary 9-turn rule masters erupted. He was using all his strength, preparing to forcibly tear through space to return to his family. However, Wise One sat quietly on her throne. She didn't even lift her eyelids, merely extending a slender, fair jade finger, and lightly pointing at the raging 9-turn pressure. Truth chessboard. Buzz. The entire eternal realm instantly transformed into an infinitely extending chessboard of rules. The chessboard was composed of black and white squares. The once arrogant Yun family patriarch involuntarily turned into a completely isolated black chess piece on the board. What is this nonsense? The Yun family patriarch was utterly shocked. He was astonished to find that his so-called 9-turn authority, which claimed to control heaven and earth and make his words law, was completely ineffective on this bizarre chessboard. Paradox shackles. Wise One spoke again, her crimson lips parting slightly. Crack. An invisible shackle composed of countless contradictory logics and paradoxes instantly locked onto the Yun family patriarch, firmly binding him in place, unable to move. Inside the realm, the other 3 families' 9-turn patriarchs were all dumbfounded at the sight. An 8-turn existence had suppressed and even imprisoned a 9-turn expert exerting full power? This completely overturned their understanding. So this is the true power of deification? The Zhao family patriarch murmured hoarsely. A monster. Another monster has appeared. The Long family patriarch's face was filled with shock. If they knew that the unstoppable Su Xing outside, who was sweeping through armies, was only at 5-turn yet easily defeating 8-turn experts, they would be even more astonished. The battle erupted instantly. You Junior, you're too arrogant. The Yun family patriarch, his hair standing on end, was completely enraged by Wise One's calm demeanor. He was a 9-turn expert, a supreme existence, controlling the laws of heaven and earth, capable of overturning mountains and rivers with a mere thought. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Break for me! He roared. The power of his 9-turn authority exploded. He attempted to manipulate the laws of space to tear apart the ridiculous chessboard in chains. But nothing happened.
His authority power was like falling into a bottomless abyss, unable to stir even the slightest ripple.
I told you before.
Wise One's voice remained calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. On this chessboard, the laws you recognize simply do not exist.
Utter nonsense.
The Yun family patriarch was nearly
driven mad.
He stopped trying to manipulate the laws and instead concentrated all his power into his fist. It was a fist capable of destroying the sanctuary in one blow, imbued with 9-turn might.
I refuse to believe that.
In the face of absolute power, your sorcery can still work. He swung his fist forward.
However, a strange scene unfolded.
His fist passed through Wise One's figure without any resistance. That figure dissipated slowly.
Like a phantom.
What? The Yun family patriarch's heart trembled.
Logical error.
Wise One's cold voice came from behind him.
Premise 1, the target of your attack is me.
Premise 2, I am not in front of you.
Conclusion, your attack is destined to be ineffective.
The Yun family patriarch turned around abruptly. But behind him, there was no one. The figure of the sage appeared on the throne once again, as if she had never left.
What kind of method did you use?
For the first time, the Yun family patriarch felt true fear. This was not a clash of power. This was a completely incomprehensible and extraordinarily bizarre dimensional suppression.
Method?
The sage slowly shook her head, a trace of pity flashing in her phoenix eyes beneath her glasses.
Old Ghost Yun, have you still not understood?
Your authority is built upon the rules of this world.
You merely utilize them. But my truth is to define them.
She slowly raised her hand and snapped her fingers lightly, speaking to the Yun family patriarch, who was bound by the paradox shackles. Concept.
Overwrite.
On this chessboard, power is restraint.
Buzz. An indescribable and eerie rule instantly enveloped the area.
The Yun family patriarch screamed incessantly. He was horrified to discover that the more he struggled, the more he tried to unleash his power, the tighter the paradox shackles bound him. His own power had turned into a cage that imprisoned him. On the other side of the secret realm, the 9th-turn patriarchs of the Zhao, Lon, and Li families watched this absurd and terrifying scene, akin to a divine miracle. They were speechless, with only one thought in their minds: this woman is truly a monster.
Beyond reason.
They finally understood why the God-Sealing Guild dared to let an 8th-turn individual preside over such an important meeting.
Because this woman was not someone an ordinary 8th-turn could compare to. While an incomprehensible battle of truths unfolded in the secret realm.
In the Yun family city, Su Xing looked at the group of 8th-turn powerhouses who had completely lost their fighting spirit and could only
passively endure attacks.
He knew that this supporting cast's performance was coming to an end. Take care of her. He handed the still unconscious Yun Shang to Yun Che.
Fall back.
His voice was calm but carried an
undeniable authority that brought reassurance.
Yun Che was momentarily stunned, then nodded heavily. Su Xing said no more. He picked up the starry longbow and, step by step, walked forward toward the divine wrath that sought to destroy everything. He walked toward the rampaging Yamata no Orochi, which was suppressing dozens of Dragon Nation's 8th-turn powerhouses, as if he were the true protagonist of this battlefield. When he raised his head, and the S-rank eye of truth met the 7 pairs of crimson serpent eyes in the sky buzz, the entire world transformed into an endless stream of data in his vision.
Phantom of Yamata no Orochi's resentment, 2nd.
Form, Divine Wrath, Level, 400, Epic Boss, HP, 154,539,000/154, 539,000 Attack, 955, 944 Defense, 1, 910, 664 Skills, 8-Headed Concerto, Catastrophe. The 7 serpent heads chant simultaneously, releasing destructive elemental laws of 7 different attributes, launching a comprehensive attack on a fan-shaped area ahead.
Divine Oppression, Petrifying Gaze, activated by the Earth Serpent Head. All targets under its gaze must pass a willpower check. Those who fail will be petrified for 5 seconds. Toxic Divine Domain, Decay of All Things, activated by the Poison Serpent Head. Releases a toxic domain with a radius of 1,000 meters centered on itself, inflicting high true corrosive damage over time to enemies and significantly reducing healing effects. Final Movement, 7 Sins as 1, triggered when HP falls below 10%. The 7 serpent heads combine their power to unleash an unavoidable, unblockable, guaranteed hit apocalyptic beam. Born from Japanese mythology's primordial disaster, it represents chaos and destruction. Its sole purpose for appearing is to devour all life and drag the entire world into endless darkness and despair. As a god, its dignity does not permit any insignificant existence to challenge it.
In just a few seconds, he had completely seen through this awe-inspiring god. Before him using the S-rank eye of truth, in the eyes of others, the Yamata no Orochi was the perfect war machine, immense health, overwhelming attack power, and impenetrable defense. But in Su Xing's vision, this so-called god had chaotic and discordant energy flows within its body, full of conflict and instability. So that's how it is. Su Xing understood. An incomplete sacrificial ritual has left a fatal flaw in its descent. Its energy core is fundamentally unstable. His gaze penetrated deeper. He looked past the massive body composed of resentment and laws, and once again saw the 7 life cores hidden in its depths. 7 lives. No, that's not right. Su Xing's pupils suddenly contracted. Only 1 life core is truly active right now. The other 6 are in a dormant state. Only when the current core is completely destroyed will the next one awaken. No wonder its attributes forcibly improve after resurrection, it becomes more stable. Most importantly, he had found it. He had discovered the sole weakness of the first life core. It wasn't the eyes, the reverse scale, or any physical vulnerability visible to the naked eye. Instead, it was a law node moving at high speed along an irregular trajectory within the Yamata no Orochi's body. That was the most fragile point of the entire energy core and the key to sustaining the first life. Now that he had found the weakness, things became simple. Ha! Su Xing's lips slowly curled into a cold smile. He already knew how to play this guy to death. At that moment, the arrogant Sakura god in the sky finally shifted its attention away from the now harmless 8th rank remnants and focused on the only ant still daring to stand. The 7 snake heads also seemed to notice this reckless ant approaching of its own accord. One head, entwined with the law of poison, didn't even bother to look directly at him. It casually exhaled a thick green poisonous breath toward Su Xing. The poison was potent enough to melt a mountain in an instant. Yet Su Xing calmly walked out of the poisonous breath step by step. With the divine-level unique talent, Chaos's favor, he was immune to all laws. This time, the Yamata no Orochi finally showed a hint of interest. An ant with a bit of intrigue. To think you can ignore my poison? Fine, let me crush you with my own hands and see if your soul is as interesting as your abilities. For the first time, all 7 snakeheads focused their violent and destructive gazes on Su Xing. Su Xing slowly raised the legendary Starfall Bow in his hand. His eyes were as calm as if he were looking at a lifeless object. A god, he said slowly, his voice not loud but clear enough for everyone to hear. Today, I'll kill a god and show you all. As soon as the words fell, he moved. There was no earth-shaking momentum. No world-destroying power. He simply condensed an ancient and mysterious coin with the laws, as if it were forged by fate itself. With a flick of his finger, he sent it flying. This was the only divine-level skill granted to him by the Goddess of Luck during his 5th rank class advancement. Coin of Fate. Coin of Fate, divine-level unique, skill type, active causality/conceptual, mana cost, 100,000 points, cooldown time, none, skill effect. Consumes mana to summon and toss an ancient coin forged from solidified fate and divine godhood. While spinning in the air, the coin forcibly connects to the target's causal line. The result of the toss imposes a brief but absolute judgment on the target's fate at the conceptual level. The coin has 2 sides. 1, heads, God's blessing. When heads face up, you receive the blessing of the Goddess of Luck. For the next 10 seconds, you enter the absolute truth state. In this state, all attacks are guaranteed critical hits, and critical damage is converted into 100% true damage, ignoring all target defenses, damage reduction, shields, law resistance, and invincibility effects. 2. Reverse, divine jest. When the reverse side is up, you will bear the curse of the Goddess of Fortune's wrath. For the next 10 seconds, you enter the clown moment state. In this state, all damage dealt is forcibly reduced by 99%, and you cannot inflict any negative effects on enemies. Your attacks, in the eyes of your enemies, are like a child's joke. Special note, the result of the coin toss is greatly influenced by the user's own luck attribute. The higher the luck, the closer the probability of divine grace approaches 100%. For those with extraordinary fortune, destiny always moves in one direction. Skill description, this is not a skill that ordinary people can comprehend. It is a miracle born from the anger of gods and the contradictions of divine authority. One side of the coin is heaven, the other a jest. Each toss is a provocation to the Goddess of Fate, a high-stakes gamble with the supreme laws. When the coin is tossed, the world holds its breath, awaiting the final judgment. For those favored by the gods, this coin is the key to victory,
For those abandoned by the gods, it is a cruel joke. Remember, child, never gamble on odds you cannot win. Unless, you are the odds themselves. Asterisk buzz. Asterisk the coin transformed into a streak of light, shooting skyward. It spun rapidly in mid-air. All sound in the world seemed to be sucked away. All surviving 8th-tier powerhouses instinctively held their breath. They stared intently at the coin that would decide fate. Ding, a crisp sound, as if destiny had been sealed. The coin landed. Heads. Divine grace, asterisk boom. Asterisk an indescribable, terrifying blessing from the supreme deity instantly enveloped Su Xing's entire body. His aura surged violently. A layer of pure white flames of truth ignited around him. Just as Su Xing had anticipated, his luck today was truly off the charts. What incredible fortune! Let the game begin, Su Xing murmured. Softly. The next second, he drew his bowstring. Asterisk whoosh 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 whoosh. Asterisk the speed was unparalleled. So fast that even light couldn't catch up. In 1 second, he fired 15 arrows. In just 1 second, 15 arrows burning with the flames of truth, carrying the effects of critical hit and true damage, instantly converged into a silver river of death so despairing that even gods would lose hope. Their target was not the massive body of the Yamata no Orochi. Instead, under Su Xing's eye of truth, it was the single weak point moving rapidly within its body. -4 150 220. True damage critical hit weak point. -4 215 830. True damage critical hit weak point. True damage, ignoring all defenses and shields. Terrifying to the extreme. In just 1 second, Su Xing dealt over 60 million damage. The surrounding 8th-tier powerhouses were dumbfounded. Each held their breath, not daring to make a sound. They could hardly believe they weren't dreaming. Roar! The Yamata no Orochi let out the most agonizing, heart-wrenching, and incredulous scream of its life. Its 7 snake heads twisted frantically. It couldn't comprehend it all. How could a mere enemy's attack ignore its divine scales? How could it precisely strike its ever-shifting energy core? 3 seconds. Just 3 seconds. Before the blessing of divine grace had even faded, the Yamata no Orochi's massive shadow, with its 160 million health points, under the stunned gazes of all the 8th-tier powerhouses, instantly dropped to 0. A dozen 8th-tier powerhouses just spent 20 minutes, Firecloud True God muttered to himself in a daze. And he did it alone, in 1 second? Impossible. It must be an illusion. We risked our lives and only managed to take one of its lives. And he did it in just 3 seconds? Is this the legendary 3-second true man? Firecloud True God and the others stared blankly at the sky, like soulless puppets. Their worldview, their pride as rank 8 powerhouses, was ruthlessly shattered by Su Xing in this moment. Every strike hits a weak point. How on earth is he doing this? A general from the military asked hoarsely. Critical hit every time. Damn it, not a single attack missed a critical. This luck has to be fake, right? Firecloud True God was on the verge of losing his mind. Attack speed. Did you see his attack speed? Is he even an archer anymore? He's a damn Gatling gun. Fist shatters mountains and rivers said, trembling. No. The fool leaned weakly against the rubble, his eyes filled with shock. The most terrifying thing is his true damage. Our proud rule-based defenses are like paper in the face of his attacks. As these words fell, the scene descended into a deathly silence. Indeed. True damage. These 2 words were the root of utter despair. This is rank 4? I even suspect, Fist shatters mountains and rivers stared at Su Xing with a complicated expression, that even that cunning and powerful wise woman, she might have to kneel before the star god and sing conquer, right, just as all the rank 8 powerhouses were plunged into deep shock and self-doubt roar. A roar filled with more hatred and madness than ever before once again shook the heavens. Boom! The massive body of the Yamata no Orochi phantom, which had just lost one of its snake heads, began to reassemble. Another life core was activated. It grew even more solid, closer to the essence of a god. Attack plus 5%. Defense plus 5%. Max HP plus 10%. A pressure several times stronger than in the first phase erupted. No way. It can revive? The rank 8 powerhouses, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, were instantly shrouded in despair. It's over. This time, it's really over. The monster was stronger than before. And they were already exhausted. The one man who could create miracles, his god-tier skill that was practically a bug, must have gone on cooldown by now, right?
However, just as everyone thought an even more brutal, hopeless battle was about to begin, Su Xing impatiently furrowed his brows. He glanced at his character panel. In the corner of the god-tier buff icon named Divine Grace, a small countdown timer ticked down. Time remaining, 3. So noisy, Su Xing muttered under his breath. He didn't even bother to look at the arrogant, roaring, and newly resurrected third-phase Sakura god. He simply raised his starfall bow lightly. Ha! In the sky, the 6 newly reassembled snake heads of the Yamata no Orochi noticed Su Xing's movement. Their 6 pairs of snake eyes, filled with rage and killing intent, were infuriated by this tiny ant's provocation. Ant! You think I will still? Its soul-shaking roar was abruptly cut off halfway. Because what greeted it was a rain of death arrows, faster, colder, and more merciless than ever before. Whoosh 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 whoosh. In the final 3 seconds, Su Xing unleashed nearly 100 death light arrows, each carrying true damage and guaranteed critical hits. Splat! 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 The Yamata no Orochi, freshly resurrected and unable to even finish a single line of dialogue, found its newly enhanced 5% divine scales utterly useless against true damage. Its newly increased 10% thick HP melted away like summer snow under Su Xing's nearly bug-like burst of power. No, this, impossible. I am. Its voice, filled with unwillingness and disbelief, echoed intermittently across the heavens and earth. Finally, as the last arrow pierced through the core of its final snakehead, its voice vanished completely. The entire world fell silent. 1 second. 2 seconds. 10 seconds. The battlefield fell into a deathly silence, as if time itself had stopped. All the surviving 8th-tier masters, along with the various forces in Kyoto Sanctuary who were following this unprecedented battle through various channels, at this moment, their minds all short-circuited. They stared dumbfounded at the sky. At the epic shadow of the once invincible, despair-inducing Yamata no Orochi. Reborn for less than 5 seconds, only to be effortlessly killed by that man within the last 3 seconds of his skill buff? No way! How did he instantly take down the opponent again? The third life, a fully restored third life, was instantly killed again? It had just revived for a few seconds. Firecloud True God muttered in a low voice, his voice like a harsh slap across the faces of every surviving 8th-tier master. Shame. Utter humiliation. They were the top masters of the Dragon Kingdom. The absolute pillars of their respective families. Legends in the hearts of countless professionals. Yet today, these dozens of legendary masters, working together, were easily defeated by a newcomer junior in a manner that was almost insulting. It was simply too absurd. This world had completely spiraled out of control. Just as all the 8th-tier masters were left speechless by Su Xing's incomprehensible strength, boom! Another mutation erupted. The headless corpse of the Yamata no Orochi, which should have been completely dead, suddenly trembled violently. A surge of destruction, more ferocious and pure than ever before, exploded forth. No way? The fool's eyes widened in disbelief. Everyone stared in shock at the health bar that had just been emptied. It was starting to recover again. The fourth life. Its second form. Attack plus 5%. Defense plus 5%. Max HP plus 10%. Roar. Accompanied by a roar filled with hatred and fury, a 5-headed Yamata no Orochi, even more terrifying than before, descended once again. It's over. This time, it's really over. All the 8th-tier masters fell into complete despair. This monster not only had 4 lives, but it grew stronger with each rebirth. And that man who had created miracles, his world-shattering divine skill, wouldn't it need a cooldown? Worms! The reborn Yamata no Orochi was utterly enraged. Faced the wrath of a god. It gave no one a chance to react. Right from the start, it unleashed an indiscriminate, large-scale attack that covered the entire battlefield. Wrath of the gods, judgment of 10,000 serpents. Boom! The sky was torn apart. Countless pillars of destruction, formed by elements like frost, poison, and thunder, descended like an apocalyptic disaster. Defend quickly! We can't hold on. The damage is too high. Ugh! In an instant, all the 8th-tier masters suffered heavy blows again. Several, already gravely injured and out of trump cards, didn't even have time to scream before their bodies were vaporized under the terrifying map-wide attack, turning into white light and returning to the respawn point. The remaining ones were all wounded, their health bars teetering on the brink. Everyone frantically fled toward the edges of the battlefield. They looked at Su Xing, their eyes filled with despair. Star God, you're powerful. Skill must be used up by now. What will you do next?
However, everyone stared at Su Xing. He simply stood there, not even bothering to move. He let those devastating beams of destruction, capable of instantly killing 8th tier masters, rain down on him wave after wave. 135880. 151030. MISS. Though the damage was immense, to his monstrous physique with over 4 million HP and a regeneration rate of over 1 million per second, it was like a gentle scrape. Su Xing seemed slightly impatient. He slowly raised the Starfall bow in his hand. A terrifying aura, surpassing legend, began to rise from him. Legendary passive skill. Heart of the God Hunter activated. Legendary active skill. Boundary-piercing arrow charging. Buzz. The entire world seemed to freeze, losing all sound and color. Only a single point on Su Xing's bowstring remained, continuously compressing and collapsing, ultimately forming a pitch-black singularity that seemed capable of devouring all light. 3 seconds later, Su Xing released the bowstring. Whoosh! An indescribable, pitch-black arrow tore through space, shattered laws, and completely broke everyone's understanding. In an instant, it struck the massive Yamata no Orochi. 2400000, an 8-digit damage number that caused all 8th tier experts present to collapse mentally and tremble in fear. Shot skyward from the top of Yamata no Orochi's head. But that wasn't all. Target's defense reduced to 0. Target has entered a forced 3-second stun state. What did I just witness? Firecloud True God stared at Su Xing with a gaze akin to looking at a deity, his voice trembling uncontrollably. 24 million? One arrow? Forget 8th tier, even a 9th tier ancestor would be instantly killed by that arrow, wouldn't they? Before anyone could recover from the shock, Su Xing had already drawn his bowstring again. While you're still stunned, I'll take your life. Whoosh. Whoosh 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 whoosh. During the 3-second stun duration, Su Xing unleashed a rain of arrows capable of destroying the heavens and earth. The 4th life bar of the Yamata no Orochi, which had just been reborn and hadn't even had time to act arrogantly, was instantly emptied. Boom! The 5th life was reborn. Death mark. Su Xing didn't even bother using boundary-breaking arrow. He casually applied a fatal debuff to the boss. Then, he drew his bow and fired rapidly. 10 seconds later, under the numb and dazed gazes of everyone present, the 5th life was once again obliterated. The 6th life. The 7th life. Su Xing was like a ruthless and efficient monster-slaying machine, using skills that no one had ever seen before, yet were so powerful they left everyone in shock. He harvested the lives of Yamata no Orochi one by one as if they were mere experience points for leveling up. The lives that had once plunged dozens of 8th tier experts into despair were utterly insignificant before Su Xing. Finally, boom! When the 7th life was effortlessly annihilated by Su Xing, an unprecedented, all-destroying aura erupted from Yamata no Orochi's body. It had only one life left. It had entered its 3rd form. Attack power increased by 50%. Defense power increased by 50%. Maximum health doubled. A true god of calamity had descended. Its aura was several times stronger than before. This was its complete form. Even the residual waves of its terrifying presence caused the distant 8th tier experts watching the battle to tremble in fear. Quick! Retreat even further. If we get caught in this, we'll really die. Petrifying demon eye. Decay of all things. 8-headed symphony. Calamity. This time, Yamata no Orochi had grown smarter. Without wasting words, it unleashed all its skills at Su Xing the moment it revived. Immune. Immunity notifications kept appearing on Su Xing's body. But the final calamity struck him directly. For the first time, his health bar visibly dropped rapidly. Divine Kingdom's Shelter. Unyielding Thorns. A series of life-saving skills were triggered in succession. Star God. Can he hold on? Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Su Xing merely frowned, looking slightly impatient. He flicked out that ancient coin again, the one that everyone remembered vividly. Fate coin. Whoa, he can still use it? The eyes of all the 8th tier experts nearly popped out of their sockets. Wasn't such a god tier skill supposed to have a cooldown period? As if hearing their thoughts, Su Xing said indifferently. God tier skills don't have cooldowns. I just don't bother using them all the time. Ding. Gift of the gods. Now, you can rest in peace. Su Xing activated all his skills. Death mark. Boom. 10 seconds later.
The invincible final form of the Sakura god was utterly obliterated under Su Xing's astonishing total damage of 1.3 billion, leaving not even a trace of residue. It completely evaporated from this world. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing the world-class boss, the resentful phantom of Yamada no Orochi. You have gained plus 400 free attribute points. Ding! You have received the following legendary rewards. Legendary Weapon, Yamada Staff Legendary Skill Book, Wrath of the Gods, Judgment of 10,000 Serpents Legendary Material, Divine Core of Yamada no Orochi ×8 Ding! You have obtained the full set of the Epic Gear Calamity. Serpent Scales. Ding! Congratulations, your level has increased. Current level, LV.205. Ding! Congratulations, your level has increased. Current level, LV.210. Ding! Congratulations, your level has increased. Current level, LV.220. Drip. A single drop of golden blood, imbued with divinity and epic resentment, slowly dripped from the dissipating corpse of Yamada no Orochi. At that moment, a series of heavenly system notifications echoed in Su Xing's mind. Ding! The energy of your hidden class stellar radiance has reached 100%. All prerequisites have been met. The 6th tier ascension is about to begin. It's here. A glint of brilliance flashed in Su Xing's eyes. Boom! An indescribable, immense will descended instantly from the deepest part of the world. His consciousness was elevated infinitely, as if glimpsing the essence of certain truths. The invisible roots formed by his class talent began to grow wildly. They were no longer content with merely absorbing surface energy but broke through layer after layer, piercing through solid rock, traversing the scorching mantle, and finally reaching the planet's core, a sea of pure liquid metal and primordial laws. Buzz! When the roots touched the core, it was as if the entire world established a profound bloodline connection with him. He was no longer just a world tree dependent on the world for survival but had become the world's foundation that supported its very existence. System notification, evolution path confirmed. Congratulations! Your hidden class has successfully evolved into 6th tier, Origin of All Realms, SSS-class. Additional Constitution bonus, plus 10,000. New passive skill, Body of Origin. Your body is connected to the world's essence, granting immunity to all legendary and lower instant death, banishment, and conceptual erasure effects. Additionally, all your attacks carry the Origin attribute, dealing extra damage to non-Origin entities. New active skill, Lawforge, consumes mental energy to transform a kilometer-wide area into your Lawforge. Within this domain, you can temporarily reconstruct certain physical and elemental laws, such as reversing gravity, stripping elements, silencing sound, etc. Evolution trait, roots penetrate the crust, absorb core energy, and form liquid metal roots. SSS class. His hidden class had finally reached the pinnacle of SSS class. Su Xing felt the terrifying power surging within him like a vast ocean, filling his heart with boundless ambition. This was just the beginning. He would grow even stronger. As Su Xing completed his epic evolution, a cold and majestic world announcement echoed once again over the Kyoto sanctuary. Announcement. With the complete annihilation of the Yamada no Orochi Phantom, the Eastern Divine Pantheon support granted to the Yun clan has been revoked. The 9th tier guild war has officially ended. MVP of this guild war, Fengshan Guild, Sequence 7 High Council member, Su Xing. MVP rewards are being calculated. Congratulations to player Su Xing for obtaining a legendary treasure chest ×1 and a large amount of guild points. Dragon Nation Prestige. A cascade of reward notifications flooded the screen like a waterfall. Su Xing glanced at them casually and immediately closed the panel. Because the 8-turn titans, who had been petrified moments ago, were now slowly gathering around him. Their gazes were complex, filled with reverence, along with a hint of flattery and ingratiation. Su Xing, young friend. The fool was the first to speak. His perpetually drowsy old face was now full of emotion and shock. He solemnly bowed deeply. To Su Xing this time, we owe it all to you, young friend. If it weren't for you, we old folks would have been completely finished today. It would have been a disgrace to Seal of Divinity. Exactly. Fire Cloud True God also stepped forward, his previous anger and arrogance completely gone. Rubbing his hands, he smiled and said, Star God, you are the true deity. We were blind before, failing to see your worth. Please don't hold it against us. They were genuinely impressed and utterly convinced. Shadow Kill stood at the back of the crowd. He looked at the figure standing tall, surrounded by admiration, his gaze dazed. Just a few days ago at the South River Sanctuary, this young man had needed his protection to escape the suppression of the South River Army. But now, in just a few days, he had become someone to look up to, someone who might even need his protection. It was like a dream, completely overturning common sense. "You seniors flatter me," Su Xing said with a slight bow, his expression calm. "If it weren't for you seniors exhausting that beast's strength earlier, I would never have been able to slay it so easily. I will always remember the favor of your support this time. If you ever encounter trouble in the future, feel free to come to me." His words were neither humble nor arrogant, exuding confidence and a sense of responsibility. He gave these senior experts enough respect while also demonstrating his unshakable strength. "Ha ha ha, young friend Su Xing is too modest. Fighting alongside you is our honor. Indeed. In the future, we old folks will surely rely on you, Star God." Hearing Su Xing's promise, the 8-turn experts were overjoyed. Any trace of awkwardness was gone. Using a support effort that required almost no exertion to earn the promise of a future powerhouse who could ascend to 9-turn or even divine level, this deal was too good to pass up. This was a major pillar of support. A thick, shining, golden thigh to cling to. Not holding on would be a disservice to themselves. The aftermath of the battle gradually subsided, and the once glorious Yun family estate was now reduced to ruins. The air was filled with the chaos of shattered laws and the thick scent of blood. But amidst this apocalyptic scene, one figure stood out: Su Xing. He stood quietly, without a speck of dust on him, as if the battle that had overturned the Kyoto Sanctuary's power structure had been nothing more than a casual warm-up for him. Around him, whether it was the Seal of Divinity Guild's experts or the 8-turn ancestors from various families who had come to support, their gazes were filled with complex emotions: reverence, shock, and even genuine fear. "Ahem, young friend Su Xing, about the spoils of war." The fool stroked his beard, which had been singed black by the shockwave, and spoke somewhat awkwardly. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes focused on the mountain-like pile of glowing orbs that had burst out from the phantom of the Yamata no Orochi. The light almost dyed half the sky, a dazzling mix of gold and purple, so bright it was hard to look directly at. These, of course, all belonged to young hero Su Xing. Exactly. If it weren't for young friend Su Xing turning the tide, we would have been wiped out today. How could we even have the face to claim any spoils? Young friend Su Xing, take them all. If anyone dares to object, I'll be the first to disagree. Before Su Xing could speak, the 8-turn experts expressed their stance one after another, their attitudes sincere. What a joke! Dividing the spoils? This time, they hadn't even contributed much, let alone exerted themselves, and had been saved by a 5-turn rookie. Isn't going to seize the spoils now, just asking for trouble? Not to mention, after witnessing Su Xing's earth-shattering power, who would still dare to treat him as an ordinary newcomer? This is clearly a prehistoric crocodile disguised in a newcomer's skin. Su Xing, hearing this, was unperturbed and nodded lightly. He stepped forward slowly, waved his hand, and the clusters of light scattered across the ground flew into his system backpack like birds returning to their nests. As Su Xing was tallying up this astonishing haul, far away in the overseas divine nation of Japan, an ancient shrine was shrouded under perpetual dark clouds. Crack! Crack! Several soul jade plaques enshrined on the altar suddenly shattered one after another. Baka! A roar filled with anger and disbelief echoed through the shrine. A 9-turn powerhouse stared at the shattered jade plaques. Dressed in hunting robes, with a katana at his waist, his aura was deep and oppressive. His expression was so dark, it seemed as if water could drip from it. All dead? The 8-turn shadow warriors sent to the Dragon Nation were completely wiped out in just half an hour? And even his gaze fell on the center of the altar. The Magatsu stone, a divine relic representing the Orochi deity, had completely lost its luster, turning into an ordinary useless rock. This signified that even the shadow projection of the Orochi's descent had been utterly obliterated. Dragon Nation. What on earth happened? As he was consumed by shock and rage, boom. A divine will, filled with fury and destructive intent, descended abruptly from the divine realm. It was the true form of the Orochi. Useless trash. The ancient, sinister voice exploded directly in the 9-turn powerhouse's soul. A bunch of worthless fools. I merely sent down a faint shadow of my divine law, and it was completely annihilated by a group of ants? This is the greatest humiliation to my divinity. Ugh, the 9-turn powerhouse from Japan was severely injured by this terrifying divine might, spitting blood and collapsing to his knees on the spot. Great deity,
please quell your anger. It was my incompetence. Quell my anger? The Orochi's voice was as cold as ice. I now command you. Immediately. Gather all the forces of the Amaterasu Shrine. Wait until the energy of that damned guardian shield in the Dragon Nation dissipates. Seize the moment when they are without divine protection. Charge in. At once. I want the entire Dragon Nation to become a sea of blood. I want every Dragon Nation citizen to become my blood feast. Yes. The 9-turn powerhouse from Japan caught out heavily, his eyes burning with fervent battle intent. I will faithfully carry out the great deity's divine decree. A catastrophic plot to annihilate the Dragon Nation was quietly unfolding at the ruins of the Yun family. At this moment, Su Xing's full attention was on Yun Shang in his arms. She was still deeply unconscious, her face pale as paper, her brows furrowed as if enduring immense pain. Just then, a ripple of spatial energy spread out. Dressed in a black professional suit, her figure elegant and curvaceous, the sage quietly arrived. She surveyed the surroundings, taking in the devastation. Even she, with her usually calm and composed phoenix eyes, showed a trace of surprise. The Yun family is finished, the sage coldly declared. The Yun family's patriarch and all remaining forces have been captured. For the crime of colluding with foreign powers and treason, the military and our deification guild will jointly judge them. Hearing this, everyone present fell silent. A 9th-tier family with a 1,000-year history had completely collapsed overnight due to one wrong choice. Senior Sage, Su Xing looked up, his tone urgent. Yun Shang, her condition is dire. Can you help take a look? The sage approached and gently touched Yun Shang's brow with her finger. After a moment, her brows furrowed slightly. The situation is complicated. Her talent core was severely damaged during the forced extraction, and her foundation is already shattered. If you want to preserve her talent, or even restore it to its original state, unless you find the legendary artifact, Life Source Crystal. Life Source Crystal? The surrounding 8-turn experts gasped upon hearing the name. That was a legendary treasure, condensed from the essence of the World Tree. Its rarity was such that even the deification guild's treasury might not have it in stock. The problem had just become much more challenging, but after hearing this, Su Xing raised an eyebrow slightly. He opened his backpack, rummaging through the mountain of spoils while muttering, Life Source Crystal? I wonder if it can be found in a legendary treasure chest. He casually pulled out a legendary treasure chest emitting a soft glow, and in front of everyone, with a click, he opened it directly. Ding! Congratulations on opening a legendary treasure chest. Ding! Due to the fortune smiles luck blessing, the reward quality has been greatly enhanced. Ding! You have obtained the legendary skill book Starfall Annihilation Arrow. Ding! You have obtained the legendary item, Life Source Crystal. Ding! You have obtained the legendary accessory, Tear of the Gods. A series of system notifications flooded the screen, and the dazzling legendary glow almost blinded all the 8th-tier experts present. Ignoring the skill books and equipment, Su Xing picked out a translucent green crystal that seemed to contain the vitality of an entire spring. He handed it to the sage, and casually asked, Senior, is this it? The scene instantly fell silent, so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The Zleiful eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, and the fire god gaped, unable to close his mouth for a long time. All the 8th-tier powerhouses stood there as if petrified, staring in stunned disbelief. That was the genuine Life Source Crystal. A life-saving treasure that countless powerhouses dreamed of, willing to give up everything to obtain. And he just casually pulled it out of a treasure chest? With a face that said, what kind of junk is this? The sage stared at the crystal in Su Xing's hand, then at his clear and innocent expression. Waves of shock surging in her heart. She thought to herself, it seems I really underestimated him before. At this moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on the translucent, Life Source Crystal in Su Xing's hand. This was no ordinary crystal. It resembled a beating heart, and with every pulse, it released an intense aura of life. Just being near it made one feel all fatigue vanish, as if they had become several years younger. This is truly the Life Source Crystal. The fool's voice trembled, filled with fervor and awe. The fire god swallowed hard, his heartbeat accelerating. This was a legendary divine artifact. And he had just casually pulled it out of a treasure chest? Stop standing there in a daze. Save her quickly, Su Xing broke the silence, handing the Life Source Crystal to the sage. The sage gave Su Xing a deep look, her stunning phoenix eyes flashing with a complex and unreadable light.
She nodded without hesitation.
In my name, I invoke the laws of life.
The sage's voice was ethereal and solemn. She guided Su Xing to gently place the life source crystal on Yun Shang's pale forehead. Buzz! In an instant, a vibrant green light shot into the sky, like a divine miracle descending. A torrent of life energy, visible to the naked eye, surged madly into Yun Shang's body. Her previously pale complexion quickly turned rosy, and her tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed. The chaotic and weak aura around her began to rise at an astonishing speed. It stabilized. Her innate foundation had been secured, and it was even continuously strengthening, as if it were about to break through some invisible barrier.
That's wonderful! Yun Che and Yun Xin were so overwhelmed
with joy that tears welled up in their eyes. However, just as her aura was about to reach its peak, it suddenly stalled, as if it had run out of fuel. The light slowly receded.
What happened? Su Xing frowned.
The sage sighed, her expression heavy. Life Source Crystal has stabilized her foundation, but it's not enough.
Her bloodline power is too overwhelming. To fully awaken it, she needs one final catalyst, a key item capable of triggering her most primal divinity. The final catalyst?
The hope that had just risen in everyone's hearts was doused with cold water. If even the legendary Life Source Crystal could only stabilize her foundation, how powerful would the catalyst need to be? Just as everyone was at a loss, a thought flashed through Su Xing's mind.
Catalyst? Enhancing innate quality? He remembered
that extremely rare herb he had obtained in the primordial forest. Su Xing flipped his palm, and a peculiar herb, entirely silver-white with leaves speckled with starlight, appeared in his hand.
Moonstar grass. This is a golden grade herb?
The fool froze, somewhat puzzled.
What use could this herb have in the current situation?
But the moment the sage saw the moonstar grass, his eyes lit up sharply.
That's right. It's this. The legendary
treasure born from the essence of starlight and moonlight, carrying a trace of primordial power.
Quickly,
without hesitation, Su Xing gently placed the moonstar grass near Yun Shang's lips. The herb melted upon contact, transforming into a stream of silver starlight that instantly merged into her body.
Boom! An unprecedented divine radiance erupted from Yun Shang's body.
High above the heavens, the winds and clouds shifted. A golden pillar of light, piercing through the heavens and earth, descended with a thunderous roar, enveloping Yun Shang within. Celestial music echoed, petals rained from the sky, and countless sacred runes danced
around her.
Within the pillar of light, a tall and indistinct female figure emerged. She held a whisk in her hand, stood upon auspicious clouds, and seemed to have stepped out of ancient mythology, slowly merging
with Yun Shang's form. An unparalleled aura of majesty enveloped the entire area.
Thud! Thud! The 8th-tier powerhouses present felt their very souls trembling, their legs weakening, nearly collapsing to their
knees on the spot. This is a bloodline awakening. My heavens! The Yin family actually possesses the bloodline of the ancient divine race. Yun Shang's bloodline has successfully reverted to its ancestral origins. She has awakened the SSS-plus talent, Celestial Maiden of the Nine Heavens. SSS-plus. Another SSS-plus talent. And it was the legendary, Celestial Maiden of the Nine Heavens. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Just then, the light dissipated, and Yun Shang slowly opened her eyes. What a pair of beautiful eyes they were, as if containing the stars and the vast ocean, both clear and filled with authority. Her gaze immediately locked onto Su Xing, full of warmth and gratitude. Su Xing.
She had just begun to speak when a sudden change occurred.
Ding! The SSS-plus talent, Celestial Maiden of the Nine Heavens, is not
yet stabilized. A class advancement quest has been triggered. Quest name, Trial of the Celestial Maiden. Quest type, unique, limited, legendary. Quest objective, clear the legendary dungeon, Jade Pool Celestial Palace within 72 hours.
Quest failure, talent downgrade, permanent damage to foundation. As the notification ended, the power of Yun Shang's talent seemed to be drawn upward, surging into the sky. Rumble! The sky above the Kyoto sanctuary was torn open by an invisible force, revealing a massive rift.
A celestial palace, shrouded in mist and divine energy, entirely unlike any mortal structure, slowly descended from the rift.
The legendary dungeon, Jade Pool Celestial Palace. It had appeared.
The moment the dungeon manifested, an oppressive force 100 times more terrifying than the earlier divine radiance descended abruptly.
The sensation
was as if the very rules of the world were exerting their pressure. All the 8th-tier powerhouses present felt as though they were carrying an ancient divine mountain on their backs. Their bones creaked, their legs bent, and they struggled desperately to avoid collapsing. Even the 9th-tier ancestors of the Kyoto sanctuary displayed expressions of fear. My heavens! This is a limited legendary dungeon. Specifically, prepared for awakeners as the ultimate opportunity. It's said that such dungeons contain inheritances that surpass even SSS-level talents. This is a gift from the world's will to Yun Shang. Too powerful. Just the pressure alone is almost unbearable for us 8th-tier experts. Listening to the exclamations of the surrounding big shots, Su Xing's mind was crystal clear. This dungeon was Yun Shang's exclusive opportunity, and its difficulty would automatically adjust to her level. Yun Shang could form a team to enter the dungeon. At the same time, the dungeon's rules stipulated that anyone more than 100 levels higher than Yun Shang could not join the team. Yun Shang was exactly level 200, and Su Xing was level 220, meeting the requirements perfectly. A legendary dungeon, this level of difficulty is no joke. The fool wiped the cold sweat from his brow, still trembling inside. Even a top-tier SSS level team, fully equipped and well-prepared, would face a near-certain death going in. Let alone. The fire god glanced at the 72-hour countdown and gave a bitter smile. Clearing it within 72 hours? That's absolutely impossible. Looking at the celestial palace of Jade Pool floating in the sky, exuding an overwhelming aura, all the 8th-turn experts' expressions turned serious, as if they were facing a life-and-death battle. But the sage seemed oblivious to everyone's concerns. Her beautiful phoenix eyes, capable of seeing through past and future, sparkled with starlight, and runes flickered in and out of existence. In just a few seconds, she completed a divination of the future. The sage's lips curved into a subtle, meaningful smile as her gaze fell on Su Xing the Heavenly. Signs indicate that Yun Shang's challenge this time is a trial of life and death. As soon as she said this, Yun Che and Yun Xian's faces turned deathly pale. But the sage shifted her tone and continued, however. There is a sliver of hope, a light so dazzling it could almost dispel all danger. She looked at Su Xing, her eyes smiling, already understanding in her heart. That sole glimmer of hope wasn't it this man before her, who never played by the rules. The sage calculated silently. The final guardian of this legendary secret realm should be a level 200 legendary boss. Its strength was likely just slightly stronger than the third form of the Yamada no Orochi shadow Su Xing had just obliterated. Slightly stronger. For others, those words would signify an insurmountable gap. For Su Xing, at most, it was the difference between shooting one more arrow or two. With him here, this trial was practically a sure thing. Thinking of this, the sage couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. She herself was a talent surpassing SSS level, capable of easily suppressing the Yun family's 9th-turn patriarch with her 8th-turn body. Yet, to obtain that inheritance, she had undergone a life-and-death trial, exerting every ounce of her strength, and ultimately succeeded only with the guild leader's personal intervention. And then there was Yun Shang. With Su Xing, this absurdly powerful bodyguard, by her side, this SSS Plus opportunity was practically being handed to her on a silver platter. The gap between people was sometimes greater than that between gods and mortals. The sage withdrew her thoughts, her red lips parting slightly as she teasingly said to Su Xing and Yun Shang, "Stop dawdling, you two. Just go in already." This one sentence instantly made the atmosphere on-site ambiguous. A couple? Yun Shang's cheeks turned as red as a ripe apple, her heart pounding uncontrollably. She stole a glance at Su Xing, then at the sage, who was stunningly beautiful, with impeccable poise and strength. A faint sense of inferiority inexplicably arose in her heart. Would Su Xing prefer a perfect woman like Senior Sage? However, before she could let her thoughts spiral, the fool and the fire god had already exploded. What? Sage, you can't be serious? Just go in? The fire god's eyes widened, his voice rising in pitch. That's a legendary secret realm. Even the patrolling monsters inside are probably diamond level. And the guardians deeper in are all epic level bosses. Going in unprepared isn't a trial, it's suicide. Exactly. The fool quickly chimed in. We need to prepare thoroughly, bring enough potions and scrolls, and devise a detailed battle plan. Listening to the senior's concerns, Su Xing also felt that charging in directly might be a bit reckless. But strangely, when he looked into the sage's confident eyes, he felt no fear at all. A strange sense of trust welled up within him. He believed in the judgment of this top-tier expert. More importantly, Su Xing felt the surging, wave-like power within him and allowed a confident smile to play on his lips.
It's just a legendary secret realm, nothing to be afraid of. Thank you for your concern, seniors, Su Xing said in a calm voice that instantly drowned out the surrounding noise. The next second, he made a move that left everyone stunned. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Yun Shang's slender wrist, who was still blushing and dazed. Ah! Yun Shang let out a startled cry, feeling a warm and firm touch that left her mind blank. Let's go! Su Xing said no more, pulling Yun Shang along. With a powerful push off the ground, he turned into a streak of light and shot into the sky. His target was the celestial palace of Yaoqi in the heavens. Holy crap! He just went up like that? The Fool and Fire God were dumbfounded. This kid was insane. Facing a legendary secret realm that even they, as 8th-tier veterans, feared, he didn't prepare for even a second and charged straight in. Guided by Yun Shan's bloodline, the two instantly arrived at the entrance of the celestial palace of Yaoqi, radiating celestial energy. Ding! You have entered the legendary limited secret realm, Celestial Palace of Yaoqi, as a team. Warning! You are under the negative effect of celestial suppression. All attributes reduced by 50%. Divine passive skill Chaos's favor activated. You are immune to this negative effect. Detected, team leader Yun Shan possesses the 9 Heavens Mystic Maiden talent. She will receive the Mystic Maiden's blessing in the Celestial Palace of Yaoqi. Mystic Maiden's blessing, all attributes increased by 1000%, 10x, skill cost reduced by 90%, damage to celestial. Spirit-type enemies in the secret realm increased by 500%. A series of system notifications echoed in their minds. As the white light dissipated, the shield enveloping the celestial palace lifted like a veil. What lay before them was a breathtaking sight. Above the sea of clouds, magnificent pavilions floated, connected by rainbow bridges to various celestial islands. Spiritual energy cascaded down like waterfalls, converging into a crystal-clear Yaoqi pool, where lotus flowers bloomed amidst swirling celestial mist. Graceful cranes soared through the air, and spirit deer strolled leisurely on the grass. The air was filled with a refreshing fragrance that soothed the soul. This place was nothing short of a paradise on earth. As soon as they stepped into the celestial palace of Yaoqi, a wave of fresh celestial energy greeted them. However, behind this beautiful scenery lay a preordained, merciless killing intent. Clang! 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 Ahead, a squad of golden-armored guards wielding jade halberds emerged from the mist. Their eyes were hollow, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. Their synchronized steps caused the ground to tremble slightly. Su Xing's gaze remained calm as the Eye of Truth quietly activated, instantly revealing the enemy's information. Yaoqi Golden Armored Guards LV.200 Diamond Tier Boss, HP, 34,290,000, Attack, 229,200, Defense, 457,200 Skills, Golden Halberd Strike, charges up to deal 150% attack damage to a single target in Pierce. Armor. Golden Light Shield, activates when HP falls below 50%, generating a shield that absorbs 1 million damage and increases defense by 30%. Battle Formation Charge, activates when 3 or more are present, transforming into golden streaks of light to charge at enemies in a straight line, knocking them back. Description: once celestial soldiers guarding Yaoqi, they have lost their minds and retain only their instinct to protect. Forged from divine gold, they are nearly indestructible and serve as the first line of defense against intruders. Yaoqi Lotus Whisperer LV.200 Diamond Tier Boss, HP, 35 million, Attack, 450,000. Defense, 220,000 Skills, Lotus Ray, fires pink homing rays that deal continuous magic damage. Heart Lotus Mirage, creates a lotus mist that easily charms enemies within, causing them to attack allies for 5 seconds. Lotus Root Bind, summons lotus roots to immobilize enemies within range, restricting movement. Introduction: formed from the celestial lotus of the Jade Pool, she was once a handmaiden of the Queen Mother of the West. Now, her singing has turned into a demonic melody, dragging intruders into illusions. A level 200 Diamond Tier Boss? Su Xing's lips curled into a disdainful smile. This level of skill? It couldn't even withstand the shadow of the level 400 Yamada no Orochi for a few seconds. And these watchdogs, who don't even qualify as epic tier, think they can stop him? What a joke! Those who trespass in the Jade Pool shall be killed without mercy. The golden armored guards let out emotionless roars, transforming into a golden torrent and charging toward Su Xing and Yun Shang with destructive momentum. In their eyes, these two mortals would be torn to shreds in the next second.
Yun Shang's face turned pale as she tightly gripped Su Xing's hand, the celestial power of the Xin Nu's blessing within her just beginning to activate. But Su Xing merely patted the back of her hand gently, signaling her to relax. He didn't even bother to take out the Starfall Bow. Facing a charge that would make any top-tier expert despair, he simply raised his other hand slowly. So noisy. As soon as the words fell, Thorn Prison. Boom. Without warning, the smooth white jade ground beneath the golden armored guards was instantly pierced by countless thorns glowing with a dark green light. These thorns were sinister and deadly, like tentacles from the abyss, instantly entangling, binding, and impaling the golden armored guards at the forefront of the charge.
1-553-938. 1-543-238. 3-550-500. A series of 7-digit damage numbers erupted like a torrential waterfall. Those golden armored guards, boasting a defense of 450,000 in health, exceeding 30 million, were as fragile as paper under the terrifying thorn attack. Their golden light shield didn't even have time to activate. Their health was instantly drained. With just one move, dozens of golden armored guards at the front line, along with the Lotus Whisperers providing support from the rear, were all ensnared by this overwhelming power. Their health plummeted continuously, and they were instantly killed. The casualties were devastating, leaving the battlefield in utter chaos. A strange void appeared in the middle of the battlefield. The scenery isn't bad. Su Xing, as if he had done something trivial, paid no attention to the monsters that had stopped in their tracks out of fear. He turned to Yun Shang, who was already wide-eyed, and gave her a gentle smile. "Let's take our time walking and enjoy the beauty of this celestial realm," he said, taking Yun Shang's hand and strolling forward leisurely, as if they were in their own garden. Wherever he walked, the domain of the Thorn Prison expanded automatically. Boom, boom, boom. Any monster daring to approach within a 100-meter radius was instantly ensnared by the deathly thorns emerging from the ground, torn to shreds, and transformed into pure experience points and a field of loot, becoming the embellishments of their romantic journey. Yun Shang was stunned. Her large eyes were wide open, filled with shock and disbelief. She looked at the fairyland-like scenery before her, then turned back to the path of destruction paved with monster corpses and the glow of equipment. Finally, her gaze settled on the calm and handsome profile of the man beside her. For a moment, her heart was a whirlwind of emotions, a storm surging within her. She still remembered the Awakening Plaza. At the beginning, where he was mocked by everyone, betrayed by friends, and mercilessly suppressed by the military authorities. Back then, though his gaze was resolute, he still needed her to step forward and shield him from the world's malice. But how long had it been? The student who once needed her protection had now become a terrifying existence capable of directly challenging even a powerful faction like the Yun family. And now, he could take her on a leisurely stroll through this legendary secret realm, where even 8th-tier experts had to tread carefully. These diamond-tier bosses, which she couldn't even muster the courage to resist, were as fragile as ants before him. His growth was so rapid it was almost unbelievable. Unknowingly, Yun Shang's gaze shifted from shock to infatuation. She gazed at Su Xing's profile, watching him calmly clear all obstacles for her, seeing the tenderness in his eyes that belonged solely to her. At this moment, her heart was completely filled. She had utterly fallen for this man. Ding! Killed Yaoqi Golden Armor Guardian LV.200 EXP plus 3 420,000. Ding! Killed Yaoqi Lotus Whisperer LV.200 EXP plus 3 500,000. Ding! Congratulations, your level has increased. Current level, LV.221. Ding! Congratulations, your level has increased. Current level, LV.222. Su Xing charged forward relentlessly, unstoppable. After an unknown amount of time, ding! Congratulations, your level has increased. Current level, LV.230. Ding! You have gained 120,000 free attribute points. Passing through the outskirts, the scenery of the core area of Yaoqi Immortal Palace grew increasingly magnificent. Floating immortal mountains were adorned with rows of jade towers and celestial palaces, each radiating an ancient and powerful aura. But the killing intent here was 100 times stronger than in the outskirts. Roar! A thunderous tiger roar seemed to tear the sky apart. A massive white tiger, its body as large as a mountain and forged entirely of Gangjin metal, with fur gleaming coldly, leapt out from behind the southern heavenly gate. The Golden King character on its forehead exuded boundless majesty,
and its eyes, burning with killing intent, locked onto Su Xing and Yun Shang. At the same time, the 100-peach garden erupted with the cries of countless birds. A divine bird, the azure luan, covered in radiant blue feathers and so magnificent it seemed otherworldly, spread its wings that blotted out the sky. Surrounded by a 7-colored halo, it was both regal and deadly. Epic level boss. And there were 2 of them. Yun Shang's 9 Heavens mysterious maiden talent allowed her to clearly sense the terrifying energy erupting like a volcano within these 2 divine beasts. Heaven Guarding Spirit General White Tiger LV.200. Epic level boss, attributes, HP 70 million, attack 550,000, defense 910,000 skills, Gengjin Sky-Splitting Claw. The White Tiger's claws gather the power of Gengjin, unleashing 5 spatial tearing claw beams with immense power, capable of instantly killing opponents with weak defenses. Sky-Roaring Divine Might emits a roar that shakes the soul, inflicting mental damage on all enemies and reducing all attributes by 20% for 30 seconds. Diamond Invincibility, for every 20% HP lost, the White Tiger enters a brief invincible state, reflecting all damage for 3 seconds. Shadows of Thousand Slaughters, ultimate skill. When HP falls below 30%, the White Tiger creates multiple slaughtering shadows, launching high-speed attacks on all targets, a nightmare for survival. Description: one of the 4 ancient spirits, the Western Gengjin Divine Beast, once the most valiant guardian deity under the Queen Mother of the West. It guards the core of Yaoqi, the southern heavenly gate, and its solitude has driven it to madness, leaving only pure killing instincts. Immortal Peach Spirit Azure Luan LV.200 Epic level boss, attributes, HP 65 million, attack 920,000, defense 400,000 skills, Breath of Life, continuously chance, restoring 5% of maximum HP per second, must be interrupted quickly with high damage. Withering of Immortal Fruit summons corrupted Immortal Peaches to explode, creating an area of sustained damage and summoning multiple Immortal Peach sprites, diamond level. Azure Luan Enchanting Melody spreads its magnificent wings and emits a hypnotic song, forcing all enemies into sleep. They cannot awaken unless attacked. 100. Birds Paying Homage to the Phoenix, ultimate skill, sacrifices all Immortal Peach sprites on the field to unleash a 7-colored divine fire that burns everything, with damage increasing based on the number of sacrifices. Description: born from the core of the 3,000-year-old Immortal Peach Mother Tree in the Yaoqi Peach Garden. The Azure Luan is the Queen Mother of the West's messenger, symbolizing life and auspiciousness. However, the Secret Realm's mutation has made it view all visitors as peach thieves, determined to eliminate them with its life force. Su Xing, be careful. Yun Shang's face turned deathly pale in an instant, her heart leaping into her throat. An epic level boss. This was a legendary tier boss. In a place like the Southern River Sanctuary, you might not encounter even one after scouring the historical records. She had once seen classified files in the family head study, describing legendary tier bosses as walking disasters. Just a single level 200 monster appearing on the outskirts of Kyoto could easily destroy a main city. It would require an 8th tier expert to personally lead a team, gather several top tier 7th tier squads, devise a detailed plan, and pay a huge price to possibly take it down. And that was just to deal with one. But now, they were facing an entire group. How could they possibly fight this? Yun Shang was so nervous that her palms were sweating, terrified that Su Xing might make a mistake. Yet, beside her, Su Xing looked completely at ease, as if the 2 world-destroying divine beasts before them were nothing more than slightly larger pets. Roar! The White Tiger was the first to attack. Without hesitation, it unleashed a deadly strike, Gengjin Sky-Splitting Claw. Buzz! The very space trembled. 5 golden claws, each stretching hundreds of meters, condensed from the purest laws of slaughter, tore through the void, sealing off all of Su Xing's escape routes as they came crashing down. The power of this strike was enough to instantly obliterate anything below the 8th tier. But Su Xing didn't even lift an eyelid. He simply found this big cat a bit noisy. That move again? Aren't you tired of it? He couldn't be bothered to change tactics and merely willed it with his mind. Boom! Even thicker, more terrifying death thorns, etched with dark golden law patterns, erupted from the ground once more. They were no longer ordinary vines but had transformed into an indestructible wall covered in sharp barbed spikes. Rip! The 5 Gengjin claws that had torn through space collided with the thorny prison. And in an instant, like mud balls thrown into water, they didn't even make a splash before being devoured and disappearing. What? For the first time, the White Tiger's murderous eyes revealed a trace of shock, a human-like astonishment. But it was already too late.
In the next moment, the endless death thorns, like sharks smelling blood, frantically enveloped its massive body.
A series of damage numbers that made Yun Shang's eyes nearly pop out of her head soared into the
sky above the white tiger. 3-199-000. Critical. Weak point. 1-203-000. 1-223-000. Imprisoned. 3-122-847. Instant kill. Another instant kill.
This epic level boss, Sky Guardian Spirit General, White Tiger, with a defense of 910,070 million HP, which could give even 8th tier experts a headache, didn't even get to use a second move before it was consumed by the endless thorns, turning into countless light particles filled with resentment. Yun Shang was completely dumbfounded. Her cherry-like lips parted slightly, her mind blank, her entire worldview overturned in this moment.
Was this still the student she had trained? An epic level boss? Killed in one move? How was that possible?
This wasn't just strength, this was monstrous.
A god. A demon. Terrifying beyond belief. Yun Shang was utterly shaken. She knew better than anyone what kind of terrifying enemy Su Xing had just one-shot.
Back then, the shadow of the level 400 Yamata no Orochi had nearly forced the Kyoto Sanctuary to mobilize all its top-tier forces, resulting in a hard-fought battle.
The guards here
were only level 200, but there were so many of them. Yet, this lineup, which could have toppled the entire Kyoto Sanctuary, was still no match for Su Xing. What Yun Shang didn't know was that while Su Xing could treat a level 400 epic level boss as a mere appetizer, these level 200 gatekeeping monsters, whose stats had been halved, were no different from the diamond tier trash mobs he had faced earlier. It was merely a shift from
one-shotting a group to one-shotting one at a time. Thorned prison erupted completely. Whoever blocks them, gods or Buddhas, will be slain. Whether it was other epic divine beasts charging out or the Azure Luan spirit
chanting deadly magic melodies, none could stop Su Xing and Yun Shang's advance. They continued to leisurely admire the breathtaking scenery in the perilous core of the Immortal Palace.
The only difference was that the backdrop had shifted from diamond grade to epic grade.
Looking at the tall figure ahead of her, clearing all obstacles for her, Yun Shang's gaze became utterly captivated.
Shock, admiration, adoration. Ultimately,
all these emotions converged into an unprecedented feeling that melted her heart. Security. When the final epic level boss disintegrated into countless light particles within the Thorned Prison, the core area of the
Jade Pool Immortal Palace finally fell silent.
Ahead, a final palace carved entirely from 9 heavens white jade and suspended atop a sea of clouds exuded an overwhelming divine majesty that was impossible to look
at directly.
The oppressive aura surpassed the combined presence of all the previous monsters. It felt as though the rules of the entire world were concentrated here. Yun Shang nervously gripped Su Xing's hand and softly said, "The final trial should be inside." Su Xing nodded, pulling her along as they stepped into the palace gates. The palace was empty, save for a throne at the highest point, forged from starlit glass.
Upon it, a hazy female figure radiating endless brilliance slowly materialized.
Her face was indistinct, draped in a robe woven from countless stars, and holding a jade scepter symbolizing the authority of heaven and earth. Simply sitting there, she embodied the absolute dominion of this realm. The final boss, manifestation of the Queen Mother of the West's majesty. Audacious mortals. A cold, majestic, and utterly emotionless voice echoed through the palace like a divine decree. You have slaughtered the palace guardians, trespassed into the forbidden grounds of the Jade Pool, and violated the heavenly laws.
You deserve death. Be executed. Immediately.
With the utterance of the word execute, a force akin to a sword of law instantly pierced toward Su Xing's soul, intending to obliterate him completely.
However, under the protection of Chaos's favor, no law could penetrate. This rule-based attack, capable of instantly killing any 8th tier powerhouse, vanished without a trace as it approached Su Xing.
The figure on the throne let out a soft murmur, seemingly surprised that Su Xing could withstand her word-based attack. Her gaze shifted to Yun Shang beside him. Those eyes, as if controlling the life and death of the universe, wavered slightly for the first time. This sacred aura, so, she is the reincarnation of the mysterious maiden. The killing intent around her gradually dissipated, replaced by an even colder, emotionless indifference akin to the heavenly way.
Very well, since
the mysterious maiden has returned, it is time for you to reclaim your inheritance. However, the heavenly laws are merciless, and the trial remains.
I will not hold back.
As her words fell, her attributes were
fully revealed under Su Xing's eye of truth.
Manifestation of the Queen Mother of the West's Majesty LV.200 Legendary Boss, Attributes, Health, 102,690,000 Attack, 2,737,200 Defense, 1,369,200 Skills. First form, Authority of Order, Divine Punishment Light, locks onto a target, and after a brief delay, a destructive beam of light descends from the heavens, dealing massive true damage. Jade Step Immortal Law, generates multiple rune formations on the battlefield. Stepping on golden formations grants buffs, while stepping on purple formations causes continuous health loss and slows movement. Kunlun Mirror Reflection, summons a Kunlun Treasure Mirror that continuously spawns multiple mirror phantoms, epic grade, with partial skills of the original to assist in battle. Second form, Cycle of Life and Death, triggered at 50% health peach. Blessing/Curse, randomly applies blessing or curse to a player. Blessing restores a large amount of health per second, while Curse causes the target to lose 10% of their maximum health per second for 10 seconds. Cycle of Life and Death marks a player to enter the near-death countdown. If the Cycle Life Stone on the field is not destroyed within 15 seconds, the marked player will be instantly killed, ignoring all survival. Skills. Final form, Yaoqi Abyss, triggered at 20% HP. Yaoqi Abyss, the avatar abandons all defenses, gathers all divine power, and begins channeling the Apocalypse ritual. After 10 seconds, it unleashes a true damage. Instant death judgment on all units in the field. The only way to survive is to deal sufficient damage to the single Yaoqi Golden Lotus that appears behind her within these 10 seconds to gain temporary protection. Introduction. This is not the true form of the Queen Mother of the West but a wisp of divine thought she left behind, fused with the secret realm's laws to form the ultimate trial. She has no emotions, embodying only order, majesty, and heavenly decrees. She is the final arbiter to determine whether the trial taker is qualified to inherit the Nine Heavens Mysterious Maiden legacy. Each of her attacks represents the highest divine authority from the heavens. Hiss. Su Xing's heart tightened. HP exceeds 100 million. Attack power approaches 2.74 million. Defense reaches a staggering 1.37 million. These stats far surpass the final form of the Yamata no Orochi's shadow. With his defense, he could barely withstand 2 moves. Not to mention, this entity has 3 forms. Finally, something that can make me take this seriously. Su Xing's gaze became unusually focused for the first time. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. Battle begins. Death Mark. A strange scarlet mark, ignoring spatial distance, instantly imprinted on the Queen Mother of the West's avatar. The next second, Su Xing made his move. He drew his bowstring and unleashed a barrage of arrows at extreme speed, raining them down in an instant. But the Queen Mother was faster. She lightly tapped her scepter and coldly uttered 4 chilling words. Heaven's punishment light. Boom! A pillar of destructive light, locked onto the soul and unavoidable, condensed in the sky, targeting the weaker Yun Shang. If this strike hits, Yun Shan will undoubtedly die. Humph! Su Xing snorted coldly, his figure flashing as he instantly shielded Yun Shang, taking the fatal blow head-on. -2, 737, 200. A shocking damage number exploded above Su Xing's head. Indeed, she truly intends to kill Yun Shang, not test her, but outright eliminate her. Su Xing's gaze turned completely icy. Since she shows no mercy, I won't hold back either. Didn't expect you to enjoy taking hits for others. Then I'll destroy you first. The Queen Mother of the West swung her scepter again, releasing the skill, Kunlun Mirror Image. The space around her shattered like a mirror, rapidly spawning one mirror phantom after another with strength comparable to hers, 1 per second. She planned to use sheer numbers to wear them down. But she had no idea she was facing an unreasonable monster. Playing clones. In front of me? Your health bar will shatter within 5 seconds. Su Xing coldly declared. At this moment, the power within him erupted fully. Buzz. The bowstring vibrated like a relentless hum. 15 arrows per second. Each arrow carried a terrifying force capable of piercing through stars. -675 363. -674 525. The Queen Mother of the West's avatar, with a health bar so long it seemed despair-inducing, began to deplete at a terrifying speed. First second. HP remaining, 90%. Second. HP remaining, 80%. Third second. HP remaining, 70%. In just 5 seconds, under this miraculous output, the Queen Mother of the West's avatar Hadn't even summoned her fifth clone before her health bar was forcibly reduced to the 50% protection threshold amidst a scream. Boom! A surge of divine law power erupted, enveloping her and forcing her into the second phase's invincible state. She was temporarily immune to damage. Seeing this, Su Xing halted his assault, his icy gaze shifting to the newly summoned mirror phantoms. Perfect. Time to clear out these small fry and maintain my rhythm. No! On the throne, the incarnation of the Queen Mother of the West let out a shocked scream. For the first time, her voice lacked the lofty majesty it usually carried, replaced by extreme shock and fury. How are you so powerful? Why aren't you suppressed by the heavenly court? She couldn't comprehend it. How could a mere mortal ignore the power of her laws? How could he unleash such terrifying damage that threatened a divine incarnation? If not for her unique life essence, according to the rules, she would have died in those 5 seconds. This mortal was truly detestable. Faced with the deity's questioning, Su Xing didn't even bother to glance at her. Annoying. He simply stared coldly at the newly appeared mirror phantoms. Though these clones lacked the absurd attributes of the original, their strength was still comparable to that of an epic-level boss. Yet in front of Su Xing, they were nothing but small fry. Boom! 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 The thorn cage exploded in rapid succession like a precision clearing program. Each clone was devoured by the deadly thorns the moment it appeared. 4 seconds. No more, no less, exactly 4 seconds, and Su Xing effortlessly dealt with one clone after another. At this moment, he demonstrated to Yun Shan and the divine incarnation what terrifying output efficiency truly meant. Forget the divine incarnation, even if a true god descended, they would have to bow before his unreasonable damage output. You, the incarnation of the Queen Mother of the West, trembled with rage. The invincibility period ended, and her second form, cycle of life and death, activated. Mortal, accept the curse of the heavenly Tao. With a point of her scepter, a black aura imbued with the laws of reincarnation shot toward Su Xing. Ding! You are currently affected by the negative effect of the Peach Curse, divine passive skill, Chaos's favor, triggered. You have been immune to this negative effect. Invalid. Invalid again? The Queen Mother's incarnation completely lost control. You damned mortal, you're even craftier than that monkey from back then. She roared and activated the core mechanism of her second form, Reincarnation Lifestone. A massive crystal, flickering with black and white light, appeared in the arena, and a death chain locked onto Yun Shan, initiating a 15-second countdown to certain death. However, before the Queen Mother could issue an attack command, she was stunned to see Su Xing's bowstring transform into a silver afterimage. Whoosh! 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 Countless arrows rained down on the reincarnation life stone, like a torrential storm. 5 seconds? Not even close. In less than 2 seconds, the life stone, which had driven top-tier teams to despair, was forcibly shattered by Su Xing's relentless assault. Damn it! With the mechanism broken, the Queen Mother was about to take action herself. But Su Xing seemed to anticipate her move, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. He slowly raised his hand, and an ancient coin, as if forged by fate itself, appeared at his fingertips. With a light flick, fate coin. Ding! Under the heaven-defying luck of Su Xing's fortune's favor, the coin traced a perfect arc and landed squarely on heads. Ding! Divine blessing has been activated. Effect: for the next 10 seconds, all attacks will critically hit, and critical damage will convert to 100% true damage. Buzz! A golden, divine light instantly enveloped Su Xing. Not good. The Queen Mother's incarnation immediately sensed a terrifying power capable of threatening her true form, causing her very soul to tremble. But it was already too late. 12 540 000. True damage. Critical hit on a weak point. 12 680 000. True damage. Critical hit on a weak point. 13 000. True damage. Critical hit on a weak point. At that moment, the entire world seemed to freeze, even sound disappearing. Yun Shan could only watch as the health bar above the Queen Mother's incarnation, which had been at half, plummeted at an unimaginable speed, like a dam bursting. 1 second. In just 1 second, as the light of divine blessing flashed, the Queen Mother's health bar was reduced to a mere 20%. Roar! Unprecedented humiliation and fury drove her into a frenzy. Very well. Very well. Mortal, you are the first to push me to this extent.
You have completely enraged me. Boom! Her body began to disintegrate, transforming into the purest laws and energy. The entire jade pool, immortal palace trembled violently, as if the end of the world had arrived. Third form, activate. Jade pools return to ruin. Let this world perish with you. A cold and merciless, 10-second countdown to annihilation appeared before Su Xing and Yun Shang. It's finally here. Su Xing's eyes burned with unprecedented intensity. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Death Mark. Heart of the God Hunter. All damage boosting skills were activated at this moment. Output, maximized. His fingers danced rapidly, almost creating a blur of afterimages. The health bar above the Zhuangmo avatar's head, along with the health bar of the Jade Pool, Golden Lotus that represented the path to survival, was drowned in astronomical damage numbers. 7,880,000. 7,100,000. 7,500,000. Countdown, 3. Countdown, 2. Countdown, 1. Just as the annihilation ritual was about to be completed in the final moment, a massive damage number appeared, as if declaring the end of a god. Total damage, 612,548,990. Boom! The Jade Pool Golden Lotus was directly shattered. The ruinous power, capable of destroying everything, instantly dissipated. Even the remaining 20% of the Zhuangmo avatar's health was completely wiped out in the terrifying aftermath of the damage. The world returned to tranquility. The Zhuangmo avatar could no longer express anger. Her body, composed of light, slowly dissipated, leaving behind a faint sigh. You have won. The inheritance of the Mystic Maiden is returned to you. It can be considered as returning to its rightful owner. A 9-colored orb of light, brimming with divine power, emerged from where she had dissipated and slowly merged into Yin Shang's body. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the LV-200 legendary boss, Avatar of Zhuangmu's Majesty. Ding! Congratulations, your level has increased. Current level, LV.231. Ding! Congratulations, your level has increased. Current level, LV.235. Ding! You have gained 1000 free attribute points. Ding! You have obtained the legendary equipment Kunlun Mirror. Ding! You have obtained the legendary skill book Jade Pool Immortal Light. Ding! You have obtained the legendary material 9 Heavens Divine Stone X10. Jade Pool Immortal Palace, Throne Hall. When the last trace of divine light from the Zhuangmo avatar transformed into the 9-colored orb representing the inheritance of the 9 Heavens Mystic Maiden and slowly merged into Yin Shang's body, the entire legendary secret realm began to shake violently. Rumble. The floating immortal mountains started to collapse, the rainbow bridge dissolved into a rain of light, and the waters of the Jade Pool flowed backward into the heavens. All the buildings, all the living beings, all the laws, everything within the secret realm transformed into the purest source energy, surging madly into Yun Shang's body like rivers converging into the sea. This was the final step of the inheritance. The entire secret realm would become the nourishment for her breakthrough. At this moment, a gentle yet irresistible repelling force descended upon Su Xingding. The inheritance ceremony has begun. Unrelated individuals will be teleported out of the secret realm. A flash of white light. Su Xing appeared outside, emerging from the fading phantom of the immortal palace. He's out. He came out. Outside the secret realm, the long-waiting crowd perked up at the sight of Su Xing's appearance. However, when they saw that only Su Xing had emerged, and the phantom of the Jade Pool Immortal Palace behind him was growing dimmer, their hearts sank. It failed. Could it really have failed? A heavy, oppressive atmosphere instantly enveloped the scene. Sigh. The fool let out a long sigh, his face full of regret. He stepped forward, like a kind elder, gently patting Su Xing on the shoulder. Young friend, don't lose heart. A legendary secret realm isn't something that can be conquered easily in one attempt. The fact that you lasted so long is already an unprecedented miracle. That's right. The fire god also stepped forward, offering solemn comfort. This time, we were simply not well prepared. Once you've rested, we at Fengshan will fully prepare the strongest potions and equipment for you. Next time, you'll definitely succeed. The surrounding 8th rank experts all nodded in agreement, deeply moved. Even the star god couldn't pass it. The difficulty of this legendary secret realm is truly insane. Yeah, we underestimated the trials of this world. It's okay, Su Xing is still young and has plenty of opportunities ahead. Hearing everyone's sincere comfort, Su Xing's expression turned a bit odd. He scratched his head, looking at the elders in front of him.
who had already crafted a script for him, and spoke somewhat sheepishly, seniors, actually, I've already cleared it. Yun Shang is currently inside receiving the inheritance. As soon as the ceremony began, I, as an irrelevant person, was teleported out. As soon as he said this, it was as if the air had been muted. Time froze, and everyone stood there, stunned. The fool's hand was still resting on Su Xing's shoulder, his expression shifting from regret to shock, then to a daze, and finally turning bright red. The fire god displayed an indescribable awkwardness, coughing violently as if trying to expel the embarrassment. Meanwhile, the 8th rank experts who had been chattering moments ago now wished they could find a hole to crawl into. Each of them lowered their heads, pretending they hadn't heard anything. The entire scene was so awkward that one could almost dig out a jade pool immortal palace with their toes. At that moment, a crisp, melodious laugh broke the deathly silence. It was the sage. She gently covered her mouth with her jade-like hand, her phoenix eyes, as beautiful as crescent moons, curving with laughter. Her shoulders trembled slightly, clearly having held back her laughter for a long time. I knew it all along, she said softly, her voice full of smugness. My divinations have never been wrong. Boom! The sage's words were like a thunderclap, instantly shattering everyone's composure. Cleared it? The legendary secret realm. He actually cleared it, by himself? Oh my god. Does this mean Yun Shang is really going to awaken an SSS plus talent? Our Dragon Nation is about to gain another SSS plus peerless genius. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in volcanic shock and joy. Some of the more calculating experts had already begun contemplating the Yun family's future. They had thought that with the loss of their 9th rank ancestor and their crime of treason, the Yun family was doomed to decline. Who could have imagined that a turning point would emerge in the face of despair? Yun Shang had awakened the talent of an ancient divine race descendant. As long as she continued to grow, the Yun family would undoubtedly rise to even greater glory in the future. The Yun family truly has a destiny that refuses to be extinguished. The crowd was filled with emotion. The sage, watching the people immersed in joy, slowly spoke, her voice regaining its calm and solemn tone. Yun Shang receiving the inheritance also signifies that this guild war, which began with Su Xing, will end with Su Xing. Her gaze fell on Su Xing, filled with admiration and recognition. Through this battle, Su Xing, you have already proven your strength. Slaying 8th rank experts is as effortless as butchering livestock. From today onward, you are officially recognized in our Dragon Nation as the strongest below the 9th rank. As her words fell, the entire crowd stood in solemn respect. Su Xing did not appear proud but simply nodded calmly, accepting the title. The sage continued, her tone becoming unusually grave. However, do not relax. In 1 week, the annual Global Genius Tournament will take place. This year, all the newly awakened top talents from every nation will participate. The goal is singular, to compete for the top 3 spots and earn the qualification to enter the Ascension Secret Realm and obtain the 9th rank credential. Her gaze was as sharp as a blade, fixed directly on Su Xing. Su Xing, I hope that in the coming week, you will use every possible method, spare no cost, and give your all to enhance your strength. When the time comes, bring back that crucial 9th rank credential for our Dragon Nation. Global Genius Tournament? 9th rank qualification credential? Su Xing listened to the words of the sage, but his face showed neither the expected tension nor excitement. He merely shrugged lazily. What a joke. He was only at the 5th transition now, far from the peak of the 8th transition, let alone the 9th. To fight to the death against the world's geniuses for a vague qualification certificate? And to bear the expectations of the entire Dragon Nation? The pressure was simply too much. Su Xing hesitated in his heart. He was never the type to carry the weight of the world on his shoulders. He just wanted to quietly improve his strength and protect the people he cared about. However, the sage's eyes, which seemed to see through people's hearts, appeared to have read his thoughts. She sighed softly, her voice carrying, for the first time, an indescribable weariness and helplessness. Su Xing, do you think this has nothing to do with you? Su Xing did not answer, but his silence said it all. Ah. The sage's sigh deepened. She spoke slowly. Do you know why we value this certificate so much? Because our Dragon Nation has not made it into the top 3 for decades. Every time, the qualification is snatched away by the combined forces of the Western Continent Federation, the Beautiful Empire, and the Divine Nation of the East. This has resulted in our Dragon Nation not producing a new 9th transition powerhouse for 60 years.
Boom! These words exploded like thunder in Su Xing's mind. He suddenly looked up at the Yi sage, then at the equally heavy expressions of the Yi fool and the Yi fire god beside her. A whole generation of talented predecessors has been stuck at the peak of the 8th transition, unable to advance even an inch. The sage's voice carried a cold fury. Including myself, I have suffered the same fate. If this continues, when the older generation of 9th transition powerhouses either pass away or ascend to the divine realm, our dragon nation will have no 9th transition guardians left to protect our borders. Do you think those powerful nations coveting our territory will spare us then? We will be devoured bit by bit, eventually reduced to a vassal state. The sage is right. The hot-tempered fire god clenched his fists tightly. His eyes filled with humiliation and unwillingness. Right now, we 8th transition powerhouses, and even some of the older 9th transition seniors, dare not leave the borders of the dragon nation lightly. The moment we step out, we are ambushed by the combined forces of other nations' professionals. If we are killed abroad, losing levels and having our equipment stolen, the losses would destroy decades of effort, the fool added, his voice heavy. Listening to the blood-soaked grievances of the seniors, the indifference in Su Xing's heart was instantly replaced by a raging inferno. So that's how it is. The situation is this dire. No wonder the Yun family dared to risk universal condemnation by colluding with the foreign races of the East Divine Nation. It turns out the Dragon Nation's current predicament is this desperate. Fine. So be it, Western Continent Federation. So be it, beautiful empire. So be it, East Divine Nation. These powerful nations hellbent on destroying the Dragon Nation. This is no longer mere competition. They are using the most despicable means to strangle the future of the Dragon Nation, to cut off the path of advancement for all our powerhouses. A bone-chilling killing intent began to spread rapidly from Su Xing. The surrounding temperature seemed to plummet by more than 10 degrees. He slowly raised his head, and the laziness in his pitch-black eyes was replaced by a coldness as frigid as a millennium-old glacier. He spoke to the sage, slowly, his tone steady and powerful, yet as earth-shattering as a landslide. Sage Senior. This qualification. I'll take it. These 4 words were resolute, brimming with dominance and determination. He would let the whole world know the Dragon Nation is not to be trifled with. Seeing the familiar, sky-splitting battle spirit in Su Xing's eyes, the sage finally revealed a satisfied smile. Good. Su Xing took a deep breath, gradually retracting his killing intent, but his gaze grew sharper. This time, leave it to me, he said. He had agreed. Not just for the Dragon Nation, but for himself. For Yin Shang, and for everyone he held dear, he must ensure that the Dragon Kingdom remains at the pinnacle of the world, with no one daring to challenge it again. Su Xing began planning his next moves. To prepare for the upcoming Global Genius competition, he had to elevate his strength to an entirely new level within a week. As for the geniuses from other countries he might encounter in the competition, just a bunch of immature kids. From start to finish, he never took them seriously. What he truly worried about were those hidden behind the genius aura, the covert interference of the 9-turn masters from powerful nations. They would never let him easily obtain the ticket to a higher level. Encirclement? Ambush? A cold smile appeared at the corner of Su Xing's mouth. He was looking forward to all of it. He hoped those old guys wouldn't disappoint him when the time came. They wouldn't let go? No problem. He could take it back himself. The sage looked at Su Xing, her phoenix-like eyes, capable of seeing through everything, glimmering with unprecedented brilliance. She had never imagined that the Deification Guild would truly welcome such a peerless genius, one capable of overturning an era and reversing the fate of a nation. This year's competition ticket carried too much hope. The heavy burden she had suppressed in her heart for so many years seemed to finally have a chance to break through. The Dragon Kingdom. After being suppressed by those shameless powerful nations for so many years, could it finally reclaim the glory it deserved? The sage's gaze grew profound. Everything depended on the guild leader. The guild leader's vision was as sharp and discerning as ever. To have chosen Su Xing, such a gem, from among billions of people, no, this was no longer a gem but a star destined to illuminate the entire universe. His potential even surpassed her own. It wasn't just the sage. Beside her, the fool, the fire god, and all the 8-turn masters who had come to support them were now looking at Su Xing with eyes full of fervent anticipation. They had been stuck at the peak of the 8-turn realm for far too long. The road ahead was cut off, and they could only watch as their lives slipped away, with despair nearly driving them to collapse.
If Su Xing could truly help them, help the entire Dragon Kingdom, secure the ticket to the Nine-Turn Realm, to them, he would be nothing short of a savior, granting them a second life. The next moment, a shocking scene unfolded that Su Xing had never anticipated. Led by the Fool, a highly respected elder in the Dragon Kingdom, nearly a century old and an 8-turn master, he bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle to the 18-year-old Su Xing, a gesture he had never made for anyone before. Su Xing, my young friend. The Fool's voice was hoarse, yet solemn, and even his form of address had changed. The future of thousands of 8-turn comrades in the Dragon Kingdom, the fate of the Dragon Kingdom for the next 100 years. All rest on you. Whoosh, following the Fool's lead, the Fire God and all the 8-turn powerhouses from the Deification Guild, the military, and various major factions also bowed deeply to Su Xing in unison. We entrust everything to you. The unified voices formed a torrent, filled with solemnity, hope, and trust. At this moment, they no longer regarded Su Xing as a junior who needed their care. A junior? What a joke! Who could casually annihilate a group of 8-turn masters and still be considered a junior? Forget being a junior, those so-called geniuses might not even reach the 7-turn threshold after several more years. Did they really think the tasks for advancing to higher levels were that easy? Each of them had climbed step by step through blood and fire. They knew better than anyone how extraordinary and defiant Su Xing's power was. Everyone, please don't do this. Please stand up. Su Xing was startled by the scene and quickly stepped forward to help them up. He felt an immense sense of honor. He understood how deeply these elders, who had dedicated their lives to protecting the Dragon Kingdom, yearned to advance to the Nine-Turn Realm. It wasn't just for themselves. It was because only by becoming stronger could they better protect this land. At this moment, Su Xing's heart was profoundly moved. He was initially driven by anger and unwillingness, but now the weight of responsibility on his shoulders was heavy. He took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. All right. Since you've placed your hopes on me, I'll create an unprecedented miracle for you. Returning to the exclusive residence arranged for him by the Yifengxian Guild, Su Xing finally had time to take stock of the enormous gains from this Yun family journey. He opened the guild panel and stared at a series of system notifications, completely stunned. Ding! You have completed the guild campaign crusade against traitors. Ding! Your campaign rating is SSS-class, perfect. Ding! You have earned guild contribution points. Plus 158,400,000 points. 150 million points. Seeing this astronomical figure, Su Xing immediately opened the member rank advancement interface. Advancing from Sequence 7 Senior Member to Sequence 8 Elder required 10 million points. Advancing from Sequence 8 Elder to Sequence 9 Titan required 50 million points. Without hesitation, Su Xing directly clicked the advancement button. Ding! 10 million guild points consumed. Your member rank has been upgraded to Sequence 8 Elder. Ding! 50 million guild points consumed. Your member rank has been upgraded to Sequence 9 Titan. Boom! A surge of golden law power descended from the heavens, pouring into Su Xing's body. The function emblem on his chest radiated brilliantly, its original platinum base instantly transforming into a noble purple-gold hue, with a vividly lifelike dragon totem coiled upon it. You have received the blessing of the 9th tier guild function. Your physique attribute is permanently increased by 81%. You have received the blessing of the 9th tier guild function. Your strength attribute is permanently increased by 81%. You have received the blessing of the 9th tier guild function. Your agility attribute is permanently increased by 81%. You have received the blessing of the 9th tier guild function. Your mental power is permanently increased by 81%. Your life recovery speed is permanently increased by 81%. Your mana recovery speed is permanently increased by 81%. Your experience gain is permanently increased by 81%. Additionally, you will receive 81 hours of 81% experience bonus time every week. At the same time, all online members of the Function Guild received a system announcement that left them utterly shocked. Guild-wide announcement: congratulations to member Su Xing for successfully advancing to Sequence 8 Elder through unparalleled contributions and strength. He is now the 99th Elder level member of the Guild. Guild-wide announcement: congratulations to member Su Xing for successfully advancing to Sequence 9 Titan through unparalleled contributions and strength. He is now the 9th Titan level member of the Guild. Su Xing felt the overwhelming power surging within him, along with the terrifying enhancements brought by the guild blessings, yet his expression remained calm.
Possessing the strength to instantly defeat 8th turn masters and advancing to sequence 9 Titan was only natural. As Su Xing pondered how to prepare for the global genius battle, the earth-shattering news of his advancement had already caused a massive stir within the Fengshan Guild. The guild forum was completely flooded. Whoa! Did I see that right? Star God jumped straight from sequence 7 to sequence 9? It's true. The guild member list has been updated. Su Xing's name is now among those 9 legendary titans. Isn't this the rookie who joined the guild just a few days ago and soloed an epic level dungeon? It's only been a few days. A few days? From newbie to titan, this speed is like cheating, as if he's using a time machine. Unbelievable. Star God. This speed is absolutely unprecedented in the history of the Fengshan Guild. No one has ever come close. Whether it was a struggling novice leveling up or an experienced veteran at the 7th or 8th rank, the moment they saw this announcement, their minds went blank. Envy? Jealousy? Neither. When the gap becomes so vast that it leads to despair, all that remains is the purest admiration and respect. Naturally, no one dared to object. Are you kidding? This was someone who single-handedly defeated the Yun family's 8th rank, withstood the shadow of a god, and even led newcomers to clear a legendary-level secret realm. With such godlike strength, wasn't it only natural to ascend to the rank of Sequence 9's top leaders? The clamor outside was completely unknown to Su Xing, and he couldn't be bothered to care. Sitting cross-legged in his residence, he focused his mind and began organizing the incredibly luxurious spoils from his trip to the Jade Pool. First, his hidden class, Origin of All Realms, had reached full energy after slaying the shadow of Yamada no Orochi, successfully advancing to SSS rank. This was the foundation of his power. Next came a massive amount of free attribute points. 130,000. Su Xing stared at the number and calmly nodded. Although it seemed like a lot, it was still far from enough for the upcoming Global Genius Tournament and the potential 9th rank powerhouses he might face. He needed more to feel secure. Then there were the equipment and skill books. 2 skill books radiating legendary brilliance lay before him. The first was the Jade Pool Immortal Light dropped by the incarnation of the Queen Mother of the West. Su Xing glanced at the skill description. It was a top-tier healing divine art that could instantly heal near-fatal injuries, provide a temporary invincibility shield, and even resurrect someone killed instantly within a short time. A top-tier life-saving skill, but unfortunately, it's healing-based. Su Xing shook his head. This skill would be more suitable for Yun Shang. He casually set aside the skill book that any paladin or healer would fight over and picked up the second one. This skill book was dropped by the shadow of Yamada no Orochi. Its cover was made of pitch-black snakeskin, engraved with countless images of hissing snakes, exuding an aura that was both sinister and divine. Wrath of the Gods, Judgment of 10,000 Serpents. Summoning type? Looks a bit disgusting, but quite practical. A cold smile appeared on Su Xing's lips. Using this move to visit the sanctuaries in the heart of Japan, he wondered what expressions those people would have. With a thought, he began learning the skill. Ding! You have learned the legendary skill, Wrath of the Gods, Judgment of 10,000 Serpents. A massive influx of information instantly poured into his mind. Skill name, Wrath of the Gods, Judgment of 10,000 Serpents. Skill level, Legendary. Skill type, Active Summoning Domain Forbidden Spell. Skill cost, consumes 20% of health per second. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Skill effects, 1. Summoning phase, requires continuous chanting for 3 seconds. Cannot be interrupted. Invoke the wrath of an ancient god, tearing through the void to open a massive rift to the domain of 10,000 serpents above the caster's head. Centered on the caster, forcibly transform a 100,000 meter radius into the Judgment of 10,000 Serpents domain. All hostile units within the domain are suppressed by divine power. Their movement speed reduced by 90%, and they are unable to use any displacement skills. 2. Judgment phase, domain lasts for 60 seconds during the domain's duration. 100 Judgment serpents, imbued with divine punishment power, descend from the rift every second, randomly attacking enemies within the domain. Each serpent's attack deals caster's attack power times 500%, true damage that ignores defense. Targets hit by the serpents are marked with 1 stack of divine punishment mark, which lasts for 60 seconds and can stack infinitely. 3. Final judgment phase, after the 60-second judgment ends, all targets within the domain bearing divine punishment marks
will receive a final verdict, dealing additional true damage equal to mark stacks
times 10,000.
If the target dies, its soul has a chance to be banished by divine power, falling into the endless void. The chance is determined by the caster's
luck. Boss level units are immune to soul banishment.
Unique trait, Divine Blessing. The caster will absorb the essence of the banished, gaining
a permanent all-attribute boost equivalent to the number of kills. Skill description. This is a forbidden divine spell used by an ancient serpent god
in moments of wrath to judge all the sins of the world. The day when countless serpents appear is the moment when heaven and earth begin to cleanse
everything.
The caster must use their abundant vitality and soul as a guide to summon a response from the divine realm, calling forth the divine serpent
to execute divine punishment.
Warning: this skill will drain the caster's life essence, with extremely severe backlash.
Unless you are the chosen one,
or possess extraordinary luck, forcibly using it will inevitably result in divine retribution. Su Xing stared intently at the skill description of Wrath of the Gods, Judgment of the Serpents. When he read the description of the final judgment phase, his breath caught in his throat. If the target dies as a result, their soul will be permanently banished.
And the caster can also gain a permanent all-attribute boost? Boom! In Su Xing's mind, it was as if billions of thunderclaps exploded simultaneously. The calm expression on his face instantly vanished, replaced by uncontrollable ecstasy and shock. Permanent kills. Isn't this the skill he had always dreamed of? A skill that could truly kill enemies. In this world of universal job transfers, death was not actually something to fear. As long as the sanctuaries remained, professionals could infinitely resurrect at revival points, at most losing only levels and equipment. But soul banishment.
This meant that once killed by this move, there would not even be a chance to return
to the revival point. What awaited the target was only endless void,
completely erased from this world, with no way for their soul to return.
Ha ha, ha 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 ha.
Su Xing couldn't help but let out a low, cold laugh.
Amazing.
It's simply the ultimate skill tailor-made for national wars.
A dangerous yet
excited gleam flashed in his eyes. He could already imagine, when the global genius battle began, and he faced off against the top professionals from
the Eastern Continent and the Western Federation.
He would activate Judgment of the Serpents amidst the armies. The sky would be torn apart, and
divine serpents would rain down like a storm.
The battlefield would be filled with deafening screams and wails of despair.
And those enemies who were killed would realize in hopelessness, they couldn't resurrect.
Their souls would be banished forever into the abyss of darkness. Such fear would be enough to collapse an entire nation. Just thinking about it sent chills down one's spine.
This is exhilarating.
Just thinking about it is thrilling. A cold smile curled at the corner of Su Xing's lips.
The Eastern Continent? The pretty country? Don't you love teaming up to suppress my dragon country? Don't you love stealing decades of good fortune from my dragon country? When I descend upon your sanctuaries, I wonder if you'll still be able to laugh.
He was determined to find an opportunity to use this skill a few more times on the Eastern Continent's home turf.
After calming his excitement,
Su Xing turned his attention to another major gain, this time, the legendary equipment dropped by the incarnation of the Queen Mother of the West. With a thought, a simple, palm-sized ancient bronze mirror quietly floated in his hand.
The mirror's surface was smooth as water, and its frame was engraved with ancient totems of the sun, moon, stars, mountains, and plants.
A powerful aura, as if capable of reversing time and reflecting all things,
emanated from it. Equipment name: Kunlun Mirror. Equipment type: accessory, special, equipment level, legendary. Wearing requirement: level LV.200.
Spirit 10,000 plus base attributes: physique, plus 6,400 strength, plus 6,400 agility, plus 6,400 spirit, plus 6,400 cooldown reduction, plus 30%, special, equipment special. Effects: 1. Mirror Flower, Water Moon. Passive effect: when you are hit by any skill attack, including physical, magical, curse, etc., there is a 30% chance to completely reflect the attack back to the caster.
Effect: reflected damage is doubled. Effect: each successful reflection grants 1 stack of mirror light charge, up to a maximum of 10 stacks. 2. Kunlun Reflection, active, cooldown, 300 seconds. Effect: instantly consumes all mirror
light stacks to summon an equivalent number of mirror clones.
Clone characteristics: inherit 100% of your base attributes and can use all your
skills. Damage at 50%. Clone characteristics exist for up to 30 seconds or disappear when their HP reaches 0.
3. Time rewind, active, cooldown. 300 seconds effect, upon activation, instantly revert your state, HP, mana, skill cooldowns, position, to 10 seconds prior. Unique effect all buffs gained during these 10 seconds will not be reverted and are permanently retained. Unique effect this skill can be forcibly activated regardless of any control effects. Equipment description, a divine mirror suspended atop Kunlun Mountain, capable of reflecting the past and future, and mirroring all realms. This mirror is a fragment of its incarnation. Though it cannot peer into the secrets of heaven, it can reverse time and replicate all things, making it an invaluable treasure of the world. Hiss. After reading the detailed attributes, even Su Xing couldn't help but take a sharp breath. 2. Powerful. This isn't just simple strength, it's abnormal, a heaven-defying existence. Without hesitation, he replaced the epic accessory Whisper of the Departed, the fully maxed-out final relic of Atlantis that he had been wearing. With a flash of light, the legendary accessory Kunlun Mirror was successfully equipped. A passive skill that reflects attacks and doubles the damage. This is simply a nightmare for all ranged classes. An active skill that summons clones, up to 10. Each inherits 100% of my attributes. My output can instantly increase sixfold. Clone skill damage is halved, so I'll just use basic attacks. Basic attack damage isn't reduced. I just wonder if it can stack with my Senluo avatar. If it can, then it's truly heaven-defying. And this time rewind, the perfect regret pill. It can even be forcibly activated while controlled, returning to full state 10 seconds prior while retaining all buffs. How can I lose with this? Forget it, I won't even get controlled in the first place. The more Su Xing looked, the more excited he became, and the more he liked it. With this Kunlun mirror, his survivability, burst potential, and tactical error tolerance had all been elevated to a whole new level. This Kunlun mirror is absolutely a super weapon. After organizing his equipment and skills, Su Xing turned his gaze to the most thrilling part of his attribute panel, that string of dizzyingly high numbers, 130,000 free attribute points. Excellent! Su Xing's eyes sparkled with excitement. In this world, while equipment and skills are important, the true foundation of everything lies in one's attributes. To become wealthy, one must first become strong. And the fastest, most direct, and most effective method is adding points. System, allocate points for me. Without hesitation, Su Xing immediately issued the command. Allocate 100,000 free attribute points all to strength. Boom! As the command was issued, Su Xing immediately felt an unprecedented surge of immense power, like a cosmic explosion, pouring into every cell of his body from the void.